I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm lighting up the fire, yeah, I'm burning up. Look at me, feel the heat. Climbing suicide, but it's not enough. Best believe, good to see. Stomping on the ground till the earth breaks. Knocking down walls, making earthquakes. Never looking back, this is high stakes. Look at me, yeah. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Never gonna stop me, I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going up, going big, never gonna stop me. Pushing past the limit, I'm never gonna break. I know I'm gonna win. Light it up, going up, going big, no retreat, gonna win, going up, going big. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going big, never gonna stop me. I'm ready for war. Look into my eyes, I'm ready for war. Going big, never gonna stop me. Holy shit.
It's media day here at World Series of Warzone. I'm Gojo, I'm going to be casting, but today I'm interviewing some folks. In this, though, we're going to be third-partying some players, catching them by surprise. So we're going to run around and see what they're doing and catch them in the act. Let's go. All right, we're about to go third party, the makeup room. I think somebody's getting makeup right now. I see players running into there. Let's just see what happens. Let's just come on. Oh, beautiful timing. We got people all over the place. Gentlemen, you're on camera. Look, we're third partying you in the makeup room. Let's start right here. We've got the wonderful Scum, and it's great to see you in person, by the way.
Everyone.
How you feeling?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you liking media day so far?
You know, we just got in here. We're about to take photos, and I'm excited. I mean, I'm ready for tomorrow.
My question for you is this. Are you guys winning?
Yeah.
Okay, here's another question for you. Are you top fragging?
Yeah.
Okay, another question for you. Are you shooting bodies?
Yeah, I'm getting toxic.
Okay, give me 2 names of people you're shooting bodies today.
Jukeyz and Destroy.
Yo. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know what to say off that, but okay, look forward to seeing me shoot some bodies back then.
Okay, bodies are being shot. All right, let's move over here. Jukeyz, I got a question for you, Jukes.
Yeah.
Whose body are you shooting?
His, of course, coming, of course, yeah, every time I kill him.
Okay, we got to keep moving. Best player here, worst player here. You are an analyst for World Series of Warzone. This will go everywhere. Who's the best player here and who's the worst player here? You don't even need to tell me why. You just pick.
Best player here, Hisoka. Has to be Hisoka. Guy's absolutely out of this world. Worst player here, goddamn, that is a difficult one. I'm going to say Scummin.
Good answers. All right, I got to run. We got more people to talk to, all right? You do your thing. Good luck with your interviews. You're going to do great. Love you too. I see Hector. Let's go. I got a camera crew, bro. I got to ask you some questions.
What's up, man?
Okay, look, I heard you got an interview with the Falcons earlier.
I did.
How much trash were they talking?
Oh, listen, man, I'm gonna tell you, there wasn't just simple trash talk. These guys are gonna piss off the Warzone community, piss off the EU community, and most importantly, they're gonna piss off the CDL community. So let me tell you, there was a lot of trash talking.
Dude, I've got to ask you, how many games are we playing day 2?
Oh, man, I'll be honest, it's one or the other. This is not going 5 games, 6 games. This is going, they're finishing it in 4, or this is going 10 games. No in between.
When the Falcons get to match point, I know you want your boys to win, but when they get to match point, what are your words to 21st all the way down to 40th?
Hey man, we've been saying this for the last 6 months. If y'all are 20th, 21st through 40th, and you're not trying to chalk them in some way, what are we here for? You know what I'm saying? I love them, and we need this to be interesting. Like, people have been scared for the last 6 months. Now's the time.
$1 million on land. Hector, have a fun watch party, bro. Much love. All right, I got to go third party some more people. Cheers. Oh, shoot, wait. We got the gentleman. Gentlemen, it's Cloud9 time. Look, okay, I know you guys are doing tech stuff. I got cameras. I got some questions asked really quick. You guys can get set up in a second. Supermodel girlfriend, is she here?
She's really busy right now. She's in Turks and Caicos right now with some like low-tier rapper named Aubrey. But he's got a plane though, which is pretty cool.
Sure.
So it's like, it's fine. She's busy. And like, she has her own life. I got mine. But overall though, we're doing phenomenal.
Dude, I like that. Turks and Caicos sounds like a pastry. Speaking of pastry, my man, Bread, I've got a really important question for you. Are you going to snipe?
I'm glad there's 2 days for this event because I haven't been sniping recently, but at the same time, it's always something I could pull out, so I'm going to have a little out. We'll see.
You, my friend, do sometimes shoot bodies, and you sometimes get a little aggro, which I like, by the way. It makes great content. Who are you going after? I mean, it's Cloud9 versus the world, but is there a specific team that you're like, I'm shooting that body every time?
Yeah, Nate Dogg and Roll and Destroy. That team, it's every time. Every time I see them, it's on site.
Okay, I respect that play. Put them in the dirt, as they say, I guess. We're in the elevator. We're going up to the player lounge. We're going to try to get a couple more interviews here, see what's going on behind the scenes. Oh, shoot. This is a big one. I'm going off script. Almond, my man, you're representing the Falcons. Your story getting here is unbelievable. Did you think you'd be here at this moment playing with this team?
Well, I knew I was going to be in Vegas for Vegas.
Sure.
I didn't think I was going to be playing.
Yeah.
Somehow I ended up playing.
Unfortunately, Crims, we love him. Fantastic player, couldn't make it. And so they called on the energy of the almond, I suppose. What do you think you're bringing to the table for this team? Kind of what's the strat going into this weekend?
Yeah, I'm just trying to bring that veteran leadership to the team. You know, I've played well on land so far. I'm trying to help these guys out, do the best we can.
All right, I'm gonna swap you out, Almond. Dude, it's great to see you always. All right, listen. It is great to have you on land, my man. How are you feeling playing in Vegas for the Falcons, but mostly for you? I mean, this is a big moment. Y'all qualify again, and then you pick up Almond. How are you feeling about your team?
I'm feeling great. Picking up our IGL. Almond is the best out there. That's why we picked him up.
You got your competition behind the cameras right now, the other Falcons. Now, I need you to be very clear. You can shout out an individual player. Whose body are you shooting when you kill them?
I mean, it's probably Biffle.
Biffle. Yeah, okay. Number one player in the world, you shoot his body when you kill him. This is perfect. This is how we're going to end it right here. We're in the player lounge, and I'm going to be honest, there's some food up here. It smells really good, so I'm going to have to get some lunch after this. Z-Smith and DJ Moss with me. I need you to talk to me about why you are one of the best teams here, if not the best. I have you top 5. No bias.
I mean, you look at all the scrims and all the tournaments these past few weeks, we've started to mesh and blend really well together, top 3 in almost every single one. You know, it takes time. We locked our roster right at roster locks, like literally the day of, and we just needed time to build the chemistry, and we've been cooking ever since.
What does this event mean to you, especially with the kind of lead up that you guys have going into this of being one of the best teams here?
Definitely means a lot. Like, we've been working for it for like a long time, so, I mean, it is a little bit of pressure, but, you know, I think we're ready for it.
I love you both a ton. Last question I have for you. Been asking everybody, whose body are you shooting? You've got a lot to prove, a lot to finish. Whose body?
Panda. I might see him at market.
Same question. Last question.
Honestly, I'm going to go with Scummin.
Scummin was talking some trash earlier. I'm not going to lie. You got any words for Scummin?
He always does. I mean, I'll see him on the map.
Cheers. All right, folks. This has been incredible. All right, I've been third-partying people all day. Media Day has been a blast. We've got so much behind-the-scenes look, and it was so dang fun. These players are ready to rock, and I can tell they are focused on making sure they're the best players on the map and trying to get the win. Will the Falcons win? I don't know, but I'm having a great time seeing what all the players are thinking.
It's been a year since we last saw these players take the world stage.
It was a grueling online qualifier to weed out the rest and find the very best, and they are here with us today.
And this weekend, we will find out which team will take the largest portion of that $1 million prize pool and etch their names into Call of Duty history forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from Las Vegas, the World Series of Warzone Global Final. We're back, baby. The World Series of Warzone Global Final, coming at you live from beautiful Las Vegas, where fortunes are made. Thousands of the grittiest, sweatiest, hardest hitting players have vied for a spot in this high-stakes showdown. Let's go! But only the top 120 competitors made the cut and will be dropping into Uzbekistan. Get ready to witness all the mayhem, the carnage, the whoopsie-daisy, and the unforgettable clutch-ups. Who will step up and claim the Solo YOLO crown and $50,000? Who will be immortalized on the championship trophy and take home the biggest chunk of the $1 million prize pool? You know what? Enough talk. It's time to break necks and cash checks. It's the 2024 World Series of Warzone Global Final. And welcome everyone to the 2024 World Series of Warzone Global Finals at the Orleans Arena in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. It's been a long year, but we've returned to hallowed grounds to crown our second ever World Series of Warzone Global Champion. This year brings talks of a dynasty, life-changing money, and well, an opportunity to cement the names of the competitors in Warzone history. This is the biggest stage of Warzone, and all the competitors who are here understand that, and they want to earn the money and also lift the trophy. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful crew of Dream Crazy, Enigma, and Danger. We are back. Last year, Dream, we were in London. This year, we're in good old North America, Las Vegas. How you feeling?
Feeling fantastic. I know the energy in here is exciting. You guys, this is the year 4 of the World Series of Warzone, the second year on global land. I myself am just so excited to be here, so blessed to be here, and I cannot wait to see these players go, because you guys know there's one team in particular that they're looking to take down.
That's it, one team. No spoilers, but you probably all know who that one team is. Enigma, it's great to see you. We're not on your home turf this time, so you're the only Brit on the desk. You're going to have to stand up for yourself, but it's good to see you, man. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Obviously, I lose that home field advantage, but it is wonderful, of course, to be here. An honor. It was a wonderful thing to do last year, and this year it feels like the community in the whole space has grown. I'm very lucky to be a part of that, and to, of course, be alongside some of my best friends here on the desk. Aww. This is going to be a hell of an event.
Without a doubt, and Dandro, we're now best friends. That's great to hear, man. If you didn't know, we now know now. It's great to see you, man. How you feeling?
I feel like I just leveled up. Enigma has said something nice about me for the first time in his life.
Whoa!
It is fantastic to be here on land, man. It has been 8 months of just competition building and boiling, being able to get here, and it all ends today. What team is the best, not just in one region, in the world? I am so stoked to be able to watch these guys fly and fry.
Yeah, we've only had 2 global finals, but this is going to be a 2-day global finals, which is great, and we're doing things bigger and better than ever. This year for 2024, we're introducing $1 million guaranteed prize pool, and first place walking away with $300,000. Second place, there's a big drop off, $160K. Enigma, there's a real reason to go for first.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, we are all trying to earmark that team that might win it, but don't write that check just yet. We've got a lot of storylines to tell this weekend, but $300,000 for first place?
That's right.
That is not bad. I mean, I remember my mom once telling me that you'd never make money from video games. How wrong is she? Look at that. It's beautiful stuff to be playing for here in Vegas.
Without a doubt. Now, notice, top 20 gets paid. There's 40 teams out there on that stage. So if you do not make it top 20, that plane ride, it's going to be a bit empty-handed, all right? Those waters are going to be even more expensive than they would be if you at least earned $2K. Let's talk about, though, the road to get here, because it was grueling. We have thousands of competitors try to make it to the global finals. Now, for some, they only had to go through 3 stages of qualifiers because they got the job done early. For some, well, it took a little bit longer. It took 6 total stages. Regardless how you got here, you're here. That's the important part. Now, you've got 2 days to make some magic happen, and, well, magic will be made on that very stage. 120 players, 40 great teams, and we've been talking about it. 2 days, but one thing we haven't mentioned is, well, this year's a little bit different. Dancho, you want to walk everybody through it?
Yeah, absolutely. So not only do we have 2 days of competition this year as opposed to 1 last year, but it is a brand new format that I love. Today here, we're going to be having 6 drops with all of our trios dropping on in. The top team and some others will be making on to Sunday and have an advantage point given to them, right? But Sunday is where the magic happens, okay? For the first time on land, we have Call of Duty Warzone Match point.
That's
We're going to
right.
be looking for the first team to hit 150 points total and take home a map win. Whatever team is able to do that will be taking home top spot in our tournament.
You notice it is drops 1 through 6. That's going to be for the point race going into tomorrow. And then we also have a special drop number 7. 120 solos. There's no teams here. Everybody's broken up. It's Solo YOLO. It's back, and that's for $50,000. So one person walking away with nearly as much, I believe, as like 5th or 6th place. So think about that. That's pretty special. But regardless, Solo YOLO always exciting. Last year, Skullface. This year, well, we're going to have to see who it is. Match point, though, exciting to say the least. The team's looking to close it out. Who will be the one to close it out? That's the question they're going to have to answer. But Las Vegas, if you're ready, let's start bringing in the competitors because they're ready to get on that stage. They're ready to start playing in. Well, drop number 1 is just around the corner. As the competitors start to come in, you're going to notice some familiar faces. And Dandro, who are we looking at?
Well, guess what? Here coming out early, we have some of the heavy hitters, and quite possibly the heaviest hitter. It is going to be Team Falcons.
Oh.
I saw Ahsoka's family here. They're sitting front row. They're looking to get loud. They are so excited to watch this team play here today on LAN. All eyes on them to be able to try and come on out. You hear the crowd around you. They are erupting. Biffle, Soka, and Shifty, they are here to play.
They are the most confident squad without question. Every day that I see them before competition, they are unwavering in their faith to get a championship. This year, though, Hisoka joins that roster, and Enigma, he's considered the closer. He's considered the IGL. He's been so valuable. He watched last year their trophy be lifted. Right now, he wants to lift that trophy for himself. Second place isn't good enough. He's going for gold.
Well, the thing is as well, once you add into that roster, in my opinion, he's the best player on it. He comes in, he has such a great brain for this game. Even some of the other best teams that are going to be up on this stage, look at the kind of calls that he makes, the kind of plays he wants to make happen, things that a score sheet is never going to tell you, and they think, oh my God, I couldn't have thought of that myself.
That's right. Here we go. In walks another team. Super Evan right there. He's ready to go. Long-term Warzone competitor. He was at one point talking about retiring, but clearly he didn't, and for good reason, because he made it to the main stage. I can't wait to see what he's going to be bringing to the table. But all the other rosters walking in, I know there's a special one, Enigma, that we need to cover.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to talk about Team Louis CM, Wars, and Bobo. This is the UK trio. Wars is a man that is never far away from the competition at the very top. The best player on the side last year for the best placing EMEA squad on your screen right now. Their team in particular, I think that they've got everything that it takes to contest truly this weekend. They're a squad that play very closely in team fights. All three get on the same wavelength. The one where it is, they're a bit of an emotional team. If they start slow, it's a long weekend. However, if they start going big, these will be the guys to watch throughout Vegas.
Emotional team, that's polarizing, right? When they're on top, they're feeling good, they're flying and frying, but when they're playing bad, they run into trouble, and it's hard to dig yourself out of that hole. So emotional teams are great, but also not so great when everything is going bad, Dandro.
Yeah, no, I mean, you got to keep your level head here today if you want to try and make some waves.
All right, more competitors are walking through. We got some Latin American representation coming out, baby. You love to see that. Latin America, get loud, because I know you guys are prideful. You guys bring the heat, not only in the chat, but also in the arena. And, well, this team is looking to surprise everyone, and I guarantee you they're going to be able to do just that. Of course, other rosters walking in. We notice our other Team Falcons roster coming through. Zix, Hamoud joining in the mix. And, hey, I am so pumped up to see them. The only team to really challenge that of the Falcons roster at the Esports World Cup, and they were doing so in spades. They're going to be bringing the heat without question. Who else are we watching out for, Dan?
I mean, there's a couple of teams you can see right there. A couple of the EU boys,
That's
King
it.
AJ and Vision. I love to see them here today. But we have another team we got to talk about. Cloud, Lil Mario, and of course, their third Fried. I love that they are here today. I love this. Cloud was top fragger of the LCQ. This guy was shooting straight nukes. And Lil Mario, he's just been on the come up. I remember seeing him in Hector's chat. Begging to play in Scrim. Literally begging to be here. And look where he is now, global finals.
You think you'll have to beg anymore?
No,
absolutely not. Right, he's on the global stage, the biggest stage out there. I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do, man, really. Destroy, by the way, a great figure in the Warzone scene. I love his brother, too, Stable Ronaldo. He actually had a chance to play over there whenever it came to Esports World Cup. Maybe mess it up, that's okay. We roll with it, baby. Destroy is a talented player, and I love watching him compete. Now, another set of competitors are walking out to the stage, and, well, you know they are ready to go. In some special sequences, or excuse me, one of these teams, Enigma had a chance to make it through, and they did so in the very final chance throughout the qualifiers.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Rocket. So this is Rocket, Clapper, and Zaka. Rocket and Zaka actually played in London last year. They're two Polish boys. They were playing alongside Morpheus. They bring in Clapper to give them a bit of a run, a bit of an IGL lead, and they qualified via the wild card. Insane performance, really. Absolutely loved the reaction that we got out of them. But the thing is, Rocket and Zaka also made it to LAN last year, and they're on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. They were the people that managed to get through to London last year, video LCQ, done it again this year. That LAN experience is going to be what they need because they're not going to try and butter this up. They've got the worst average performance in terms of kills throughout the MEA, second worst when it comes to placing, but they're a strong VOD review team. So if they can make the adjustments here on LAN, use that experience of last year, I think they can step up and be a part of the conversation.
And last year's a good hopping off point. I remember Team Rocket making it to the global stage. I announced it to the London arena there, and they went nuts. And I said, okay, we got something here with Team Rocket. And they didn't disappoint. They played decently well, and I expect them to do so here. They're a staple as far as I'm concerned when it comes to global finals. Even though they've got some bad stats, Enigma, I think they're going to be doing just fine. It's a fresh start, after all. The qualifiers, well, they matter in terms of stats, but it doesn't matter as much as the next 2 days they come along, and more teams are starting to come out. This will be our final set of teams to take the stage out of 120.
Yeah, and you can see walking right there, Pentagon, Melvin, and Fuzzin entering it. The Germans coming on through.
Our boys.
I love them, the boys. They are flying on out.
And let's talk about, we can't forget about the North American wildcard winners, Colony, Nick Cool, and Waldo, which amazing. They did place 17th in the last chance qualifiers, but they were able to secure a win. Nick Cool, one of the mouse and keyboard players too, was here last year on that global final land, placed 50th with Picnic and Wag. So you got two players in Waldo and Colony, have never been here and the global finals, so but they have the experience because online, I believe Colony and Waldo, they've been that duo collectively, still placing, have that synergy, getting in top 3 at least. So this team, I really like them because they're just one of those squads that they vibe, they jive, but they really have showed a lot of improvements.
That's right. They may be a wild card team, but make no mistake, they're a team that can make an impact. Each and every of the 40 players can. And we got Repo's coming out to the stage, carrying that coveted trophy, and it looks absolutely sick this year. He's getting everybody pumped up. He's looking to take our jobs, and honestly, I'm kind of okay with that.
I mean, maybe. Maybe. I don't know if I'm okay with that, but yo, I loved. We got Hector in the building.
That's right.
The Pulse Check is here. Make sure you check out their watch party. And honestly, I gotta give the guys some props. Competitive Warzone would not be where it is today without the work of this man. The entire Pulse Check coming in day out, hosting scrims, giving an opportunity for our competitors to get better. I love that he's involved in this ceremony.
That trophy is front and center. All the players can see what they are trying to gain. Who will it be? Well, it's up to them to decide. They hold destiny within their fingertips. The 3 golden plates as well. Who will be the trio to take the 2024 World Series of Warzone Global Finals? Let us know in chat what you guys are all thinking, because the collective mind is typically smarter than the individuals on the desk. Well, you laugh, but it's true. Dandro, come on.
Brother, I've read enough Twitch chat to know that that's probably not the truth.
We don't want to fight however many people is watching. I know you're a big guy, but you're not that big, okay? Hey, don't get mad at me, dude. Hey, check it out. It's going to be a great day. I'm excited not only to be here in Vegas with each and every one of you in the arena, but also with all of you guys out there in the Twitch chat. Let's start running through the road to get here, because it was absolutely grueling. And let's start with EMEA, because EMEA combined a couple of different regions, which changed the landscape of Warzone competitive.
Yeah, we did indeed. This time last year, I'll start talking about Europe and what they could bring to the table. Now we've added in the Middle East and Africa. And it's absolutely amazing to sit here and talk about 3 different players that are representing the Middle East. A Lebanese player in Showstopper, and then 2 Saudis in Hamoud and Karims. Sorry, not Karims, Zix. Right. And then you come in with the new players walking in here, the Men of Falcons, of course, that roster. However, the big thing, of course, is that we suffered a massive roster mania over on this side of the pond with only 1 returning team. And that is going to be that of Boogs, Stukex, and Benzi, and they weren't even together until we got to the Esports World Cup. They used Benzi as a coach. We were currently playing with Liam, and then made that change after that to find some increased chemistry for LCQ. So we nearly came in with a whole brand new slate here, and just about bring in that 1 team. So it's been a wild year in the EMEA, and we're looking to take it up a step here in Vegas.
When I think about combining regions, I think about the other competitors having to work extra hard to get where they are. And I firmly believe this whole entire EMEA qualifiers players. We got the best of the best competing and really have the best on the stage because of that very reason. So many wonderful names to watch out for. And for me, of course, I've got to be watching out for our boys who just walked onto that stage. That's Pentagon, Melvin, and Fuzzin. A team, a trio, really, that I think can go all the way. Enigma, me and you, we've been watching over Pentagon and Fuzzin for a long time. In fact, our first ever event that we casted together before I went on the hosting run was with Pentagon and Fuzzin. I don't think they won that event, but they got second place. They were looking very strong regardless. And that's when I became fans of them, not only because they're wonderful players, but they've got great personalities.
No, 100%. A lovely set of gentlemen there. And it was a tough year last year. It was kind of unlucky, really. They had circumstances go against them. However, come in this year, they fixed things up and they've managed to get themselves here on Vegas. And
that's right.
They're a highly adaptable trio, very strong about their VOD review, very much so, you know, they assessed about what went wrong early on in this year, changed their play style, multiple landing spots practice.
Sure.
This is plans ahead of several other teams and therefore are deservingly making it here after finishing 8th in finals.
Absolutely. And Danjo, are there any other rosters from EMEA that we have to be watching out for?
Yeah, I think we got to talk about Robstar, Vortex, and Blade, right? You got Robstar from EU, Vortex from Italy, Blade from Italy, all representing Reply Totem here at the Global Finals. You got Vortex and Blade, 2022 World Series of Warzone winners. And I'm excited for this team for really just I could reel off stats and stuff.
Sure.
It's just the timeline's been on fire lately between this team and one of our teams from Latin America. We're going to see some contests off drop, and they've been check marking each other. Who's won? It's a flurry of blows between two fantastic teams. I think that they are going to be really, really exciting to watch. And just besides all of that hype, they're just a fun, very solid team. They know when to take fights. They know when to rotate out. And they're going to be able to, I think, cause a lot of chaos. Because let's remind you, folks, we're here on land, baby.
That's right.
No ping diff today. Everybody's going to be shooting.
First place during LCQ, they tore it up. They had their struggles, but they cleaned it up when it mattered most to make it to this very stage. Let's get out a third team. Who else are we looking out for?
I think one of the squads that I really want to look at is going to be this Prodigy, Oki, and Echo team. And this is a squad that I think have incredible consistency. Their placings are insane, especially when you talk about finals. Their average placing was 7.8 on the finals. However, that squad on your screen is going to be my favorites when it comes to the EMEA rosters. This is V8, and that's going to be AJ, Showstopper, and Vision. And for me, this team is perfectly balanced. In AJ and Vision, you have two superstars. They put out huge kill output, and then you have Showstopper, who works as the glue to ground them. The one thing I will say, sometimes their high pace of play is a bit risky. It can affect them when it comes to their placements, but if they can avoid that, and I do think things will be a little bit slower here on LAN, I think that they can contest the Falcons and truly bring something home for our region.
Well, let's now talk about the elephant in the room, a trio that came together that looks so strong on paper, but struggled to even make it to this stage. Dream, of course, we're talking about FIFA Kill & Co.
Yeah, right? And I gave them that shout like, oh my gosh, hopefully they can come and take it and secure the win. But with these guys, Jukeyz and Len, they did place 10th last year in that global final. They come in, they pick up FIFA Kill. And if you guys remember, FIFA Kill Online did take the European Solo YOLO. So you have two players really strong. There's no way that they're qualifying. So they played through LCQs. They did make it here. Can breathe. So you have all three players returning to LAN, but such powerhouses with these guys. I'm looking at Lennon. He's really improved as a player, a content creator. Overall, he's the glue for me to keep this team together, because you guys know Jukeyz, he's really good winning his ones. FIFA Kill, same thing. But the both of them, that duality, you have a slower, methodical player, Jukeyz, can tend to get aggressive and straight. But for FIFA, you know there's going to be locking it down. You got to have Len in the mix. Look at him, Black Dream.
He's got that pink hair, too. We were talking about that a couple weeks ago. He said, does it work? I said, sure it works, man. I mean, you're FIFA after all, dude. Now, he's ready to go. I love it. Actually, the gun skin matches his hair. He's got a little bit of a vibe there.
Yeah, I mean, we're absolutely not going to miss him up there, right? A lot of heads, and we are going to know where that team is sat all weekend. The one thing I will say about this team, Jukeyz, FIFA, and yes, it's not been great. 19th in the upper bracket, and failed to get through. Had to scrape LCQs with that last game. Really tough to see. What I think is there's two things here that can redeem them. One, there's no pressure. Basically, pretty much everyone's talking about how they are going to basically be a team that gets run over, and I think this suits them for once. They can kind of just do their thing. But also, I've been talking about this a lot this year, they have not had a plan all year, and they finally do. I have talked to them this weekend. They say they finally have a plan, so let's see it in action.
Well, you talked to them, and I think it's time for everybody to hear from them. We've got Gio on stage with an interview with Jukeyz. Let's hear what Jukeyz has to say.
Jukeyz, your team must be one of the most storied and most popular teams here today in Vegas. You had a hard time, yeah, there you go. You had a hard time getting here. How does it feel to be in front of this whole crowd and finally having earned your place?
I feel proud for the starters to represent the UK, of course, with the lads, FIFA and Len. Yeah, we had a rough patch, or we've been going for like a rough stage, but we're on land now. We're playing for the mill, so I know the boys are going to pop off.
So tell me a little bit about that, because, you know, obviously, as you say, there are a couple rough patches. When we went into LCQ, you guys said that you'd sort of restructured a little bit. How have you planned things going for the LAN?
We've been part of every scrim. You know, we've been, even though, like I said, it has been going rough, I know us as players, individuals, we've been learning from each scrim. So, like, even though, like I said, like if it's going bad, we're still moving forward. So I feel like we're going to take all the roughness into today and make sure we pop off.
Now, last year, every member of your team came either 10th or 11th overall at the grand finals. What are you going to do to ensure that you make it to #1?
Land on SSD, I think.
Well, before we send it back up to the desk, do you have any last messages out for all your fans in the crowd?
You know, thank you for coming, of course, supporting not just me, everyone on the stage, and hopefully we put on a show for you.
All right, sounds like it's going to be a good one. Desk, back to you guys.
Well, there you guys have it, the interview with Jukeyz. And you know what? I had to point out something. You guys know with this team, you remember how far behind they were last year in standings?
I do.
And you remember that one pop-off game, of course, that was map number 5 that they had. Even being down in those moments, you can always count on them to come up in that clutch factor. And you even mentioned, D'Angelo, they don't even have a landing zone.
I mean,
they have a plan.
I hope they figure it out, man. This is the time to do it. Listen, that's my trio, all right? I've been supporting them since the beginning. They're going to do just fine. I believe in them anyways. I don't know if it's blind hope, but it's hope nonetheless. Let's talk about our final EU team to cover on the desk. Enigma, who else do we have?
Well, we would be amiss to not talk about Omit EU, and this is going to be the Frenchmen of Heeds, Gromelok, and Enkyo. And I think that this team is one to really look at if you're hoping to see an EMEA team take this home. They have the best average placing of any squad, the second best amount of kills. And for me, a lot of eyes are going to be on Enkyo, of course, but I think that they should be on Gromelok because he is a phenomenal player. IGL's the team. He's only 11 kills behind Enkyo throughout the whole World Series. And for me, he's an absolute Rolls Royce of a player, a massive gem. Of course, their placement consistency has struggled throughout the back half of this year, but again, I think that that's a case of like things will slow down on LAN, and that will only benefit them. For me, they've just got to go and do out the same things that they were doing earlier in the year. Let Enkyo play that slaying power out, let Gromelok lead the line, and let Heeds play your support player. I think they stick to their fundamentals well. They will challenge. They will be a huge part of the prize money conversation.
Well, the fact that it's Ekio's first LAN is going to speak volumes about what we're going to see from him this week. And some people can handle that pressure and be just fine, and maybe he's one of them. And I hope it definitely will be. Plus, Omit, let's just call it for what it is. One of the oldest organizations when it comes to Warzone competitive. They're legendary status as far as I'm concerned. So, D'Angelo, even with that, that's a lot of pressure to take, but you think they got it?
You know what? Listen, I hate hyping up EU teams because it makes me smile, but I love that they are here. Enkyo was one of those first European players that Omit did pick up, and we got to remember, Omit means to not be left out, right? To not be remiss, and I do not think that they will be remiss from this leaderboard. I think they've been playing really, really well. They're going to be on LAN, and just canonically, I watched Heeds literally go back-to-back 1v3ing two different teams, SSD and Unrational Squad, like not too long ago, and that was where I was like, okay, wait, this team's actually kind of gross. Okay, maybe we need to actually worry about them that are here.
Yeah, and one quick point too about Enkyo, like last year he could make it, I think he just turned 18. The potential that I see in him could be potentially like the next Biffle. Biffle steps down, Enkyo steps up. So just a quick point, he is a Friar. This is his first time on LAN, but I think he's gonna have that, hopefully, not get nervous, have that motivation on his side.
Well, let's talk about another region, that's EU. Now let's move forward for our global finalists, APAC and Latin America, a region that has so much pride. Again, you even heard the crowd how loud they got when they saw the Latin American flag come out. They are looking to go all the way. Let's take a look at the list of teams who will be competing, and so many great names. And for you, Enigma, let's talk about one of them.
Yeah, and that has to be CT Black there in the middle of your screens. Resolve, Panda, Volcom, they come out on top in the LATAM North qualifiers, and that is a very difficult region to get out of, ladies and gentlemen, with a very difficult format. You get one chance. You nearly see Deus Amir not make it. It is that difficult. So they come out on top there, blow that competition away. Very impressive, but I want to point straight to that man in the middle, and that is Panda, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
My first ever LAN that I cast was in Amsterdam. It was a smaller event. He flew from Mexico to Amsterdam. The plane ticket was more than the prize money. But he wanted to prove that he could deliver on LAN, and he wins the whole tournament. So passion there in spades for this squad.
Passion is what drives esports, right? So the fact that he had that passion, he was willing to go out there and invest more than he would earn, hey, speaks volumes about what kind of competitor that he is. From CT Black, let's go to CT Red, Amir, Z-Dark, and Castillo. When I think of Amir, I just think of, first off, a wonderful human being. He's an incredible human being. He's got a massive fan base. He represents Latin American well. Every time that we come to an event and Amir is there, he's always coming up, giving us a hug. He's always got a big smile, and he's just such a jovial person. But he's a fierce competitor. Make no mistake about it. That trio, I expect to go very, very far. So whether it's CT Red or CT Black, I think both of those teams are looking phenomenal, and I believe we've got an interview on stage very shortly with one of those very players. But for APAC and Latin America, let us know, chat, who are you supporting from that very region? If you support that region, hey, get loud, not only in the stadium, but also in the chat, because they're going to need your energy all 2 days long. Hey, but let's go ahead and kick it over to the stage. We got Miles joining us, right? He's got Amir. Let's hear what Amir has to say.
Thank you very, very much, Reflections. I am joined by Amir. The crowd has loved you, man. I mean, it's been so exciting to have you here. How are you doing, man? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm really excited. This is my second year here with the same team, actually. So let's get it going. I'm excited.
Now, you're one of the few teams that hasn't made a change. Yeah. Why is that? I mean, we hear about roster moves all the time.
I mean, at the end of the day, competition is not like my priority. I am more a content creator, so if I compete, it has to be with someone that I love, with a good friend, and they are my best friends. I love them.
I love that so much. That's absolutely beautiful. Give it up for bromance, folks. Give it up for bromance. Obviously, there's a very loud and very, happy, system of fans here for you. What does it mean to represent the region, the LATAM region?
You know, when I was very young, I grew up watching like my heroes, like scomping them, and for me to be like someone that represents my country and my region, and they see me like me being like their representative, I'm really fucking proud.
Yes! Congratulations, beautiful. If you've got anything you want to say to those fans at home.
Viva Mexico, cabrones. Yo. We need more spots to our region. We have a crazy fan base. We have crazy talent. Don't overlook us. We are good. All right, thank you. Vamos!
Back to you on the desk.
Vamos! I love it. That's Amir playing over there with CT Red, Z-Dark, and Castillo. Again, Amir, just a great guy. You hear the passion in his voice. Yes, he may be a content creator, but he's also a competitor. Do not underestimate what this trio can do for their region. And, well, their region means a lot to them, and they get loud. That's one thing I love about Latin America. They get loud. But now, we are in North America. Vegas, now it's time to get loud. Let's cover some North American teams. The best region as far as I'm concerned in the world. And we've got the guy to do it. Dandra on the end. Talk to me about the grueling race through the North American qualifiers.
Well, definitely no bias on this desk for why NA is the best, nor in the arena if I have to guess either. But North America, it was a grueler. After World Series of Warzone last year, it was roster mania. We heard rumblings of super team after super team getting formed and coming together. Some of them found a lot of success. Some of them missed the mark. I gotta unfortunately talk about it. Skullface, Almond, and Noobs. They were seen as the team to beat very early on in this season. Do not qualify through that LCQ. A heartbreak to happen. But for every giant that falls, that leaves room for somebody else to make their way on in. We had a couple underdog teams be able to prove that they have what it takes to make it to this stage. I'm looking at teams like Team Valor, Tapulator, Strixie, and Johnny Bro. Tap's been very vocal on the timeline that he has what it takes to come online and put it to some of these top dogs. He's going to be playing with aggression. I also got to talk about a team like FaZe Black, Blast, Gabe Kuhn, and Flank. Blast and Flank, they're no surprise to Warzone competition, but you bring in my pick for Rookie of the Year, Gabe Kuhn. He has been slamming. He's been able to 1v3 teams absolutely all day long.
So now, unfortunately, this year, Spixie was not able to make it, but now we have another female in the mix. It is T. You may recognize her dominating in the challenger scene. Fluffy Amers, she's here with Team Fuzzy and Jesus is King, also E700, but they make a swap, all right? So 10X actually was swapped out before LCQs, and this team collectively got better throughout time, but they pick up T, they qualify getting 4th, and T actually picked up the role to being more of the IGL player. So for the female power T, you gotta do it for the girlies.
And she was looking cool, calm, and collective when we saw her yesterday. She's ready to play. I cannot wait to see what she's able to do on that very stage. Also, shout out to Aiden, DJ Moss, and Z Smith. They were incredible throughout the qualifiers. Aiden is just not only a wonderful person, but also a great competitor. He's been competing now for the longest time. His roots are from Call of Duty. He's played other BRs, but he comes over to Warzone and, well, continues to dominate. I cannot wait to see what he can do up there. And then also, I'd be remiss if I did not bring up Huskers, Brolic, and Jackal. Huskers won the 2021 trios and duos, right, for the World Series of Warzone. Since then, it's been relatively quiet, but he's looking to be on that revenge tour. We had a chance to interview him throughout the qualification stages, and he said, this is my revenge tour, my redemption arc. I believe in him, and I know he believes in himself. Now, for the next 2 days, he's going to really have to believe and dig deep if he wants to become the champion. But if there's anybody that can do it, it's Huskers and his roster. But there's another trio that we need to talk about. Dream, who do we got?
Of course, it's the other end of the right COD, the Team COD community that had Unrational and Scummin on it, which we know of some of that last year, that team drama that happened. Scummin and Unrational were not able to make it to the global LAN, which is crazy, right? But this year they're here, and now they in fact do have Dongy in the mix.
That's
which,
right.
if you guys remember, Dongy played with Nofo and Vombot last year, I believe, placed 22nd. So they have a player that at least has LAN experience, and Dongy, of course, has been really tearing it up this year. He's really been improving as a player, been even in the top Slayers performances we saw even at EWC. So with this team for COD community, yeah, we're really excited to see them as a trio. You got to be happy that Scummin's here. And you saw the trash talk.
I did.
He's apparently one to kill on the map.
Well, hey, now it's time to talk about the big dogs in the room. Let's talk about Team Falcons. You might know them as SSD as well. It's their tournament to lose, Dandro.
I mean, listen, you said big dogs, and they got some big dogs on the team. That is for sure. You got Shifty, Biffle, and Hisoka. What makes this team so dominant is just some of these stats, right? They've won 30 out of their last 34 tournaments. That is an insane stat. What scares me more, though, hey, we have match point for the first time here on LAN. This team, once they hit that match point, they have a 50% win rate going on and to be able to close out the tournament. And a lot of that is just due to some of the roles of these players, right? You have that entry fragger in Shifty. He is not afraid to just go ahead, get into the mix, and find that two-piece that they need. But he's only able to do that because they have this support player in Biffle backing him up. He said it time and time again. He goes, I know whatever fight I get in, I got Biffle on my back. And it helps when you got the closer himself, Mr. Hisoka, on your back. He's calling the rotations. He's helping them get to those spots they need to get to. And a lot of the times, he's their top fragger on there. So you love seeing your IGL being able to pick up alongside even your Slayers.
I can't even think the last time they lost a tournament, to be honest with you. I mean, they've been absolutely dominated each and every tournament, including Esports World Cup.
No, absolutely. I mean, I am supposed to be sitting here talking about EMEA, but if there is a squad that I'm going to talk well about in North America, there is, of course, the Team Falcons. They're indomitable for a trio that is just absolutely blowing everything else away. However, what I will say, they are under immense pressure. The dynasty claim. The Falcons must fly. If they do not win this event, it was great what you did at the Esports World Cup. It's wonderful what you've done through the rest of the year. You fall here, your dynasty claim is over, quite frankly. And if it bleeds, ladies and gentlemen, it can be killed. We are starting to see chinks in the armor. There are close victories, slow starts as recently as Tuesday. We are starting to see that some of these teams believe, and even more so when, and I don't necessarily believe in this, but a couple of the squads out there, ladies and gentlemen, believe that they are backpack merchants. We've seen C4s change, we've seen Bunker Busters change. So all of a sudden, a couple of these squads think that the Falcons can be caught.
You mentioned the chinks in the armor, and if it bleeds, it can die. I look at Esports World Cup. Now, the group stage is totally different. They said they were going to win by over 100 points. They did exactly that. However, when we went into the final day, they had a little bit of a tussle with the muscle with Fnatic, and they nearly lost that. It came down to the final game. It was so very close. So that comes to show me, even though Fnatic's not here, I know, and I wish they were. Regardless, teams can challenge them, and if they do, they might be able to take down the big titans of Falcons. Now, will they be able to do so? Again, it's up to the competitors, but regardless, they did show some chinks in the armor. Now, Dream, there's a lot of teams to be watching out for. I've got to ask you, what's the Dream team to take it all?
Well, we've been sitting here highlighting teams, talking about a bunch of teams, and this is a segment, yes, where we do pick a team we think that's going to take it all. If you guys think that I'm not going to pick SSD, Team Falcons, you are crazy. We are going to do it. And that man, okay, we've mentioned it. You know what? Soka, gotta say it, Big Soak. All right, he's an IGL player that can do it all. But keep in mind, for the last 3 years, Soka has been on top, okay? 2022, guess what? He was in second. Now, being in that last year, not able to take the global, here today, you would love to see Team Falcons do it. And unfortunately, it is speculation that we're hearing Biffle could be retiring, but all three players in Shifty, Biffle, and Soka have been dominating Warzone for the last pretty much 3-4 years, and also to pop off power. Can someone challenge them today? Let's find out, but I want to hear it. I know you guys want to hear the energy from them. I believe we have an interview with Team Falcons. Let's go ahead and hear what they have to say.
What's going on, guys? My name is Hector, aka Repulse, and today I will be interviewing Team Falcons. Boys, how are we feeling, man?
Feeling good.
Feeling ready, man. I'm excited.
Feeling great.
Talk to me, how did this team come together? How did this team form?
Yeah, we were looking for an IGL, and I've played with this guy since Verdansk, so we just made the call, told him about the Falcons, and he joined pretty easily.
Okay. D, did you have any say in this, or was it all Shifty?
I mean, it is definitely a team decision, so we needed an IGL that could get us that end game and close, so we thought Soka was the best decision for that.
Makes me feel confident. My teammates believe in me. There's a lot of pressure though, but you know, pressure either makes people fold like paper, but from my point of view, it's pressure makes diamonds, baby. So let's shine.
Okay. Big man over here. Okay, I like that.
Feel me?
All right, so let's get into some hard questions now, right? Who do you guys think is the most overrated team here?
Overrated.
Maybe like
Huskers and them?
Huskers?
Yeah, I mean, they had a really bad EWC performance. I gave them their flowers there, and then they just got dead last, so it's hard to put any stock into that team right now. I don't know if there's really any like highly rated teams right now.
Or maybe, I guess, where the community thinks is a really good player team, but in reality, their team is horrible.
Oh my God, Breadman. I said player, specific of Breadman. Holy dude. That guy plays BR like it's like Blackout, like there's no buybacks. Come on, dude.
Yeah, I guess I'll agree with that.
Who, in your guys' opinion, is the worst team here?
I'm gonna have to say probably Reload and the boys. I don't know about those guys, man. They just
Onliners?
They're onliners. They're like bedroom cheaters. So.
D, who do you think is getting dead last?
I don't know, maybe like FIFA? Bro, I'm telling you, their team is in shambles, bro.
Shifty, which CDL player do you think you could replace instantly on a starting roster?
I'm off for go big or go home. Give me Pred.
Pred?
Give me champ. Give me champ.
Oh, this is going on Twitter. Okay. All right. So now I'm gonna switch the tables on you, right? Which CDL player do you think could come and join your roster and instant click with y'all?
Like replace one of us?
Yeah.
You can't. None of them.
None of them?
None of them.
Not a single CDL player could come and join you guys.
Give the best one. They're not touching us. Not even close. They could not replicate what these two can do, nor what I can do.
Well, that kind of concludes our interview today. Some great questions, some great answers. I'm not gonna lie. I was shocked by a couple of them, but I'm curious to see what the people at home and in the stadium think. But appreciate you guys joining us, man, and looking forward to seeing you guys compete this weekend.
Sir, ready.
Thank you. Ready.
Well, there you guys have it, the interview with the Team Falcons. And I gotta say, hanging out with those guys, you feel so much more confident. Like, they're insanely confident. But the question here today, can they secure that dynasty legacy? You think about that pressure, but they seem like they have none of it, you guys.
Well, you know, the thing is, there was a lot of shots fired, by the way, during that interview. Rest in peace, FIFA, apparently, and Breadman. Geez, they went absolutely in, and it wouldn't be a Repulse interview or show without them mentioning Warzone versus CDL pros. I'm not going to open that can of worms. Please don't. Okay, I will not, because it just doesn't end the chat. You guys can get started if you want. You do what you want to do at all times. But one debate that I will start, though, is EU versus NA versus our global finalist. All right, so let's get it started. It's actually a fun debate, and I hope it gets a little bit spicy because we're not on your home turf. Enigma, let's start with you.
I appreciate you, gentlemen, as always. One of the reasons, of course, why I've got to talk about why the EMEA region looked better this year and can do better than we did in London is we have so much more depth than we did. I think last time we were looking at 1 or 2 rosters to maybe make things happen. This time we're talking about OMIT EU, V8, Team Louis CM, Team Prodigy, so many different squads. That's before we start talking about the Middle Eastern representatives. I truly believe that we have several teams here that can put on in Vegas, make things happen. The second one is, I'm looking a little bit through the North American squads, and it's a bit embarrassing, ladies and gentlemen.
Embarrassing?
The North America on top conversation, outside of the Falcons, You're nowhere. You're a mid-table teams are going onto the timeline talking about how NA are on top. Show a little bit of pride.
That's
Play
crazy.
for more than just a participation trophy of talking about your region. Make things happen here on LAN. You're a player, not a fan. They're running your pockets at the end of the day. Turn up in Vegas.
That's a spicy take, Dandro.
I mean, it is, but to quote one of my favorite players, Braxton, EU sucks, okay? NA on top, baby. They've been top of the leaderboard for a while. Listen, last year I got booed by 3,000 Europeans,
Yes, you
okay?
did.
Now I am here. Las Vegas is my home. I love this, and now we are on top. I love that a lot of our players, they are coming. Did people actually boo me?
Yeah, they did. It was few, but there was some out there.
Well, it's part of the aura now. It's okay. It's A-okay. But either way, the point is that NA has just been so dominant. I truly believe that. And let's just remember that we recently had a tournament where a lot of NA players came over onto that EU ping and still choke slammed you, my guy. So I don't know what you're talking about.
The thing is that there's, I do believe that at the very top, NA are going to be, of course, very difficult to move when you talk about the Falcons. I do think that the average at the end of this tournament is going to be better in EMEA, but also, you talk about that whole ping thing. We did a tournament recently on European ping, and the European team came out on top. So we're on LAN now.
Wow.
That ping conversation's over, baby.
All right, Dream.
Yeah, and I have to say, I will take that side because you guys know I like to mediate a little bit. You know, I have to look at both sides, but I'm gonna take Enigmas on this one.
Really?
Because you have to look at that Team Falcons MENA team, right? Crims isn't here, but they were here last year. Okay, no experience, and now they've progressively gotten better. So for that region, for like some of the Middle Eastern regions that don't have the, you know, the ping, the practice, the experience, they're getting that, and for teams like that, they just keep getting better. So NA, yeah, okay, maybe dominant, but you've had all the cards in your favor. In our favor.
Well, that is true. I cannot believe, actually, it's a 2-1 on Dandro.
Can I get some help?
I'm gonna help you out. We got the best team in the world. Represented the Falcons, and it's, of course, a North American team. I don't want to hear any arguments. We've been through that already. Falcons is the best, without question, although much love to the EU fans out there. Latin America, though, again, I love them. I really do. And the fact that you do have the MENA Falcons, and I like that they are representing the Falcons this time around. So you've got Falcons with SSD. You got MENA Falcons as well coming in with Zix and Hamoud. Zix and Hamoud are very talented players, and I hyped them up during the Esports World Cup. I'm going to hype them up here during the Global Finals. They now have LAN experience, and they're looking to go all the way. They're passionate people. They're passionate players. I know it means a lot for them to be on this very stage. So last year, I do remember us kind of being very North American, EU heavy, but let's not forget our global finalists made some big impacts, made some big waves, and had some great finishes. So you cannot count them out. Now, chat, let us know, who do you support, right? Is it EU? Is it NA? Is it the global finalists? What kind of side are you on? Amir did give a great argument for Latin America. That got me pumped up too, and the heart was going, but it's going to be a good time, whatever region that you do support. And Dandro, there's been a lot of changes going into Warzone Competitive. And actually, Warzone Competitive might be new to maybe some of the viewers out there. Why don't you go ahead and give them your Dandro's Deep Dive?
Hey, well, thank you so much, Taylor. Of course, you might be tuning into competitive Warzone for the first time, so I thought it'd be great to just do a level set of what you're going to be seeing a lot of our competitors use here today. Maybe get an idea to drop your PR in those pubs. Let's kick it off with that AR. It is, of course, the Season 4 edition in the STG. This thing hits like a truck. It has fantastic controllable recoil, and it just allows players to really kind of lean into that 3-2-1 meta, right? You get a lot of team shots going, you're going to be deleting teams. I got a chance to interview Z Smith, and he said, I'm having a blast lately. I'm just shooting kids out of the sky. And a big reason of that is this STG that's here. Now, for every AR, you got to have something that backs it on up, and it's going to be an SMG. Let's take a quick look at some of the guns we've seen throughout the World Series of Warzone, because I think it starts to paint a picture here. We had some fun with the SVA. We had that Kar 98 come in for a little hot sec when it was in that one-shot meta, and then we had the Holger 26. Okay, that was a little bit better, but we had that Superi. The Superi reigned supreme through a lot of those finals that we saw between North America and EMEA. Over 15,000 eliminations that were there. And what that tells me, having a good SMG in your back pocket, that is so important when you are trying to run through these buildings, when you are trying to play in those end zones. And well, we have one. It is the Static HV that is here. This thing lets you be a little slippery toad on the map. It's hard to grab you, it's hard to find you, but the thing that I love about it is that you just have a default 50 rounds in the back pocket, okay? You don't have to invest this magazine attachment slot to be able to have that high magazine capacity. It's going to allow you to take multiple gunfights right after another, and that's really important when we get into these end game scenarios. So you're going to see a lot of players really using this to its full extent. We had also kind of talked a little bit earlier about some other changes that we had. If you tuned into any of the past, kind of parts of the World Series of Warzone, it's been C4 smoke zone, as the community has so much called it. But guess what? C4s are out. Thermites are in. People are using those to really block paths and have some great fun with it. We've had some touch-ups to the bunker busters as well. I do think we are going to see a little bit of a change in play style here, especially on land.
Change in play style leads into a change of the guard. Now, Goj has been talking about this throughout his commentary alongside that of Spider Tiff. For the longest time, we had the usual suspects being at the top. You think back to TBE, right? But over the time of the Warzone competitive landscape, especially when we introduced the global stage, last year being London, obviously here being Las Vegas, I feel like things have increased tenfold in the Warzone competitive space. And that means, what changing of the guard, right? That means the old guard is moving out, and now we're starting to get these new competitors moving in. And in fact, we have some competitors here who really we didn't know too much about coming into today, but we're going to know a lot about them moving in, forward throughout the next 2 days. Now, Dream, you were once a competitor. What is it like to get on that stage and, well, just be there for the first time? How hard is it to control yourself when you're going against veterans, you're going against the old guard, and you're trying to prove and set a name for yourself?
Well, I will say it's a lot different now from when I was competing back then.
Still hype you up.
Well, I will say, though, there's a lot of pressure that can go into it. But, however, it's a lot that you need to ignore. If you are a good competitor, good player, like as we're going to just use it as an example, SSD, a lot of that energy, a lot of that going into the day, you just need to be there. You need to be confident. You need to be focused on your game. No distractions. And it can be a lot. It can be. But if you're that type of person, it just really depends on you. Everything today falls on you and your team, and you just need to be locked.
Some of the teams that qualified, again, we didn't know too much about. They win, and they were pulling up big numbers. We're talking 40, 50-plus points, right? Enigma, when I saw them playing as well as they were, and even bringing them in for the interview, the confidence that they had, they were like, dude, this is our stage. We've been playing for the longest time. We've just been waiting for our opportunity. Right now that they're here, I think Baba Huff is one of them, and several others who are genuinely looking to make a name for themselves on the biggest stage. They've got to take that moment. They've got to own it. Do you think there's a big difference between the veterans and the newcomers on the stage?
I think 100%. I think that we're seeing this with FIFA Kill Lennon and Jukeyz. They finally found out that it's not about just turning up and shooting your gun anymore. This is kind of like when we were all kids and we were in school and your mom told you you were very clever, and then you finally get to university or maybe college or whatever, and suddenly you realize you're actually a bit average. You need to put in some work, and I think that's what this is now. As we've evolved, as the space has grown, and it's been wonderful to be a part of seeing that throughout this last year, but you've got a lot of these players now that suddenly think, well, hang on a second, I've got to start to assess my VOD. I've got to have a plan coming into this, and not just 1, 2, or 3 some of these teams are bringing. That's how this has got to work out. So I think as we start to rise on through the new guard, one of the things as well with the old guard, of course, the only previous dynasty, the only one we've ever had in this space, Tommy, Alm, and Noobs, technically none of them qualified for this. Tommy will be a coach for Team Community, Alm and Noobs are in as subs, but this truly is a shifting.
One thing that I loved that that Enigma said was that there's a lot more that goes into this. We have bigger players into the mix. We have big orgs picking up these teams where the teams are like, okay, I have to take this serious. I'm representing an org. And even for Falcons going into EWC, right, that was one of the things they said, like, okay, we're confident, but we're a little bit nervous. But now that they got that win, they got that land at EWC going into this, that confidence is carrying. So when you have that support that's just carrying you further into the ether, you really can go far, and that's just it. Support. We continue to need to have it because it'll only keep growing.
Confidence is key. You got confidence, it can take you really anywhere in life. For me, well, it kind of tapers off. But, sometimes I got that confidence. Enigma, I appreciate the gas whenever you do give it to me. Dantro, you always keep me level-headed, and I appreciate you for that. Job. That is quite literally your job. It was in your contract. Let's talk about how today is going to work out. Again, we've got 2 days of competition. Today is only day number 1. You'll get to see all 40 trios once again competing, 120 players. They're playing for points this time around to lead into tomorrow. Tomorrow is 150 points. However, first place today walks away with 40. That gets you that much closer. I believe we said 23-something%. I don't know what it was. I don't do math.
It was 26.4%, but I don't think we can understate how important getting those 40 points. As a quick reminder, 2nd through 5th will be getting 30 to start day number 2. It is really, really clutch that you actually perform well here today. I heard some competitors saying, day 1 doesn't really matter. Day 2 is when we got to show up. And I'm like, brother, you're letting SSD start with potentially plus 40 when we're trying to get to 150?
Yeah.
Insane that we kind of even chalked that.
Some people were, I think, reposted them during their polls check, during their podcast, which, by the way, love. Been listening to that every time I take a shower. I think to myself, they're like, dude, this could be ended in, it wasn't a weird statement, just roll by. I think to myself, like, they were like, dude, this could end in 3 games. 3 games, maybe 4. I'm thinking we go 8. I'm hoping we get 12, maybe even 20. Well, 20 would be a lot, but I hope we at least get 8, and there's a good reason for that. Me and Gozer, we're talking about that. But 3 games would be absolutely nothing. You're right. It could be a death sentence to give SSD, Team Falcons, right, that 40-point lead going into the next day. But enough about the trios. Let's talk about the solos, because Solo YOLO is back. $50,000 going to the winner, and each and every year Solo YOLO has been around. Well, it has not disappointed. Dream, there it is, Scump winning the first, and well, that's what kind of started the whole CDL Warzone debate. But regardless, talk to me about Solo YOLO and what it's like for the competitors.
Oh, that was gonna say, that was a blast from the past, because that was insane how much that had happened there. But Solo YOLO severely intense, and we saw back in the day, both regions were playing collectively online, so this is actually Chow taking it for the European region, and oh my gosh.
With the riot shield.
Yeah, right. We saw a lot of riot shields and people ducking in corners, but it's literally stay alive, last one standing wins, $50,000 here today.
I think as an EMEA fan, this is something I'm extremely excited for this year. Yeah, we can see about Chow there, but also FIFA Kill flew over to North America, won it over there, and there's been 2 Solo YOLOs in Urzikstan.
Sure.
Jukeyz won one very recently there, as well as Enkyo picking up one early on in the year. So personally, I'm really looking forward to this event.
I am as well. It's always so fun to see the teams break apart, and last year was just absolutely nutty, watching Skullface win in the way that he did. I believe in that gulag, that famous gulag against Shifty? Was
Sage.
Or Sage.
Yeah, Sage giving the gulag to Skullface, saying, no, listen, I just won the whole event. I'm giving it to my boy. Skull gets back on in and goes on an absolute run of just big brain thinking to clutch it on up. But we got to talk about, too, remember who came in 2nd and 3rd in that? Soka and Breadman, who are here today as well. So I'm looking towards some of this. This was insane. Part of Warzone history, dude, just being able to play up there, bait both of them on in. It was just insane. I love that we have all these players competing today. It is just one of my favorite things of the World Series of Warzone.
Without a doubt. Now, I love Redman, but it was sweet justice to see the Riot Shield lose that 1v1 at the end. First place, $50,000. I actually love that we just did zeros for everybody else, just in case you didn't realize only first place gets $50,000. So if you're 2nd, you're the first loser out there. I'd much rather just be the first one out at that point in time to be that close. No, $50,000, that's a lot of money. We're in the right place, actually, to earn that money, put it all on red. That's my strategy out there. Solo YOLO's back. Can't wait to see how that's going to go. Dandro, I actually hope that we bring in the wheel again, right, to kind of see, because that's how we predicted.
I'm like really hoping for that, because last year we spun it and I got DJ Moss and I was hyping up my boy. And I was like, yeah, and I want to get it again. DJ, his whole family's here. Huge shout out to Maddie and his family for coming in from Ohio. Love that they are here. DJ's one of my boy. And I think he can also pull out the Solo YOLO. That guy, he's a little bit of a nerd. He's real cool, calm, collected, but he's like, yeah, I know the spots. I know the tricks. Don't worry. I got it. And I think he's going to really perform well. The wheel was very fun. Production,
it was.
Please bring the wheel back.
I hope we do. Or at least polls check, they can maybe implement that in their own product. You know, when I think about families, though, you mentioned DJ Moss. We had a chance to actually talk to him yesterday when we were leaving the arena, and he's like, yeah, my whole family's coming. And I said, that's a beautiful thing. Yeah. That's a beautiful thing. Because, you know, we talk about esports, and it's passion-based, and it really is, but it can be tough to do, right? So that family support takes you quite a long way, and there's a lot of families here supporting, right? Maybe their son, maybe their daughter, right? So you never know who's going to be out there in the chat, T, right? Shout out to her. It's going to be a good time, it really is, and I know everybody's going to get loud. SSD, obviously, they have the biggest chip on their shoulder. They look like to be the most dominant team. FIFA, he was catching strays during the interviews. The question is, could he, along with obviously Jukeyz and Lennon, come out on top? That's a big question because there's some big names. Last year wasn't the best either. but there's a lot of questions. I'm wondering how it's all going to unfold. For Miles, though, he's out there on the stage. We've got Zeppa. Let's hear what Zeppa has to say.
Oh, good day, mates. How we doing? Very excited, though. Zeppa, mate, how you been? It's been, mate, last time I saw you, gosh, I can't remember now, but you've been out to the US so often recently. How you been?
Pretty good, yeah. We just finished a 3-week boot camp. So, yeah, we're feeling really prepared and keen.
Keen seems to be the keen thing here. Everyone's keen. You've got to be raring to go. We're almost ready to get into the first game, but how has that practice been? Obviously, coming from down under, it's not as easy to compete online, but are you feeling the benefits of that 3 months here?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the competition back home is not as strong as it is over here, so that's why we had to move here. But yeah, we've improved a lot as a team. We've got some pretty solid placements. And yeah, now we just need to translate it to LAN.
You guys have had solid performances throughout the year. Is there any teams here that you've kind of got any beef with, or anyone you're worried about, or you really want to put them down?
No, the team that we have beef with didn't even qualify, so yeah.
Fair, mate, that's fair. Anything you want to say to the fans back home watching from Australia?
Appreciate all the Aussies supporting us. It means the world. And yeah, we hear you all.
Loud and clear, mate. Thank you so much. Good luck. We'll see you in the game. Desk, it is back to you.
Thank you very much there. Miles Zeppa looking to go big. Australia, man. You know, it's interesting going all the way back to when I started in 2012 and thinking about Australia, Mind Freak, and those, you know, kind of competitors and the ping difference. And you got players like Chrissy, for example, who was competing last year during the qualifiers. She moved over from Australia, I believe, to Canada, if I'm not mistaken, to play. She actually almost made it to the global stage. Signal queen, as far as I'm concerned, back in the day, right? But love to see Zeppa out there representing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things with this Navi squad that was very impressive at the Esports World Cup was their positioning. They unfortunately fall a little bit short, but I think that with these Australians, we talk about the ping difference and such that they have to deal with online. On LAN, they have a really solid fundamental play about them. They put themselves in the right spot very often, sometimes struggle to see that out, but it does mean that they're getting themselves into that higher multiplier, and they're never shy of taking gunfights. They're picking up kills along the way. So I am actually very excited to see that squad do something. I know you're going to try and say that they're one of the NA teams, but I can share a little bit of love with them because they're part of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, and wasn't Zeppa 2 last year the only player, I believe, from that region to qualify for both champs on the multiplayer side and for World Series of Warzone?
That's
so
huge.
For these guys, I mean, yeah, you'd love to see that. But the resilience from that player, from Zeppa, that's amazing.
Resiliency is key, right? And we see these players consistently be resilient on stage, taking a tough loss, snapping back right to the next game. And game number one. Is game number one about to get started? Hey, let's get loud in the arena. Game number one is about to get started. 2024 World Series of Warzone Global Finals is about to be underway. I could not be more excited. All these teams are raring to go, and so am I. So without further ado, let's head over to our casters, Spider, Tiff, and Goj.
Wow, thank you so much, Des. Hey, good afternoon, Vegas. It's great to be here. I'm Goj, this is Tiff, and Tiff, I'm just excited to get into the game. We're here, finally. It's time, and the first game's about to drop.
Yeah, it really is, and I couldn't be more excited to see all of the players that are just here in LAN, in person, the rivalries that have developed, and who knows what we're going to see. Some are calling it potentially a last dance effort out of a dynasty, and well, you better cement it first.
Yeah, the Des talked about it ad nauseum, and I think it's worth mentioning again. The Falcons are the team to beat right now, but this is still day one, so this is really setting the tone for what we're going to be seeing for the rest of the competition. Folks, if you've ever watched a Call of Duty broadcast that I've been a part of, I always use this term, the litmus test.
Does.
Let me burn it now, the litmus test. This is the time to see what the lobby will play like. As we're getting into our first drop here, every team will play different on LAN. Every team will play a little bit more aggressive or a little bit slower. So this very first map, everybody gets to decide what type of player they are and what type of team they are.
Oh, and I can just feel all of the energy just kind of roaring up as we're getting to look at Urzikstan. Like you said, it is just day one. What is at stake here? Those advanced starting points moving into tomorrow for that Call of Duty Warzone match point. 150, but let's say you come out on top today. Those 40 points are beyond such a good game and can be such a boon to teams that may have struggled over the past couple of months to get to that threshold.
It's such a good shout. I mean, today is so incredibly important, and I think when we think about this game, we are dropping into it. Now's the time to set the tone. Everything you have on the line, folks. It is time for our very first drop of the day.
we go. We always want to see what's going to occur, especially with the battle of high-rise noobs. Steve-O, Patsuka, it's already getting mixy, but you got to check behind you because Unrational has came with hands.
Well, welcome to High Rise, folks. As expected, this is hot to start, and it looks like for the first time in a while, that Stuo, Patsuka, and Noobs team catching the wrong end of that fight. That is a brutal start for a squad that a lot of folks expected to do fantastic today. Team Vitality having to be off to the races, running through this side of apartments, and I think Dongi, Unrational are hunting their prey.
I was really curious if we were going to see maybe a waving of the white flag to try and determine, hey, we value our life because this is the points race. This is where we just need to acquire as many eliminations as you can. So they're kind of separating them back. Unrational going just towards the north, finishing up that kind of place. But there's so many teams that land over in this quadrant of Urzikstan that you have to be hyper aware of. They all know that that contest was initially happening. And if you separate out too far, Nida can easily run straight into Unrational, but Scummin, good things coming back over.
Yeah, folks, again, the litmus test. Apparently, Unrational and Scummin said, well, the best games we have is when we fly at teams. So already getting into the mix and winning that high-rise spot. We talked to Scummin before the broadcast, and he said, don't worry, we're going back to high-rise and we're going to win it. And apparently, that's the case. A massive victory there, but we move to another side of the map. This is C-Town. Now, this fire station area is an interesting one. There's a lot of teams that like to land on this side of the map as well, especially with a team like Team Fnatic that apparently, didn't make it through this qualifying series, but a lot of their players made it to this stage. A lot of these drop spots are up for grabs, and because of that, a lot of things have changed in the last couple days. But we are here with our APAC team, who is apparently doing pretty well so far, looking like they've got a decent amount of resources.
See, I was really curious because I was watching the Pulse Check IRL stream just yesterday, and Shifty was talking about how XTH was willing to land on them over at Pop-Off Power, and they're like, let it be. Let it be that free elimination that we need to kickstart our World Series of Warzone. We will force them to leave, and quite frankly, they're sitting right next to each other on the stage.
Yeah, and I think the low-risk play there of landing more towards the middle of the map is definitely the way to go rather than heading up to Popov. I can only imagine Popov is all quiet on the northern front of this map, and I think the Falcons are walking away with 40, 50K likely. But to the bridge we go over here on Seaside, and well, one of the only other teams that we expected to have a ton of chemistry because of their long storied history as a trio, looking to find a couple freebies in the ocean as folks are rotating out and getting fried because of it.
Well, Bagel over here just getting absolutely wild, but I like that we're not overextending, but keep your eyes on Tabulator. Dandro was talking about on the desk, has been kind of saying a lot on the timeline, right? I've got a lot to prove, and we are seeing a flank. Megalodon in the water. Don't let yourself get wrapped like that, Bagel. Don't.
Yeah, slowly but surely, we're just going to protect our flank right now, like you said. We've got a long way to go. Again, we had a quick view of the map, and it is headed towards, at least somewhat towards the eastern side. So we're going to continue to move on and take a look at the rest of this map as we're continuing to hunt our prey. But we're going to move around and see what's going on. A couple things I noticed. Those that are Cloud9 fans with Jowo Squad, it seemed like they headed more centrally located than usual. They are not on that side of the map. So instead, they're going to be landing over towards Old Town, Low Town area and moving down to the south. But we move over to Pentagon, who's apparently found some prey of his own. Especially with Fuzzing up on high ground, this is a nice pinch they're setting up.
Yeah, it really is, right? And this is one of those squads that has been landing down towards this area for the dawn of time, but Ericsson already down on the ground. Nano drops down, tries to recover, and maybe put some pressure on. I hear the buyback, and now Pentagon, Fuzz, and Melvin swarming in, looking for Nano, and that will likely be a cleanup for Wars. Louis CM, Bubble CT, a massive squad, and, well, I know the Dust didn't touch on this, and this one's for you, Wars. You're washed.
What?
Hey, we had a conversation about this. I'm only allowed to say it once.
Dang, said he's
once.
washed. Wars performs on land. I don't know about that. We'll see.
No, it's all part of the ritual. You just gotta let it happen.
The reverse categories. Here's a quick look at our map, by the way. As expected, to the eastern side, to maybe farms we go, to the south side of military. Oftentimes see these circles end up somewhere near Superstore. Welcome back to the map, by the way, Superstore. We'd love to have you around these parts since we're dance, but we take a look at it and look at a couple of these squads. Number one is the one I want to highlight in the red on the right-hand side. That is Omit EU. This is Ankyo, Grom, Heat. This is one of those teams that a lot of folks on Twitter were saying this is one of the best squads here. We expect them to be top 5, and as expected, they are playing for end of game already. They are prepared and waiting for their prey. That does likely mean they have a very low amount of kills, though.
That's very true, but when you start looking at circles initially like this, start thinking of military base, because a lot of those teams, they're going to rotate in from the north and look to clean that all out. Specifically, Dongi, right? Getting another squad wipe, sending more people straight to that gulag, but we have to think about that initial public event, the fire sale that occurs at the top of every Circle 3. A lot of teams will look to get a lot more hyper aggro in that moment, and especially a team that's already got a few eliminations and not afraid to fight. This one on your screen, Team Community.
Look, at the end of the day, any team that has a great start usually has a great finish in a game like this. And so because this team was able to win high res, they're able to rotate over here to Opera. They could keep looking for kills. They know what they can do from a kill and slaying potential. The question is, can they get their multipliers? This is a really good team. Up until the last couple weeks or so, everybody said that's team number 2. And now maybe falling into the top 5, top 10, but I still believe them to be one of the best teams here. But to Silo we go. And I'm going to be honest, it's good to see flanked on LAN again, this time with Gabe and Blast. And this Gabe, Kuhn, if you don't know Gabe, this is one of those players, some rumors out there of a Rookie of the Year. I know those questions are in the air. Gabe is very, very talented. The question is, how long will his leash be? And apparently not all that long. Grabs an ATV, is going to go catch up with his team.
Well, he's one of those players that has been talking a lot about how he wants to be the next up, the very best that has ever touched Warzone, and he's definitely on that right path. But when you think about Bazaar in general, this fight has been occurring every single time, but the fact that we're 7 minutes into this game and we are still getting mixy at Bazaar, I mean, it makes sense considering where the circle is pulling, but now it's just getting personal.
Look, I gotta say, if you're not tuned into the Twitter beef between these two teams that land Bazaar, you should tap in. It is egregious at this point. And frankly, the team on your screen right now has lost most of those encounters up until recently, and apparently recency bias pays off in kind because Bazaar is theirs right now. And look at this Omit in A squad, a ridiculously aggressive rotation. As a reminder, folks, this Omit in A squad with Brax, a top 10 team in my opinion, a very strong team, frankly probably a really good team on LAN. They start in the northwestern side of the map, and they've rotated all the way to Bazaar already here in our second circle.
Well, Volcom opens it up, knocks Juju, gets the full. Braxton comes in with the trade, but Panda on the inside gets absolutely laid out. In with a steel chair we go. But look at Resolve coming on back. This one's going to be bloody, and Panda's pretty much going to have to win that gulag because the reset is going to be on the hands of Resolve. But I'm surprised to see Omit NA kind of folding like that.
Yeah, they had a great setup, and I think they just got a hair too over-aggressive. Didn't have the third there to play trades. Resolve's able to get to the buy station, get his teammates right back into the mix. Brax and his team with Omit NA need to win their gulags and get back for free. And then again, this fight will continue. And well, look at the kill feed. Brax does not win, which means now they are player down. It is just Youngsters on main stage for the first time for World Series of Warzone, but a long-storied player. I'm excited to watch Youngsters all day today. But to the Falcons we go, because the question is, where are they? How much money do they have? And how many kills have they found in Pop-Off? And right now, they're continuing to ward off any aggressive moves.
Do you know how many times I've watched the Falcons loot Pop-Off power? They walk out with $50,000, a backpack full of streaks, and ready to just get mixy. But this squad, I love to take the redeploy and get out of there, but they're just a hair south of where the Falcons are inevitably going to push across. They were back there towards that bridge with a mobile buy station to be able to acquire, whether it's more bunker busters, UAV, whatever is going to get them towards that next zone. And you already think if you're getting pressured from different angles here, we just need to get inside, stabilize, and figure out our next move.
Well, they had a chance to talk to Navi not too long ago, and well, Navi is nowhere to be found. They are running away from this fight. I think a player down, and as per the usual, folks, in the private matches like this, you're not 1v3ing very often. And it's 2v3s, even those are very difficult to win. So if you're in a true 3v3, sure, we're going to see some fun fights. But if you lose one, it's the signal flare for the team in the opposition to come flying at you, whereas your team usually tries to run away. This time, the runners were able to get away as we get some loot. Now, okay, this is a great call from you earlier, Tiff. This is our third circle. We're going to have some fire cells active. We're going to have a ton of UAVs in the air. We're going to have a lot of info. This is a great time for a lot of folks to get into the mix and find some kills.
It's true. I mean, a lot of people are going to be running Ghost as their perks, and so you'll start seeing things like that. But Nano in the distance flank, maybe they want to get hyper aggro. It's that time to kind of let it all fly. But we got a chance to talk to Sage, Adrian, Swag just yesterday, and they were locked in, ready. And even honestly, though, did you see Swag's post? He's like, look, I know I'm going to go play for $1 million, but it feels like I already won.
All right, FaZe. I'm excited to see them because at the end of the day, FaZe didn't get a lot of talk at the beginning of the show, and I think they deserve a little bit more. I do believe we have an interview with maybe the first team out. Uh-oh.
Gooey, first team to be eliminated here in the first map. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Right on, brother, as you should. Anything that went wrong, what's going to go right next time?
Very bad contract spawns, and compared to where we usually land, it was a pretty far slide. So, yeah.
Well, mate, you'll get them next time. And just to remind you of that, we have a small medal for you that says, better luck next time. Hopefully this is a good luck charm for you in the next one, man. Good luck. Back to the casters.
Wow, that is brutal, Miles. All right, better luck next time. I will give them some credit, though. Team North, first team out. However, they were top 10 every game besides game 1 in the regional finals. So maybe they're just going to repeat history and get top 10. Here's a quick look at our next circle, folks. We're going to see this close in. Now, again, with this circle, all eyes on Team 1 in the red. That is Omit EU, Tiff, and they are just waiting for anybody to come their way.
They really are, but keep your eyes on that 5, the Falcons right there as well. They're kind of starting that. Now, their matter of plan is to make sure that they clear out one side of this circle. So I think Omit EU moving in this early on, I'm hoping that they did it with enough cash and resources to be able to maintain it. Because, yes, you can take a god tier position, but if you take it at the wrong time, it really doesn't pan out well for you.
Well, as per the usual, a couple different modalities here for some of our teams. Hunting the edge of zone, especially if maybe you're a western side team, it's probably going to be the name of the game, looking for a lot of kills. Almond on 3, by the way, and I know we talked a lot about this team, but the fact that we have all members of TBE here, all split up on different teams or coaching, they're still here. They always make their way to land, no matter what it takes. We move on to another fight as Gabe and Blast have gotten into the mix again with Navi, and this time I guess it looks like Navi might have a little bit of a boon on their side with a player advantage.
I don't know. Blast on 5, Gabe on 4. It's getting aggressive. Zeppa, they said they boot camped for 3 weeks, and I'm ready to see it pay off. But we do love a third party, because if it's not a third party, it's not Call of Duty at this rate. And flanked in Gabe. Gabe in the gulag and flanked just trying to get away.
Yeah, it's a great third party there from, I believe, Vision Squad that came in and said, yeah, we'll take a piece of this pie and then move on our merry way. Again, a long way to go. Reminder, we took a look at the circle. It is headed towards the east. It is likely headed towards farms. This is military base still, so this is where this team drops. They've been fighting here since the very beginning of the game. And as we're moving into 4th circle, they've got to get a move on. They've got to get some resources. Take a look at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen really quick. They have $1,300 to their name and probably not a lot of plates to go around. Hardly a gun to go around. This is going to be a brutal regain for this team. We are slowly but surely creeping into some multipliers as we are into the top 30 teams, which would be a 1.2.
Yeah, and that's going to be very vital here. You want to make your kills do all the work for you. A lot of teams will hit that average of 1.6, 1.8, but a top 5 will be incredibly vital. And if you look, we do already have some teams that are starting to make that work. We didn't really even get to talk too much about Team Echo because we haven't seen them just yet on the screen. And I would love to check in with them, right? Look, I've played tournaments with Echo. Dandro and I both have, and we've really found success. And honestly, if I say that he found success, he definitely carried me, and I can imagine he's going to do crazy stuff here.
Let's take a look at the Falcons. They found a nest up here at Academy. This is a fun spot for them. I watched them win a tournament here once they already got to match point. So let's see what Ahsoka can do. Not a crazy amount of eliminations yet. You got to remember, though, of this team, all 3 can be Slayers, just given whatever game they end up playing. I think it was Biffle who was easily the lowest amount of kills during regional finals, but in recent tourneys, Biffle's been turning on the heat. So we'll see what they do. It looks like they've got about 9 or so across the board with a multiplier coming through. So about to find some double digits here shortly, but smartly not giving away a very strong position, holding several teams rotating in.
Well, hear me out. Shifty in a bush, just peeking. I want to listen in with them. Let's hear what the Falcons have to say.
You break it? No, I popped the tire, though.
Pop another one. I mean, that should be low shit.
Gotta take the balloon. He just bought back. Kid on the street, too. Kid on the street. Kid on the street.
Oh, left.
Fighting. It's like 6 kids, bro. I'm looking right window.
You see that zip? Shifty?
Kid right here. Kid right here.
In these bushes.
1 second, sir. 1 second, sir.
On his ball?
Right here.
Got that low left. Yo, low left. Swing. Watching. Gotta run at us. Absolutely, he's behind something. They already swung the low.
Look your right. I haven't looked right yet, D.
Over here. We're smoking up on the right over here. Yeah, they're in the little divot. They're in the close divot. Sorry, one way to the backside. What about our left? What's our left looking like?
We should swing the hill, no?
Left, yeah.
We can even take the balloon. Nah, let's run.
Got clears out there. Sorry for that team that was on our left.
Be up here. There's a kid up here. You can take the car. You got to reprint.
Well, a peek behind the curtain of one of the greatest teams to grace Warzone. We'll see if they can beat the greatest after this one. They need to get a first-round win to set the tone for this tournament. Some great IGL calls. They pick up double digits, and they move on their merry way. And again, somehow, I'm going to quote Dandro here, for free? There's nobody looking at this side of the map because, well, there's the out-of-bounds line. They are headed to the very edge of this map and find the wildcard team in transition. A couple knocks from distance going to open up this playing field for them even more to run down. This looks like we're storming some sort of like Greek mythology moment here. This is wild. They're about to run down a hill with nobody in sight.
No, they're just frolicking around Urzikstan. It is literally their playground and it's their world. We're just living in it. But that's just what they do. They clear out an entire side. But tell me we haven't seen this before, as we do see Team Aiden full squad wipe down to 17 kills. And honestly, that one on the overall standings, their first place, is running into some issues as also.
Okay, and again, as expected, we have headed to the far eastern side of this map as far as we can go and then some, right? And so if you know the Falcons, you know they want to find the win condition, and that means the win condition is the out of bounds line. They are playing for this around Team Rocket, Team Clapper. They are right around the corner. They need this full wipe ASAP so they don't have anyone breathing down their necks, and they can set up for what's coming. There's a lot of teams headed their way soon in the next couple circles.
My man is like absolutely dancing around right now, and if you're going to be finessing this side of things, how?
Oh, no.
Like, I mean, we are just trying to solidify and find all of the people, whether it's the thermites. This is where if you get like a one-sided smoke on these hills, you are just losing soul.
Yeah, Rocket finally gets cut down, but it actually goes inside of JTech and B-Mark. And now the Falcons lie in wait, and they know, hey, we're not technically in new, but we're close enough to make a play. So we head over to another wildcard team who's having maybe a bit better of a game. Now, this is such a fun conversation because last year, I'm going to put it frankly, our wildcard teams, they didn't perform on land. This squad, though, is one of those teams that a lot of people expected to do well in regional finals. They get bumped to LCQ, they struggle, they win the wildcard game, they go, well, we got to get in the lab, gentlemen. And finally, the last week or so, everything has started to click. They get a top 5 position in a recent tune-up tourney, and they're looking really strong right now. Take a look at the top middle of our screen. We blink, and we only have 10 squads left, folks. We are into a big multiplier here. 1.6 is kind of the minimum that you want. You got a decent amount of kills. This is a great game for this Nick Cool Colony 2K squad.
It really is, but unfortunately, you've got to get through this rotation, and when you're looking down the barrels at so many squads, even that Omid EU, yes, I was talking about that position they were in, but when they lose on that and they have to hit a rotation, investing a mortar to try and cause a bit of chaos to allow them to get on in. But keep an eye, Colony 2K, it's firing season. He isn't going to be able to get in on this.
Omid EU lying in wait, and maybe waiting too long. Wait, with some help. Finds a way in, barely, and a teammate's still alive. Omid EU is still in this thing, and they are about to secure a 1.8 multiplier. This is a key moment for all of our teams right now. 6 squads remaining. Everybody wants the 1.8. This is massive. He's get cut down. We've got Enkyo down below. We've made it to top 5. 1.8 multiplier is in play.
Omid NA down. Enkyo on the ground. Finished there by Soka. The Falcons, they wanted to come in and cement that dynasty by opening things up with a solid performance here in match number 1, and they own all of the space on the map. FIFA kill over there in the distance, but this big fight here between JTech, B-Mark, Slide, this will determine it all. The final 3, but JTech, he drops Soka. Shifty, you better answer back for that one.
You know what Slide, B-Mark, and JTech's name is? Revenge Tour, and they're on it. Shifty is in his bag, and he's finding some success in it. FIFA comes in, plays the third party perfectly to pick up a couple kills in rotation. FIFA's still a solo, so we've got a 1v1, v2. The Revenge Tour has the chance to win it all here. The question is, will the third party be the difference maker? We just have to wait and see.
And you remember that interview with the Falcons? I think FIFA would be like, and I took that personally, but B-Mark still gonna catch it from the back, and we have a 2v1. We just gotta locate Shifty.
Slide goes too aggro, but comes in, B-Mark! Revenge Tour is here. The Falcons fall in second with a massive game, but Revenge Tour says we're here to enact revenge. There is nobody cheering our name, and we are here to prove ourselves on land by winning the first map of the day.
Sometimes when you know that you have nothing to lose and everything to gain, because leading up to the World Series of Warzone, everyone talks about the Falcons, even the desk was saying it. But you know what? Sometimes even gods can bleed. Like they said, chinks in the armor. But a 1.8 is still a crazy start considering how many eliminations they probably walked away with, but a 2x even better.
You got to remember about this team too, they land like the very top left portion of the map. They had a crazy rotation, and because of it, they set themselves up with success by rotating early. That's what gave them this win. They got there when they needed it most, and then they won the 2v1. There is one thing to say about teams like this, Tiff. It's that when they know they have advantages and they actually push it, they play with confidence. Taking down arguably the best player in the game right now, 2v1, is still difficult, but having the confidence to know we will win that gunfight every single day of the week. Very well done for Revenge Tour.
Oh, look, I would be like losing my absolute mind on stage knowing that you just did that in game number 1, that litmus test that you were talking about, which means as we kind of look through this last stand, I think it paints that great picture. And shout out to Heeds there for taking my caster curse and just saying, eat it, bro. Like, I'm still getting out of here. Sure, we got a better multiplier and some more eliminations to go along with it, but it was that early rotation here out of Nickel and Colony 2K under the guise of the smokes to really allow them to try and find any of those eliminations while teams were later on that rotate.
Yeah, again, this wildcard team did a fantastic job to get here with a ton of eliminations as well. I'm really curious to know how many kills our Omit EU squad did find, because they did make it to 1.8 times multi, and a lot of folks think they are the #2 to top 5 team here. But a final look at this fight, Hisoka, they had win condition, they had a great position. The problem is they lose one in this transition. Watch this move. When you lose Hisoka here, all of a sudden you're in trouble, and it's because Revenge Tour brought the LTV up. That allows B-Mark to take an off angle. It allows Slide to hide behind the vehicle and use it for cover. And then FIFA comes in and plays spoiler. It's the perfect third party from a storied Warzone professional of FIFA kill.
Yeah, and if I'm Revenge Tour, I know where that solo is. We've already accounted for them. And what I want to happen is to allow them to put extra firepower on, but to grab the LTV, to take that challenge, and then know that B-Mark has your back. It's like that diversion, and it was so executed well that, I mean, look, 2x multi, however many eliminations they've got, but I heard we've got some people to talk to, and I want to hear from the Revenge Tour themselves. Miles, what you got for B-Mark?
The moment we saw the highlights, man, congratulations on that first map win. How are you feeling after that?
Feeling great. I feel like that's the perfect start we could have. That's the best start we could have asked for. Like, honestly, the adrenaline's going. My heart's racing a million miles a minute right now. You know, our IGL Slide over there put us in the best spot to win the game early. We know this World Series is going to play way different than any other tournament, any other scrim. We're kind of chalking early kills a little bit and playing for endgame, and we know there's going to be a lot of freebies in the endgame.
You got the freebies, man. We saw the last play there with the LTV, dude, crushing it. Obviously, you said things are going to plan so far. I mean, where do you go from here? Do you still keep the aggression up? You still trying to maintain points, or do you want to sort of cruise a little bit?
You know, I talked to my teammates before, and we talked about consistency. Consistency is going to be key all weekend, today, tomorrow. We just want to make it to endgame every game and try to keep that average placement up.
Beautiful. You got a lot of fans here in the crowd. There was a lot of noise when that win went through. What do you want to say to these guys?
I just want to say thank you to all my supporters, all our supporters, all the players here. This turnout is amazing. It's a surreal experience. I can't believe it.
They do. Thank you so much, Beams. Good luck. We'll see you in game 2. Desk, take it away.
All right, game number 1 has concluded, and what a game it was. Not only because it gave us a little bit of EMEA, actually quite a bit of that, we have to say. Falcons were also showing themselves. FIFA, we had a lot of conversation about them. They finished up in top 3, and, well, this team of Revenge Tour, take it all. Let's start there, right, Danjo? Revenge Tour, we're talking B-Mark, JTech, Slide. How impactful is it for this trio specifically to win game number 1 in World Series of Warzone?
This is just the ultimate confidence booster is what this really is, right? These are just 3 players who are coming together to really kind of showcase and shine. And I love, they kind of haven't really ever been respected, if I'm being honest with you. I just feel like they have to be able to keep up this consistency.
Sure.
But being able to win game number 1 in the global final, insane.
Well, let's actually go right back to you, Danjo, because early aggression is what we saw. We discussed maybe we see some slower moments. This game, nothing like that.
Yeah, Hardy's zone really just kind of comes together and forces a lot of these teams to eventually fight. We saw Falcons take that sort of power position over there at Academy, and just you watch them just basically have all of these kills funnel on into them. So many teams were able to do that. I was watching that kill feed, man, and it was just non-stop. I got a little intel saying scrims, players kind of figured out they can start kind of moving around the map maybe a little bit faster than they were used to.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm looking in particular at the EMEA squads. They've done really well here, and the depth that comes on through. This is what I was talking about at the top of the show. Omit EU, I think we're going to see a lack of kills come on through, but I'm really a big fan of their early rotation. I'm a big fan of where they were putting themselves. They were unlucky with the zone pull, so I think that's a big part of why we might not see them that high up the leaderboard, but they're doing the right things so far. But of course, would be amiss to not talk about Team FIFA kill, right?
Yes.
Team Jukeyz and Lennon, we see them there at the end, and they go big throughout that one. I said that they were coming into this with a plan, finally, and it looks like they have fixed the mistakes, that they had beforehand. And finally, Team Echo, they put a lot of kills early, and then their positioning onward from there was beautiful.
Revenge Door, Slide, B-Mark, J-Tech, they take game number 1. I love the name. I like the interview from B-Mark. He's feeling confident, he's feeling good. A team that we didn't cover in Top of Show. There were so many greats to talk about. Well, we now need to start discussing them a bit more. Who knows where they're going to be on the leaderboard, but game number 1, it's got to make them feel good and feel confident. They weren't the only team, though, to do well, at least from the EMEA side. Who else should we be discussing?
Well, there were a lot of teams that we saw did pick up a lot of eliminations, and we were kind of talking about that, which teams fell off a little bit, but maybe, not get that placing. But I was looking at Team Echo, Prodigy, Oki, and of course, Echo, of course. But no, the one thing that amazes me about this squad, of course, we saw that Oki on land before previously had went through some surgeries, right? Prodigy right now, he actually has an injury now. So he has a thumb injury. So this team, I don't know what it is with Prodigy and Oki. They're always going against some type of adversity. So it's like, oh my goodness, the fact that Prodigy was picking up eliminations with an injury on his thumb, his thumb is huge.
It looks, I was like, dude, did somebody hit it with a hammer? What happened? He's like, I actually don't know. The man woke up and his thumb is just as big as can be. But hey, apparently it didn't affect him whatsoever. They played incredibly well. Echo was a team that we were constantly highlighting, and for good reason. We talked a lot about that aggression. We talked a lot about zones. It's actually going to heat map up and see where a lot of those fights ended up taking place. Dandro, I'll have you handle this.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise here. We're looking at that Old Town, Low Town area there in the middle. A lot of players liking to kind of want to be able to sit in there. And when we kind of saw that zone pull to the East Coast, right, it's no surprise to see that this area kind of saw a lot of teams get caught, and especially down there in City. This is something that we see kind of time over time as players have to move through. You kind of have to pick, what island am I about to try and play for depending on where the zone is going, because you have to make these huge rotations across big open space, across open water, and you might get caught on that rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that Dandro brings up the water there, because you're going to see that essentially that northwestern island is pretty much dead, because people did not want to get caught on the wrong side of that river, knowing that the zone was definitely not going to be up there. So they're rotating early. That's why you're seeing a lot of those kills in the middle of the map, because as Dandro points out, they're getting caught. But then also you're seeing a couple of teams try and hedge their bets about which island it would end up being on this eastern side, and you end up by the Abtal Academy, where of course it's going to be quiet until we get to our end stage, and then the Falcons and everyone else just lit it up.
Yeah, and that's really key, right, positioning. And as an even IGL player, we're really leaning on those players. Like, what should we do? What should we make the decisions? And we just heard B-Mark say it, right? We had a great player that told us where we needed to go, but looking at that, getting set up early, I think it was 28, what was it, Zeppa? I think there was another team that actually got out of dodge, was able to get out of that action. So if you're a team that noticed, okay, there's a team set up early, how do we rotate, how do we finesse? It's just those in-game moments that really matter, that's going to make a team shine here today.
Well, let's talk about a team that did shine outside of Revenge Door, who took game number 1, our second place team, which was Team Falcons, okay? We get that nice open zone, but let's take a step back in time. Before that moment, Dandro, Falcons are set up quite nicely. I ask you the question as we're watching the game, are they set up and trying to implement the gatekeeping strategy? Were they blessed by zones, or did they appropriately set up to obviously have that great in-game Talk to me about their mid-game, their start, and how they finished.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a basically bread and butter Hisoka big brain call on that zone is what that is, right? When you start seeing it pull to that eastern side of the map, you know that Academy is going to be this great place to go ahead and set up, because when they're sitting there, they understand a lot of these other teams are going to have to push upwards towards them. We saw they're kind of just set up on some rooftops, on some low ground. They're able to use some loadouts that are there as kind of a heady, and you just catch all these teams who are trying to just grab space. And when you have that squad just denying so much area and rotations, you basically force all of those other teams to go underneath, and we just watched squads fall one by one as that happened. It was a great position. Before we went over to them, they were nowhere on that leaderboard.
That's right.
After that sort of zone where they're able to catch all those people, they're sitting up there second right below Echo.
Well, game number 1 is done. 5 more games to go. Let's take a look at our standings after game number 1 has concluded. Who is on top of the leaderboard? It's actually Team Falcons. The eliminations was enough. Second place got them up to the top. 17 elims, 30.6 total points. And then we got Team Echo. We talked about how good they are playing through injury, but more importantly, playing out of their minds. They currently sit in second. And in fact, the most eliminations out of the entire lobby. Nice to see FIFA kill. Jukeyz, Lennon, they're in 3rd place. And well, Enigma, you covered Omit EU. There they are in 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. Big fan of Omit EU and what they were trying to do in terms of the fundamental positioning, the early rotations, basically change their drop spot, apologies. But I think one of the things as well when it comes to Omit EU is that they are, you know, I could accuse them maybe of not pushing up that church strong point that you had for Falcons. But what I will say is with the Falcons play in particular that you brought up there, Dandro, one of the things that Soka loves to do is trying to take that early strong spot and then use the out of bounds as an area to really seal them off. And I think that was the difference maker between the two teams there. I think if Omit EU go for that church spot early, they can make that same play instead. So fine margins, but seeing a lot of VMEA presence nice and early.
I mean, dude, I love that, but I also got to shout out Heeds for that 1v2 on.
Oh, nasty.
My God. That was the 180 just choke slam on people. I was like, oh, wow, like great positioning here. I'm like, oh, okay, we're shooting nukes today. I love it.
All right, well, FIFA Kill and his crew, they did an incredible job. Currently sit in 3rd place. We actually had a chance to hear from FIFA Kill. Let's hear what he had to say.
Series of Warzone here in Las Vegas. I'm here with Team FIFA Kill, and that is going to be, of course, FIFA Kill, Lennon, and Jukeyz. It's fair to say, lads, it's been a bit of a rocky road. Can you talk about why it's been a tough year?
I mean, we had a good start in the group stages with, I think, 4th place overall in Europe. And then an update came out, our buy station left, and we didn't know where to land anymore. So the rest of the story has just basically been trying to find a home for us.
I know that you are talking... Where's Liam gone?
Wait, what? He was literally just there. Not again.
Have we got an interview? Oh, come on.
Hey, we'll come back for that on Sunday.
What are the real expectations for your team this week?
We're one of those teams that it can all come together on the day, so I think we have a very high ceiling. I think on our day we could definitely get a top 3 for sure. I mean, it's LAN. LAN and online is so different. We haven't really been able to play on equal ping. On the EU ones, we played a lot better, and we've all got experience on LAN, so I think that's going to play in our favor.
You two in particular, what does this guy bring to your team?
I think the most important thing he brings to the team is kills. He's usually our top fragger.
He's very good at breaking down a team, deciding strategically how we're going to do that, where we're going to get the opening knock, coordinating where we should be to break down a team.
Liam, you're not going to get away with just having your ego lifted here. I'm going to ask as well, what do your teammates bring to this trio?
Len brings an extra set of eyes, but I don't mean that. I mean, like, his vision is great in the team. I get my trade as well. Sometimes if I get full killed, he'll get the 2-piece, even if I don't get a knock. Len's very good at that, and FIFA's good at leading us around the map, you know. I'll pick the fights and maybe coordinate the fights, but like, wherever we fight, like what area we are, that's all on FIFA, and that obviously comes with a big part of his brain. I think he's one of the smartest players to ever grace the game, so I've got one of the best gunnies, one of the best brains with me, so that's what they bring.
So we've got one of the best slayers, one of the best supports, one of the best leaders, 3 great gentlemen of the space. I'm looking forward to watching you do something great this weekend, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that was Team FIFA Kill here at the World Series of Warzone Global Finals in Las Vegas.
All right, well done, Enigma, keeping Jukeyz in place. Reminiscent of their qualifiers, Jukeyz, I felt, was always away from the team trying to get eliminations. This time they come together. They're in third place. They're looking good. But the question is, who is going to win game number 2? Well, let's find out. Let's get game number 2 started. Spider Tip goes. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Desk. I gotta say, that might be one of my favorite interview pieces I've ever seen. It happened on the map, but FIFA Kill was able to make it to top 3. A great start for a team that, frankly, I think a lot didn't expect a lot from. So it's good to see them near the top. The big note from that last map, though, Tiff, it's math, right? You get 7 kills, you multiply it by 2, it's 14. You're not in the top 5. The Falcons are on top because of their kills.
Exactly, and at least double digits are a solid start because we did touch on that. The Des talked about it earlier, those advanced starting points going into tomorrow when we have that race for 150, but we're just getting things kicked off. And honestly, to see FIFA Kill in that 3rd place, right? Because we're talking 2nd through 5th, you're gonna get 30 points for tomorrow, and imagine what that's going to do for them if they can keep that momentum moving forward and keep a hold of Jukeyz. Now, that's something that happens in game and IRL too, apparently. They were walking around the casino floor the past couple days, and he like literally was feeding his arm through Lennon's like hoodie. He was like, please, you just have to keep a hold of me. Someone get that man a leash. Like, I'm talking a child backpack or something, and just hold him down.
Well, it was FIFA by himself at the end, right? And to the top 3, but the third party was the reason that they were able to get some extra points and be out on top. But again, we talk about the math, we talk about the multipliers. This is the key part of this competition. You've got to make it to in-game, but you got to make it to in-game with kills. So Revenge Tour definitely enacting revenge and up to their namesake, but yet again, not a lot of kills to go around. So again, 14 points. That's kind of our metric right now. And again, when you're trying to get the amount of points that you want for tomorrow, we're looking truthfully for top 5. That's where you're going to get a majority of your points. Win 40, top 5, 30. That's a great start to tomorrow.
Well, hear me out. The Revenge Tour, they kicked things off. They've shown us they can win, but now we need to see the eliminations to go through it. So let's get ourselves in that lane. We're looking down the barrel. We're getting into Urzikstan. Let it rip. We've got game number 2. Let's get into it.
Well, the Falcons are at the top. The question is, will they stay at the top? You know how many days Urzikstan's been around? 283. You know how long the Falcons have been at the top of Urzikstan? The whole time. Shifty has earned $500 every single day since the map dropped. It's unreal. This team is uncanny. They've earned $300,000 on this map alone. Are you kidding me? Somebody take them down. We'll see what happens. Take a look at the map. Take a look at Popov. Looks like we got a couple squads headed that way, including FIFA Kill.
Hey, look, I love when you want to get aggressive, but it's back to that contest that occurred at the start of map number 1. Turn your attention over here towards High Rise. Now, this resulted in a few trades back and forth, but they didn't have an actual loss, right? Scummin kind of maintains that position, but they're ready to run it back. They're like, all right, cool. If you want to give us some elims, we will take them. And honestly, I'm just waiting for the angle. But he's got a PA in the back pocket too, and I kind of like that already.
Look, this is one of the most hotly contested, but also highly anticipated drop spots of this entire tournament. There's been a lot of smack talk between the two, and with Noobs into the mix, getting cut down immediately by Scummin. This is looking a lot of the same of last map. Let's see if Scummin can continue up the reign of terror, and yes, immediately, 1-2, buckle my shoe, where's the 3rd? See you later. Head to the Gulag Vitality. Wow, what a start again for this squad on High Rise.
That's a commanding victory in a contest if I've ever seen it. They didn't even get the fool on Dongy, because you can see Unrational getting him back up on his feet, and that's 3 eliminations that they'll kick things off with. But back to Bazaar we go. It looks to see that Resolve may be the only one standing.
Yeah, history repeats itself in High Rise, but this time in Bazaar, it's a little bit different. Panda in trouble, Resolve in trouble, and gonna lose this one. Might get 1, no, doesn't get the cleanup, should get picked up. Panda is getting out of here. That is a loss for the side of Panda, so we'll count it 1-1 overall on that fight in Bazaar.
Can we talk about the preemptive of the shooting out of the zip so they can't go over there and just get on it? Regardless, they have maintained Bazaar for themselves, and considering where the circle may go, this is a nice space to claim for yourself, especially that buy station, all the loot to go alongside it. You can see Resolve there taking that Gulag victory against Patsuka.
Yeah, all right, we're getting back into the mix, but you're not going to go back to Bazaar, that's for sure. See them flying around trying to figure out where to go. While we watch this Vortex team, Reply Totem again is who they're representing. This is a really strong team, a team that absolutely obliterated the competition when somehow they were forced into position in the finals where they didn't really do what they wanted to do and then made it into LCQs and ripped everybody apart. So be curious to see if they can continue some momentum after a win in Bazaar. But to Destroy we go, and got a lot of fans of Destroy and a lot of fans of Aiden. The question is, which fans will be cheering here in a moment if Destroy decides to take this fight here in Opal?
I mean, look, if we want to talk stories, we want to talk longevity, it's that Aiden roster. Think back to 2021 Verdansk NA Trios. Team Aiden takes the win and does substantially well, but we want a return to form for them. And talk about that consistency that they've been bringing to the table throughout scrims and a lot of the tournaments leading up to World Series of Warzone. They have been just improving, and it's been so nice to see that. I think a land buff can really do them well.
Yeah, I do agree. I think that Aiden squad is one of the most highly anticipated teams of this tourney to potentially play for second. And well, as we're talking about them, they're wiping an entire squad and moving on their merry way. So we're going to continue to show some of these hot spots. And back to military we go again. Showstopper, a great third party before. This time a true 3v3, and definitely going to the side of this squad. Showstopper on your screen, a fantastic player, has been putting on a show for us all the way through regional finals where they dominated their competition and looking to dominate this Blast team. See it to the Gulag. We'll go and we'll see what they're able to do on the regain. This time military base goes to the side of V8.
Oh, hear me out about this roster. Enigma was talking about them, especially the momentum they've carried off of EWC, bringing it in. This is a squad that has the potential to pop off on land, especially day number one, acquiring that. And if you're going to absolutely steamroll through that squad, I mean, Gabe looked lost there, right? And just circling things up as we get here, seeing where those teams are coming in from. Look to that northeastern side of things. There's still going to be a lot of those rosters that run straight into each other, but then look towards the northwest, Goj.
Yeah, we got a free Popov. It looks like maybe FIFA kill or probably Jukeyz,
That's
frankly.
Jukeyz. 100%
that's gotta be
Jukeyz on the bridge
by
by
himself right now, trying to catch up with his teams. But yeah, the Falcons obviously have a free Popov. They're going to be rotating in, but the circle here is obviously denoting that we're going to be heading towards somewhat centrally located. I'm thinking likely Lowtown area. There is a circle that likes to end on that Lowtown area between that and Farms potentially. But here's Cloud9, one of the first looks at Cloud9 we've seen, and apparently on their back foot as Jukeyz has regained and rejoined his teammates.
Yeah, look, they are just making their way on over through this area. And look, if we're going to focus on making sure that we get rid of that trophy system to bring in a lot of the utility that we've got, I'm a little worried about Foreign Jace here on that high ground, which is nice. But if you peek for just a bit too long with the prowess of these weapons that we have, you can easily get 3, 2, 1. You're already aware of where that lookout is. And Joel and Breadman are kind of able to fly free and look for those eliminations in close range engagements.
Yeah, and Cloud9, again, they've kind of changed up their drop spots based on scrims and tournaments they've been in. They used to land all the way over Seaport, and there's a chance they rotated over from that, but they had been landing kind of outposts and then rotating down to Central Zone, and that's where they're at right now, obviously. This Old Town, Low Town area is where everybody's going to try to be, so getting here early is nice. Getting some extra intel is fantastic. And got a bunker buster in pocket just in case somebody decides to push them.
When you think of macro strats, a lot of teams look for bunkers, they look for foresight, they look for all of the information that we can get. But the fact that we're ripping an intel contract right away from where Foreign Jace was on that route, right? But they invest that bunker buster. They kind of cause a little bit of chaos over there so they can full send this. And that is just an exceptional way to approach it. Now that you have that next circle information, you can come up with that plan. And this is the most, okay, look, FIFA, can we get out of there? I'm so glad you're a better driver than me because this is a little ridiculous, but let's get on the move here because this is the most cohesive time I have ever seen Team FIFA kill. Like they said, shambles this roster was in, but now different story.
Yeah, it's really easy to keep a player on a leash if you just stick them in the car and say, you gotta stay with us. But to a team that has had some
safety protection in the back.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay, yeah, lock the doors for him. He can't get out. To a team that's had actually a lot of roster changes here. Dizzy coming in as a sub for this event as their third wasn't able to make it in. Looking to find Clavson on the other side. Apparently not the first team out, but looking to maybe be the third if they get cut down here. Clavson, Gooey, FLS in trouble as Dizzy, their sub, comes in and finds his third elimination already here in the second zone. But here comes two. What? Dizzy almost wins it both, and unfortunately doesn't look like Vita's there to clean up, which means we don't get a clean trade, which means it's a 2v2 for this fight. Luckily, catches one in transition. FLS did not hear the footsteps.
Look, FLS made that a little tough there, but I'm glad that we were able to get that going, get the buyback, and we can just keep on moving. Still 8 minutes into match number 2, only 3 full squads have fallen, and I'm loving the regain that we are seeing. Subs, sometimes you gotta have those super subs, but turn your attention back towards the academy area. We saw these squads kind of be a big mainstay towards that end game, especially this area of the map, but Jackal, Huskers, Brawling, where were they in match number 1? But finally getting to actually check in with them here.
Yeah, there's another big pickup on another team that has some roster changes. Vieira coming in as a sub for this squad, and unfortunately getting cut down, likely in transition. Little smoke and run, you never know, but with 3 people shooting at you and somebody that shoots it straight, it's Huskers. No chance, my friend. See you later. Huskers reaping the edge of map. And now we're going to move closer to center as we take a look at suburbs. But I'm getting word. Who's our first team out, Miles? We've got an award to hand out. Let's see who it is.
We do have an award to hand out. Noobs, what happened, baby? What happened?
Well, I had a few PC issues the last 2 games, but I think we got it sorted out now. It didn't help, but we got something in the work for the next map.
What have you got in work for the next map? Any sort of teasers you can give the fans?
Nah, I can't reveal anything just yet.
Not a single secret?
Nope.
My man, tight-lipped, I appreciate it. How are the guys feeling though? What's the mood like in the camp after game 2?
We were expecting a little bit better, but I think we can regroup for sure and try out for the rest.
Wish you the best luck, man, and indeed, hopefully this helps as a good luck token for you going into the next game. Thanks very much, mate. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Miles, and thank you, Noobs. And I do believe their tricks might be changing drop spots. I'm not sure what's happening at High Res, but they're not winning it. But apparently, this wildcard team is winning a lot right now. All eyes on Team Colony 2K. A very strong performance in the last one, and looking like a strong performance in this one yet again. Heli to rotate. They're going to make their way to zone and set up for new as we swing over to the other side. Opal Palace, again, several teams in the area, but right now, Savvy Ultra's team locking down one of the spots they believe that give them a bit of cover and a bit of reprieve to refuel back up.
No, I love that we're going to hit the double smoke and kind of get on out of there, especially when you've got other squads like Team Valor, like Omit NA in that nearby vicinity across the road. So invest that drone to go find some of your information and make sure, like, hey, we want a third party this. We don't want to have that occur to us. So as long as you can keep tabs on that, especially with Youngsta's Juju just being such insane firepower, it looks like they may already be a duo, but keep your eyes on this battle here. Destroy, Raul, they're on the high ground, looking down the barrel at FIFA, but you know what? They are all 3 together. This is a different story we're talking about. If we rip Jukeyz out, because it's wall bangable, I'm a little nervous for that one.
Yeah, this is such an interesting spot as well because it's a very easy position to third party, fourth party, or more. You see 4 teams on our mini-map. You can see Super Evan squad, a team that hasn't been in the limelight in a while, but really did a fantastic job during the regional finals. They won the very first map of the day and set the tone for what the pace would be in that regional finals. Have been a bit quiet in scrims and lead-up tournaments, but I'm excited to see what they can do here in Lowtown. Every team rotating this direction. You see Aiden off in the distance. They're not going to get a lot of value out of this, but maybe burn some resources. That Aiden squad is rotated over from Super. We saw Omit NA have another big rotation, probably on the back of Brax's IGL. They come from the northwestern side of the map. They've rotated all the way over to New. Everybody's setting up for the end game. As some resources are in the sky, I'm sure everybody knows that there are several players around them.
Oh, and Jukeyz on the ground. The smoke and Lennon kind of disengaging from the area to look to hit that res, but I saw that he was using Resolute, which is quite a nice thing to just give you a bit extra health and give you a little more time to get to safety. And where you find this squad at, they don't have the ability to extend on out to get that full if it's not occurring, especially when you've got to worry about what's coming your way. Thermites, right? Replace that C4. They're nimble, they're quick, they're 6 in a back pocket, and now Nate Dogg, welcome to the interrogation, because you know, our APAC squad, they want all of that info and they're not afraid to chow.
Yeah, and this is where they land as well, at least supposedly, right? I think there was some conversation they might go contest pop-up. It's not looking like it's the case. They've been here since the beginning of the game. This is XMQ squad. There's been some Twitter chirping from some of the folks that follow the APAC scene. Like, no, this squad is really, really good. Watch them kind of make some waves in this talent pool and have a good day in day 1. And we'll go from there. Right now, looking pretty clean after a nice cleanup. Here's a look at that that zone, by the way, as expected. We are in Lowtown and likely in Lowtown for the rest of this game. Take a look at all the squads on the edge of zone. Again, I want to pull out Omit EU, red 1 at the bottom of the map. This is where they've dropped. They've been playing extremely slow in this tournament, just waiting and biding their time. They haven't moved since the very beginning of this one, now creeping into the edge of zone. Several teams, though, are lying in wait because there's a lot of buildings in Lowtown. They just aren't very big, so expect some chaos here shortly.
You really have to, and they're already starting on that grind to make sure they can clear out one side of it. They've got the sight set onto Fluffy Aimers and a couple other squads on the horizon. We're going for a massive wrap. Everyone knows they start off in pop-off power, but we rotate all the way in the north. We cut straight to the east and come on down straight this way to Bazaar and T. The only female on our land scene. Hey, Soka, don't give her a couple taps like that, man. What? Nah.
That was a well-placed thermite. I call those the fastball specials, all right? You just lace somebody with the thermite, knew exactly where they would be, where the buy station is. Nice play to clean up a squad and then move on the merry way. So back to some action we go on the side of Opera House. Again, Unrational and Scummin in the mix. On the other side, Almond with that Falcons Mina squad. Potentially last alive for his team, at least on the map. And maybe a couple well-placed thermites will root him out as we are hunting yet again the edge of zone for this Scummin squad.
Big fan of Sky Nades. Love when they work, especially when you need a diversion to make your way all the way up the staircases. But they already know about it because Scummin's going to take the brunt force of that. We're still going on in for that challenge. The timing of that push, impeccable. We don't lose anyone to actually fully eliminate it. And this squad, we talk about them leading up to World Series of Warzone, a squad that has the potential to have some of the biggest pop-off games. I've seen them get a 1.8 or a 2x multiplier that net them in north of 70 points. Yeah. You know what that would do to the entire scoreboard right now? But they're a slow burn. They usually don't warm up until games 3 towards 4. But if they did that now, it changes the trajectory of our 6-game series.
I totally agree. And well, the Revenge Tour still in this one as well. They've holed up in a building. And right now, this is just everybody biding their time, okay? They said, we got where we wanted to be. If we can find a pick, somebody makes a mistake, we're going to take advantage of it. But until then, we're going to lie and wait and look for those mistakes. So you see DJ Moss, Z-Smith, they do have one of the higher buildings in this area, so they likely have the most information out of these squads. We see Team 36 being fully eliminated here. We have made it into some semblance of a multiplier, but again, multipliers aren't everything. You've got to find kills. So a team like that Unrational squad is hunting edge of zone. You're likely going to see them with a decent kill total. And there's Omit EU. How you doing out there? Scummin on 7, by the way. Thank you, production. Yeah, I think I was right. They are hunting the edge of the zone, and they are ready for multi-double-digit individual score tallies to put up one of those bangers you were talking about.
The question is, where is that next circle going to bring us towards? And if we have an isolated fight here, it's going to be nice because this squad can then clean this up, not have any real pressure from outside forces, and then can focus on kind of getting towards that high ground. Because when you see Zakar, Clapper just up there, if they look down on this while we're rotating on out and we're not careful, we easily get picked off, which will be my biggest worry for a squad like this as we continue further north.
Yeah, a little bit further north we go and into Old Town. This is the southern side of Lowtown, rather. But look at where Scum and Unrational's team in the pink 20 way down on the bridge. They can actually drive that train all the way in. So I'll be curious to see what they do with it. Ahsoka, another well-placed thermite. And another elimination. FLS is going to fall here shortly, but Ahsoka is in trouble. He's got a little bit of backup. Just wants to make sure he plays his life correctly. So they play inside the building. They're going to force a zone off here on the portable buy station. FLS, Dewey, not sure what to do as Shifty comes in for free again. Somehow being gifted with another piece of cover playing around this portable buy. They're all 3 up and ready for this fight.
Well, this is the Falcons special, right? Anytime one of them gets ripped off, usually I have enough cash to kind of keep them going back in. But Dewey, the first team out in match number 1. But we have set a trap and we are taking down the Falcons.
The Falcons fully eliminated, dropping early. I don't know how many eliminations they had, but I only expect them to not have a perfect day. Eliminated in somewhere around the 22nd mark. Not a ton of multipliers, folks. I think we're having a new leader at the end of this map, but only time will tell as the train comes chugging along. Says, hey, welcome to the party. Unrational, Dongi, and Scummin could be that team.
Hey, remember when I said I was worried about how that rotation was going to look for them? Okay, well, that's a little nonchalant, right? They're making their way on in, but getting on over. Savvy Ultras would pop out the window, trying to get buzzing, but Pentagon's there to help him. That death ball of a team, and even the replay here. Shifty from behind. Gooey slides around, but we're not paying attention to what's occurring behind us. A power of friendship, power of teammates. You love to see it.
Yeah, several folks firing down range there. The Falcons just couldn't get out of that one in a very tough spot. Fully eliminated. Here's another squad. Again, a lot of folks are downing him, but they're here into the top 20. Jukeyz team, they've left him. Jukeyz, go join your team, remember? But here comes Dave Samir. Viva Mexico, let's see what they're able to do. Picking up a couple in transition. That's a full team wipe. Yet again, the Slayer, Dark, a fantastic player leading this team in kills, but all three moving as a unit into the top 20, trying to make their way to new. Several teams in the area. That pink salmon color, number 9. That's gonna be Super Evan. Watch out for that squad again. We're looking for a pop-off from the Wolf here, potentially on edge of zone. They've still got to rotate in. And where do you go from here, especially with a couple teams in your way, especially that FIFA kill squad in the blue?
Well, I'm excited to see what they do. Mind you, that 4th place in the Global LAN Finals last year for World Series of Warzone out of Deus Samir. He had that interview earlier, was talking about how he wants to do it for his region, secure more spots, and prove that they are amazing and substantial. But as you kind of zoom on out, set the stages of where the position is, I actually love where that Team COD Unity squad is, but now Scummin getting ripped apart as we extend out just a bit too far outside. Do we have a mobile buy station nearby to be able to get them back? And quite frankly, we don't really have enough cash.
Yeah, and frankly, this team is playing with house money right now. I mean, they're on nearly 20 eliminations as a trio. They're in a fantastic spot. Anything else they get from here is a huge boom. They don't even need another kill. They just need multipliers. Looking for top 10. Watch out in the kill feed as things get chaotic. Watch out for that Unrational team. They could have the biggest game of the day by a sizable margin as Lennon, FIFA kill, in a bit of trouble here. And, well, they've lost Jukeyz because he didn't rotate with them. Navi on the other side. FIFA riding in the corner and hoping somebody makes a mistake.
I love how that thermite just sticks like 4 inches away from him, and he's just trying to hold on FIFA elsewhere.
Yikes.
But Lennon and FIFA are both on 0 eliminations.
Yikes.
This is a matter of fact where if you don't even have it, Limbs, these multipliers aren't going to do well. 3rd after map number 1, but fall a bit too early. 13 squads remaining, and keep your eyes on Navi.
Navi, welcome back to the party, by the way. I'm sure it feels good to play on LAN after playing from Australia. Some in Canada leading up to these regional finals, technically a North American team, but these folks have traveled a long way to get here and now in trouble. PDS apparently burnt, so they have to burn another one. Omit EU, we go. And while the killers, the Slayers of the Falcons, still alive after a frustrating first map, having a great one thus far. Clapson, FLS, and Gooey trying to make the top 10. Omit EU trying to do the same, and apparently going for the res here, not thinking anybody will look at him. Somehow getting it for free. Several teams falling in the kill feed. You see Aiden still in the mix, deep in the gas. Where's Scummin? Where's Dongi? They're finding eliminations off screen. A ton of eliminations falling, a ton of teams falling. We made it to the top 10. That Community team is getting paid, but Omit EU is trying to find their money. Where are the kills? Where are the players? Somehow all 3 alive and finally losing one.
Enkyo, Chromalok over there, but look who's back. Scummin on Rational on 4, but we've got to take down this squad right here. Burn, baby, burn, but back inside we go, throwing down the bouncing betties. It's Scummin last standing, but here's what's going on. We are in that 1.8. We do not have fools. We bait the res, and we still have Dongi. If we can take 2 into the last, we might be okay.
All right, APAC, I see you. Into the top 5, looking for a sizable multiplier here. They have the 1.8. Scum and Dongi, the only thing they can do right now is win for the 2x multi. Going for new, and is able to make it with a hair, an iota of health. Into zone, into cover, and finally cut down by Omit EU. Dongi last alive on 10 eliminations. This is a massive game, and only 3 teams left. Dongi finds 1, gets 1 weak, cleans it up. How about 1 game? Finally cut down. Omit EU on top. It's APAC down below. XMQ only has 2. It's a 2v2. Omit EU could take it with the best position, but they've got to finish the job.
A 3v2. Welcome back, and now we just crest the hill, start opening fire. The trades go forward, but Enkyo, maybe one of the youngest players on our LAN stage, making his official debut and making it known here for match number 2.
Doing it for the French. Enkyo, welcome to LAN, my friend, and welcome to a map 2 victory. I see Enigma shaking his fist. He's excited about that one. Omit EU on top in the next game. Now remember, Tiff, I'm not putting a damper on this one. That was not a lot of kills from what I saw. And so 2 times 2 is 4. And I think it's a hair more than that. But all eyes on Community with an easy 30-plus point game.
Well, you just think about their consistency leading up through all the different stages of World Series of Warzone, right? They were capable of getting those second places. And I started to call to question. I was like, this is a team that is incredibly increasingly flexible, right? They will split drop depending on what that plane line looks like, whether they go up to Kotobo or they start from Manor. But when you start from Manor and that circle inevitably pulls to you, of course you're going to run that issue of maybe we weren't able to rotate through, find some fights and get those eliminations. Regardless, what they have shown us is they have the capability of netting themselves a win and thinking of what that's going to do for them, especially tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think the best part about this team is that they have the history of a very high placement. They've got a great multiplier across the board. Love to take a look back on what happened in that map, how they got there, because yes, they secured a great multiplier. I think they averaged like 1.7 multiplier throughout the course of the entire regional finals, but there was a long road to get there in this one. And frankly, apparently that medal from Miles paid off, because you see this FLS team, they go out first in the first map, they make it to top 10 with a decent amount of eliminations. What we didn't see was that Aiden's squad off-screen with Z-Smith picking up kills, setting up this team for success, almost was able to drop the team that won and finally get shot in the back and taken down, but getting top 5.
And I love that they get that buyback, right? Onto Scummin, and he like flies back in after the redeploy and repositions himself. The 1 pixel actually separating. It's unfortunate that Gromalok was already there to pretty much punish him for even trying to do anything towards them. So we do see 2 eliminations, a ton of damage, but then our APAC squad, XTH on the low ground, that last minute buyback for them. They reunite on the low end. It looked like they were going to be able to do a lot of damage towards that Omit EU roster, but this is where having all of your team alive in that end game just pays dividends.
Yeah, this is a tale as old as time itself. When you have player advantage in the in circle, if you have all 3 alive, you usually win.
Is he on Twitter?
Very well. Yeah, you got to tweet out the clips.
Did you already tweet it?
Come on, Ikyo. I see you. Farm your tweets right now.
Don't leak the DMs though, bro. Don't leak the DMs.
Get your impressions up. A fantastic win from the young gun. Just recently turned 19, I believe. I believe the youngest player on this entire LAN. But we're going to head to the stage here with Miles. Miles has got one of the players to talk to. I believe it's Gromalok.
We do indeed. Gromalok is here. Sir, firstly, congratulations. A very big win. How's the team feeling after that one? Breathe the fire out.
Yeah, we're feeling good on that one. It's definitely a good way to start the tourney. But yeah, job's not done. So we're gonna looking back after the games. And yeah, keep doing that shit.
Keep doing it. Well, you've got a few more games to play, obviously, but a good start, as you said. Now, you've got quite a young teammate. Can you tell us a little bit about him and how the nerves have been for the young man?
Yeah, Enko was just 19. It's his first LAN. As you can see, he's feeling pretty confident as a rookie. So yeah, he's one of the best in the game. So happy to play with him. I've been playing with him for years now. So yeah, very happy to share this with both of my teammates.
Oh, fantastic, man. How are you enjoying Vegas so far? Have you had any time to enjoy yourself? Are you walking around or just strictly on the game?
Yeah, Vegas is a dream. Like playing Call of Duty in Vegas, like chat dream clearly. We're enjoying a lot. Yeah, enjoying a lot. Even if Enko is not 21, so he's struggling a bit, but it's okay. We have a good time here.
Fantastic, man. Well, once again, anything last moment you want to say anything to the French fans back home?
Sure. Merci à tous ceux qui nous soutiennent. Vive la France. Let's go, les gars. On est là pour montrer. Let's fucking go. And yeah, very happy to.
Merci. Bonne chance.
Merci,
Take care. All right, back to the desk. We've already said swear words. It's a family show.
All right, Miles, I appreciate you, Gromalok, out there. Big win coming out from Omit EU and a tremendous win from Inkyo, his first LAN. We discussed at the top of show, how would he perform? How would he be able to handle that pressure? Well, clearly he was able to do so in stride. That final zone was highly competitive. In fact, going back to the very beginning, Dandra, Old Town, Low Town, it's always mixy and dicey when we see zones go there. That's where we started, and the teams, well, they started rotating early.
No, I love that you bring that up because Enigma made a really good point, right? When we kind of looked at that heat map, when you kind of see this zone formulate, all of these teams that are on that outer edge of the map, they see that it's going Low Town, Old Town, and they go, I do not want to be caught in the water. That is exactly what they want to do. So we saw a number of squads come together very early on, like 8 or 9 people.
That's right.
Just hanging out in Low Town. They grabbed their building and they said, if you want to try and take this space, you have to take it from us. We saw a number of teams kind of rotate on in, some bunker busters getting thrown down, but nobody wanted to hard commit just to throw their life.
You can't hard commit sometimes because it's just too dicey. And actually, speaking of dicey, let's talk about FLS because they were in some dicey moments.
Yeah, and we just saw right at the Opera House. There was a lot of engagements that was going on, and for FLS and his team, they were completely dismantled by West Esports, Nitons, Dizzy, and Vita, and we had saw the regain because at some point, right, those rotations going into Lowtown, we see Biffle, we see Hisoka, and right here, they get dismantled and get struck by a streak, but the regain from FLS and to be able to take down the Falcons,
yes,
you gotta give them some props.
Yeah, to knock them down from second place to 22nd from game 1 to game 2 is tremendous. FLS, shout out to you. But let's talk about the big dogs, Gio.
Yeah.
Omit EU taking game number 2.
I mean, to be honest, I think that final circle was absolutely sublime because you had FLS, they actually had this building for cover, and Omit EU, they were out in the open.
Sure.
And it was funny, you know, you heard on the cast, they were like, don't get too cocky, and you backstage were like, no, do it, and that's exactly what they did. But I think it was actually really indicative of the play style that works so well for this team, particularly when we talk about a player like Enkyo, who's been seen as this young prodigy.
Yes.
Even in all of the EMEA tournaments, you know, when they came through the upper bracket, they came through the finals, other teams were saying Enkyo is the scariest player in this lobby. And they said, you know, this is his rookie LAN.
Right.
You know, it's his debut,
It's his
right?
debut.
And we're seeing exactly what he's made of, exactly where his particular strength is, and it's gonna come from being really feisty like that. And you know what? It worked.
He was feisty indeed, wasn't he? Omit EU taking game number 2. Heat, Gramalak, and Ikio. Well done for Ikio to only be 19 years old, first LAN, and to play as well as he's doing is absolutely tremendous. I'm ecstatic that we highlighted them during the pre-show. Enigma was pumping them up. Gio, obviously, you pumping them up just now. And, you know, I'm so happy to see them do as well as they had. Now, the question is, obviously, when we get to our standings, because Falcons finished off early. I know Aiden's been having a little bit of a tough time from game number 1 to game number 2. FIFA also another team that was finished off a little bit earlier. So game 1 winners and great performers not necessarily performing as well in game number 2. Now, there is one team, though, that's been making a big improvement throughout the qualifiers, and that's Community.
Yeah, I love that Community in that game too. I'm going to be honest, they have finally done the thing I have been waiting months for them to do, which is they hit double-digit kills. Towards the end, they had over 20, and they finally fixed their placement issue. So many times during the qualifiers, I'd see them have just a gap on everyone else with their eliminations, but then they're going out in like 26th, 27th, and I'm like, it really doesn't matter if you're not taking advantage of this multiplier. Now, I have to give a shout out. We said, you know, obviously this TBE roster, you know, we have some of them kind of playing here, but we do have Tommy as the coach for that team.
That's right.
I have to imagine that his influence is one of the best minds in Warzone, has fixed some of these issues for the squad.
Yeah, Tommy's a great competitor and a great shot indeed. You've been watching Tommy for the longest time throughout your career. I have as well, and it's great for him to be here, even if he's not necessarily playing. So I know he's happy to be on the global final stage once again. Let's take a look at our heat map and see where the drops ended up taking place. Obviously, we saw a lot of attention in Lowtown, Old Town. Dream, if you don't mind, walk me through the heat map and what went down.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw potentially all, of course, those early engagements, but a lot of action around Lowtown, a lot of teams rotating and getting set early, and rightfully so. Team Jukeyz, we did see one of those teams early there the whole time, but did fall. So it was really about holding in those engagements and rotating, of course, over the water, but, you know.
I mean, I'm also really curious too. Look at this bottom right at Manor. You know, normally we don't see a lot of people, you know, landing here at Manor. We know that Omit EU, they are one of these squads that are here, but I'm a little bit surprised. A lot of people like to kind of land here, quickly loot up, and then rotate on out. We saw a number of fights go down on there, mainly FLS going up against that squad and getting taken on out. It was kind of a little bit of a blender. So I'm not surprised to see, you know, where all the fights took place, but I am surprised to see that Manor kind of became a little bit of a more hot drop here in game number 2.
Well, Gio, everybody's trying to figure it out, right? I mean, it's the global stages after all. We talked with Jukeyz, and they said we don't even know where we're going to land. They're still figuring it out, and I think for most of the teams...
No one can predict what you're going to do if you don't know what you're going to do.
And that is a fact. That is a fact, Gio. But the thing is, everybody's you know, people got to switch it up. These games have been way more aggressive than we were expecting.
Yeah, and we're only 2 games in as well.
That's
so,
right.
you know, there is still time for things to really change. And I think one of the interesting things as well is, you know, the teams that come in and have played against each other domestically in their own regions, they kind of will be like, all right, well, I don't necessarily want to go here because I know this team. That was a big talking point we had in EMEA was about Manor in particular because of this team, Omit EU. It's like, well, they consider themselves the experts there. But the international teams, you know, for example, NA Team
hypothetical NA team, hypothetical EMEA
Sure.
team, like they're gonna clash in those places and then start to figure out where they do and don't want to land based on that.
You know, today's important for the points, obviously, going into tomorrow's match point. I mean, we're talking a 40-point lead going into day number 1, or day number 2, excuse me, for the number 1 team, whoever that might be. So instead of having to get 150 points, now you only have to get 110. And trust me, that will make a massive difference. But the good thing, though, aside from the points, is because it's a multi-day tournament, you get to fill out your competition and really figure out where you need to be going, what's happening, and get those nerves out of the way. Let's take a look at our standings. So Mini U will jump up to first, but not by much. Team Community, Enigma, we talked about them, obviously, Dandro, excuse me, we talked about them changing things up, and it is working out. One of the struggles that they had was their placings, and now it seems as if they're doing just fine, but now it's even better because they have 30 eliminations, the most out of everyone.
Yeah, the 30 elims are really helping them come online. I have said since day one, if you want to try and keep up with this Team Falcons roster, it's about who can really get the eliminations. Community, they were my choice very early on to be one of the squads that can do it, and I love, after only 2 games, they are sitting here on 30. Only 0.4 points behind Omit EU in first. I got to imagine it's a very momentum-based team. I know when Gary starts getting loud, he starts feeling it. He's bringing the energy to those other 2. And I got to imagine after that game number 2, getting ready to head into game number 3, he's hyping them up. They're ready to go back-to-back and keep dropping games like this.
That's right. And I do want to apologize. Aiden is actually doing just fine. Game number 1, I know they were finished off a little bit earlier, but game 2, clearly, they stepped it up. They're in 4th place at the moment. Now, if they can just get into those final zones, my lord, they would be absolutely insane. Dream, we take a look at our second page. What stands out to you?
Of course, that Omit NA team with Braxton, Youngsters, and Juju. This team, I guess, in particular, they were just kind of coming into this. Of course, we've talked about them, we've hyped them up, but I'm just surprised to see them in that range. I kind of want to just, you know, especially with Braxton, right, just being that player that really steps it up for the squad, really being that heavy hitter team that always clutch up, even in his ones. But for this team, I'm just surprised to see him kind of a little bit, but it's only game 2.
It's only game 2, right? Plenty of games to go. In fact, 4 plus our solo YOLO, but 4 for the regular points. Things are going to continue to heat up. They already have, as far as I'm concerned. It's highly competitive out there without question, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. We're going to take a quick break, but leaving off, we've got Season 6 coming up. Let's see what's in store for us.
The entire team's gone dark. We'll split up. There may still be survivors. Let's move.
Come camera up.
Stay frosty. Movement. Rocket, come in.
Enemy movement. Also spotted.
Does anyone have eyes on it? Report! Everyone fall back! Repeat, fall back!
Every man for themself in this land, we be gunning. Some is shot, locked down, and turn guns. Calvary balls and straight up shotguns.
Does anyone read me?
Oh, Season 6 is looking good, and so is our desk. This time around, we're taking the casters, bringing them up for the first time in World Series of Warzone. I've got Spider Tiff and I've got Goj, but I've got this guy, Repulse, who's been doing everything. Not only pulse check up just a little bit above, he also brought out the trophy. How heavy is that trophy, though?
Hey, listen, man. Let's not talk about how heavy that is. That's a tall trophy, all right? People were saying, they're making fun of my height. No, that's a tall trophy.
That's a tall trophy.
That's like 6 foot, all right?
6 foot trophy, and a lot happening here in the World Series of Warzone with a lot of storylines, right? And you said, look, we got a couple minutes, hit you with the hard questions. There's been talks of some retirements. Okay, let's just go straight into it. Let's talk some retirements. Biffle, obviously, there's been a lot of talk around that. Is he actually retiring? What's the story behind that? What's happening?
So he said this is pretty much going to be his last year. He pretty much said that, he thinks after this he's done. And but he did give a but. He said if they announce something crazy next year, he could be back. So
could be back.
Ball's in y'all's court, man.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay. Hey, that's a lot of pressure for the team, right? When I've been watching esports a while, man, I told him this. I said, dude, it seems like people want to retire in esports, but they're still young, and then they just come right back. Okay. So I'm hoping he does, and I guess it depends if they lose or if they win, right? So if they lose, maybe they come back. If they win, you never know. Either way, he's been crushing it without a doubt. Now, you've obviously been crushing it up there. You've been watching the storylines throughout the two games we've seen. We're about to hop into game 3. What storylines stand out to you, man? Because there's a lot going on.
Yeah, let's just backtrack a little bit into the qualifiers. Like, it's been absolutely insane to see Grom, Enkyo, and Heeds be the team that everybody expected them to be. They were considered the number 1 team in EU or EMEA, and Falcons were considered the number 1 team in North America. But lately, they haven't really been performing that way as far as EMEA, Gromalock, and them. And to see them show up on LAN, being 10 points over Falcons, being over community as well, absolutely insane, man. We didn't expect it, but I'm here for it.
What I love about this too is that Enkyo is top fragger right now.
Wow.
Like I'll out myself, foot in the mouth. I didn't think they had that many kills.
Wow.
Enkyo is the top fragger right now individually, 14 eliminations. Right behind him, by the way, community. That Dongi player, bro. Yeah. This guy is different, so we got to talk about them as well.
Yeah.
Go
Can I talk about Dongi real quick?
Absolutely.
Dongi is a player that everybody thought was cheating last year because he showed up to LAN, didn't have the greatest performance, but hey, anybody can have one bad day. Showed up to EWC, placed really good, top frag on his team, I believe, and then the biggest question was going to be, can he show up and play the way we see him play online? Because he's good. Yeah. That kid is good.
Really good.
And if he's second top frag by 1 kill right now, hey, Dongi, man.
Hey. Esports World Cup, he was named Dongwick.
Here we go.
Here I gotta keep it alive because Seymour was on fire with that one as far as I was concerned. Big Dongwick, man. Now he absolutely tore it up, and he continues to do so today. Now, obviously, on your broadcast, you guys talk a lot about the Falcons. So let's talk a little bit about the Falcons. Game number 2 was, okay. Game number 1 was phenomenal. They actually were in first place. We're gonna take a look at a heat map for their eliminations and where they've been tearing it up because they're traveling quite a bit, but it seems like one area is where they love to dominate.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, these guys, I'll tell you one thing with them, it's whenever they fight FLS, GUI, and Clapson, it seems like they're the only team that can kill them. They talk about it all the time. Shifty was like, who is this FLS guy? He's like the only one that is killing me. So to see them come out and wipe them, hey, man, wow.
I love that we get to zoom in and we see the tracking and just their control of space, especially this match number 1, right? They kind of have the tendency to clear out one side of zone, and if they predict that accurately, which you have Soka being that closer, and more often than not, he is right. And that is how they start the domination. You oftentimes have to use multiple squads, multiple people to even take down Shifty, and I am pretty much a firm believer that if Shifty goes down first, everything is lost.
It might be Hector, it might be the only time in Warzone casting where I say it's a coin flip whether or not Shifty wins a 1v2, which is ridiculous to say.
We're in Vegas though, remember?
We are in Vegas. It's better odds. It's better odds in Vegas, man. They're tearing it up. They're looking good. And 40 points is a lot. You actually were discussing it on your podcast with Jay God and the rest of your crew. 3 games tomorrow, maybe? I mean, how many are you really thinking we're going to be able to see?
Goj asked me this a little bit earlier.
Oh, did he?
I think I said 6 games, I believe it was.
Yeah, that's right.
Really?
Okay.
I 6 games. I mean, it just depends today, man. If they end up winning today and getting that 30-point threshold, but if not, they even get 2nd through 5th, I think things will get shaken up.
Yeah, 30 points. I said 8 games. That's where I'm at. I think you were
Criminal,
sitting at,
bro.
I want to see you guys work. Earn your paycheck. Yes.
Okay, look, for the crowd, for the community, for everyone at home, I want 8 games. The more games that we get, it gets even more just interesting and on the edge of your seat. But if we're sitting here and we're like, let's be real, how many times have they closed it out way quicker than 8 games when they are firing on all cylinders? But however, I've never seen them drop less than like a double-digit game are right there at it. And
Yeah,
they
true.
might have just done that, especially the team that dropped first in match number 1. And you have to think about it this way. When you start looking at that individual kill leaderboard, they're all sitting on 888s, which sounds great for Vegas, but I like 7s better. There's a lot of names that are above them, right? Sage being one of them right now.
That is insane if you think about that. You know, last year, Sage, Shifty, Diaz.
Yeah.
They dropped Sage. Sage is now top fragging on his team, but not only that, top fragging more than Diaz, Shifty, and Soka.
Stir the pot, Hector. Stir the pot. Come on, man.
I wanted hot takes. I wanted them.
They're all my boys. I love them all.
For what it's worth, we put a lot of attention on, Falcons, but Sage is a returning champion himself. Right, he's looking to go back-to-back, and that would be a tremendous story. I mean, I love his story first and foremost, right? Sage is an incredible guy, an incredible player, and his story is incredible himself. But talk to me about your story, man. I mean, come on, you come in, you got polls check, you're doing these watch parties. I remember doing these, really a World Series of Warzone last year, shouting you guys out because I'm like, I love what you guys are doing, and you've continued to grow. Where was the passion for watch parties? Why did you decide to start those? What's the story behind who you are?
Yeah, so I'll make it quick. Pretty much, I started watch parties because I looked in the mirror and I was like, if you can't win with Diaz Biffle, it's over. I got second last year, or 2 years ago, World Series of Warzone, and I decided, you know what, I think I'm a better entertainer than competitor. So we started the watch party, started the podcast, and just honestly, it's been amazing. I think I found what I love, so. It's been awesome.
Hey, I love your story, I do, and I'm not going to forget you called me L-Flections, by the way. Hey, he called me L-Flections. I was calling him out for his performance. I said, why are you the lowest one on the team and everybody else is doing? But hey, you're doing the right thing, bro. And I love your story. L-Flections lives on, dude, and won't let it die. It's a special thing. Solo YOLO, though, is another thing we're doing, and that's going to be game number 7 today after the normal games have ended. Solo YOLO last year was incredible, and you were doing your own watch party once again there. Talk to me about Skullface winning the arena. Absolutely went nuts.
Oh, man, that was absolutely crazy. I will say Solo YOLO is one of those things where the whole crowd is going crazy.
Yes.
The energy is just through the roof. Seeing Skullface win that, he was actually one of the people that a lot of people thought would win. Sad we don't get to see him here today or tomorrow, but hey, man, like, this year could be crazy.
This year could be nuts. But that story with Sage, right, going through the gulag and then giving it to Skull, and then Skull actually wins. Like, it's just a beautiful story nonetheless. But I'm ready to continue to tell the story for the rest of the World Series of Warzone today. And for the first time ever in the World Series of Warzone stage, we've got 2 great casters, Dandro and Enigma, for game number 3.
Hey, thank you so much, Reflections. I'm going to ignore when you called me big earlier for that premium gas right now. Enigma and I here ready to bring you the hype for game number 3. We watched the first 2 games, man, and they have been absolutely electric.
Yeah.
Teams that we've been waiting literally all year long to come online are finally making their presence known. But guess what? Game number 3, I think I'm going to be the make or break for a lot of these squads.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing some solid starts. I'm seeing like OMEU doing really well, and they talked about that on the desk. I'm not going to count my chickens just yet. We've got a long tournament ahead of us, and I have been saying throughout this that day 1 is an opportunity for a lot of these teams to kind of iron out their kinks. So I'm not ruling out a lot of the squads that have gotten off to slow starts so far. So yeah, a long way to go just yet. A lot of stories still to tell, and I can't wait to do it alongside you, brother.
Well, we've seen some early aggression in both game number 1 and game number 2, and I have to wonder, will game number 3 continue that trend? Because it seems like it's really zone dependent, right? Between that game 1 and game number 2. I said it on the desk. I'm watching this kill feed, and it is just bang, 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 bang. Non-stop action all day long. These teams are getting mixy. I got a little bit of intel that, hey, players kind of played some of those couple of scrims and they were like, wait, my gun is hitting diffy right now. So they are not afraid to start taking some of these ego chows and start really actually being able to make those plays that they want to with their confidence, but just haven't been able to online. It's LAN, it's a different environment. I think a lot of people are finding their confidence through game 1, game 2. Game 3, we could see some more teams start trying to do the same.
Well, I'm really glad you're bringing it up about the ping conversation, because a lot of people try and underestimate it over here. It's a huge thing. Like, one of OMEU's biggest weaknesses is that they lose players through the mid game, and it's often something like they lost 1 bullet fight, and that can be the difference here on LAN, and all of a sudden they're starting to perform because those fights are going in their direction, not against them. They're seeing those end games out with a full 3, and it gives you so much presence in that final zone.
Well, we're going to have to see, is that the case here in game number 3? We're loading on up. The players are getting ready to drop on in Vegas. I've heard you get loud for game 1 and game 2. Let's continue the tradition. We're dropping on in to game number 3. Never mind, I lied. We are resetting lobby. A-okay. But that just gives us more time to talk, and if anybody knows us too, that's exactly what we love to do.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been yapping a lot about Warzone this year, but let's go back then to talking about, you know, some of the ways in which these teams are playing. And you mentioned the early aggression. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised about that. I thought that it was going to be quite a bit slower here on LAN. I wonder if that will, you know, evolve through the day, because a couple of teams that have come into this today have changed their landing spots dramatically. We've already seen a couple of these squads decide that they're just going to try and contest other teams for their POIs, and those POI fights obviously super important. We're seeing battles over by Bazaar, for example. That's one on between Panda and then Totem Reply, and then we're also seeing that fight for top of High Rise that went against my Vitality team that I love so much with Noobs there, picking up the Better Luck Next Time medal.
Yeah, by the way, that is so absolutely criminal that we're giving a Better Luck Next Time medals to the first team eliminated, and the fact that it's Noobs, this like long-standing Warzone player, and he's just like, yeah. And actually, let's remember last year, World Series of Warzone 2023, him, Tommy, and Alman, game number 1, they were the first team eliminated in that game as well. Obviously, it worked out in the end for them. Probably pretty high up there in top 4 to be able to make it unhappen. But you know, being able to come on in, that early aggression fight at High Rise is something that we kind of marked that we wanted to watch as the day goes on. And it kind of connects to what you said earlier. This is the time to sort of iron things out, right? If you are one of those squads and you're finding yourself losing that fight, okay, I hope you put in the prep to have a secondary plan there, because you might have to go ahead and put it in effect.
Well, this is exactly why we're seeing a difference all of a sudden in Team FIFA Kill, because we've talked about it quite a bit on the desk, but they genuinely had no plan before this event. Like, they went into LCQ still believing they could just outshoot anyone, and I think it was that last map scare that suddenly made them realize, no, we need to have something. And they don't just have a first landing spot, which is over on that west side of Popov, trying to keep their distance from SSD a little bit, but still set themselves up, take advantage of the loot around there and the rotations that SSD like to take advantage of. But also they have a secondary if they need to regain, which they weren't doing before, and that is now playing in through the center of the map and just finding an area to lay low, get their loot together. So those plans definitely hugely important for these teams as we progress on through. It'll be interesting to see as well if there are changes, of course, depending on if you're losing those early fights.
No, that's a really good kind of point to bring up. I hate to keep harping on this team, but I do love the progression we have seen from them. Being able to have that regain sort of strategy is so important. It's one thing to land at your drop spot. You get your loot, you understand the people who are landing around you, you understand your loot path, your rotations, your timings, all of the work you put in all year. For some of these teams, though, if that goes awry early on, they're kind of just stuck, like, looking at their hands, like, what do we do now? And you, like, are dropping back in from the gulag, you pick a random house, and you're like, all right, I guess we're going to try and land there. We got some fun stats for you. Let's go ahead and look at them. We have our top 10 eliminations so far, Nimba. Let's go ahead. Let's break it down.
Yeah, so I'm taking a quick look at this. I think the interesting one, actually, for me, that's going to stand out is Prodigy there in 5th. Not that he's not necessarily a slayer, but the one thing that they can be accused of sometimes as a team is not being aggressive enough. I think sometimes they can be accused of passive games, looking for the end zone. So to see them putting up the figures there, that suggests that they've changed something, and maybe it is that they're trying to mix what is a very good multiplier averagely for them and turn it into something that gives them more with those kills.
No, I love being able to see that. We got at the top, we got Enkyo leading the squad so far with 14 total eliminations. Let's look at where he's finding those kills on the map. I love that we were able to do this for the Falcons. Let's see where Enkyo is dropping these eliminations. And well, I'm kind of not surprised to see this, but we're seeing a lot down here. We know this is their drop spot, kind of this one big area of the E-map, but then in that top east, one thing that is noting out to me, though, down there in Manor, they're kind of been known as the Lords of Manor. Haven't really been playing a lot there here yet today. Been finding a lot of their kills towards the north.
Yeah, they're happy to play around Manor, but they immediately get out of it. They like to try and push on out towards the gas station, then squeeze up towards Lowtown. And the thing is that, like, a lot of teams, especially the zones that we've already had through these first 2 maps, they're having to play through Lowtown. We've already seen that general heat map where a lot of teams getting caught through the center. It's also why we're seeing these lobbies dwindle quite early, in my opinion. But also off there towards the Abtal Academy, that was one of their huge rotations early on. And honestly, I truly believe that if they just decided to play for Church instead of letting SSD have it quite freely, I think we're seeing a lot more red there.
No, I mean, you have to wonder if they were able to make that rotation just a little bit earlier and actually, like you said, deny SSD that opportunity. They could have been the team finding all of those eliminations on rotation. They could actually have even more of a lead so far. But one thing I want to bring up to you, you and I, we've had the chance to cast a lot of tournaments here together and watch a lot of these teams sort of perform. We have seen, though, times where teams get off to super hot starts, right? They're able to be here, you know, after second map, third map, they're top of the leaderboard, and we're over here talking like, wow, they're having a great game. And then all of a sudden, it seems like a cliff happens, and they just absolutely fizzle. If you're one of these teams who's had a successful, maybe like Omit EU, first game 1, first game 2, what are you doing to ensure that you can keep that momentum going into these other games, knowing that there are squads in this lobby who can have absolute bangers?
Well, absolutely. I think it is a very important point to talk about stamina in this event and whether or not you can last on out. It is a weakness of Omit EU, for example. We see them have these pop-off games and then sometimes fall a little bit slow. I think one of the things about that is making sure you're not just relying on the same game plan over and over again. I think a couple of teams can get caught in that loop of, well, we've got a plan, it works really well first game, and then just kind of play out second game, start off poorly, and just kind of go back to that same plan. You need to have an alternate strategy that you can fall into in order to then regain throughout these maps. Again, something that we're seeing profit Team FIFA kill, and it'll be, again, a spot of can these teams manage to not just pick up the 6 maps today, and then obviously the Solo YOLO later, which will be interesting, but we've now got, I mean, we're talking on the desk, potentially 6, 7, 8 more games tomorrow. So there's a lot of Warzone to be played. You need to be able to be multi-dimensional, not just have the one strat.
I love all those points you just made. What a beautiful trophy we have here this year. Seeing that thing on the screen. I'm calling a little bit of a cap on Hector saying that thing is 6 feet tall. I think he is indeed just short. Sorry, my boy. But it's still looking great. I'll be curious to see who is going to be lifting this thing. It is absolutely wild. I just love just look at it. I love we got the little center column there, the world, and of course that emblem right at the top, really to mark that you are the first team of here to be able to win Urzikstan. Let's take a look at our standings though, just to give you a little bit of a reminder. Game number 2 saw 2 teams really kind of come online, and it's no surprise to see them at the top. Omit EU, we talked a lot about them, but also Team Community there in second with 30 total eliminations, leading the lobby.
Yeah, putting up those big digits that really make those multipliers count, right? I think you brought it up before. Sometimes they can get accused of getting a little bit too aggressive, get cut down throughout the mid games, but they seem to be doing a better job of just rooting themselves in, because that is one of the risks sometimes when you're one of these high slaying squads. You want to play around the edge of zone. Sometimes another squad is gatekeeping you on route in, but they're doing a good job. The one thing that does scare me about Dongi and Rational Scumming is they've been a bit inconsistent recently. They've been a little bit quiet, but there was a period through this year where we had them down as the second best team because of how good they looked, how consistent they are. So all of a sudden, I'm sitting there going, okay, well, are this team suddenly finding their feet here, and could this turn into, again, a repeat of what we had before?
No, I definitely think that is a huge show. I mean, very early on, I was one of those people as well, like thinking, hey, with their ability to have these performances, I'm going to keep saying it. If you want to keep up with a team like the Falcons, you have to be able to find these eliminations, and they are proving to be that team. My number one gripe was always their ability to convert that into a much higher average placing. Reminder, folks, if you are in 2nd through 5th, you have a 1.8 times multiplier on your eliminations, okay? And that's a sliding scale, right? So you then get down to a 1.6 and then a 1.4. This team wasn't taking advantage of that. They were like dropping games where they had 18, 20 eliminations and literally having maybe a 1.2. Maybe. You cannot be able to be in that point where you're not taking advantage of the points that you're leaving on the table. So I like that they've been able to convert that in. They're getting these eliminations, and they're able to have those multipliers as well. Looks like we are back in the lobby, getting ready to fly on in, my man. Game number 3, getting ready to get started.
Absolutely, and as the crowd starts to get ready for this map 3, a couple of storylines already coming together. Falcons off to a slower start than usual. Other players rising to the fore. We're just moments away from seeing how we progress through the rest of this afternoon.
We are here, drop number 3 of the World Series of Warzone Global Final here on day number 1. Surprising number of teams coming out on top in game number 1 and game number 2. Will be game 3. Bring us another group of squads who are finding their footing here as we're seeing our players drop right out of the plane. And we're already right into the thick of it, baby. We knew this contest was happening. It is Community. It is Team Vitality. They are just continuing to butt heads as Doggy, we know what he can do. First elimination.
Yeah, we've been watching a lot of this contest recently around the high-rise building, and this is going to be the Vitality squad, but with noobs instead of Enxion up against Community. And honestly, recently it's been going the way of that Vitality team, but I do wonder what kind of effect having to bring noobs into the last second sub is having here, and especially when these tight fights. Definitely need a lot of chemistry. Unrational punishes noobs for floating on down, and another slow start for Unrational. That's going to make it 3-0 to Community on these fights.
Yeah, they are doing a great job being able to hold down this high-rise building, and I think the under kind of tone here is that, yes, obviously you get these early eliminations from this contest, but you actually gain a lot of space on the map too to be be able to rotate on out and just kind of figure out where you want to go on the zone. You can glide for so long off the top of these buildings, and you're able to kind of chill out, wait to see where that zone goes, and then start rotating. Back on the other side of the map, though, we can see the Las Vegas Inferno. I know they're here in the building looking to get loud for their team, and it seems like so far early on, they are trying to find some early success against Cloud9.
Cloud9 are going to be pushed into a difficult spot here because Jowo gets separated and is spotted on the cross on ground loop for a moment, so it might not be punished. And there's also a lack of utility on this Las Vegas Inferno team, so still relatively 50-50. It's interesting, though, to see that Adrian has picked off Jowo from elsewhere, so a third party comes on through, leaving Jason Breadman in a tough spot. And the thing is, they won't be aware necessarily of the fact that they're getting pinned in here.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot because you can see there's 4 different teams in this area. You got FaZe kind of lurking on the outside. We saw Adrian was able to pick up Jowo. C9 kind of playing underneath Las Vegas Inferno here, and there's one more team lurking in the wings. Almighty TJ seemingly has seen Breadman go ahead and cross as he's trying to be able to maybe find one more pick. C9, a little bit of a scramble right now, losing Joe this early. I know it's been a little bit of a tough time for them, but being able to kind of come out on top here is huge.
Yeah, the one thing that might keep Jace alive, by the way, is that the Spanish XO Esports actually roll in through the back and pick up Babahov. We see in the kill feed as well, by the way, that Vitality have gone out very, very early, definitely continuing their early game struggles. And this old town crossing into towards gas station here is going to be occupied by the XO Esports, trying to find a route in. Future gets picked on off by Loss. And we're also seeing Blastities go out nice and early. So a couple of traded blows, just assessing the space you've managed to gain, the loot you can set yourself up with. You brought it up just moments ago. It can really help you picking up these early gunfights for multiple reasons, but one of them is it also lets you play late game positioning far more passively than some of these teams will have to if they fall early.
Well, let's come on over to one of my favorite teams, Aiden Z-Smith and DJ Moss, currently sitting in 4th on the leaderboard, kind of over here towards this low town area. This team has been really sort of flexible in where they like to drop and where they like to rotate. But the number one thing you have to realize here is they love to play as a team, and they will just easily take these team fights, wipe a squad, continue on moving. It's like a weird, like fast, slow pace, I like to say, because they're not afraid to get aggressive, but they don't really feel a lot of that pressure. Like, we have to win this team fight, and we have to keep on moving. They're so okay just being like, yeah, I don't really like this fight. Let's go ahead and move on out. And that's something we've seen a lot of top teams are really engaging in. Recognizing when they can get stuck in a fight. They don't have to be able to sit there. And I love that that's what this squad has been able to do. They've been on the up and up. They are here, already performing pretty well here through the first 2 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And I truly think that Z-Smith, by the way, is an absolute star of a player that you have in North America. And we are seeing this fight execute again at Bazaar. Volkov finds the first, then it's traded out for the second. Bazaar's going to squeeze up on this, finds one, and then gets shot in the back, nearly spins, but Vortex will clean that on up. And that fight, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, has seen plenty of heat on the timeline. It looks like the Italians alongside Dropstar come out on top here.
But if I know anything, it is that Panda keeps the momentum, keeps the energy high for that team. How many times have we seen these 2 teams kind of just land back on each other? I wonder sometimes for ego or whether for actual strategy. So we look towards our map, we see already still a pretty big center zone. Will not force many of our teams to have to kind of make these crazy rotations just yet. We're going to be waiting, of course, for those future zones to come on in to figure it on out.
Yeah, I think when you look at this kind of zone, you definitely want to be playing around intel. So you definitely want to be figuring out which part of the island you need to be on. You don't want to be having to play across the water mass throughout a late stage rotation, just asking to get cut down. I mean, this to me stinks of a potential cargo zone. So for example, if you're off towards City, you're having to try and make that crossing, you're asking for trouble if you do it late.
I absolutely love that. I love the call in the intel contract too. I think it's one of those contracts that maybe gets overlooked just a little bit, not entirely. Players know how useful it can be to be able to read those zones, but especially in a time like this where it's so central and you want to know, is this going to pull right, is it going to pull left, is it going to pull north, south, whatever's going to do, get those intel contracts, get that early cash on up to be able to use it. Back on over to COD Immunity, laying in wait, scumming. He sees this fight kind of brewing between Falcons meta. They're kind of just hanging on out. He has their sights on set. This could be really rough if Zeeks tries to push across, because Scumming, you got him in his sight, but get some shots on Almond there, so you know they're around here. And now this Falcons meta squad, they have to play patient.
Yeah, just going to have to figure out a crossing here. They are up against the edge of the zone. Scumming will see that smoke come out and is wise to disengage, in my opinion. Clapper backing on off. And this is one of the teams I talked about coming into this. One of the lower performing squads in EMEA, but a team that do a lot of VOD reviews. So if you can figure out who you want to take your fights against, and I'm little bit worried here that Rocket might not have spotted the team coming in behind. That's going to be brawling. Huskers, Jackal, but Rocket turns. Rocket finds a couple of shots in. Jackal will trade that on out, but Clapper is there for the support. It's currently a 1v1. Zakar against Jackal to see how this all goes on down.
Jackal, he's going to swing wide. He sees the self-revive coming up. The shots are there, but Rocket, you're able to get over the wall just in time. You do lose Clapper, though. It's going to put this into a 3v2. Zakar and Rocket, you have to go ahead and back off. I love the Jackal. You're trying to be able to watch this cross. The shots coming on through. Zakar's going to turn around, maybe get the shots back onto Brawlic and Huskers, but you're trying to hold this heady. If there's one thing I know, you got a couple of straight shooters on the other side, ready to rip you right on off it. Rocket's trying to make his way on over to the teammate. Maybe holds on out, but this is a sticky situation. They're looking to make the exit right now. I don't know if Exiles is going to let them do it.
No, I don't think so. Rocket is trying to squeeze, but you've run out of smokes at this point. You had a window of opportunity to escape. You've not necessarily taken it. Rocket gets a couple of bit more damage in, but Zakar is potentially surrounded here. But can he execute a flank? Can he get in around the back here? Well, he finds Brawlic, and that's a big down. That will open this up into a 2v2. It's whether or not Rocket's managed to stay alive elsewhere. He has, and suddenly the push from the Brawlic and co has really fallen apart. Rocket's going to play exit strategy, and I'm not sure if I agree with this. You're leaving a teammate out to dry, and honestly, the initial engagement, it was a case of Zakar was too far away to provide the support. That's why it all fell apart for this team.
Yeah, well, at first I was like, I don't know if I like this. Play with your teammate. You just got a knock, play the 2v2, but look who's been able to move on in. It is Omit and A. They are here. We saw in game number 1, they kind of tried to do something similar, right? Over towards that Bazaar, they made this late rotation on in, tried to be able to take that fight. They unfortunately just basically get reverse slammed and get sent to the gulag immediately. Not letting the same thing happen on here. Hoping to maybe pick up some early fights, but I love what Huskers and Jackal have been able to do here. They've made this read that, hey, Omit and A's got to be around here somewhere. Let's go ahead, let's sit into the building, but let's check in with our Falcons, the team that we are all looking towards as well. They are over here at the place that we expect them to be, Pop-Off Power.
Yeah, absolutely, but they are without shifting. We will need to bring in the buy. Of course, they are absolutely loaded. So much money in the pocket whenever they're available here at Pop-Off. And the one thing is you're rotating back towards a squad here. Panda and co, they might decide to third party this. Very aggressive team typically, so if they see this buy, that's a signal flare going off in the sky. It's whether or not they get squeezed up on. We're going to get a look back here at our zone, and yeah, that zone continues to squeeze on in towards the center. There's still plenty of water potentially splitting these islands, so for me, you've got to continue to get ahead of the curve and try and figure out what the end game is going to be.
Yeah, I like what these squads right in the middle are doing. This is what you want. If it pulls cargo, you're feeling pretty good. If it pulls kind of down towards the soccer field zone, potentially, you're looking pretty solid. If it stays on you towards Old Town, hey, you're sitting pretty. I love that to be able to have as we start seeing some absolute shenaniganry happening with our eliminations. As we're starting to see some people's already hit double digits.
Yeah, Echo hitting 10 is absolutely insane. I'll come back to that because it looks like all of a sudden the French are in trouble. But before that, I believe we've got an interview from Miles up on the stage with Face Black.
Thanks very much, team. Real quick, we get into this with Fast Blast, not the man I thought I'd be speaking to. Game 3 didn't go your way, man. What happened?
So our normal hotspot or drop spot wasn't in zone, and we have a different spot, and we actually killed the top team in our spot, which was like noobs in them, and we killed them, and we get instantly third-partied by Almond's team because they had loadout, we didn't, and then we all just lost Gulag. I mean, Gulags are relatively more like 50-50-ish. Anything can really happen, and unfortunately, we lost all of ours. I mean, this happened to TB last year from Mazra. You know, Almond and them were probably the best team going to the tournament, and first game, they got dead last. And then they had a great run. I mean, I'm not too worried because this is just for points for tomorrow. So just getting the reps in, and hopefully we execute tomorrow.
Consummate professional and an absolute badass, bro. I've got to give you that. I'm so sorry. I know. Smile and wave at the camera. Back to the casters.
Hey, thank you, Miles. Necessarily not the things I want to hear out of Blast. They had a great game number 1, but an early exit here into game number 3, saying game 1 doesn't really matter, or day 1 doesn't really matter, so we don't really care, but it's you actually do. But into the Gulag, look at this. Breadman, part of C9. He's the last player alive. This is a must-win against Fuzzin. Normally, you're feeling confident about this one, but it's land, ladies and gentlemen, through the smoke. The hip fires are there with the SMG, but he can't manage to do it. Fuzzin wins at the gunfight and sends Cloud9 packing.
Yeah, Breadman's got to be devastated to lose that one. I think actually a close smoke typically benefits players at a mountain key, but I know that's a whole conversation, and I'm with you, right? Emphasis is quite strong, but in the close-up smoke fights, typically it's quite useful. Fuzzin goes absolutely massive here to turn and burn, and that will be Cloud9 out very early. It's been a quiet start to the tournament from them.
Yeah, I love this replay. Kind of seeing a little bit of the slow-mo. Fuzzin just kind of hits a nice little slide canceling. You mentioned aim assist kind of comes into it. Your mouse and keyboard might not be able to flick the mouse that fast. Fuzzin with a fantastic Gulag. Hate to see them go, but hey, you got to respect game where it is. Falcons Mena They're finding themselves just in a little bit of a slower pace already. Zix only with 1 elimination. Not looking too crazy. But I'm looking at that top right Enigma, and I'm seeing Team Community has overtaken Omate EU. Obviously finding some good success here in game number 3 as Almond, well, he has his eyes on a team that you highlighted at the top of the show.
Yeah, showstopper. Vision, AJ. This is a very strong squad in my opinion. There's another one coming on down. Prodigy's going to get caught, and Almond will punish him. It's whether or not his teammate can provide any support at all. And now goes the smoke, and actually it might give Prodigy an opportunity to get up. The Thermite actually connected with something, and Echo and Oki will continue to rain Hellfire down. Echo, Oki, Prodigy have a lot of kills right now, fixing that problem that I said that they have sometimes around passive games. It's whether or not you get caught in these kind of stages. You've got to stay up, and Prodigy's knocked down again.
Yeah, I love the patience from Almond right here. He kind of threw a little bit of a shoulder, sees the teammates of Prodigy up on that high ground, realizes, I can't exactly push my way up here. I can't go too wide. They're looking down on it, but he just lays in wait. Prodigy, you're just kind of bleeding out, brother. Maybe saying, are we doing anything here? Or are we just going to kind of play for the regain? Don't worry about it. I love the high ground, though. This is one thing I've always loved about Echo, okay? They will land on this building every single game. It does not matter the zone. It does not matter the plane path. They will make their way to this building and make their decisions from there.
Well, all the conversation around having alternate strategies, I feel, is very valid, but there's also just intimately understanding the map and who you're going to be fighting, and that is how they like to play it on out. We move on over. Volcom, Resolve, they are trapped right now. Stuck truly between a rock and a hard place, and the door opens at the wrong time. Resolve's looking the wrong way. Volcom, Nines slips a couple of plays in. So whether or not you can stay up, it's going to be the Frenchmen that are contesting them. It's Zach, it's going to be Eisen, and Zach finds Volcom, who overstays his welcome here. Now, can the French collapse in on this? Zach will try and clean it up. Eisen gets aggressive up the front, and actually the mine comes on through, drags Eisen down, and Zach does just enough to see off the LATAM team.
Bouncing Betty had me a little bit worried there for a second that we were about to see just a quick turn, but a great fight on the edge of zone. Back on over to Community, though. This is what we like to see. Unrational with a sniper in hand. We got word a couple people are going to be rocking this Moors, okay? I know we don't have one-shot snipers, but we do have a sniper that the body shot is breaking plates. Pair that up, of course, with your teammates who just have absolute laser beam aim. You are going to be picking apart teams. Unrational, he's been a fantastic sniper all the way since back in Verdansk. I love that he's sort of leaning into this ability that he knows that he has.
I love this play, by the way, to just hit on underneath. I was a little bit worried that they were going to get plucked out of the sky or potentially just be immediately contested once they land, but head for the underground. That's the bunker tunnel. We get another look at this zone, and, well, I think my cargo prediction's out of the water. I think this is going to end up being more of like a Old Town, Sea-Town kind of vibe, and all the teams that are currently sitting center zone are going to be feeling very happy about that because, again, a lot of squads are going to be rotating late across water. They're going to be easy pickings if you're waiting.
That is the #1 thing. You got to put yourself in these power positions to be able to watch some of these teams make their way across and try and, you know, swim through. Now, we know how difficult it can be to kind of shoot through this water, so invest a couple of smokes. You're able to dive in and dive out of it. You might be able to make that cross, but this team so far, they take a little bit of a moment just to kind of reset. I think Finn, maybe get an idea of what their game plan is. You've made it to this zone, great, but you try and hop up and play in the ruins, maybe catch people coming over from cargo, and kind of looking around to the rest of Lowtown. We'll have to wait and see. Still alive here, FIFA kill, Len and Jukeyz doing good. Len on 4, a not bad start to game number 3.
No, not at all, especially for the support player in all of this. He's the guy who's trying to glue these superstars together. Doing a solid start so far in this map. However, you've got a difficult rotation from this point. There's so many teams in the area. It's also relatively open. Jukeyz going to pop the opening smoke in order to let him cross back towards his teammates. And look at them, nice and together. This is so much more about what we wanted to see between these three. They're able to support each other, play over the top of one another. That's the utility that's going to provide them the smokes they need, and they also have the LTV to rotate on out.
I mean, I kind of wanted to almost third party, because you see this fight between Clavson and Vortex and them happening just nearby, but it looks like they are just going to use this LTV, get into the middle of zone, find themselves a spot that they can hold on out. But I don't know if you're going to get this for free. You've started making your way into a building. King Chalk and Nyson, you're upstairs. They have to be a little bit careful about just pushing on forward. This is how some of these teams can get taken out too early. You think you have this for free, next thing you know, there's a team just laying in wait for you.
What I will say, Lennon on 4, Jukeyz on 3. Got to assume FIFA Kill has 1 or 2, so pushing toward double digits here.
Okay.
We're only in zone 5, so plenty left to fight for. a good position here would lift them back up into this conversation that we've been having about how well they're doing. And just across the road, there's going to be C-Smith, Aiden, DJ Mash, just stuck between a rock and a hard place. And in the kill feed, by the way, the French are still a part of the conversation too. Super Evan and Empathy are going to try and get on over here. And this is what I'm talking about. These crossings are not easy. If someone's looking your way, they can just pluck you straight out of the sky with that STG.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a little bit of a confidence play to try and hit one of these zips to get into zone. And you have to know exactly where you're going when you do that, because we've seen it time and time again where people, they hit the zip and they're kind of floating just for a hot sec. And next thing you know, yeah, you have a couple people with that STG starting to rip you out of the sky and you're getting deleted. So I'm glad that they're able to do that. They have found themselves a little bit of a home here. A lot of players finding their area that they want to hang out, that they want to try and hold out here. One of those squads we just saw was Aiden, Z-Spin, and DJ Moss. We saw them in the last game. They had moved forward to find their spacing, and now they're doing here as well. But the Falcons on the other side, they're going ahead to start fighting this team we saw at Downtown. Prodigy, Oki, Echo, they're trying to make it happen, but unfortunately, it looks like maybe just a little bit of a third party came in. We can see Scummin actually picks up Echo.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. They step outside the building for a moment, and Scummin's going to see all of that coming up on the mini-map, all of that noise, and take advantage, just picking one up. And I do think that that is why the Falcons have stayed alive. And look at them try and make a very difficult crossing through open territory. Multiple smokes going out at the same time, so a little bit of a miscommunication there. You want to have as many of those for your crossings as you can possibly make. This is how they play. Very direct, very straight through the middle, hoping that no one sees them cross.
Coach said it for those first two games. I'm going to echo his same statement. For free! He's able to get there. And like you said, it's just a direct movement. You're dropping the smokes. We call them backpack merchants, and this is why. They just are stacked up with these smokes in order to make the cross. They've made it to this building. They know somebody's in here. They're starting to go ahead and push on up. It's Teeks and Hasi. They're sitting on the roof. I mean, you get Biffle and Soka go ahead and push on through. They're going to be able to take them down, and it was just a clean wipe, and now they've gained the position.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what Hasi was trying to do there, but lands straight into the lap of the Falcons, and this zone continues to squeeze. 21 teams, sorry, across a small landmass, and everyone starting to bring out smokes to try and hit their rotations on board with the French, who have a lot to do. They're on the wrong side of the zone right now. They've got to find a way through. It's whether or not they can echo exactly what the Falcons just achieved. Gromelok's going to try and support from behind here as Heat and NKO send forward, and there's a vehicle available to play. I actually love this. You will make a lot of noise, but it was going to give you a relatively safer passage to next zone.
The smoke's getting in fast, so you can see the Falcons are trying to light them on up, but Omit and A, they found themselves right underneath their brethren. A potential inter-org fight about to brew on out, but this zone is just constricting these teams into the position. FIFA Kill, last alive bet left for his team. Only 2 eliminations. You'd love to see him be able to stay alive, trying to open up any of these crates, maybe get some more cash to be able to get the 2 teammates back on it.
Honestly, I just want him to lie down in a corner. You picked up quite a few kills. Play for that 1.6x. Get the multipliers in. Everyone else is going to be squabbling. You can just put yourselves off to the side, maybe third-party situation, get yourself a couple of bonus points on, do it in groups to great effect. It's whether or not he can just stay up for now. The Falcons getting peppered from absolutely everywhere. The walls are thin around here, and the teams are trying to press for what is the power position that the Falcons hold right now. They should be able to look on out over and see a couple of teams rotating beneath them. It's just whether or not they can get a second as the mortar rains on down above them.
Yeah, this is the only problem when you make a play like this, right? Sure, you've been able to grab the power position. Everyone else is going to hear your shots coming from up above, though, and they're going to have their sights set on you to be able to kind of try and get that damage on in. So they have to be careful about being able to hop on up. Maybe, yes, you're able to find an elimination or two, but all it takes is just one team looking at you to shred you on out. But as we kind of get this nice little free cam look, I don't know if anyone else really has the angle to be able to get them. You got Gooey, FLS, and Clavson down below. They might be able to do something, but for now, they're happy with their spot. They can just go ahead and hang on out as well. They're still finding some eliminations, and Soka, he's found an elimination on the Heat.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say those 2 teams right on top of each other, and it's going to be the Falcons that open up on the French, which is going to send the French potentially into a bit of a rotation away, and there's not much ground in order to back off into. They go into the gas. You end up with Biffle picking up NKO. Heat then loses as well against FLS, and all of a sudden the French are in a lot of trouble. Gromelok the last to try and stay alive. The Falcons, though, continuing to just press the equation from this power position. They will have to look on out over everyone else. And for me, the best part of this zone, Gromelok, he's out of here. Omi EU, they will be sat in second, but this is a relatively early elimination.
Yeah, we still have many squads to go here. We're looking for that top 5 for the 1.8 times multiplier. only at the 1.6 right now, so everybody just trying to lay in wait, trying to make it to that top 5. You can tell the boys are locked on in, using everything they can, and I love this. You smoke it on out, you try and move on forward. Soka, he's going to be the first one to make the move, but it's A-okay. They're all right with this. You're able to get the self-revive, and well, now you have the other high ground. Nobody else is contesting this right now. They could just look down below at all of these players, but it's just basically a layer cake that's happening here. Community has been eliminated by FLS. And Shifty, towards the sky, Robstar, he's able to come on in on top of the bathhouse. He knows he's here. Not able to find that elimination, though.
Yeah, this could well be one of those games where suddenly the Falcons just come online, and what a throw that is. FLS going to be absolutely cooked by the Thermite. He's out of here. Shifty onto 5. Clavson will be just down below, and as the rest of the team squeeze into the bathhouse, the Falcons obviously hold the best position. They're able to look in from the windows and pick off anyone here. The one thing for them right now, they're kind of stuck between whether or not they get aggressive and try and get as many kills as possible, or they just simply play for that 2x multiplier. But we are into top 5. It is only the victory that will give you an extra benefit here. Interesting to see that the French have a full 3 for this fight.
Yeah, you love to be able to see them keep online. Shifty getting shots into Robstar, still up above. This kind of looked like a slow game across the board for everyone, okay? And so the fact that they are able to still make it this deep with a solid amount of eliminations is crucial. They find Robstar, so that's going to stop them. They don't have to look above them anymore, right? All they have to do is focus on these teams below them. 4 teams remaining, and well, you got a couple there, but it's Nate Dogg on the inside alongside Destroy, trying to make this fight happen on out. The hipfires come on through. You're able to find Nida, King Chalk. You get the trades on it. Destroy is there. Going for the res on the Nate Dogg. King Chalk, you got the self-revive. It's not going to be allowed to happen because look who's already there to play spoiler.
They are indeed. Zack7 will pick up the remainder, but it is a 1v3. The Falcons holding the high ground, waiting for their opponent to step on out, playing with their food. They will get aggressive, they will clean it up, and the Falcons take map 3 here at the World Series of Warzone Global Final in Las Vegas. We talked about a slow start, we talked about whether or not they could come online. It felt like we were simply delaying the inevitable, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen, a prophecy fulfilled here in map 3.
No, this is exactly the type of game you like to see out of them. It is no surprise to see them maybe take a game or two, read the lobby, feel how they're going to go ahead and play. Now, I don't want to even say slow start because they were still finding eliminations. They were still doing pretty good, but this is what you like to see. You like to see them to be able to kind of work together to figure out, even in these slower sort of matches, yes, maybe it's not the 25 kill win that we've come to expect from them, but what it is, it's the momentum starter, and we're only after 3 games in. We got 3 games left here today, plus our solo YOLO. I would not be surprised, though, to see this to be the match to start the fire.
Well, we saw this on Tuesday, right? The last bit of practice that they got before we flew out to Vegas, and they got off to a very slow couple of games initially, and then once they got that 1 victory, they went and had 3 back-to-back. So it's whether or not we're going to get a repeating of this going on. It starts to become very concerning for anyone else in the lobby when you see that the Falcons have come out on top.
Yeah, I got to imagine that zone really kind of caused a lot of chaos from them too. I loved that end game sort of play that they had, though, where we saw Ahsoka make the first cross, and yes, while you do get laser beamed out of the sky, he goes down, the teammates are able to follow it up, you get the self-revive, and really at that point, they just have to worry about Robstar, who lands above them, and once they take out Robstar, it's like, all right, we literally only have to worry about everyone that's below us, and then I think they were fully ready to go for a heal off there against Zach. Thankfully, that's not exactly what has to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that with the Falcons there as well, it's not a surprise to see them take multiple high grounds throughout that. The power positions, of course. We're going to get a quick look here at our last stand, and, well, Romalog took himself away in the corner. It was a tough map for Omi EU. Feel like they put up quite a bit of kills, but not getting the placement that they would have liked.
Yeah, I mean, here's that play I was talking about. You can see while this flurry of chaos is happening down below, it just allows them to move on over. Shifty gets this excellent pick onto FLS, and you got to imagine that was sort of the unraveling of Clapson and Co. They tried to stay alive, and this was a great fight, by the way. Nate Dogg going up against the French here. Tries to be able to find one. It's a little bit of like a third-party central. You got these 3 teams trying to battle it out. Nida tries to stay alive. King Chalk makes the trade, but it's ultimately the French at the end who comes in at the last final moment, cleans it on up to put them into second.
Yeah, what is interesting about that whole fight is that the Falcons looking over the top and then putting bullets into the French triggered that entire occasion. So it was them just trying to dwindle down the lobby, bleed it on out so that they could just take the 2x multiplier. And yeah, again, they put in the bullets from above and managed to set off everyone else squeezing into the same room to be cleaned on up. And once they see the amount of players in the lobby just dwindle down, they're aware that they're the only full 3 left in that fight. They can just push on up.
They can just do whatever they want. But hey, guess what? It's something we've kind of been waiting for all day. No surprise to see them take game number 3. Let's head on over to the stage so that way Miles can have an interview with the man himself, Biffle.
Thank you very much, boys. The prophecy fulfilled. Congrats on the big win. Points are still good. The standings have been all right. You finally got the win. How's the camp feeling?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we're just trying to find our feeling still. Obviously on LAN, people are playing for $1 million, so it's definitely playing out a little slower compared to like the online tourneys and stuff. But yeah, we're still trying to find our footing. Obviously, we got that win with like 13 some kills. So yeah, I mean, we're still trying to work it out.
Speaking of working it out, you don't have that many games to work it out. I mean, how do you do that in matches? You know, obviously one of the best players in the world, but what advice would you give to folks at home trying to find themselves in a similar position?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, our team, we're one of the best 3 trios in the game. So all the other teams, you know, they suck. So we're still trying to get it worked out. But yeah, I mean, it's honestly just taking it slow. Trying to breathe in between games. I know Soka's telling us to breathe, you know, keep calm and all that stuff. So yeah, honestly, keeping it calm and yeah.
Dude, Rowan, thanks very much for that. Any final words you want to say to the fans? You've obviously got a lot of folks in attendance, a lot of love for Team Falcons, what you guys are doing. What would you like to say to them?
Yeah, man, I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you guys for showing all the love. We hear you guys, trust me. We hear you guys through the headsets. Keep it going. I love you guys.
Thanks, man. Good luck on the next one. Over to the desk.
All right, Miles, thank you for that. Biffle saying all the other teams suck. That's that confidence Falcons have, man. And I was saying at the top of the show, repost, like Falcons, they all individually have the most confidence out of any esports player I've seen in quite some time. Talk to me about that confidence and their unwavering faith to consistently win.
Yeah, man, look, they are, without a shadow of a doubt, the 3 best players in their respective positions, right? So when you have that confidence and when you're winning 30 out of the last 34 tournaments, I don't know how you can't have confidence. So I don't know, man. Those guys just built Diffie.
Built Diffie indeed. That's a tremendous win. We go through our replays and we start seeing Falcons and how they really start setting themselves up for success. And Tiff, I actually was overhearing you. You were saying, like, look, zone number 6, Falcons are rotating in for free, and you literally called the game with 21 teams left.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that rotation in, I was like, they're winning from this position. They rotate in, they take that initial team down, which is XTH, which is from our APAC region. And it's hilarious because, you know, Shifty yesterday on the pulse check was saying that XTH potentially wanted to contest them over at Pop-Off Tower. They're seated right next to each other. And I wouldn't be shocked if after that, Shifty was probably like, oh yeah, guy, like, what up? I told you I was coming for you. But the moment they take them down, there's only a few threats in the area. And it's a mid-EU, right, that tries to lay siege to that building, recognizing the power of that position, because high ground is great. And like I said earlier, if you take it a bit too early, it can be risky. In that case, it was XTH. And Falcons, well, they're the boon of that. They talk about that double-digit eliminations, and here's where they take it. This is where XTH loses in. Omit EU, they try to go in from that bottom. We invest the bunker buster to try and throw a bit chaotic moments into it, but they just cannot get things done. The Falcons are one of the scariest, most consistent fighting teams, and if anyone can do it, it would be that Omit EU.
Talk about a little bit of revenge here. FLS down below getting taken out by the Falcons, right? That team's been dominating, though. They've really come back after a frustrating start, but a crazy another stat, that Zac team had a ton of kills. Also, that's the team that lands closest to the Falcons up at Pop-Off at that gas station, Hector.
Yeah, look, the biggest thing that these guys do that not a lot of teams do, we've been watching so many POVs, so many scrims. Falcons, they always play for the win condition. The place where they think the end zone is going to end. That one right there, that one gunfight, won them that game against FLS and them.
FLS have been tearing it up, and actually they were a team that took down Falcons a little bit earlier in the day. This time around, though, like you said, the revenge comes through, and Falcons take their victory for the first time today, just short, right, in game number 1, number 2. They placed number 2, but they should be on top after that one. They're looking pretty incredible, and also another region in general that's looking pretty good is EMEA. I think they're exceeding all expectations.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this, the EMEA in general. Last year was a little bit fishy, I'm not going to lie, but this year, I know Enigma is going to be so happy to hear this. I think EMEA came to play this year, and they're actually significantly better than last year.
I think so. I mean, come on. They're tearing it up. Gosh, you heard them say it. I mean, got to be happy with the result.
No, absolutely. If you're an EMEA fan, you're loving what's happening right now. You've got several teams inside the top 5 likely, definitely a lot of teams inside the top 10. You've got some teams that, frankly, you didn't expect to perform fantastic up near the top 10 as well. We've been talking about FLS. They did the exact same thing they did in the regional finals. They started off horrible. First map completely chalked. Guess what they did in the regional finals? They were top 10 every single game after that, right? And now they're doing it again. They get 6th place in that one, barely missing out on some multipliers. Watch out for that FLS squad. They could squeak into the top 10 and walk away with a sizable amount of points for tomorrow.
And not to mention, Community has also been an incredible team too.
Oh my God, finally. Look, leading up to all these tournaments, going into the World Series of Warzone, I have seen the Falcons fall, and it was towards this Team Community. Back then, they were competing as USD on Rational, Scum, and Dongy, but talk about it this way. Not only that, they pick up Tommy to coach them for the Global LAN Finals, someone that has such a historic in the competitive Warzone scene. So adding that into the mix, we can already see the changes. I called them a slow burn in game number 2, and they usually pop off in games 3 and 4. We've started early in a 6-game series, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're still at the top of the leaderboard, because I think I saw Dongy with like 20 eliminations. He's at the top. He's got a gunny.
Hey, talk to me, Hector. I want to hear your perspective on this team, because these guys are slayers, but when it doesn't work, man, they're trash. And I think it's that win off the drop spot, right? That high-rise win has been setting them up for success.
For the last 2 to 3 months, or a month, they've been losing their drop spot against Stuo, Enxian, and Patsuka. Today, they're winning them all. That team, I'm telling you right now, they have the world record for the most kills in a custom game.
Yep.
They have the slay power, but they just sometimes they need a click. They need that team chem. But when they do, I've said this before, we've talked about it in the podcast, they can shoot.
Oh, yeah.
Has there been a team, though, that you've been watching that has underperformed for where you expect them to be after 3 games?
Oh, man, I ran down here as soon as that one ended, but I think Brett and them, I expected Brett and them to do a little bit better. I know that they said that when it came to the actual LAN, it was going to play a little bit slower, and it has, but I do think that that's a team that I expected to always be in the top 10 no matter what, top 15. I don't know where they're sitting at right now, but I know they died early the last couple games. So
yeah, and it's worth mentioning too, we see Cloud9 change their drop spot for LAN, right? They actually land over by Old Town. They're running into likely FaZe first. They obviously ran into Destroy, and Destroy came out on top of that as well. You see Destroy in the final 5 there as well, also in the same area. So that Old Town, Low Town start has been pretty dang hot, and Cloud9's not getting paid for that.
Well, speaking of landing spots, let's actually look at a heat map of all the landing spots throughout the 3 games, and clearly there's a lot of hot spots there. Tip, walk me through these landing spots and what we've been seeing and what makes sense from this picture.
Yeah, as you can see, if you look down towards the southwestern side of things, that main building in Zaravan City, and even a little bit of Quadri Shopping Center, those are some of the areas where the large majority of our squads are landing. And as they rotate on out, the majority of the times we're going to be hitting kind of that C-Town, Old Town. So of course you're going to have a large majority of fights there, especially with our last circle in match number 3 ending in that area. So all of the action there, specifically when you think about the high ground, is like, just think of all the damage that you acquire through that, because it's like, dude, I could shoot for days towards the high ground and I'm just farming, and you gotta go through it.
Yeah, I mean, look, that place, I love that the end game last one was there.
Yes.
I called it literally second zone. I was like, this end zone is going to be here, and it's going to be crazy. That might have been, I could be wrong, the most players we've had in the end game in a while. So
you're right.
That was great to see.
Hey, Repulse, it's been great having you up here, picking your brain, man. And obviously, you got a lot of passion for the scene. I love your watch parties. You're going to continue to do them not only for today, but also for tomorrow, and then, well, for, I guess, all eternity at this point. We don't want to let you go, man. One might be retiring, but you better not, dude. Is there anything you want to say to the crowd before, well, you get out of here?
Yeah, to the crowd, thank you guys so much for being here. I know each and every one of y'all just know I love you guys, and the goal is just push the competitive scene forward. So every single one of y'all sitting here, just know you guys make a difference, and I love you, and the whole competitors love you.
Hey,
thank you, guys.
And we love you too, man. Thank you so much for coming up here. We really appreciate it. And for all of you out there, CT Red, they've been grinding. We heard the passion earlier today from Amir. Let's hear a little bit more.
I am here with Deus Amir from CT Red. My man, it is great to see you. I got a question for you though. You gotta talk to me about the qualifiers for LATAM North. It was a crazy journey through that qualifier. Talk me through those final moments that got you into this space here.
We had to go crazy to qual, and it was magic. It was total magic. I don't know, we've been in tough situations before. I'm very proud to say that in most of them we've been successful to come back from them, but yeah, I love my team.
A final question for me is mostly just about resiliency, your team, and what representing your region is like.
I keep competing because I love it. I'm really passionate about it. When I started playing Call of Duty, I was like 13, and I was just playing, like, trying to be like my heroes, Scum, P, Formal, and them. So for me to be here today, like, about to play in a huge stage in front of a lot of people and representing my region. It's a dream come true. So
one of my favorite things about your team is consistency, but also your passion. Look, I'm gonna poke at the bear a little bit. I've got a chance to do some blind rankings with you, okay? So all you're gonna do is you're just gonna rank these players I name 1 through 5, and you don't know the rest of the players. So you just place them wherever you think, and we'll see how it goes. All right. This will be a clip for the timeline for sure. Somebody's gonna get mad about this. I'm gonna start with a fun one. We're gonna start with Sage. Ooh. You can place them 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5th in our blind ranking. You don't know the other players though.
I'll put them 3, number 3.
Number 3, right in the middle. Okay, respectable. Sage, a good player, obviously. Okay, next up, Enkyo.
Ooh, I would say 2.
2, right above Sage.
Yeah.
Yeah, young player. I know, you know, they're on the other side of the map from you guys, but they will rotate over there, and you guys fight them a lot.
They're good.
Okay, FIFA kill.
Ooh, my boy Fiv. I don't know. I guess this hasn't been his year, but I think he's a great player. I'll put him 4th because this has not been like his best year competing, but I think he is like S tier. He just gotta put his shit together.
Next up is Deo Samir.
Ooh.
You got 1st or 5th?
All right. I'm putting myself 1st.
Okay. Look, give me a shout about yourself. Why are you guys gonna win it all?
Yeah, I mean, we've been sticking together. We're really passionate, and I don't know. You'll see. You'll see tomorrow. You'll see tomorrow.
Okay, final player. We know where they're going to go.
What?
Shifty.
Ooh, my bad, brother. I'll put you 5.
Shifty, the worst player on our list. That was blind rankings with Deo Samir. Shifty's not winning it. It's Deo Samir and CT Red. Deo Samir, thanks so much for coming in, man. I'm so excited to see you all perform tomorrow and the next day.
Thank you, brother.
Cheers.
Yo, give more spots to LATAM North.
You heard it here first, or probably not first. You've heard it a lot. I agree. Check out LATAM North.
Always great to hear from Amir there. CT Red, right? Still tearing it up today, trying to do their absolute best. And, well, we'll continue to see how they'll finish out. That's 3 games down. We are now at our halfway point. 3 more games to go to decide the opening points leading into match point, day number 2 tomorrow. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dream Crazy Gio, and, of course, Danjo down there. Danjo, how did it feel to cast for the first time at the World Series of Warzone?
Felt good, man. Felt real good. I've been a lot of casting this year alongside my man Enigma. So
that's right.
Great to be here. Give some hype, of course, to Las Vegas here on day number 1. And most importantly, have a great game to be able to cast over. I know it did slow down a little bit, but I think it was fantastic to still watch everybody. I think finally take the game a little bit seriously, realize that you're bottom of the leaderboard and you got to do something different already.
Really? Oh, wait.
By the way,
there is $1 million on the line.
Like, I think there is $1 million. I actually got a case of cash right here I'm going to show off. Again, can I keep that? I don't know, but that's where the $1 million sit. Hope nobody charges me for that. By the way, Falcons win their first game of the day when you cast. I just want to point that out. So
remember, okay, so no jinx though. Last year, I right after they won, I went up to Shifty, Biffle, and Sage and dapped him up. And at EWC, Shifty was like, yo, after I win, I want you right there. Okay. Right? Because I want to be able to go look at you. So maybe just a little bit of a premonition to what can happen here.
All right, well, from premonition, now going to the past, let's talk about how the first 3 games have unfolded. They've been absolutely blistering fast, and if you haven't been paying attention, well, you might not have been able to keep up. Game number 1, we started hot and heavy. We were expecting a bit of a slower start, but Dream, it was lightning fast. Nobody was slowing down. All gas, no brakes.
Yeah, indeed, all gas, no brakes. And I mean, a lot of aggression, but we almost saw, in fact, our Team Falcons take a win, right? Shifty was left in that 1v2 situation, but it was B-Mark, essentially the underdogs that were able to take it here, revenge tour, and that was an impressive win.
It was B-Mark, J-Tech slide. They take game number 1. I mean, we weren't expecting them to do so, but Danjo, they made it happen, and that was probably the biggest surprise of the day.
No, it was the biggest surprise, but it does also tell the tale of the rest of the day because, yeah, you win game number 1. I love it. It does a lot for the players, but you win game number 1 with 7 eliminations, and they were in like 8th after that first kind of game. So it's like, yes, it's great. I love that, but you have to have those eliminations if you are going to be taking on games. It's still a great start to the day, though.
And Gio, game number 2, omit EU. They come out, man, absolutely frying. They had the ego, but the ego paid off.
Yeah, I mean, is it too on the nose to say it was all guns blazing?
There you
I feel
go.
like that's
what it was.
very literal, right? But it's exactly what happened. And I actually want to touch on something that you just said, where you were like, you know, you win the first one with 7 limbs, and like you're still kind of coming out 8th after that. But that was something that we saw after drop number 2 as well, because we had teams like Team FIFA Kill and like Falcons who did really well in that first drop, and not so hot in the second, and then that's where they were placed after that. So still, even if you come out like really hot at the start, you've still got to keep that up, which obviously we saw in game number 3.
Yes, that's right. And game number 3, Team Falcons, they end up taking the victory.
Yeah, and one really quick shout I just wanted to say, Enkyo being that top slayer, even being that young gun player, land first time, that pressure, that's amazing. But Falcons, we talk about pressure. The one thing I was going to say, because obviously, you know, we were in the green room, I was like, look, if they win this game, I don't know, that momentum, they could just carry it further, because with Falcons, they just need time to figure out how everybody's playing. And you guys heard it. Biffle said, everyone kind of slowed down from game 1 and 2.
It seems like they did, and he also said, well, all the other teams suck. So he's got that confidence. I'm going to continue to say that because, hey, there's not a lot of players that can get away with saying that. He's one of those players that can say that and be like, okay, well, facts. All right, let's take a look at our standings and see who is at the top. Will Falcons take over first? They will not, but they will creep up to 2nd place with 65 total points. COD Munity, Dandro, continue to hold on tight. 68.4 points. They have 42 eliminations, so even though they're not necessarily getting the placings, they're getting the elims, and they maintain first place.
No, this is what I love to see from this team. You want to be consistent. You want to play game over game. And like I said, I mean, the Falcons, yes, off of that win, you kind of come online. They jump up the leaderboard to 2nd, but COD Munity, we know what's capable with them. So now, even if they just stay neck and neck, that's really all I want. I just want somebody to try and basically give Falcons some trouble. Make it not easy for them just to be at the top of the leaderboard and take all this pressure off themselves. They actually have a little bit of pressure, because even though, yes, you are in 2nd with 65, not too far away. Omit EU, you're only 10 points behind.
And you know what? You just got to, okay, Don King, 20 eliminations, by the way. Insane.
Insane indeed. And it's a lot, and that's why they're up and where they currently are. I want to shout out Omit EU, Echo, and then we also have FIFA. Look, EMEA, and I asked Repulse this, and Gio, EMEA has truly been tearing it up today. They are without a doubt a constant conversation. You got to be happy with that result, and we could see an EMEA team win 40 points today going into day 2.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you just mentioned one of the teams that I was going to say I'm really going to be looking at, and that is Team Echo, because they've like been in those top 3 kind of situations in the drops that we've had so far, but they're kind of sat in 4th place right now. They've been playing really well, and they still just got to like pull through and have that 1st place finish, which I believe very strongly that they have in them.
I think they do, and another team that has just been great is FLS. They've been a consistent talking point. Now, granted, Falcons did get the best of them, Dandro, but FLS has also been another team that I don't know if you were expecting a lot from them, but they've gave us a lot from today.
I wouldn't say I was expecting a lot from them, but I was really curious to see how they were going to do on land, leading up in a lot of the scrims and tournaments and things. They were kind of, nobody knew about them until the last like month, it felt like. And then it was in the last month, they really came online. They really started actually being one of these teams that could perform really well, off ping, mind you, might I add, in a lot of these scrims. So when that happens, you know, you're kind of always now having a little tuned into the radar of what this team can do. Now we're seeing them being able to take fights, being able to lose fights and then regain on a different side of the map and still have a fantastic game. It's these sort of movements that I look at for a lot of our teams to kind of say, okay, you have what it takes to be at the top, and it's just a little bit of refining for them to be able to get there and stay there.
And also they got humbled really early, which is kind of a nice way of starting off, because you can just get it out of the way.
Hey, might as well get it off at the very start, right, Dream?
Oh, no, exactly. And you know, the one thing I love about them too, because obviously all 3 of them have land experience from last year. Coming into this, they had some uncomfortable moments, but the thing...
And welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals here in 2024, where we will crown our second ever Global Finals champions. Last year, we were in London. This year, we're in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. And I tell you what, this event has been pretty incredible. Not only in the venue, but also because of the gameplay. We expected things to be nice and slow. Teams kind of filling it out, but everybody's getting a little bit mixy and dicey. And the reason why is because they understand what's at stake. They're not scared to throw their 2 cents into a fight and just really full send it. I like that, I do, because you have to be confident, you have to be willing to risk it all if you want to become a champion. Hey, I'm Taylor Reflection Snowball, joined by Dream Crazy Geo, and of course Enigma down there. Again, congratulations on your cast. It was great. He gassed you up over there, big man himself, and of course, talking about Danjo, love him to death. Now, really, good job, man. And what'd you learn, right, from that game number 3? So many moments unfolded.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that's interesting there is that teams seem to slow down quite a bit in game 3. Game 1 and 2, I think everyone comes out of the blocks to really firing things up. I think also the zones play into that in terms of where they're pulling off to. But as soon as that central zone opened up on the minimap, me and Danjo both looked at each other and was like, this is going to slow down a little bit. And that's because it's all a little bit more predictable for these teams. They know exactly how to play out a very central zone. They did exactly that. And also, I think you're starting to see a couple of these teams that have had slow starts just start to back on off a little bit, meaning that kills are going to be a bit more sparse on the board.
But see, that's not what needs to happen. Backing off when you're already down, in my opinion, is not the play.
Not mine neither, but it is a thing that happens to teams that suddenly lose confidence here on LAN.
Well, losing confidence is definitely, I think, the death spiral for a lot of rosters out there. You've got to maintain that confidence even when things are not going well. Let's take a look at our standings, recap you, and get you caught up to speed as we load up for game number 4. At the top is Community. We've gassed this roster up of Dongi and Rational and Scum so many times at this point, 42 eliminations. Now imagine if they were getting top 5 each and every time. Who knows how high they would be, but the point is they are where they are because they are a stellar team. Team Falcons, though, Geo, they are tearing it up. Biffle, Ahsoka, and Shifty. This is their tournament to lose. Currently second place, 3 more games to go. How high can they go?
I mean, I think the sky's the limit for them. You know, it was a really exciting end to the last drop, and you know, when we had that winners interview at the end, you heard how excited the crowd were. They really are the favorites here in Las Vegas today, or this weekend, I should say. And you know, I just think we see such amazing play come from them. You know, maybe drop number 2 wasn't quite for them so much, but even back in the first one, like, we're so early in the weekend, man, and they just seem to be feeling themselves.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy too is like a lot of those contests we were just talking about, like team vitality, right, going down early, but a lot of these engagements, Dongi, he's winning his ones, he is slaying, he's looking a lot better from last year as we had those, you know, accusations, but either way for Dongi doing the job, getting the donking, getting it done. Can they continue on because they're picking up the eliminations, but they got to keep those placements.
Yeah, game number 3, Enigma Falcons, they just kind of waltz on in with 21 teams remaining. They get center zone for free, and this was the end result.
Yeah, as soon as they made that crossing from building onto the top of bats, it was inevitable what was going to happen from there. And this is where it becomes a little bit terrifying. We've spoken a little bit about it. Myself and Dandro cast a tournament on Tuesday, and they got off to a slow start, which is kind of what we're seeing today. But then once they won one map, they won everything from there.
Dream, we take a look at their elimination heat map, and you can kind of tell the northern side of things and even central, right? That's where Falcons are heating up and getting the most elim.
Yeah, obviously, right? Of course, that pop-off area, but also military base on this side of the zone, as you see on the eastern side. A lot of those eliminations over there, but they literally rule the northern part of the map.
Absolutely. And Gio, when I'm looking at this map, if I'm a competitor thinking about tomorrow, match point, once Falcons get to that 150 threshold, I'm looking at that heat map and I'm thinking to myself, that's where I need to be to shut them down.
Yeah, well, 100%. I mean, some of them are going to be thinking that's where I don't want to be, but yeah, which is perfectly valid. But I think what's really interesting about it as well is when we think about where the final circles have been, most of that heat map wasn't in where those final circles were. So you know that they're getting a lot of their power and benefit and everything earlier on in the game. And it's like, okay, if we're going to shut these guys down, it has to be early.
Has to be early indeed. You can't let them get started because the confidence is there. You saw it in the interview with Biffle after the Game 3 win, and it's going to continue to gain traction from there. I can't wait till we get Hisoka actually up there for an interview, because I know he's going to be bringing that heat, especially with his family in the venue. Hey, I love, by the way, Hisoka's family, like whenever they support him, we've been watching them for the longest time, and they always get involved. Having a strong family support system is incredibly important for you as an esports player. EMEA's been tearing it up. Falcons are obviously on top. We're going into in second place, but Community's on top. Now let's talk about game number 4. We've had a bit of a break, Enigma, right? A little bit of a break. Teams are able to settle down, refigure it out, gain that confidence back, which we said some teams have lost. Game number 4, what's the game plan? And what are the adjustments? Because you mentioned some teams might be backing off of slaying out when they need to actually be pushing forward.
I think one of the things that can happen when you step up on a stage like this is you get a little bit overwhelmed, especially if things don't go right. Nothing's comfortable here. The temperature might be different, your screen placing might be different. It sounds like small things, but they all make a massive difference when suddenly things aren't going well. You can spiral. And we've spoken about how a couple of these teams are emotional sides. So what you need is an opportunity for you to get into a back room, nice quiet moment. Boys, what's going wrong? And you need your IGL in particular to lead those comms and say, this is exactly how we make the adjustments going on through the rest of the afternoon. I am looking at a couple of these sides that are lingering towards the bottom half and thinking, you've really got to step it up here online. You haven't got much longer to go this afternoon, and we know how important that advantage is going to be for tomorrow.
Absolutely.
You know what I absolutely love about that point that you made is that we've spoken a little bit about Tommy being a coach, this time round. And
right.
Tommy is a veteran
Yes, he is.
of competitive Call of Duty. And that's the kind of person who's going to be able to come in and say, I have had this experience millions of times. I know what it's like to go and play in unfamiliar places. I know what it's like to have to get used to this. Here is exactly what you've got to know going into that environment. And I think that is such a massive thing to have on your side coming into a tournament like this.
Let's actually talk about Omit too, because that's a great point that you bring up. Tommy, a veteran, lead him to victory, and Omit also exceeding expectations today as far as I'm concerned. We take a look at their heat map for eliminations and really get to see what's been going down on their side. And, well, this is a little bit different, right? It seems very centralized. Dream, we take a look at this map, and there's only literally 3 locations Omit's been going to slay out.
Yeah, quite literally 3 locations. And I mean, a lot of those eliminations, we're going to take a look at Enkyo, right? He has 16. He's the factor for their team that is really keeping together. You got to look at Heats too, right? That player that is always going to keep the boys together. But collectively as a whole, Enkyo has double the amount of eliminations as his team.
Yeah, so this is exactly something I wanted to pick up on, by the way. Enkyo bringing in 16 at the minute, Grom picking up 8, Heed 7. It's not surprising to see the Wonder Boy suddenly pick up and lead the way with the kills, but typically Grom's a little bit closer. Heeds has always been that support player, so he's kind of a mixed bag when it comes to slaying, although we've seen the kind of gun skill that boy possesses. But the thing is, I am just looking to Gromlock a little bit to just get him a bit more involved in those gunfights. We might well have a situation where it's just the damage figures are really high for Grom, but it's not necessarily the kills. So I'm not too concerned at the minute, but if this team are going to do the things that we're asking them to do and really contest the Falcons, I think that Gromlock is a true Rolls Royce of a player, and I fully expect him to be the kind of person to help lead them there.
You know what that heat map tells me?
What's that?
Teams need to force these guys to rotate. How many rotations did you see in that heat map?
That's right, none.
0.
Yeah.
So, okay, if them picking a spot and staying there is working so well for them, it's almost like rotations might be the way to find a weakness.
It might be. Force them out, right? If you're not, but it's a bit scary too, especially with Inkyo like slaying out as much as he has, Gromma like going as big as he has. By the way,
it's 100% easier said than done, but that's why I'm here and not that.
That's 100% right, because we can talk about it, but we can't execute it because we're just not good enough at the game. I can't speak for Dream, of course, but
hey, listen, you guys got to stop piping me up. I haven't been playing as much, all right? I'm here. I'm a little washed.
I'm playing.
But hey, we're coming in hot next year. Don't you worry. I might start competing.
Hey, you heard it here first. You might start competing. I love that. I do. Let's take a look at our highlights from the first 3 maps, specifically the winning moments. I mean, it has been kind of a mixed bag for competitors and winners, I should say. Game number 1 was exciting, though. Again, B-Mark, JTech Sly taking the first victory. Dream. This was tremendous from this Revenge Tour. That is literally their name, and well, they started off hot, and that Revenge Tour seems to be true.
Yeah, this was actually an insane ending, but the B-Mark, you heard it, he said he listened to comms from his IGL, we had that rotation with the LTV, but how close was it for Shifty? He actually almost 1v2'd. He took down 1, and then B-Mark able to close out. That was just perfect, sublime from them, but holding that consistency, that's the hardest thing to do, but they did set the tone.
All right, game number 2, we watched Omit absolutely tear it up, and this is where we started getting excited, Gio, because it's like, wow, Omit, they're looking great, they're looking confident, the young gun in Ikyo is tearing it up.
Yeah, you bring a guy in who's never played on LAN, and he just tears it up like that, and it's like, you were just born for this, man.
That's right.
And I love it. I love it when that happens, because I feel like when you have that young blood come into a game, and they're so good, they're just riled by the idea of
playing in front of all these people and really showing up for themselves and their team, and you can see what happens when that's the case.
It's funny actually about Enkyo, because a couple of days ago I tweeted out the stats about who's the top slayers in the MEA. Obviously Enkyo leading the way. And I had a friend who I've known for years, he's in the CDL space, and he messaged me going, nah, that guy's cheating, that guy's not, he's not good enough, not at all. Messaged me after map 2 saying, oh, I guess I'm wrong because he's absolutely fantastic. So yeah, putting up big figures out here.
At least they admitted they were calling him out.
Hey, it was nice of him to do so, but yeah, he's currently sitting second when it comes to the fragging rights. But in this map 2 in particular, I was a little bit worried that we're starting to see them still lose a player through the mid game. That's something that they've got to fix up.
In game number 3, we witnessed a wonderful finish. Actually, it was great to see Destroy and his team come onto the screen and perform as well as they did with the top 4 finish. Granted, they were finished off in 3rd, but then ultimately it was Team Falcons against Team Zach. Falcons had the high ground, Zach was down low, and well, we all know how it ended. Fortunately for Zach, he gets ganged up on by all 3 of the Falcons members. They take him out, and it was Falcons who get the victory, ultimately putting them in 2nd place when it comes to the standings. The overall eliminations, you can see again those 3 hotspots. And funny enough, when we talk about Omit, it looks like those 3 hotspots is exactly where they've been slaying out. So Gio, I agree. Get them to rotate out, because if you could do that, Omit might be slowed down just a little bit. 3 more games to go for earning points for match point tomorrow. Who will end up in 1st place? Right now it's Community, followed by Falcons, and on down the list. But with 3 more games, anything can happen. We've had a break, a little bit of a reset. Now it's time to get back to work, so let's do it. Let's head into game number 4. Spider Tiff Ghost, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble. Man, we are here. It is the 2nd half of the day in Vegas, and I am so excited to be back in the booth with you, Tiff. Now, I gotta say, our top 3 teams, I did a Twitter poll, and I said, who are gonna be the top 5 at the end of day 1? These 3 teams, Omit EU, Falcons, Community, everyone said these 3 teams. There was a couple other in the mix that are not here, Team Aiden in particular, who's a little bit outside of that, but these 3 teams, everybody expected to perform well, and they are.
Yeah, well, I love that you're already mentioning Team Aiden, right? It wouldn't be a LAN if they don't have a couple hurdles that they have to get through. And now that we've already gotten one of those out of the way, this is where we can start on kind of that vengeance, right? A 2nd half of the series that needs to be ginormous to make sure you can secure as many of those advanced starting points. But one team that I just don't feel like is getting enough love is that Team Echo roster, right?
Yeah.
They are just outside the top 5, and they are doing something so magnificently well towards that beginning of the games to secure a lot of those eliminations that give them a chokehold on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's a great shout, and I think actually the most recent update, I think they did jump all the way to 4th place, so talk about some slayers. We've got to take a look at this team, especially in this map. The 2nd half of the day means we can see some new strategies. We had a big old break. These players are ready to rock and roll, and they may be changing up drop spots, so my eyes are going to high rise. Community has been winning it, and because of that, they're on top of the leaderboard. But the question is, where is their competition going to go? Our 4th map of the day, the beginning of the 2nd half of day 1. Folks, a lot on the line. Let's drop in to map number 4.
All right, hear me out, Vegas. If your team is not looking so hot right now, now is the time for them to stand up. Show us why you deserve to be as many of those advanced starting points. Take advantage of everything that you can with the remaining 3 games. I want to see a massive win here, but when you see that lane line already slicing through the center of Urzikstan as our teams like Omit EU, #1 on the map, heading on over to Shaheen Manor. And when you've got a lot of unplayable space in this circle, I can only imagine that we're going back to the east.
Yeah, we are going far to the east, and as expected, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a wide open high rise. I can't imagine they're going to be contested, and a couple people floating and trying to stretch, and because we're able to hit high rise so fast, maybe could connect on some shots, but the question is, where is Vitality? I mean, when you go 3-0 on a drop spot, or 0-3 rather, if you're Vitality, you go somewhere else. So I don't know where they went, but this will provide a slower start for Community, which is frankly worse for them. They've been slaying out, winning that drop spot, and because of that, they're on top of the leaderboard. A fun conversation here is these two squads. They've had so much Twitter beef about this drop spot, and frankly, they're pretty much chalking each other's games. A great shot above. Neither of these teams can get anything going, probably because this fight takes so long over and over again.
Look, Reply Totem out here trying to do it to Panda. We drop down, but unfortunately we all three lind up in the gulag. The Battle of the Bazaar has been absolutely bloody.
I think that's 2-2, by the way. I think they both have come out of this on top. Maybe Panda with a slight advantage. Maybe it's 3-1. I'll have to look back at the VOD. I'm sure these teams will be looking back at VODs after this day as well, especially if you're this squad right here. Take a look at where they dropped. So still in city, but off of that high-rise location, looking to land a bit safer. I'm sure the call here was just, look, can we get our loadout? Once we get our loadout, let's go slay out.
Yeah, no, so this is a squad that, if you think about it, right, Engsian, Noobs comes in for him and started to fill in a bit of those scrims throughout the past couple of weeks just to see what was going to happen, and I want to give shout-outs to Engsian back at home for that roster in general, but they were looking pretty consistent in terms of their games throughout the preparation for World Series of Warzone, but that contest early game has not boded them well, and quite frankly, Fluffy Aimers look to be in a bit of a struggle here. Omit T, a absolute slayer in her own right, especially in the 2v2 style of rounds. Well, you got the push from Omid and Juju, the trade coming through. You can just not take a 1v2 in the stairwell.
Yeah, that was a clean take. Well done. Also a bit of revenge, by the way. This squad on your screen in the gulag right now, E700, trying to win this 1v1 and gets the better of his opponent. No problems at all. This squad actually deleted Super Evan's team and eliminated him out of the lobby in the last map. So some nice revenge there. We'll see if maybe we'll see the Wolf get to the front here. Let's get a good game under our belts, Wolf. I'm ready for you, all right? I'm going to swap up my chain just for you if you're able to do it. With the cargo, we go as Savvy Ultra's in trouble. You know, it's funny, Tip. This is, again, another eastern zone. If we take a look at those heat maps, all three zones on the eastern side of the map, and all of Omit EU's kills on the east side of the map because they just sit in end zone. They get to the end and wait, and all of their kills come to them sitting in the end. If you look at the overall kill heat map, you look at their kill heat map, it's the same. It's the end because it's the end game. That's all they do is just wait for kills they know they will come.
And I love that positioning, and it's a lot of the things that we would witness them anytime they would go towards the northwestern sides, especially when we have Kotovo endgames. They are so powerful and scary in the endgame situations, and especially when you have teams that are looking to come out of that northern side. King AJ, Showstopper, Vision right here. When you've got a squad just below you, you want to look for those angles. You have a UAV, you'll be able to get some information, but we don't want to overextend out into the low ground just yet unless we have that opening knock to kind of allow us to get in there.
Yeah, and I am looking at that Blast team. Again, Miles had a chance to talk to them after a frustrating last map, and they actually rotated out of military much more aggressively this time around. We'll see if it pays off, but to FaZe we go. And frankly, not enough airtime for these folks, all right? It's good to see a former World Series of Warzone champion on our screen right now, Sage, one of the best individual players out there. This team has had their ups and downs. They've had some great performances in the past, 6th overall in the regional finals, and then some really frustrating performances as well. And you've got a Vegas Inferno, I think, on the other side, looking for a bit of blood. And this fight is one that we always see in this area. And frankly, I think it's taking a bit too long for either side's liking. I think we're probably going to rotate out here shortly once Sage gets the feeling that, hey, this isn't maybe as free of a kill as I thought.
Well, what's happening here is we also just have Adrian, who just won the gulag and is going to be flying in from the above, kind of that budget UAV to give him that information that maybe they're not able to get, especially when you have a trophy system in the back of your pocket. You've got that mortar and you know that you're set up for a fight. You just want to make sure you play off those audio cues, even future, climbing up the ladder, deciding this isn't the way to push, but Sage is like, I know what it's like to take that aggression, and I'm just going to completely outwork you. Take down one, take down another. Goodbye, Future and TJ.
Beautiful. Quick look at the map after a nice win there. Seemingly that's what's been happening all day. FaZe is doing okay, so let's see if they can come out of it a lot better for it this time around. But quick look at the map as expected again to the eastern side, and well, look at where Omit EU is already over there hanging out in Bazaar. That's that red 1, so watch out for that squad, a top 3 team right now. Again, Team Community, Falcons, Omit EU on top right now. And a quick look at Aiden's squad. Again, a team that's just barely lurking outside of now maybe into 5th place, but just outside of the top 5, looking at our leaderboard. They're right there. They're in the mix. The question is, how many people rotate to Superstore? the last couple maps, it's not been enough to put them at the top of the leaderboard.
It really hasn't, and honestly, Bubble CT, Louis CM, Wars, I would love to see some good games out of them starting here. And when you find yourself between two squads, especially noobs on the other side alongside Stevo and Patsuka, this is one of those things where you're out in the open. If you blow through all of your resources, such as smokes, you can get completely caught out.
Yeah, and we talked about it on the analyst desk. That Vitality squad is actually one of the other teams I was talking about that's not in the top 5 that people expected to be there. With noobs in the roster, they've been performing fantastic, but it's when they win high rise. So now rotating out, we'll see with a new drop spot they do better, but as we swing back over to the middle of the map yet again, we're seeing a ton of action here, and I think that XMQ squad from the APAC just got full wipe, maybe have a chance in the gulag as Tap, Johnny Bro, and Strixie trying to make a name for themselves in this competition, in trouble getting shot in the back.
Yeah, this is what's going to be tough, right? Especially when Tap and Johnny, they kind of swarm on in, but Sage, we saw how aggressive they just were, and they want to keep that moving forward. Sage was actually fragging over the Team Falcons players in general, and when you think back to some of the content I've seen put out from the Call of Duty community, Sage was one of the very last players to be interviewed when talking about the Solo YOLO. He's like, it's me, I'm him, I'm going to win. And now we're starting to warm things up just on day number 1 in this series. Before we get there, I'm so excited to see what Swag, Adrian, and Sage can bring to the table. Sage has already won once, he knows what it takes.
Yeah, he definitely knows what it takes. And that FaZe squad was doing okay, like I said before, pretty mediocre performance, nothing bad. Again, this is day 1, it's not all she wrote, but you could certainly earn some points. So we'll see if maybe they can jump into the top 10 after this map. They've got some nice momentum, but back to some of our top slaying teams, at least in our regional finals. This squad a hair quiet as well comparatively. We've got to remember that this squad was one of the highest fragging teams across all divisions across the board, a really strong squad who's had a fairly quiet day today. And I wonder if it's because military hasn't been quite as active as they expected it to be. I mean, that flank squad, that blast squad has rotated out a little bit more aggressively than usual, at least headed further down south to get into the mix, try to change some things up when things aren't going their way as well. But again, a quick look at the circle here, Tiff, and again to the east. This is looking all too familiar.
It really is, but when you think about military base, like you were just mentioning, you do, of course, have a couple squads. You have Navi, you have FaZe Black. They're still trying to get out from the north, and we see where the Falcons have rotated in nearby that bridge. But when you think about other areas on the map and teams still trying to find good positions to claim for that endgame, Huskers, Brawlic, Jackal, the squad that, you know, has been through a lot, and anytime you throw Brawlic in the mix as well, just one of the most consistent players to pick up. I have seen crazy things out of him since the days of CDLR.
Yeah, Dave Samir, CT Red right around the corner. Good call on FaZe Black, by the way. I thought they were going to hightail it down to Super. They actually turned back around and stayed in military, but to a fight we go with Dave Samir. And a lot of fans of Dave Samir on in our floor sitting over here to my left. I hear him cheering a ton for Dave Samir. Had a great interview with him. And so far, a very quiet fight right now because you just don't want to make the first mistake. Z-Dark their Slayer, but right now slaying nothing but time. This is a quagmire of a fight that's going to take a while because right now you can't give away a good position in Village.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about what they've done. You know, you've got Huskers team that's kind of trying to bait, right? They have that portable buy station. They've thrown down the bouncing Bettys. We're trying to lay a trap, so if that push does occur, they'll be ready.
Well, the Falcons on our screen. We're going to head down to Miles with Vegas Inferno, unfortunately dropping first.
Thanks very much, guys. First and foremost, brother, get the business out of the way. That's for you. Not what you want, but how's things going so far?
We're just looking to break things down. We got to make it simpler, get a loadout, and start making it to late game. Right now, we're testing different drop spots and trying to get really dialed for tomorrow for match point. I think now's the time to get stuff out of the way.
I like some of that feature. I mean, anything you've noticed so far in these games that you know, maybe game plan has gone one way, but everything in the match is going the other?
I mean, we're just trying to figure shit out and take it from there. There's nothing, I don't know, we just gotta lock it in.
Time to lock it in. Well, man, wish you the best of luck. Thanks so much for your time. Good luck in the next one. To the costs.
Thanks so much, Miles. On screen while it's all happening.
Youngsters.
Future, brutal. I hate it for you, but on screen right now, the Falcons in trouble, or maybe Omit NA in trouble. Talk about a storyline for the ages. A lot of back and forth between those two teams, with the Falcons able to wipe Omit NA. I think they have a gulag, but to more action we go, as per the usual. We love to see Dongi slay out. This is exactly what we expect from this squad. Hunting the edge of zone. Tip, this is two different stories of the same Warzone game. You have the community team continuing to find kill after kill after kill on the edge of zone. High risk equals reward, at least this time around.
Look, I am loving what what I'm seeing out of COD But the Falcons have been getting on that aggressive nature. You see the overall standings. COD came into match number 4 above the Falcons, and as it stands, Team Falcons are starting to answer back. But this rotation in from COD through the south, straight into their next threat. You jump back on over to that FaZe roster. Sage on 4, Adrian on 5, Team Super Evan just in the lines of their sight. The Sage, though, playing this really smart, trying to get across the road, and maybe we invest streaks, maybe we just send Adrian in from the above like a SEAL Team 6.
Oh, this is going to be one that they talk about later when they're out to dinner together. This is the Super Evan squad getting wiped by Swag's team, likely. We'll see it. There it is in the kill feed by Super Evan. And I don't even know if he was in it. Oh, wait, Super Evan's by himself somewhere, maybe into the gulag already against Blast. Even still, team not fully eliminated technically, but the rest of your team, Super Evan, the Wolf, you got to be a lone wolf on the map apparently somewhere and try to regain it. I wish you good luck, my friend. It's going to be very difficult with 64 players still on this map. And further east we go, and a little bit more northern, heading out of Bazaar and up to the new zone. It does look like that FLS squad is still alive. We're going to take a look at this gulag too, because we'll see as Evan gets wiped, by the way. This is a must-win gulag if you want to keep your life on this map. Will you beat King AJ? We got 1 HP in a dream. Who's going to win it? It's going to be Autorize. A couple missed shots, and then the execution. Somehow, some way, that Team Super Evan is still in this map, barely. As we take a look to our left-hand corner of our screen, Omit NA, that is a full wipe on them from what I understand. I believe they are out of this lobby.
Heartbreaking, a squad that can perform to the highest of standards, but I just haven't seen it yet, and I know that we do have more games for them. But for that Team COD community, they're still rotating in. We just passed Bazaar. We're working our way into farms where, if you think about a rotation, we are actually mirroring that Vitality and the Omit EU squad. And the cost of being so far out into the open and neighboring that out of bounds line is kind of scary, because one person just needs to lay wind of you and they will be absolutely able to decimate you.
Yeah, this is such a fun fight we're about to see potentially. Could see a third party here, Omit EU. We know their game. They get to end game and then find the kills. Now, they're finding them. Everyone wants to come to this direction, and they go, well, there's nobody here. We're free. There's nobody behind us in this pipe. Oh, sorry. Inkyo, one of our top fraggers today, finding 5, almost 6 in that one, with one of the best spots in farms right now. If it pulls to the south side where they are right now, this will be a win for Omit EU. There's still a lot of ground to make up, and you've got to check your flank. A lot of teams are going to want this spot, but with the signal flare in the sky that they are there, it's going to be a lot more difficult to take.
Yeah, look, their ability to predict where this is going, you know they've spent a lot of time VOD reviewing and trying to relay that information and grab all of that, but Sage, the hyper-aggressive, we don't get fooled here, and we preemptively start that self-res and get the tap so we can preserve that. And I love what I'm seeing out of them, but keep an eye on squad number 23. They decided to kind of poke just at them, but we start going back up north. Little Mario has to fight someone else, and I couldn't be remiss to say that this squad is going to get involved in this, or we focus on our rotation to get around all of this.
A Little Mario getting into the mix, got through in the LCQs, picked up Leonard for the LCQs, and Leonard goes, man, I gotta like ask for time off of my day job, and then makes it here to LAN. Excited to see this team maybe put up some better scores the rest of the day, try to earn some points for tomorrow. But you've got FaZe on the other side, and they are hot right now, and unfortunately for you, I would not want to go up against a hot FaZe team. Yes, they are hot and cold, but when they are hot, this team is dominant. Watch out for Adrian, Sage, and Swag already on pushing probably 15 plus kills. I think just Sage and Adrian together have 13. If Swag has any, this is a fantastic game for FaZe, and it's what they needed to get right back into the mix in top 10.
Exactly, and when you're sitting with a 1.4x multiplier and this many eliminations already, and you say, I want the rotation before I want those eliminations, but look who is back, right? Huskers, after taking a lot of damage from that Omit EU roster, is trying to put the pain down on the Sage, burning alive, dancing around, ultimately falls. Adrian's health's really low. We need the self-res to come through, and we need a clutch by Swag.
Swag's always good for a clutch, at least won a tournament, and right now in trouble from multiple angles, and it's not enough. I believe FaZe is out of this lobby with a good game, not the great game they needed. Likely still right probably outside of top 10, but close enough. Huskers out of here. We see COD Community fully wiped as well. Unrational gone. This is going to open up the door of opportunity for Omit EU, maybe Team Echo, Team Aiden, if they're still in it, to potentially make some moves past Team COD Community. But look who's on win condition already. Falcons have made the rotation. They love this out of bounds line. We've seen them here before. They got second last time in nearly this identical position. Let's see if they can win it this time.
A second, then they go on to win a map, and now we're sitting heading in the 4th game, and it's going to be really interesting to see. Yes, we looked at the north, but we have to turn our attention towards the south. This is the difference of not taking that ultimate contest at the beginning, right? And look, they've made it to endgame. Their biggest threat is that Omit EU roster that's just ahead of them, and not even that Echo on the other side.
Yeah, this is 3rd versus 4th versus wherever this team is, and apparently changing your drop spot worked out. You made it to top 10, big multiplier in hand, a decent amount of kills, but not enough to really write home about. We need to pick up this Echo team in transition. It's going to open up the leaderboard even more. You've got a great spot for it. It's not a hold because of gas, but they're on out of bounds line. They can't go any further back, at least not that direction. The problem is you've got to pay attention to Omit EU, and they see an opportunity. They're going to make a push. Stuo getting into the mix, trying to find the Frenchman. Will he find one? Yes. Will he find two? No. He's yet again clutch in a moment, taking down this squad. Now Noobs last alive.
Heeds, I doubted you once on that rotation. You proved me wrong, and you are looking so good right now for Noobs, the super sub here, last alive for that roster. But keep an eye out on that western side of the circle. Still 2 teams that are going to be hailing from that side, and Nano currently over from that LATAM, still going in on it.
Yeah, big rotation there. You got to watch out. Again, that Echo squad, a top 5 team right now, made it into the top 8. We just saw Navi get eliminated, by the way, off screen. They got about 9th place overall. Noob's going to try to play spoiler to the Omit EU team, trying to get a victory. A 1v3, this is not going to go well. He needs to pick up at least 1 in transition. Frankly, for the rest of this leaderboard, we've got to make sure Omit EU doesn't win this, or they're going to start jumping up this leaderboard and be hard to catch for the rest of these teams.
How
Noobs,
is he alive?
He's good at playing his life. It's not good enough, though. Omit EU on top, at least for now. Made it into the top 6. Top 5 is our next multiplier. This is going to be a big one for the rest of these teams, as we see a CT Red get eliminated in 6. All of these teams walking away with at least a 1.8.
Omit EU set their sights onto the next threat as they rotate on in, wiping Team Echo, the 3rd place squad and the 4th place team on the leaderboard, going at it. But Grom still has a good bit of a way to go, 1.8x multiplier. But how are you going to rip the Falcons out of their nest?
Did we see the heat maps? They get the kills in the end game over and over and over again. Top 5 and in trouble. We smoke and run, and apparently hay bales. You don't need needles. They cover bullets. Why not? We've got Nano on the other side, who's in a really good position right now. Right now, the Falcons need Nano to somehow play spoiler to this Omit EU squad, so it's not a true 3v3, but look at the zone pull, Tiff, wide out in the open, and this time, no LTV around.
Ooh, the mobile buy station, the smoke to use it. We want resources for that end game, reuniting alongside Gromalok here. Have some ammo, have some resources, everything that we're going to need for some of these final battles. But we're all just kind of Spider-Man memeing it out, pointing at each other. And what the Falcons have done as well, they wiped their side of the circle.
Yeah, LCQ, I'm sure Shifty was talking some smack on that one. You have to go back, watch it on stream. Gets a nice win there. 3 teams of 3, a true 3v3v3. What a way to go out here for map number 4. I don't love any of these positions because, well, there's no cover. The question is who makes the first move and who makes the first mistake. It does look like the Falcons have the high ground. They do technically have zone. They want to make a move here. Ahsoka is probably playing on out of bounds line. Does make a move over to Inkyo and gets cleanup. An advantage to the side of the Falcons in a really good position to win this. I'm just going to try to find kills off the left-hand side. These are all worth 1.8, folks. These are huge. Now at 2v2v3, the Falcons on high ground. The Falcons likely winning this one. The question is how many kills they pick up in this final fight.
Wait, with the PDS play from Heeds and Gromalok, and Falcons descend from above straight on to Nano. This is going to come down to the Falcons and Omit EU. Keep an eye on Biffle right now, especially with Gromalok going down to the sights setting. In the sky we go.
The Falcons on top, and we can see it in the top right-hand corner of our screens. Those score tallies going up and up and up, and we've lost one. It does look like Gromalok was able to find Shifty. This one is not over yet, but the question is how long can you remain in the gas? Probably not very long. One more goes down, a 2v1, and how about off the heady? Falcons on top, back to back with a lot to say. Well done, Falcons. We knew it was going to be happening at some point in this tournament. Apparently, it is right now.
A back-to-back as the Falcons fans celebrate at the front here to support them. A 50% win rate in our current series, 4 games played, 2 wins, a 2nd place, and then, you know, a 10-point game. I'd say they're doing pretty damn well. Let's hear it for Soka and the boys at the Falcons.
Wow. What a finish from the Falcons yet again. That one, a lot of points, and frankly, I think they wanted that one bad. After losing to Team Revenge at the very beginning, a team that we expected to maybe not do much, Shifty was like, no, we gotta run that one back. Got the circle for it, and you can see the celebration and probably some smack talk. He didn't need to shoot bodies. He can stand up and point at them around these parts in Vegas. Very well done from the Falcons yet again to secure the win. This time it helped. They had player advantage. They were able to execute a nearly identical circle, by the way, to map 1, just a hair more south with less cover and no LTVs this time. Yeah, we take those.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's the difference maker, right? It was a second place in a similar end game, and now we convert the wins. That shows us that we are able to correct those minor mistakes, and that sounds crazy that I'm saying minor mistakes about a second place, because a 1.8x multiplier is so good, but a lot of the storylines that we were talking about coming into the World Series of Warzone, especially day 1, it's those advanced starting points, and everyone was like, what do we do if the Falcons do get those 40 points at the top? So let's go ahead and run that last stand, and we'll kind of keep chatting on that.
We have a problem is what happens. That's a problem on our hands. Look at this high ground position, even this early out on the out of bounds line. This is where the Falcons thrive. We've seen this time and time again over the last 30 tournaments that they've won. When the map gets wonky, when the circle's cut off, the Falcons thrive, because when people have to think on their feet, they're not able to think fast enough to keep up with the Falcons. I will tip my hat, though, to this Omid EU squad. They had resources in the end to make this one close and make it to top 5. Without the resources in this moment, Tiff, they would have been in dire straits very quickly. A great rotation, able to keep all of their bodies up as well. Picked up a couple kills in the end game. Another solid map from Omid EU. They are living up to the hype.
Yeah, but when the Falcons, they get all that space, they preemptively throw that trophy system down and just start roaming. And Omid EU kind of gets sandwiched behind these hay bales over here. Yes, you start that PDS play, you try to prolong it and try to get as many eliminations with 1.8 as possible. But Nano was constantly that thorn in their side, putting all of the damage onto them and kind of throwing that rotation for them, which is exactly what they needed to do. But it also allowed the Falcons to just fly on out, spread, and look for those angles. And if we are ripping Grom off the headies throughout this, that's nasty.
Shifty, Inkyo get traded out, so it was a 2v2, and when you're in the gas with losing out on resources and the Falcons get the zone pull, yeah, no chance you're losing that one if you're the Falcons. Very well done yet again, of course, to go back-to-back. Yes, we took a little bit of a break, but they did go back-to-back, and you can see all the fans of the Falcons, Hisoka's family. I love a chance to meet those guys. They're always hyped for Hisoka, and well earned, by the way. That team, the Falcons, that are on top by a lot, they've won $300,000 on this map alone. Yeah, talk about a good, a good last couple months for the Falcons boys. I know they're excited.
I'm excited for them, and you just think about the history that Soka has been through on his journey in competitive Warzone. How many times have we seen his family show up in the back of his stream, celebrating, hyping him up? That's an environment that just breeds success.
Yeah, and we already got a chance to talk to Biffle. I'm sure we'll be talking to one more member of the Falcons, and who knows, you know, the way things go around these parts, we could talk to the third member later.
Can we talk about this real quick? Look at this. Nah, that's nasty.
I told you, they've heard some money. That chain is nice. We're gonna head down to the stage with Miles and Shifty to talk to the second half of the Falcons.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Yeah, Shifty, look, back to back. It's starting to feel good. How are you guys feeling?
Now we're starting to get going, man, and these guys are fucking horrible. I mean, yeah, these guys, we get to land and they forget how to fucking play. So, you know, we're dealing with a little bit of PC issues, but now we're kicking, we're alive, and it's about to be a fucking bloodbath.
That's 3 on the count, folks, but we're almost getting, you know, slowed but sure, get ready in the next one. I mean, obviously, you didn't start things off too bad. Second place, the points are still looking good. I mean, it feels like a few minutes ago I spoke to Biffle. Is there anything you're looking forward in the next game? Anything you're looking out for?
Nah, I mean, we're just going to play our game. You know, next game you guys will be talking to Soka because we're going to win again. You know, we want to finish off today strong. We started a little slow, like D was saying. I just told him, let's get our pacing right. I said we're going to come out from the halftime and win another game. So let's just fucking win these next 2. I mean, Falcons on top. Everybody knows we're the team to beat, and these guys are fucking horrible.
I don't know if I can add too much more to that. Right, good luck, man. We'll see you in the next one. Take care. It's back to the decks before we get in trouble.
Yeah, before we get in trouble. It's getting a little wild up there. Falcons are heating up. They've won 2 out of the 4 games. Mind you, Game number 1, they got second place. So they could have won 3 out of the 4, but game number 2, we'll just let that go. I think that was like top 20. But they came back with a vengeance, and they are looking incredible. Falcons truly living up to their namesake. Again, this is their tournament to lose. This is day number 1. The worst case scenario for the competitors is for them to go into match point tomorrow with a 40-point lead, because that puts them 110 points away, which they can reach in just a couple of games. So this is starting to get scary. Let's look at our highlights from game number 4. And man, was it a great game. Dream starting off. Falcons, though, even though they get the game win, they nearly did.
Yeah, you know, I stepped away for a second, had to use a little body, came back, and I will tell you this. We came back, and I was surprised to see Omid NA. It was Juju taking down Ahsoka. And I screamed, like, both you see, I think, it was Shifty as well, but Biffle, he got the cleanup kills, and he was able to save the day for them to secure that win. That was looking pretty scary there for a second.
Looking scary, but they managed to come back, and that's the resiliency that they have that every team should definitely aspire to get. Omid EU, though, continues to tear it up. Enigma, I cannot believe how well they're doing.
Yeah, talking about resiliency, there was a couple of moments throughout that rotation that I was a little bit concerned. One of their weaknesses so far through the World Series has been losing a player before you get towards the end game and then you're outnumbered. However, here they do a fantastic job of staying alive when they're pressured by noobs, Patsuka and Steve-O. And in particular, Enkyo does an amazing job. He gets caught on the cross, takes a lot of damage, but the Resolute keeps him alive. He gets the support in from the teammates, and then they counter that play and open up that southern side of the circle to let them in. They do a great job then of using the utility that they possessed to keep that fight going as long as possible.
We talk about NA, we talk about EU, Gia, let's talk about Latin America. BD Benza, Eric Nano, and Tabakudo going absolutely nutty, buddy. Third place, Latin American representation.
Yeah, no, I think this is pretty insane. We spoke about on the last desk which teams need to do better, blah, blah, blah. Here are the big guns from NA, here are the big guns from EMEA. But the last 3 teams of this drop were all from different regions. And we have that second team from LATAM South showing exactly that they can go up against these massive titans when you talk about like Falcons, like Omid EU. And that's insane. That's something that we really can't overlook. And, you know, they were coming into this drop sitting at 16, so it's kind of like comfortable. You can go up, you can go down, but just a phenomenal finish from them. And it's really interesting as well because a lot of our top teams we see they have like one really prominent fragger, whereas on this team we actually have quite a lot of consistency. The 2 top fraggers on the team were both sitting at the same number of kills coming into this drop. So it's just really impressive from them. And when you're from one of the quote-unquote smaller regions and you're going up against these 2 teams,
that's right, yeah,
in
exactly.
the final circle, is nuts.
It is nuts, and it's such a heavy burden, isn't it, right? To be Latin American South, everybody's talking about EU, everybody's talking about NA, but man, LATAM teams, they're still in there. BD Benza, shout out to them. Like I said, third place, we'll see how far they can continue to go.
Yeah, and you know, for them only having 2 spots, it's amazing, of course, to be here, but I do agree, of course, with what Amir said. They need more spots. It's really awesome to see just new talent coming in every single year. That's exactly what the World Series of Warzone provides.
Man, so what? Biffle last game, all the other teams suck, right? So okay, I just want to make sure. And then Shifty, and I quote, they are terrible. Hey, gotta maintain my job. He can say what he wants. I really can't up here. But they are terrible. Again, just letting the competition know what they're about. But even though he says that as a competitor, let me kind of taper that off just a little bit. The teams really are doing very well to challenge that of Team Falcons. Again, I go back to Omid EU, who've just been absolutely stellar. Inkyo has just been out of this world, owning the moment on his first ever LAN events. Gramalok's been there. Heeds as well. I have been absolutely blown away by their performance. And now I finally question, because I was like, Fnatic is the team going into global finals to challenge that of Falcons. Obviously, Fnatic's not here now, okay? They are in certain portions and pieces, but they're not represented as Fnatic as a trio. Now you have Omid EU, and that excites me. I'm like, this might be the trio to maybe dethrone the Falcons, right? To maybe challenge them and knock them off their pedestal. May not happen today, but tomorrow I'm going to be on the lookout for them. Let's look at our heat map for game number 4. Let's see if things shifted around Enigma. There is a lot of action all around the map.
There is, and it's interesting to think about where we end up with the end zone off towards the east there. I'm not surprised to see so much heat through the middle of the map because those teams that play out through the west are having to make the crossing and you end up just getting picked up through. However, I'm surprised to see there's actually a bit more red off towards the west side than the east. I mean, particularly when you're talking about the Seaport Bridge region or maybe even towards that northwestern side of the city. Looks like there's quite a bit of action there. So whether or not that's just teams being picked up on rotation or a lot of those landing on POIs, fights going back and forth, I think that is definitely an interesting look at a zone that was quite frankly on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, I was curious too, because that's exactly what that says, right? A lot of these teams are like, okay, we're on the bottom half of the leaderboards. We want to catch up a little bit. Let's just go ahead and go for those early game engagements. And that's obviously, as you can see, where a lot of those fights are happening. So picking up those early eliminations and then, of course, being able to get the placement. So those rotations towards the east side of the map, that's where it's going to be.
I kind of love that though, because I love seeing the teams are getting a little bit more active rather than more passive. You don't want to see teams starting to shy away from those sorts of engagements, and especially when you do have a circle that's going off to one side of the map, you are going to face things like, you know, more rotations and stuff, because there will be teams who have gambled on the other side of the map, or they have their preferred landing spots which are on the other side of the map.
Sure.
So you're going to end up with a lot of rotations, and it's like, yeah, if you've got to face them, then shoot them up.
And let's not forget, we had a long break, right, from game 3 to game 4. A lot of time to kind of rethink the strategies, and that dropped, right? That heat map showed us, well, teams were willing to go outside of their comfort zone because they need to make some changes, especially if they're outside the top 10 list. Hey, 4 games down, 2 more to go to determine how the points are going to look going into tomorrow's match point. To leave you off, we got Season 6 coming. Let's see what's in store for us.
Gone dark. We'll split up. There may still be survivors. Let's move.
Pump camera up.
Defrost here.
Movement.
Rocket, come in.
Enemy movement. Hostile spotted.
Does anyone have eyes on him? Report.
Killers and $100 billing. Guessing we got no feelings.
Everyone fall back! Repeat, fall back!
Every man for himself in this land, we begun it. So some is shot, locked down, and turned guns. Cavalry arms and straight up shotguns.
Does anyone read me?
Oh, Season 6 looking good, and so is our standings and competitors. Like I said, 4 games down, 2 more to go till we decide, or at least until we know our points going into tomorrow. Falcons take a pretty considerable lead, I believe. I forget if we looked at standings, actually, and I don't know if we did. But if we did, I'm excited to see how much of a lead they took after winning 2 out of 4 games, back-to-back games, and doing it in scintillating, sensational fashion. All right, I stole that from Colin Crow Clark. He's a wonderful caster. Shout out to him. Okay, hey, it's exciting. 2 more games to go. It's time to get to work, Gio. With 2 games remaining, if you want to earn your points going into tomorrow, you don't have that many more chances.
No, you have to kill.
It's just straight up.
Great analysis, Gio.
I'm not
Thank
going
you.
against, I'm not going against her.
Tomorrow. Bye.
Honestly, I think that today, if you are one of the teams that's struggling, you're getting a free pass, basically. Yes, it is important that you pick up the 40-point advantage for tomorrow, but I think if you're one of those squads that's struggling, you've come into LAN, you weren't aware maybe of where other teams were landing on you in various POIs and stuff like that, you've now got the opportunity to go away and make those adjustments ahead of tomorrow.
Sure.
Invaluable for several of these squads, because we have seen a couple of teams underperform a little bit, and you can then regroup, get back on, go, look, it was one bad day, we've all been there, we've all had an off day, but we can go into tomorrow with some heat and with some fixes.
That's right, heat and fixes. And I want to talk about, again, two Titans. You got Falcons, who should be in first place, Omit EU, who's challenging them. Realistically, how does Omit EU shut the Falcons down if they're not directly challenging them?
I mean, I think you just got to keep doing what they're doing, honestly. Like, they're playing beautifully so far. Like, yes, the Falcons have gone back-to-back. Sure, they're playing really, really great. But for some of those endgame zones and scenarios, it's a little bit of a 50-50, honestly. And sometimes you just make the best of whatever read you try and make. I think Omit EU, the one thing they can do is really tighten it on up. I think they are getting maybe a little bit too aggressive in those end zones and really starting to fly towards maybe fights they don't actually have to take. Really kind of focus on those placement points that you're able to snag, right? Get those eliminations that you need, and then just kind of slow it down a little bit, really lock it on in, because they're a team that if they get to be one of those final few remaining three, they can easily put themselves in a position to win a game and not let the Falcons potentially go for a hat trick.
Yeah, honestly as well, I agree with Dandra on this, of course, because you've been talking a lot about, but I genuinely think that they're playing fantastic Warzone. They've been a bit unlucky on zone pulls twice. They've been in what would have been considered the power position in the second to last circle, and then it's pulled directly away from them. They're having to traverse over terrain that's usually held down, covered, etc. I mean, even on that circle there in the last game that we just had, you're edging your bets one side or the other, and you're still being squeezed north over and over again. Eventually, you're trying to, if you're Omit EU, you're thinking, well, surely it's got to pull towards us at some point. And it just doesn't. So they've been unlucky. They're doing well.
Unlucky, but you can kind of put that aside too, because it's like Falcons consistently, I should say, find zone. They just have an understanding of it, and they find a way to get in there. And I guess the way to beat them and to shut them down is to beat them to zone and shut down those hardcover POIs that they consistently lock in. Hey, Aiden is a great competitor, and today's honestly been going okay for him. We have a chance to talk to him. Miles and Aiden on stage.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Aiden, man. 5th place so far. Squad's going all right. I've actually got all the boys are here. We're all headphones off, ready to go. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. I hope everyone that's watching is having a good time, man. You guys make this event possible, so I'm having a great time.
And you have got the loudest fans in the venue by far. How's that going?
Hey, let me hear some noise, man. Let's go!
Nicely done. Okay, final few games today. What's the game plan? Any changes you're making that you want to share? Obviously, your opponents are listening, but is there anything you want to bring up?
I think we're going to keep everything the same. I think, just be a little bit more disciplined. Like that last game, I made a little mistake and it just set us back. So just making sure we're staying disciplined, and we're just going to stick to our plan.
Sounds good to me. Guys, thank you so much for your time. Obviously, you're shooting, the firing range is getting lit right now. Any final words to some of the fans, the folks at home, even your opponents?
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcons is doing great. Biffle's sitting right next to me, but he smells like shit. So, yeah, keep it up, Biffle.
It's back to the desk.
Yo, I don't know how Miles does, but Miles is getting some spicy responses out there from the competitors. I guess I have to avoid Biffle at this point in time if he smells like that, and maybe that's the reason why he's thinking about retiring. I don't know. It's getting spicy out there. Hey, check. No, come on, I love Biffle. Then why are you going to laugh like, because now
what if he's just going straight degen mode, and that's why he's shooting nukes?
Hey,
he hasn't showered in weeks.
He hasn't showered in weeks, and maybe that's a superstition. People like special socks. Some people like special controllers. For him, maybe he just likes to not take a shower, and the funk is what gets him the win. I wouldn't play good if I was sitting next to him and he smelled that bad.
Honestly, not 100% sure what to say about that.
It's okay. It's all right.
What I'll say is that there's a reason, by the way, that we don't do listen-ins very much with Biffle, Soka, and Shifty. They do talk weird smack, and I'm all for it. They're very confident gentlemen. However, there was a couple of moments in there where even Miles was a bit like, what's going on? So, yeah, but the confidence is always key with them. They're absolutely, we've been around them. You feel more confident after a conversation with them because of the belief that they have in themselves. So, as a trio, doing
exactly what we expected. Talk about, you know, if it bleeds, it can be killed. Well,
That's right,
they
yeah.
stemmed that bleeding pretty quickly.
There was, I forget who it was on the Falcons, but we tweeted it out from _esports, and it was who's the most overrated player competing in the global finals, and one of the Falcons players said it was Aiden. So maybe that's why there's a little bad blood there. 5th place, not bad. We actually haven't had a chance to really see them too much on stream, on broadcast, but make no mistake, they're absolutely there. They're slaying out. They're a great team. Throughout the qualifiers, they were great. You know, you look at certain teams, and I said it through the roadmap, there were certain teams that took 3 chances, 3 stages to get to the finals. There were some that took up to 6. Aiden was one of those that took 3.
Yeah, and I think this team really kind of came online recently when I kind of heard that DJ was playing a little too passively, right? And kind of was talking to Ebates, who was on their roster last year. Thankfully, this team did make an upgrade and did pick up Aiden. But the one thing he said, you know, kind of in talking to them, that user like, DJ, you have to play more aggressive. You have to get into the mix. And anybody who knows this kid knows that that is what he loves to do. That's what he succeeds at, right?
Sure.
Is being able to get into those gunfights. I know I was talking to Z-Man. He said one of their favorite things is like their ability to really like transform their roles depending on what's going on in the game. Like if somebody's coming back and playing a regain or something,
Sure.
they're not afraid to let somebody maybe who has their loadout, like, all right, you have to bang out the building now. Go ahead, go for it. I'm going to play support from back here, and then we'll kind of figure it out and shuffle on in as the regain starts to happen. And I think that's like a skill that a lot of teams maybe overlook. They're so steadfast in these roles, that what they've been practicing, that they kind of forget that, like, at the end of the day, COD is COD, and it's about who can shoot their gun, right? So
Exactly.
3 players who can do well.
Fully agreed. I think that's actually one of the reasons why you are doing so well. They do have one of those players in Heat. We've seen that he can slay out. He doesn't play that role because Enkyo's slightly better at it. But if Enkyo goes down, he's more than happy to take part in that. I mean, we saw some, quite frankly, disgusting 1v2 situations through this week, as well as earlier on today. So, you know, they do have that player that's able to fill in the gaps. It's an important thing, and I absolutely love the call out from Dandro there.
Yeah, Gio, roles are important when it comes to BRs, right? But at the end of the day, you have to be a flexible player, all-around player, if you want to be successful, because there's only 3 of you. At certain points, you're going to be the last one standing. I would argue that the IGL obviously needs to be solid, needs to be impactful, and call in the action whether he or she is alive or dead. But you have to be an all-around player. That's what's going to find you success.
Well, I think the really interesting thing about BRs like Warzone is that you don't have the same win condition every game. You know, you play like a attack shooter, for example, and the chances are every single game you have the same win condition. You know exactly what you're doing. That isn't the same here. You don't even have the same goal in every single game. You don't know where the final circle is going to be. You don't know what rotations you're going to have to make. You don't know who you're going to come up against.
It's hard.
And so you need to be able to have that adaptability in order to completely change what you're going to do on the fly, and that includes the skill set that you have. If all you have is your ability to, let's say, cool, and your other 2 teammates have gone down, what are you going to do if you can't shoot a gun? You know, that's not an option. You're not on this stage, that's for damn sure.
Well, without a doubt. I mean, this is the best in the world when you talk about the best 120 players, the best 40. And speaking of some of the best 3 who made an impact throughout the first 3 games was Doggy and Rational and Scum. And obviously, I'm talking about COD and Unity. We've been putting a lot of highlights on Falcons. We've been talking about Omit EU. But now, again, let's come back to COD and Unity as we look at their highlights. This roster fought tooth and nail to make it to the stage. Dandro, talk to me about their route last year. They didn't make it to global finals. They're here now, and they're making the most of it.
Yeah, lots of fun controversy with this team, with Scum and Unrational. You kind of had some stuff with Husker, some team changes. Hey, it's all in the past. We don't need to worry about it. But this year, they pick up Donkey, and they actually form a real trio. Even before we had this whole, you know, kind of timing the World Series Warzone and needing to put a team together, this was a trio that was already playing together. I love it. And Donkey, especially just as a player, is kind of a really cool story, right? Nobody really knew who he was. You heard Hector kind of say everybody thought he was yacked up last year, and he's able to come on and prove he has a name. And then in that offseason, start playing with Unrational a ton. So when it comes time for Unrational to pick a third alongside Scum and to play in a tournament like this, it's a no-brainer question. It's just automatically able to come on through. So I like that this team has been here. They've been a little bit lackluster through the middle of the year, but now here where it matters, they are showing up.
Yeah, absolutely. But moving on to the Omit EU and where they're picking up their kills through drops 1 to 3. And honestly, it's unsurprising to see them command a lot of that eastern side of the map. They know it so intimately. It is exactly where they want to play around mana. They do have alternate drop spots. However, as soon as we start to get a lot of those zone pulls out towards the east, and we have so far through this tournament, they feel extremely comfortable. So they're putting on here.
I want something new as far as the circles go.
Huh?
Yeah, something new.
Someone know. Well, hey, it looks like game number 5 is nearly there. So just a little bit more. We're refilling that lobby up. I love that we talked about Dongi. Obviously, is one of those players that we didn't know. Well, we knew a lot about, but we didn't expect a lot from. But now he's proved himself. And I think, again, that goes back to the old conversation of changing of the old guard to the new guard. And well, Dongi is that. Inkyo is another parallel to Dongi in a way that Inkyo. A lot of questions. How good would he be online? He was phenomenal. How would he perform on land, especially on the global stage? Well, clearly he's been absolutely out of this world. Both of those players tearing it up and going far. But again, with just 2 more games remaining, do we want to get spicy, maybe do a little prediction and see who's going to end up in first place at the end of the day? It's up to you guys if you want to try it.
Sure.
You want to try it?
Yeah.
All right, let's get spicy. Who's taking first place? Who's getting 40 points going into day number 2?
In shocking surprise fashion, the man from NA is about to pick Team Falcons.
Anything else?
No, that's really all I got for
Justification?
Back to back?
Back to back. That's it. Okay, fine. Can I get something spicy? I thought he was going to be spicy.
Honestly, no, I'm good. I'm not going to go with Falcons because I think that is not spicy at all. Honestly, there's a team that's kind of riding under the radar right now that's picking up a lot more kills than I expected them to do, and I think could really pop off in these last 2 games, and that is going to be Team Echo. I think that Echo Prodigy, Oki team, they do have superstar slayers on there, and I think that we're starting to see them really fix a couple of things that I was worried about when we came into LAN, and that is a squad that could find 2 massive maps here and begin to contest the Falcons.
Okay.
I don't want to pick Falcons because I don't want everyone to have the same. So I'm going to go ahead and say Team Community because they still have the player who has the highest number of kills. They're still just beating out Enkyo in that. And I think that they have the firepower to keep themselves going. Keep their flame a-burning.
I like it. I like it. 3 solid picks. I'm going to go Omidi-U. I'm surprised actually nobody said that. So Omidi-U is going to be my team. I think they're going to end up on top after today. At the end of the day, Falcons, right? I mean, they're absolutely. Hey, what? I'm trying to be spicy.
We're all thinking it.
Well, you got to think. The Falcons, they're that great. But I mean, even though Falcons are still in the spotlight as they typically do, today has been incredible for seeing so many other rosters shine where we might not have expected them to be. And even FIFA, you go back to them. Now, granted, they've dropped down a little bit, but they started off the day hot and heavy. And that gives me great faith that going into tomorrow, regardless of the bonus points that they're going to have, they can make a big impact. They can win games, and they can go the distance. So FIFA, he's been a big surprise today, along with his rosters of Jukeyz and Lennon. But at the end of the day, again, so many surprises, even though Falcons have been dominating.
I think the really nice thing about Team FIFA Kill is that they've still been quite consistent, which was not what we saw in the qualifiers coming in. They were really, really up and down for that.
Right.
So even if they're not necessarily in the top 3 right now, they're still doing pretty well. They're in 11th currently.
Okay.
There's still room for them to obviously improve and kind of find their way up the leaderboard. But they haven't been having like crazy off games on just relying on flukes. And that's really nice.
Well,
it's really nice to see.
It is nice to see. And I asked your predictions for a reason, because for the first time in a little bit, let's take a look at our standings and see what they look like. And Falcons are leading by 109 to 89. So Omidi-U, they're in 2nd place. They've got a bit of ground to cover. So now we start to see that scary lead develop from Falcons that we're used to seeing. The question is, how high does it go? I don't know. Who else stands out to you?
I mean, I guess that when I'm looking at this leaderboard, I love that we got FaZe in 6th, right? This is a team, like we said, has been kind of flying under. I love how Goj said it. When this team gets hot, they continue to roll on through, right? But I love this team for the sole reason that everybody was like, had a question mark on Swag, right? Yeah. He's Mr. Content himself, absolutely massive, but he's filled his role on this team for exactly what he needs to do. Yeah. And that is just to be that support player. He says, yo, I'm running in here, bait me out, Sage, be able to get my trade. And obviously it feels like they've been able to find some stuff here. 37 eliminations, currently sitting at 50.6 points.
Now, we keep talking about bonus points and advantage points going into day number 2. And just to clarify, by the way, everybody on that list, all the teams in top 10 will at least be walking away with 20 points minimal going into tomorrow. So they only need 130 points to reach that threshold of 150. Now, if you go up from there, 6th through 10th, that's 20. Now, 2nd through 5th, in my opinion, is the sweet spot because that's where you're getting 30 points. Granted, you'll be 10 points behind that of first place, but you're still in a great spot. 120 points for tomorrow is going to put you in a big advantage, especially considering 21 on down is only walking away of like 10. And then if you're 30th or 40th, the bottom 10, you don't get any bonus points.
Why
so
are you bother showing up?
But Yes, well, that's the question. Again, your plane ride is going to be a bit sad because top 20 get paid. That's all that gets paid out of every team, right? So you want to make sure you're at least up top 20.
Yeah, if you're below that, then any losses that you have in Vegas is going to be out of your own pocket.
Hey, look, I mean, whatever the players get up to after the event on Sunday is totally up to them. I'm going to wrap back very quickly to that leaderboard that we had in front of us and talk about a team that's actually surprising a little bit here, and that is going to be CT Red. Dog, Amia, Castillo, last year they were 4th, if I remember correctly. Absolutely phenomenal trio that have been solid throughout periods of Urzikstan, but really fallen off throughout the second half of this year. So to see them suddenly turn up online and put on like this, we saw Amir talk earlier, you know, he's got an incredible fan base, an incredible group of friends, but also an incredible group of players as well, really putting on here.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look. We looked at standings overall. I want to see elimination leaderboard. Where do this individuals playing today currently sit? Because that is truly the tell of the stories. We look at Dongi, and we've been talking about him all day, and it's so funny because Ikeo is just below him. Those two star-studded players have truly owned the moment today, but when we think about Falcons, well, you got Shifty in 3rd, you got Biffle in 4th, you got Hisoka in 6th. No surprise that they're currently where they sit. Going down the list, though, I see Aiden, Scummin, Gromalok, right? Some familiar faces, big names. Any surprises to you?
I'm looking at Echo in 5th, and the only reason this is surprising is because he's supposedly like the IGL for his team, right? He's the one trying to call the shots and trying to be able to lead the team where it goes. So to have him be at the top, not something that we don't see, right? Soka's on this board, literally one below him, but it's just not characteristic for the role that that player normally is playing. So while I love that Echo's up there, I would much rather see, you know, Prodigy and Oki right along there with him to kind of have that team be near at the top. So I love that Echo's there, but I'm waiting for the teammates to join him.
No, I fully agree with that call. I think that the call with Echo is spot on because he is that IGL. He tends to play a bit more back, but clearly the one thing that they feel very strongly as a trio is that they get involved in those team fights together, and clearly he's being a big part of those. I think looking at that board in particular, I asked earlier for Gromalok to step it up a bit and be a bit more a part of the conversation, not just lean too much on Enkyo. He's doing that by breaking into the top 10.
Well, again, it goes back to our points of roles, and you do have your IGL roles, but at the end of the day, you have to be able to shoot your gun. As Gio said, what's the best role that you could play? Well, just get kills, right? Go out there and slay out. And
I'm available for coaching.
There you go. Hey, she's available for coaching if you need. Amir getting everybody hyped up. Love this roster. They've been performing well today. Passionate group of individuals. Amir, a content creator, but also a competitor at heart. And the crowd loves this trio. We'll see how far they can continue to go, and I'm sure chat has been loving watch each and every one of them. Going back, though, to the role discussion, when you think about IGLs, at the end of the day, they're going to have to be able to shoot straight and slay out. Depending on positioning, you look at Hisoka, right, who's being that IGL. Because Falcons are setting up so early on, he's able to just frag out. I mean, because he doesn't have to focus on rotations as heavily because they're rotating early on and at times getting it for free. So your IGL then is freed up to be able to slay out whenever he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, when we kind of look at that team, it's really a perfect trifecta, right? A perfect storm. I mentioned it earlier, but I kind of want to talk a little bit more in depth in it because I recently had a kind of a nice little sit-down chat with Shifty, and he kind of broke it all down for me. And he truly believes all 3 of those players are the best player for that role, and that is why they're so dominant. It's not that they have one person who's an absolute superstar in carrying the team. It's that Shifty believes that he can outgun anyone in this lobby, and for a good reason, right? We've seen it time and time again. And then when you have Biffle, you're kind of the #1 support. You want Biffle to just basically turn off his brain in L1, R1, as they like to say, right? He doesn't want to have to think about where to go or what to do. He just has to listen to his 2 buddies. And when you got Soka in the back pocket, who, yet again, also could probably gun anyone in the game, but also just has a really good mind for the game, it just creates this sort of trifecta. It's really, really hard to beat.
It's a great trifecta. I mean, it's been proven 30 out of 30-odd tournaments that they've been able to win when it comes to this title. Again, you have Biffle, Shifty returning as the global champions, rolling into EWC. They end up winning that. Then granted, a little bit closer than we're used to seeing, and now they return to Hollow Grounds here in the World Series of Warzone Global Finals in 2024 in Vegas, and they're looking to become champions once again. And, you know, something we really haven't hit on too much is that Dynasty conversation, all right? Talking about Dynasty, we did mention in the beginning, I know Dream touched on it. We've seen Dynasties in the past in multiplayer. We've seen Dynasties in the past in various other games, but we haven't seen a Dynasty in Warzone. Maybe TBE, but they weren't necessarily a Dynasty, but they were an incredible team. But I think at this point in time with the competition at its peak, you know, and growing each and every year, for Falcons to perform as well as they're doing, Enigma, is just something special.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of people that kind of come on the timeline and talk a little bit about being bored about it. We should enjoy these glory days because of the sheer dominance. It just comes from how damn good they are.
That's right.
And also, we always talk about dynasties in the past. It won't be long before we're talking about them as like, well, they were a great trio back then. We're onto someone new now. I think that TBE were a dynasty, but this is a whole different level of competition. We've evolved in the space. So be able to put on now, it's, you know, you look at various other games and you get dynasties in the early days, sure, that run over, but once teams start to pick up, when people come into the space, that is not an easy thing to do, but yet the Falcons are managing to deliver. I will say, though, they do have to win this event to be a dynasty, otherwise all the talk is...
You have to win this event. It's imperative they win this event. If they do not, the question of Biffle retiring, does he still retire? Does he want to get back up to his glory days? Obviously, will they ever become in the conversation once again to be a dynasty roster? I don't know. I mean, they're still an incredible team. They will always be an incredible team, but a dynasty, you only cement that by winning this event and doing so in the fashion that only Falcons can do. Game number 4 is obviously done. 2 more games to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Game 5 coming your way. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 World Series of Warzone Global Finals. This is it, right? We're talking about day 1 now, day 2 tomorrow. We will crown our second ever Global Finals champion. Who will lift that trophy in the middle of all the competitors? Who will earn the bulk of $1 million guaranteed? Well, it's up to the competitors just behind me. I'm Taylor Reflections. I'll be your host, joined by Gio, Enigma, and Dandro. Game number 5 hopefully is just around the corner. We're cleaning up some issues up on stage, so don't you worry. will be starting very shortly. 2 more games to go for our points leading into tomorrow. And then, of course, we have everyone's favorite, Solo YOLO. That'll be coming up. That game number 7, right? $50,000. One winner will take home that prize. Who will it be? Every year's been a little bit different. We're not going to see a back-to-back this time. Skullface isn't here, so now it's up for grabs for anybody to take. 4 games down, 2 more to go. Let's start recapping how today has unfolded, because it started off with some big surprises. And obviously for game number 1, this was our first chance to really see what these teams were about. FIFA also, right, popping off. This was a big game coming out from them. Falcons coming into 2nd place. The conversation of how well will they do today started to slowly but surely be answered. But then our game 1 winners ended up tearing it up. And of course, I'm talking about Revenge Tour of B-Mark, J-Tech, and Slide taking over the victory.
Yeah, I mean, you get a win. 7 eliminations, not a bad way to start the day. And my favorite part of that was you saw that interview with Miles and B-Mark, and you could just tell, like, he's like shaking adrenaline dump right there. Just so excited to be able to take game number 1 is a huge thing to have in your back pocket. But what we did see also in this map was just an insane amount of early aggression, right? It was very kind of curious, because we all thought we're going to be playing like molasses the entire day here today.
100%.
And I'm watching that kill feed just roll on through, and I'm like, oh, everybody is actually playing hyper aggressive today. I love this.
Hey, and I like it too, and it showed that these players are not playing around. They're here for a reason, and it's to win. They wanted to fill it out, and I do firmly believe, because there's 2 days of competition, they felt like, okay, we can get a bit aggressive today. If it doesn't work out, that's fine. We still have tomorrow. The championship can still be ours. So I like that. Go out there, Revenge Tour. B-Mark, we heard from him. Good-looking guy, by the way. Want to point that out, man. He works out. He's bigger than me, which makes me a bit jealous. I got to hit the gym once again, man. But B-Mark, hey, you keep tearing it up alongside that of Slide and J-Tech. We'll see how far they can continue to go. Drop 2, though, was just as fast as drop number 1. And, well, FLS, they came out, and they did have a bit of a difficult run, but they ended up coming up and taking out Falcons. This was the game that Falcons ended up finishing up in top 20, their worst game of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're all a bit stunned by that, including the crowd. And after all, they don't see those kind of games. I think it was like a 9-pointer, and I think Diff brought it up at one point. I can't remember the last time they ever had less than double digits.
That's right.
And in the way they were eliminated as well, I thought that Clavs and Gui, FLS, I thought they did a great job there. Gui in particular, he's usually their sniper player, and he got kind of surrounded by the Falcons players, stayed alive long enough to get the support in from his teammates, and end up bringing the Falcons down. No doubt, Falcons thought they had that gunfight won, pushed up on it, and ended up just getting absolutely smoked.
And Dandro, this was the game I was talking to you offline while the game was actually taking place. COD Immunity, Unrational Scum and Dongi. How well would they be able to do? One of the things they do very well is get eliminations, but they don't get placements. But this game, they actually did fairly well.
No, that was kind of the start of where I put a little faith in them, right?
Sure.
This is what we've seen sort of leading up to the global finals, was their ability to hit double-digit kills. They're usually actually always the team first to do it. But then my question was, how can they sort of convert that into a good placement? How can they convert that into that higher multiplier? And this was the game they were finally able to do it. They hit that large number of kills, and you saw them lock in, get to that placement where they needed to, and really come out on top.
And Gio, this is where we saw, right, Omit EU, a lot of hype around them, and the hype turned out to be real as they took the victory.
Yeah, and that's been something that they've been able to continue on throughout the day since this moment. But this was really that awakening, I think, on the global stage that, wow, when put in a super pressurizing position against this team that's already taken out, who are arguably the favorites, they can come out on top. They can prove how good they are, despite having this rookie who is clearly just a generational talent.
That's right.
And that's been continuing forward in the drops that we've had since.
Heeds, Gromalonk, Inkyo, 19-year-old phenom, comes onto the stage for his first ever LAN. They win map number 2, and they continue to impress each and every one of us on the desk. Moving into game number 3. This was a fun one. Falcons return after a lackluster 20th place. We mentioned those double digits. They finished below that, but game 3 was all them. And it started, Enigma, in zone number 6, where they ended up rotating in with 21 players still remaining, or 21 teams, I should say, still remaining. They rotate in for free. They win a 3v2 at the house, and then they end up dominating.
Yeah, I mean, the crossing that they made to get through the courtyard and in through Old Town, which quite frankly should have been illegal. The way They're so direct. It is ridiculous, really, that they get away with it. And as you know, Dan just said during the cast, for free, it does happen quite consistently. But it's because they're so bold. So many teams aren't expecting them to be that direct, and they essentially just go, "This is the POI right now that we need. We're just going to punch a hole straight through and take hold of it." They do a great job of seizing the building that is next to Bats, and then as soon as that zone pulls on off, they have the ability to just float on over the top because of the earlier play they've made to take that building anyway. And from there, well, it's quite simple for them.
And I mean, the thing is, if you watch that back on the minimap, it's almost like nobody wanted to play center zone, and they just go, okay, we're just gonna drop 4 smokes and run straight at the building. Nobody else is in. Okay, this is fun. And then they just, from there, it's just a topple effect to the rest of it. I want to still shout out this every single time this happens. Zach going huge with basically playing the third party. Sure, you're not able to win the map off of it, but at least being able to secure your top 5, secure second, it's a great way to end the map.
Great way to end the map indeed. Biffle, Hisoka, and Shifty. We had a chance to hear from Biffle during the interview with Miles, and while he said, again, all the other teams suck, well, hey, that narrative probably stayed true for them, at least going into game number 4, where, of course, we had that interview with Shifty. He got a little bit wild, but that's what Shifty does. He's just a ball of energy, and all he needs is water to get there, okay? Hey, game number 4 was great for a number of different reasons. Now, granted, we did see a big recovery from Falcons. They nearly lose. It was Biffle who ended up saving the day. But Gio, one of the highlights here was another region rose up to the occasion, and it was Latin America with BD Vinza.
Yeah, I mean, being able to see that kind of third region in that final circle was really exciting because, you know, this was the drop that really cemented the expectations for both Falcons and Omit EU, just because, okay, we've seen them do great. They're 2 of those final 3 teams as well. And then this completely out of left field team representing one of the minor regions, you know, coming up above a number of these EMEA and NA teams that we've spoken out with great reverence, and they're just there and making life so difficult for these other 2 teams. And sure, maybe they didn't come first at the end of this job, but I'm not even sure that matters so much. They really proved themselves on that stage.
Without a doubt, they proved themselves. Omit EU also showed that they were willing to own the moment. They don't win this, but you see in the highlights, right, they were staying up as long as they possibly could. They get a top 10 finish, and I was like, wow. This is a serious team. It's not a fluke. 3 games down, we come back from a big break, and, well, they left off where they pretty much were just before that.
Yeah, I think one of the things that was really impressive as well, before we get to all the end zone stuff and the resilience they show there, all the great work that they play around the utility, and then the very minor pieces of cover that are available in that zone, quite frankly, there's a patient rotation. I think sometimes they're a bit too kill hungry. They can go chasing, especially when you end up with a zone. Like, we see this sometimes with the Falcons, where if the zone is going to be pop-off, they have to step away from their POI and come back to it. And that's a difficult thing to do because it's so unusual for some of these sides. And this was the exact same thing for Omit EU. However, they do a wonderful job of just slowly picking off those teams that are trying to encroach on what is one of their preferred sides of the map.
There it is, game number 4, Biffle, Hisoka, and Shifty, and that leads us into our standings going into game number 5. Team Falcons currently leading the way, 109 to 89, a 30-point lead, which, again, is impactful because you think about their lead going into tomorrow, potentially 40-point lead. That's what we could be expecting. That's 4 games down. They've already reached 109. They would be 1 point away from the 150 threshold going for a win. But now for the first time, Daniel, let's take a look at 11 down through 20th and see the teams that's been struggling, right? These are the teams that need to make it up to the top 10.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at some of these sort of teams that maybe with a good last 2 couple games, they start entering the conversations, and we see kind of a lot of sort of crowd favorites, right? Looking at teams like Omit NA, I'm looking at Team FIFA Killer, looking at Face Black, Super Evan. These are all kind of teams that have been doing well in scrims, that have been top of the leaderboard before, but it's kind of like hit or miss. It's every once in a while. So now that they've been able to play through a couple of these games, it's like, all right, great, you're here, but you have to show out these next 2 if you want to find yourself with a larger number of advantage points.
Enigma down there in 30th place, CT Black. Now, you highlighted Panda. We talked about the passion. Granted, just because they're in 30th doesn't represent that they're not going to perform well tomorrow, even over the next 2 maps. But I do remember seeing Panda in some highlight moments, but what's been going on with them?
I think that they're losing that bizarre drop. I think, quite frankly, they're chalking their game a little bit by continuing to contest Vortex, Robstar, and Blade, that totem reply lineup. At some point, you've just got to give that up and decide to change your strategy. Again, some teams are going to profit from having a day 1 where they can learn a couple of things. I think that's exactly the call that they've got to make to find a different POI.
I mean, when we're looking on this final page here, I think the fact that we're seeing Team Wars in 34th is a massive shock. You know, I actually spoke about them really fondly earlier on. They did really, really well in EMEA, in those finals. through the upper bracket. And Wars himself in EMEA was like the highest fragger, you know? And so the fact that they're sat this low on the leaderboard, they had an okay start to the day. Where's that gone?
Where's it gone? That's the question, right? And it's scary to be where Team Warzone, because they're in 34th place. Now, Team Vitality, Team 35 is at the cutoff for earning day 2 advantage points. They're only going to be earning 5 from 35 and up. Everyone down from 36 to 40th. Well, they're walking away with 0 advantage points going into tomorrow. I'd much rather have 5 than 0.
And I just gotta call it out. I hate to be that guy. I really do, but I also don't, because I think we gotta talk about it. Team Clapper in 40th with 4 eliminations over 4 maps is a tough scene. I hope the boys can maybe hit some VOD review tonight. I hope you can look at whatever you did here today through the first 4 maps and say, let us please do the complete opposite to maybe find some success. It's a good team, and that's the only reason I say that, right? I know Enigma loves talking about them, and we've seen them as at places like the Esports World Cup, and it's just a little bit odd to see them so low, but also with just not a ton of eliminations.
Yeah, I think that low kill output is something that we could criticize them on throughout the World Series this year, but also I just don't like their landing spot. They're going in through Leven Resort, and quite frankly, that is a terrible place to try and rotate on out of. Not only difficult if anyone decides to contest you, because it's basically layer cake action and you're basically 50-50ing that whole thing, but there's a reason that Enki and Co love to play up around Kotovo blocks if you end up with that northwestern side pull. It's because there's so much open space around there that everyone's basically a sitting duck. They're putting themselves in that spot at the start of every single map. So I think that if they're going to do anything, they've been solid when it comes to VOD review in the past. We've seen them make changes. I think that is where you've got to make your first one.
Well, talking about changes, we did look at the heat map from going from game 3 into game number 4. We did note there was a lot of changes, right?
Yeah.
And we talked about maybe on that break, teams were thinking about just experimenting, figuring out what works, what doesn't work. And experimentation still has to continue to happen, especially for Clapper and Kogio, because they're at the bottom. Maybe they've already tried to make changes, but they're getting alpha out of every single location. If they continue to stay 11, Gio, it's a death wish.
Well, I mean, they almost certainly have tried to make changes, because at this level of competition, you're not necessarily going to have teams that are that stubborn that they're not going to try and change anything.
Yeah.
But it's just about, you know, clearly whatever they have been trying to change hasn't been working, whether that's their landing spot. I mean, you obviously talk about they have a preferred landing spot, but like there are so many different elements that even go into this game. Are you losing out on your rotations? Are you losing in your gulags? You know, it could be like any of these things, right? And all of those things accumulated can end up in a 4-kill situation.
which is not where you want to be on the global stage. But 2 more games to maybe turn that around. Repulse, he's been incredible with Pulse Check throughout the venue today. He was on the desk just a little bit earlier. It was great to hear his insights. And well, he had a chance to sit down with the Falcons and hear how they're feeling about the global finals.
What's going on, guys? My name is Hector, aka Repulse, and today I will be interviewing Team Falcons. Boys, how are we feeling, man?
Feeling good.
Feeling ready, man. I'm excited.
Feeling great.
Talk to me, how did this team come together? How did this team form?
Yeah, we were looking for an IGL, and I played with this guy since Verdansk, so we just made the call, told him about the Falcons, and he joined pretty easily.
Okay. D, did you have any say in this, or was it all shifty?
I mean, it is definitely a team decision, so we needed an IGL that could get us that end game and close, so we thought Soka was the best decision for that.
Makes me feel confident. My teammates believe in me. There's a lot of pressure though, but you know, pressure either makes people fold like paper, but from my point of view, it's pressure makes diamonds, baby. So let's shine.
Okay. Big man over here. Okay, I like that.
You feel me?
All right, so let's get into some hard questions now, right? Who do you guys think is the most overrated team here?
Overrated.
Maybe like Huskers and them?
Huskers?
Yeah, I mean, they had a really bad EWC performance. I gave them their flowers there, and then they just got dead last, so it's hard to put any stock into that team right now.
I don't know if there's really any like highly rated teams right now.
Or maybe, I guess, where the community thinks is a really good player team, but in reality, their team is horrible.
Oh my God, Breadman. I said players, specifically Breadman. Holy dude. That guy plays BR like it's like Blackout, like there's no buybacks. Come on, dude.
Yeah, I guess I'll agree with that.
Who, in your guys' opinion, is the worst team here?
I'm gonna have to say probably Reload and the boys. I don't know about those guys, man. They just they're all-liners. They're like bedroom cheaters. So.
D, who do you think is getting dead last?
I don't know, maybe like FIFA? Bro, I'm telling you, their team is in shambles, bro.
Shifty, which CDL player do you think you could replace instantly on a starting roster?
I'm off for go big or go home. Give me Pred.
Pred?
Give me champ. Give me champ.
Oh, this is going on Twitter. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to switch the tables on you, right? Which CDL player do you think could come and join your roster and instant click with y'all?
Like replace one of us?
Yeah.
You can't. None of them.
None of them?
None of them.
Not a single CDL player could come and join you guys.
Give the best one. They're not touching us. Not even close. They could not replicate what these two can do, nor what I can do.
Well, that kind of concludes our interview today. Some great questions, some great answers. I'm not gonna lie. I was shocked by a couple of them, but I'm curious to see what the people at home and in the stadium think. But appreciate you guys joining us, man, and looking forward to seeing you guys compete this weekend.
Sir, ready.
Thank you. Ready.
Tell you one thing that I respect about the Falcons, they're always going to say what's on their mind, okay? And again, Repulse, he's always digging. He's always digging to create those clips, those controversies, right? What do you think about CDL versus Warzone? Who would join the mix? And ooh, that's a spicy conversation that actually Enigma is going to lead off. I'm joking.
Oh, wait, I'm down.
No, I'm not. I am not. Do we really want to open that can of worms?
Yeah, do it.
No, I don't think that direct conversation, but I think that the important thing that kind of comes from this is, that conversation goes on. A lot of it is all about your straight shooters and stuff like that. I think that Soka coming into that Falcons roster has proven something that's really important here in Warzone, and that is your most important role is your IGL. The kind of person who the other players, Dan just said it before, they don't really have to just think about things too much. You end up with someone who is able to do all of that communicating, all of that decision making for you to allow your superstar players to explode onto the stage. So I think the whole CDL v Warzone thing, whatever. I've watched Call of Duty since Black Ops 2, so
yeah, same.
Been around for quite a few years. But it's a case with Warzone where we show as we're evolving as a space, these IGLs and seeing that level evolve in terms of the decision making, the creative plays that happen. I mean, we saw one the other day. Aiden was watching it on a stream in particular. Soka made a call in a tournament, and he even said himself, I would never have thought of that. So watching that level go up and change the dynamic of the whole way in which gunfights unfold, the way the maps played out, for me, Soka, best player on that team, best player we have here on the stage.
Well, it also kind of leads into this conversation too, where not that I actually want to get into the conversation, but it's just I'm not. But it's an unspoken thing that we have, and you bring it up with people like Soka, right? Where there are these intangibles, there are the things that you cannot look at on a stat sheet that you only kind of get from that eye test, right? Sure. That a lot of Warzone players have, and that's something that I think gets overlooked. Is what is that game IQ? What is your ability to kind of manage that RNG? Because to me, what makes a good Warzone player is somebody who can take that RNG that's given to them and be able to kind of deal with it, to be adaptable, right? We look at things like zone pulls, just even loot that you get off drop, right? Somebody lands near you want to go take that fight, you get a level 4 STG, they're using a WSP9, you're like, oh, I'm absolutely gunning you right now. Even just simple things like that, right? Really can kind of make or break a lot of these teams, and just being able to make some of those reads, I think, is really important. When we look at our top teams, it's because they have these intangibles. It's not just I can gun anybody on the map, and I'm really confident in my gun skill. It's about your ability to read zones and be able to play around there and really kind of lean on those intangibles that you have to come out on top.
I think people look at the CDL versus Warzone debate as an all or nothing, okay?
Yeah,
if a CDL trio, a true trio.
Oh, we are getting into it.
Well, I guess we are. Now, I need to be very careful here because I'll end up on Reddit. And I don't want to end up on Reddit, nor do I want to end up in a viral clip.
That's the worst place to end up.
Like an EWC clip that we ended up seeing going viral over there, which wasn't me. But I will say this. If a true CDL trio came over and grinded like they do in the CDL, they would be successful in Warzone. Now, will they be the Falcons? Who knows, right? Because you mentioned those intangibles. But you cannot deny the skill sets from the CDL. You cannot deny the skill sets from Warzone competitors. It's two different things, right? It's apples and oranges. But at the end of the day, both have to be respected for the skill and the time and effort that they put in, okay? Bottom line, period. We've seen individual players come over from the CDL and compete, whether it be in show matches or showcase tournaments, or they come over and they genuinely want to give Warzone a shot, and they always find success, okay, without a doubt. So in my opinion, CDL versus Warzone is a crazy debate, but if you truly took a trio from CDL, they would find success. How high would they go up? Well, that's up to them, but to say that they wouldn't be able to compete with Warzone competitors is quite silly in my opinion.
Well, I don't know. Listen, I don't want to like necessarily. I feel like we're being very cushy about CDL players. And listen, this is not to disrespect CDL players. I love the CDL, but the point is, the only reason we're making this comparison is because they're both Call of Duty franchises, and so the mechanics of the game are similar. Like literally, like how guns fire, how the physics works are similar, but they are fundamentally two very different games. Every single player who's come from traditional Call of Duty and gone into Warzone, and you can even make this comparison in other like shooters, who like players who go into whatever BR, have to learn that game. They have to learn how to play that game, how that game works. You do not automatically have the Warzone EXE in your head just because you're experiencing Call of Duty. It doesn't work that way. And so, yes, the skill set in terms of understanding how the mechanics and the physics of the game works, yeah, that's going to be inbuilt there. But I don't think we need to sit here and start giving respect to CDL players who aren't even here when the best players in the world of Warzone are sat right behind us and they're showing us why they're on that stage.
They're on that stage for a reason, right? Because they're the best when it comes to Warzone, and this is the World Series of Warzone Global Finals 2024. Let's hop off that subject because it's a spicy one.
I agree.
I didn't want to start it, but listen, we've been talking for quite a long time up here, and we do appreciate your patience, by the way, not only in the audience, but also out there in the Twitch chat, YouTube, wherever you decide that you are watching. It seems as if and I don't want, should I say it?
Is it right around the corner?
Yeah, you called me out for that. Game number 5 might be right around the corner, and if it is, I'm excited to get these final 2 games going because it's going to be exhilarating. Hey, game number 5 is ready to go, so let's send it over to our caster, Spider Tiff. It goes.
Wow, I know Vegas is so excited to see us, and it's probably not because it's us, probably because the game's getting started, but still, I think Taylor's corner is like 7 miles away, by the way. I don't know what street he lives on, but that is crazy from Taylor. Anyways, Tiff, I'm excited to be here. We've got 2 games left. We've officially entered the end game of this tournament, at least for day 1. A lot is on the line. We've talked about this a lot. And I was just talking to some of the fans with you, and I think one of the big things we took away from that was some of these squads that you're cheering on in particular. They were talking about Cloud9. We were talking with them. They are having a tough day today, but that doesn't mean their tournament is chalked. We've still got a whole nother day tomorrow, and you're getting a ton of intel today for day 1.
Exactly, because no one knew exactly what LAN was going to pan out for their rosters when you think about it, right? You can't really gain this kind of practice until you actually get here, or you had performed back in the day on London, that Copper Box Arena. It got kind of crazy, and quite frankly, I'm just excited to be kind of getting towards the point of dropping into the next map, but I do echo your sentiments there. Let me just talk about it for a second. Huskers, Breadman, some of the squads that we have really wanted to find success here. And now, guys here in the stadium, I'm gonna need y'all to bear with me. We are gonna reset some things here. So if you wanna collectively stand up and do some jumping jacks, I honestly would be right with you, but I unfortunately can't do them down.
We got to stay warm. I know the players are staying warm as well. Couple quick notes, by the way. This is as expected, right? We did a big Twitter poll, and I saw top 5s, and I saw a lot of people put some names in, maybe just content creators they follow, but the people that were taking it seriously were mostly correct. And I think the big one that stands out to me is there were several people that said, no, Swag's going to be top 5 on LAN, and that FaZe team is right there into the mix. We had a chance to talk about the leaderboard, 6th place overall right now. The big one I think that is maybe a surprise to some folks that haven't been following as much is that Echo team. Yes. I know you're a big fan of this team. They're in 4th place right now, really doing well at finding kills and multipliers.
It's quite interesting, right? We kind of think back into the years of Echo in general and just kind of seeing their grind. Like last year for World Series of Warzone in London, Echo played alongside Bubble and Tomsterbaum. Bubble on a different team here. And as we look at the squad standings currently now, yes, Team Falcons, they've eclipsed that triple digits. Omit EU right behind them, just 20 points. But in terms of elimination slaying powers, look at the top 4 squads here. 49 for both Omit EU and Team Echo, both hailing from that EMEA region. Team Community still in that standings, however, a bit further back. And yeah, you're about 29 points back, but we know that they hold the record for the largest scoring game in that competitive Warzone setting, especially for World Series of Warzone in that format. Now, a team that could have the ability based off that. But think about this, that landing spot that they claimed for themselves over in Zaravan City, a lot of their strong starts started from there.
Yeah, and it's a great shout. I think looking at this leaderboard too, it's worth mentioning our placements for the top 2 teams right now. Something worth mentioning about the Falcons, we know it, they just won back-to-back games, but reminder, the very first game, they got 2nd place overall, right? Their placements have been fantastic. They had that drop game in game 2, they got 22nd place, but then Omit EU, they go 4th, 1st, 11th, and 2nd.
unreal stats and technically the best average placement on this board. They are averaging in 4 games 4.5th, if you can take that half as a correct number. So it might round up maybe to 5th place overall in terms of average placement. Very impressive stats, very, very consistent. We've had a chance to talk over heat maps and everything in between. That squad is finding all their kills in the end game, and the other side of their coin is not really the Falcons, it's actually the team hot on their heels, which is Team Community. Doggy and Rational Scummin are finding all of their kills in transition around the map. Sure, they won their gunfights on high res, but at the end of the day, they found kills hunting the edge of zone. High risk, high reward, it's paying off as well. So both playstyles work, both playstyles in the top 5, but of course, Falcons, they're on top by a sizable margin as expected.
And they're definitely letting people know it. I really do love all the sound bites and clippable moments coming from that Falcons roster. But when you talk about Omit EU and Team Community, those squads, two-thirds of both of those rosters have been insanely competitive throughout the competition history of World Series of Warzone. I'm thinking 2022, back in Caldera, over in the Europe region, it was Team Aiden, Heats, and Gromalok who got second as we start running through some of these highlights. And it just goes to show you that that duo ship, when you add in that young gun of NPO that everyone's been talking about, that is just letting them have such a standout performance.
Yeah, it's a great shout. I mean, taking a look at these highlights, like you said, you know, one team that I'm really expecting to turn things around in the last 2 maps is FaZe Black team that's on your screen. There's a lot of chatter around Gabe, a bit unproven, especially on land. There's been moments of greatness from this team over the last several months preparing for this tournament. I think we could see that team be one of the big teams to turn things around tomorrow in particular. I mean, of course, the Falcons, you know, one thing that we've been talking about is their free rotations. It's truly not actually free. It's just that they have one of the best IGLs in the game, if not the best IGL in the game, making the right calls at the right times. And again, it's fun to look back on the first game here and the highlights from these moments, because we know what happens. We know that Shifty's going to lose the 1v2, but the best part is that he gets revenge later and wins an almost identical spot in that last map that we just played. So very cool stuff there from the Falcons to get second, but of course, like the deaths already broke down, that Revenge Tour squad, it's a great way to start this thing off. It's just a matter of 7 times 2, 14. That's like the worst game we've seen from the Falcons, barely better than that, and they won the game. So kills are everything when it comes to Warzone competition. We all know that.
Yeah, and I mean, look, we've seen so many teams focus on their rotations, looking for those mid-game engagements. And as we kind of keep on filtering through some of our game highlights here, some teams that maybe we haven't seen that much of towards the end. And it's once again, when you've got that FaZe Black roster, a lot of people expecting more from them. And then kind of also, when you have a team that's really solid at fighting, that had maybe a lackluster first map, one of the first teams to go on out, you got Clapton, you got FLS, they get mixy and they actually take out the Falcons here earlier in that respective game you were mentioning. And even T, right? Remember, think back to when she qualified for the World Series of Warzone Global LAN Finals, how massive that game was, where they were filtering around through condos over just south of Levin Resort. They had to go huge to get in, and it was like a north of a 25-point game.
Yeah, and I love this look as well. I mean, we get a chance to see a lot of our competitors, of course, throughout a lot of these highlights. But again, it makes sense that our replays are mostly of the top teams. And so you see teams that maybe could have had good days, could cut down here in the mid game. But when we get to the end game, it's all about community. Dongi, one of the best players on the map. I think we had a media piece, by the way, at the top of the show, where we asked people, or maybe it was on socials, where we asked people, and we said, which teams are going to break up? And there was a couple folks saying that community team might break up because Dongi's so good, he might look for better opportunities. I don't know what's better than, what, top 3, you know, 3rd place right now? I guess maybe for the Falcons?
A Biffle's last dance?
Look, I don't know. We'll see. We don't know if Biffle's retiring, but if he does, whew, that Dongi pickup could be crazy.
You're not wrong. That would be really interesting. But then through a mid-EU, we finally see them come out on top here in game number 2. And just the way that they've been positioning themselves around the map, it's been extraordinarily well.
Yeah, it's been really well done, and we're going to take a look at drop 3 as well while we wait. As a reminder, folks, we're not delaying intentionally. We're getting these competitors all squared away. I wanted to talk, so I told them to give me a recess so that make sure I can talk. Now, we got to get these players all squared away, make sure it is truly as competitive as humanly possible because, well, we're playing for $1 million, folks, all right? There's a lot on the line right now, so we're going to make sure it's all squared away. And I think that Zakar team we had a chance to look at, we'll see a little bit more later from them in this map. a great showing in this map that showed us that they are one of the better teams here. They've just got to have better consistency.
God, that gulag was so tough to watch from Breadman's POV there. And as we kind of keep on moving on through, Volcom, Resolve, living the best life. But things are so tough in the early game. Some teams, like when you think about ironing out your macro strategy and you study your VOD reviews coming into Las Vegas, a lot of squads, and I personally watched a ton of the Falcons to see exactly what their looting path were looking like and how much cash they can walk out of pop-off power with, and their ability to listen to the IGLs, to understand the shot calling, and put themselves in a god-tier position, knowing how to secure it and the perfect timing on it. And Omit EU, they realize also where they need to be for that endgame win conversion, so they challenge for the threat, but are not able to unseat the Falcons.
Masterful breakdown, Tiff. I love how passionate you are about Warzone. It's been such a fun time casting these games with you, and this was such a fun final moment from the Falcons. They did everything right in this instance. We're able to take high ground and take the victory. The start of the bleeding, I suppose, for our leaderboard. The start of something that is certainly not new if you're a Falcons fan. We're going to take a look at the next map, and we know how this one's going to go. Early, some contested drop spots that it proved very difficult to come out on top for the side of Fluffy, as I'll call them. And we saw Vegas Inferno struggle here as well. They end up taking down Adrian, but unfortunately get cleaned up by Sage and the rest of this team. And we know that because of this wipe, they get sent to the Gulag and are not able to get out of it. As such, the first team that are eliminated in this lobby. Again, another frustrating game from XMQ, who had a great map. They got second, barely losing out in that final circle. But it's just consistency. I'm going to keep coming back to it. There's big C's in Warzone. The big one, of course, is Cash. The other one is chemistry. But the other one's just consistency, all right? The 3 C's of Warzone are always proving true, whether it's on LAN or online. Certainly today, that is the case.
All I see are thermites all day. We run through these highlights and I just see them, not only for fools, I see them from kind of opening and like solidifying your stairway and just trying to open those engagements up, just kind of burn them down a little bit. And for these end games, smokes. So smokes and thermites, and the desk kind of already broke that down. So I'm really seeing the importance of those trophy systems towards those late games and kind of anchoring down your building.
And here's some of the final moments. Of course, Team Aiden, who, frankly, I think could get some more main stage love when we're taking a look at them, because they are a top 5 team right now, doing a fantastic job, and they're kind of just lurking in the shadows, making it into great positions over and over and over again, just not in the limelight. So be curious to see what goes wrong with them maybe in these final circles before we get to the final 5. But this moment was a fun one, of course. We've lost one on either side. Better position for the side of the Falcons means they win this every day of the week, including whatever day today is. What is it, Saturday? I don't even know.
I don't even know anymore. It's been an eternity, but we look at the squad standings here. 109 for the Falcons. Omit EU, 20 points behind them. 29, you look at Team Community. And let's remind everyone, those advanced starting points moving into the Call of Duty Warzone match point tomorrow. 150-point threshold is what needs to be maintained in order to win a game after and secure yourself that $100,000 and hoist that trophy at the front of the stage. So squads that still, okay, actually, we'll talk about the points disparity, right? You have that large point sponge between the kind of top 3 or 4 squads that there's going to be so much allowing ability to have these teams at the bottom to move and shake things up if they can net themselves a high kill win.
Yeah, I love a look at this leaderboard. It's a great call. I was thinking the exact same thing. Look how tight this spread is. From 14th all the way up to, I believe it was like 7th. Is like a 4-point spread.
Yeah.
That is a massive differential in terms of points that you're going to be earning for tomorrow if this was the final leaderboard, right? And even if you keep going down the list, it's still really tight. I mean, 15th all the way down to 20th. 3.2 points?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a couple kills and maybe a little bit of a multiplier and maybe some fries on the side. I mean, this is very tight margins for a lot of points for tomorrow. I mean, you even just look at the overall number for 4 maps, 34 points. I mean, if you get second today, you're getting 30 points for tomorrow.
Exactly.
The same as some of these teams' 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, FIFA Kill, 3rd place after map number 1. They've fallen to 11th. And you kind of scroll on down, Omit NA. I would have pegged them for a squad that would be within the top 7, and they are kind of sitting mid-pack. And then you scroll on down, right? Cloud9, we have the big question marks surrounding them, and I'm like just waiting for them to have that pop-off moment. But when things start to slow down in that pace of play, when it comes to LAN, this is a squad that I thought thought would find success because they already have that slower pace with kind of Thor and Jace anchoring down in some of their positions and allowing Jowo and Redmond to kind of frolic out, look for eliminations. It's just the conversions that haven't been happening. And Huskers, I would love to see a return to form, maybe a 2021 Verdansk era.
Sure, yeah. Unfortunately today, nothing's going right for these teams. I think you could change things up in the last two maps. I mean, if you're Cloud9, I'm no expert. Maybe you head back to Seaport and contest over there, look for some early eliminations so that you don't have to worry about finding kills along the way. But even still, I'm excited to see what these teams are able to do, see what they can do to pivot. I think that's the fun storyline as well for tomorrow is some of these teams that are near the bottom, that are really struggling, they come out tomorrow and slam. Those 40 points might mean nothing. It doesn't matter. You can win day 2 with 0 points in your hands. It is possible. It's just difficult, especially with Call of Duty Warzone match point. Who knows how many games it takes for the first team to win after they breach our threshold?
Yeah, I really don't know, and especially with the Falcons, they convert so quickly when it comes to a lot of these tournaments on that Call of Duty Warzone match point. I mean, just Monday, right? It took them 3 games, and every game, they were within the top 8, so they were within striking distance. One small mistake could have changed the course of that, and who knows what $100,000 in hoisting that trophy was gonna wanna do. I'd be locking it in every time. I mean, they've already won 2 of our 4 maps here today, just in day 1.
Yeah, I think it was either Dandro or Nigma or somebody said it. Maybe it was you. I think everybody said it at this point. At the end of the day, Falcons winning a game of Warzone is a flip of a coin. It's a 50% win rate.
I like those odds, especially in Vegas.
They've won 2 out of 4. I mean, they're on it, right? They're proving that they can do it on land. They're proving that they can do it online. They've won $300,000 already over the course of this map as a unit. They're the most earned Warzone players of all time. Biffle is at the top. By the way, he's at the top with 100 less events played than Hisoka, which is insane because he always wins in the biggest of moments. You were talking about his history in World Series of Warzone in general. The guy's never, been out of top 3 ever in the history of World Series of Warzone?
He hasn't been. And the crowd, I mean, look, everyone's waking up. We're starting to see some remnants of Urzikstan, the map. Hello. It's so good to see you over there, Zaravan City. Let's head to the north and, well, let's head to a potential game number 5 because it's time to get ready. Advanced starting points on the line, and well, we've got to give the people what they want, and that's going to be match number 5.
Urzikstan dropped for the Warzone community 283 days ago, but we're finally here for map 5. The Falcons on top. Shifty having earned $500 a day since this map dropped. He is the most earned Warzone player in history on Urzikstan with over $150,000 earned as an individual. This team is on top. Can anyone cut down the Falcons? I'm sure a lot of folks at home think this squad can tip. We had a big conversation on Pulse Check and on the timeline about who's number 2, right? If we're playing for second, which is not necessarily the case, but if it is, who is number 2? A lot of folks say Aiden.
I highly recommend it. They've been looking so final form to me over the past couple of weeks, just increasing their odds, getting better, challenging them, and it's just a matter of time before that actually occurs. And you know how many times I've seen DJ Moss kind of walking around in Vegas? I almost feel like it's a premonition or something, a sign telling me maybe he's gonna win the Solo YOLO or something. I'm not even sure, but I've seen him more than anyone else.
Yeah, I think so too. And back to Bazaar we go. Take a look at the top left-hand corner of your screen, by the way. Can we get a cheer for not an Eastern Zone? We've got something new on our hands. We might be headed to City. Things could get shuffled around, and on paper, this is a really weak stat, but I believe that City drops, City end zones, are actually the Falcons' worst performing end zone. So there is a pretty good chance we could see a new victor here and not a back-to-back-to-back. Yes, reminder, the last 2 maps, Falcons did win those. They were a little while ago, but they have a chance to go back-to-back-to-back, and whether that's a three-peat, a hat trick, or maybe if you're into bowling, that's a turkey. We'll see.
A turkey. Yeah, you're not wrong. One thing that's going to stay consistent, though, is the Battle of Bazaar. This time, we're investing not only bunker busters, we're calling in the mortars. And even though we did rework the bunker buster strategy, and you can't call in two, it'll be airspace too crowded, just one should be enough because it is so vital to be able to lay siege and force people off a rooftop and maybe into a favorable position where you're just going to feed up a staircase. But I love that we got Pentagon here already kind of jumping out windows, clearing some of these rooms out, but we just have to lay our eyes on it because Fuzzin's already found one.
Yeah, a lot of eyes on the Germans right now. A whole country cheering them on, and somewhat mediocre day thus far, but certainly a team that can make some waves in the latter half of this event, at least in day one. Quick pickup on one. Should be a clean team wipe here, no problem in just a moment. But I try to find the third, and a couple thermites might root them out. No fastball specials this time around, but this is just a matter of time before their third gets cut down as we get a quick revive on Melvin.
I kind of like what they were doing, though, right? They go to the train, they hit the buy station, they try to get their loadout so they can get their weapons they feel more comfortable with, because clearly this Pentagon roster already has theirs, but it doesn't matter. They already feel confident enough to just go ahead, cross that distance, and really wreak havoc to that squad. And then you think about Neto here, just over in Shaheen Manor. Think of the squads that do usually traverse this area, and that's going to be that Omit EU roster that like to loot around and kind of rotate in, but we're down below, right? We're kind of in the catacombs.
Yeah, this is way down far on the right-hand side of the map, bottom right-hand corner on Manor. I have a quick look at our map feed, though, and I would love to take a look at Aiden if we can. Aiden's team has actually already rotated way out of Superstore because they know it's likely going to be City. They are way down at the south side of Lowtown, and they're fighting Destroy out of nowhere. A big swing, and now Aiden in trouble is going to look for his teammates. Z-Smith, DJ Mouse right there laying in wait, trying to bait out the third.
Look, these are both very vocal rosters, you know, Destroy can pop off, always known for the vibes and such, and you can only imagine that they're looking to set up that pinch, but Aiden on the outskirts here tries to get DJ Moss back on his feet, but after the crack it should help, but Nate Dogg looks to make that grab around DJ Moss. Aiden gets the trade. Can we take Raul too?
How about 1-2? Where's the third? Destroy trying to play cleanup, gets one. Z-Smith with the trade. Team Aiden on top for a reason. A top 5 team today, and looking very strong with a very aggressive rotation. This is a little bit different from what we've seen from them because of the zone. They've been hanging out in Superstore for 3 zones in the last couple maps, but now they're headed to City. They knew they needed to move quickly, and they're able to do so.
Look, if you can cause a breakdown over here at gas station and keep on rotating as we look at that next circle, of course you've got 2 teams out towards Team Aiden's right, and then even one when you've got Destroy squad still trying to make that regain. They just popped up over by that Lowtown area, but we're going to keep on scouting and rotate. Now, you did say that this is notoriously one of the Falcons' worst kind of rotating areas, and you have to keep an eye because right now they're still in pop-off power, keeping with that macro strategy that they know and love. But how are they going to carve out? Are we going to go towards the east, drop it down towards Lowtown, and maybe come in at the Saravan suburbs like we see? Or will they go down south to Cargo?
Yeah, the big numbers here, by the way, again, Omit EU is #1 in red. They've already rotated all the way over to City towards in-game as expected, right? We know what they do every single time. They go to in-game and wait on the kills, and they all come to them. Next to them, though, is that Community team at High Rise, still their drop spot. What that means for us, by the way, is that Team Community is going to have a slower game in terms of kills because they are already in the in circle. Everybody else is going to come to them. They're going to look to find kills just like Omit EU. That same kind of sides of the coin thing that I was talking about before, that's all scrapped. They're going to play the same game, waiting on in-game, looking for those kills in City.
Well, speaking of waiting, Gabe Kuhn on your screen flanked off in the distance. And, well, when you've got a 3 squad underneath you here, and they're just looking. They're pretty much playing hide and seek, and Gabe doesn't want to be found. If you're gonna break a 1v3 down, oh my God, Neto, okay, you knew exactly where he is. Never mind, you're not even trying to find him, you knew.
Yeah, it looks like teammates off into the distance, nobody can help here, so a quick cleanup here in Seaside. Keep roaming around this zone. We got a lot of folks rotating in. Off screen, you're seeing Aiden go all the way down now into suburbs, creeping up towards the bottom part of these teams. An early rotation proving fruitful. The Falcons on the north side, by the way, still slowly creeping down with nobody in sight. So we won't see the Falcons on main stage for a while. I'm just going to update you now. We'll check in with him when we need to. But to the sides of the other Falcons, the Falcons MENA team, hunting down Vitality again. this Vitality team was a team that a lot of folks said was a top 5 squad, and they have had 0 success today.
They really have. It's quite unfortunate. And Allman still pushing the issue here, trying to find Steve-O, and he dives out into the water, a brilliant dolphin dive, but now you see the cross coming through, and Allman's like, you know what? I've got to take what I can get. I'll pistol you down, don't think I won't. It gets personal, and he grabs it.
It's like, I don't even have a good analogy. It's like spearfishing, except it's just your body. You just come flying out of the air, land on and pick up the kill. This is Seaside, though. This is way out on the outside of the map, bottom left corner of the map, by the way. They're going to have to rotate up a little bit depending on this new zone. So we're going to try to take a look at this map as it moves from 2 to 3. This will really tell us where end zone's going to be, as it looks like this German squad is on their feet looking for a bit more action. Because, again, this is a little bit more in their area of modality. This is where they tend to thrive. You could see the Germans have a pretty good map.
Yeah, we got Pentagon on your screen here, and they were sitting at about that 18th place, which, quite frankly, not going to cut it for themselves. So to start kicking things into gear here would be quite nice, especially when you've got that squad just around them. But they've already invested the mortars. They want to clear off the roof, and, well, that's going to try to be that threat to let them lay siege. But you just see in the distance there, Future parachuting on away. They're like, we've invested too much time here. Let's focus on our end game.
Yeah, the home team, Vegas Inferno, are out of here. They said, yeah, I'm not interested in that fight. Off screen, I was going to say, this Falcon squad, they have had a big rotation. I believe they hit a zip across the water over to Old Town, fighting Cloud9. This is where Cloud9's been dropping all day today, and it hasn't been working great. And now down 1, you know these sharks are swimming towards their prey. There's blood in the water, and this is what the Falcons are probably calling free kills at this point. We'll see what Cloud9's able to do. Jowo, Movement King, unfortunately, when you get live ping, Biffle picks up the live ping. Ahsoka through the smoke, finishes him off. Very well done from the Falcons to make this Cloud9 squad even weaker.
Yeah, it's really tough. The only one left standing, Foreign Jace, grabs a vehicle and is just trying to get out of dodge. But that's a roster that when you think about that Falcons interview, right, they were talking about how free Cloud9 actually is. Maybe one of the most overhyped teams, and they're not where they want to be on the leaderboard. But if I'm going to have a bad day, let it be day 1. There is so much more at stake tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a couple of quick notes looking at our map. We're about to move into this new zone. You can take a look at it shortly. We're kind of actually headed up towards bottom of Seaport. That bridge, Seaside, Seaport, top side of City is likely we're going to end up. This is going to be a very interesting zone. On the far right-hand side of that zone, you're going to have Navi gatekeeping some of those squads, maybe even the Falcons. And on your screen right now, this is the squad that's been here since the beginning. And, well, they're doing community things. They are finding kills even when they've been here since the beginning. And this could be a slower game for them. They are trying to hunt their opponents because they know and they have the confidence to say we are the best team here. We know we can push fights even if we have a disadvantage like low ground.
Look, I mean, this is the squad. They start on that ultimate high ground. They're just on the outskirts of their drop spot, but they have to be smart about where they're going for their engagements in order to rack up those eliminations, because we know they need a record-breaking game again to at least thrust themselves to the top of the leaderboard. They were 20 so points away from the Falcons, and you can't imagine that the Falcons are going to have a, less than 20-point game, because they've already dropped their double digit, their 10, right?
Yeah,
that was uncharacteristic of them. So you have to not only overperform for yourself, but outperform the Falcons in order to breach that points disparity.
Well, one of the other things we know about City Circles, albeit it might be a hair north of City, is that there's going to be a lot of teams alive as we move towards the end game. Currently in the mid game, we've only lost 6 teams and nearing still 100 players on the map. We're going to likely be still around 70 moving into Circle 5, pending where this next zone goes. If it continues to head northern and as far west as we can go, there's going to be a lot of folks in the water, and it's going to get real weird real quick towards the end game. So I'm kind of biding my time as well, taking a look at this one. We do see Aiden's team being contested. I was worried this was going to happen. I didn't know it was going to happen this quickly. The Falcons find Aiden and pick him up, no problem. Now with the player advantage, they're going to try to push the equation as per the usual. Looking for the rest of this team as Zisma gets cut down. Where is DJ Moss? Somehow the rat scurried out, hit the water, and maybe swam across the road.
That's exactly what I would do. I would look for a regain, and you can see DJ Moss just underneath the bridge, just trying to get out, find a way to get the teammates back on in. Aiden Zismit in the gulag, but hey, you never know. Will they be able to bring the benefits? But DJ on the stairs here, a smoke to give him a little bit of reprieve. But we don't seem to have too many resources, so hopefully Aiden versus Robstar in the gulag, we can get on out.
All right, another gulag look. This is a big one. Rob's team's been doing pretty well thus far. I think they've won, I guess, 50-50 on their drop spot. Aiden's going to try to maintain his position in the top 5, though, looking for this first fight. Pre-fires, misses. Rob misses as well. A nice crack. Aiden pushed the equation. Nice win. Hard to beat Aiden in the gulag, especially on land.
Z-Smith wins his gulag as well, so a nice full reset there for Team Aiden. And well, now that they find themselves on the outside looking in, and as that circle starts to shore up more towards that western side of things, the rotation for them is going to be difficult. They're on the same side of the circle as the Falcons, who are still trying to get across that bridge after their first engagement with Team Aiden. But where do we go and who do we look at? Team Omit EU, they've already found themselves dead center of zone.
Yeah, this zone is proving very difficult for the rotation that the Falcons decided to take, which is up into Old Town, but they are hunting Edge of Gas. They are used to that. They're used to pub stomping. Sometimes they pub stomp in customs, and we'll see if they're finding a lot of eliminations along the way, because you're right. They have to come all the way through kind of the east mid side of the map back into the west rather than coming down the other side through Seaport. So I'll be curious to see how many kills they have and if anybody gatekeeps them. But instead, we're going to take a look here with Aiden and do a quick listen in to see where they're brains are at right now, considering they have a bit of a free spot on the edge of zone, pending how they rotate in.
Throwing it inside second.
Yep. And I'm gonna drone like our row. Oh, the drone's on the buy, bro. Fuck.
I got a drone.
Okay, okay.
I gotta come back up and grab that real quick.
I want to grab this one though. I'm gonna grab that real quick, okay?
There's only a team of 2 in blue ping. Like,
okay, we need to go.
Like,
we need to go.
Yeah, we gotta go. Team of 2, they're on third.
Come on. Let's start it right now. Let's go.
They mortared us. Somebody mortared us. I'm throwing another smoke.
Yeah. I might have got live. I'm hitting timer here.
I'm throwing smokes. I have that kid.
I need more smokes if you have.
I have here. I'm throwing these, Deech. Ready? In this window.
It's only 2?
I gotta check. I'm trying to make it up to you guys.
I'm out of plates too.
Right in this window. Here, I dropped you 3. I have another 3. I'm looking on the recon. I have one more. It's still 2. It's still 2. Throw the smoke. Come on.
Yep, let's get in there.
Right on these windows, right on me.
You can go upstairs right here on me, right up on me.
Come.
I'm chowing up. You guys with me? There's a lot of headies.
Gotta wait in the room. They could be camping in the room.
Yeah, like down low.
There's smokes out here.
Yeah, we're good. We're in a good spot. I think we play holds here, bro.
Yeah, right here. Look.
It's in dealer too, okay?
Shoot. One. Other one here. Yep. Crack him. They're both in that tunnel, bro. Can you not peek down there and go?
Look over here. Look right
here. Look.
Okay,
Same spot. I'm looking right. Oh, these guys are all in the open on the lives.
Yeah. Over here on the right too.
All right, so here is what we're seeing. A lot of cohesion from this squad and the way that they're able to break down information from DJ Moss, not only saying, I think I got live, let me wait out the timer, and they do. They convert that. But while this is going on, let me just talk about the Falcons, and they are doing such work over on that outskirts of the zone to make sure that they clear out that side of the rotation. Not only do they take out Team Super Evan, they set their sights on other ones, and Aiden, well, they keep on crawling through it. Baba Huff down and out, and this is a game where I'm finally happy to see everything coming together for this roster.
Yeah, I gotta say, those might be the cleanest comms I've heard in a very long time. Very well done from this trio to be able to make it to the new zone. But again, the zone pulls further and further west, which means we are way out on the coast, just south of the bridge that connects it to Seaport District. So be curious to see what they can do. Here's a quick look at that replay, by the way. This is the team that was holding them. The Wolf on the other side gets cut down immediately with a tranquilizer dart as Ahsoka and the Falcons come swooping in and clean up this team with little to no problems. A great take, especially because Ev's team had been here for a while. We were watching it on the map, and a fantastic play from Ahsoka and his teammates to get the full cleanup. The Falcons are on top for a reason. That was well executed to still have all 3 alive on one of the most difficult rotations they could take.
And here's why this is so important, right? When we look at that replay and we were sitting there with Team Aiden, this is all occurring within 100 meters of each other. They're still on that eastern side of things. And when you've got to think about how can we go all the way to the west, towards that coastline, through the squads like Omit EU that we know have been so consistent today, and a lot of our squads that are still kind of working towards that. Even teams like Team Echo still up and in it. They've decided to position themselves on that south side alone.
Here, here's a look at that map, by the way. Red 1, Omit EU. That is not a call sign for a Star Wars X-Wing, all right? Red 1 is in there, right in the middle of the zone, exactly where we expect in-game to be. They've done this every single map. They're on top for a reason. The Falcons on the other side are the exact opposite. They're on the edge of zone, having to rotate in far all the way to the western side. The longest rotation, frankly, you could probably take to this spot, and yet somehow, some way, they're likely going to be top 10 and maybe even more. Only time will tell. But Omit EU is not on the high ground in-game. They're actually on the low ground, and look who's right next to them. You've got Omit NA, who's had a mediocre performance today, looking to better that, but only with 2 alive.
Are we about to see some omit on omit violence?
That's
we
right.
saw just what that rotation looked like for Falcons, but from the south on that, we see Team Aiden, and this might bring them a little more success in terms of those kill points. We get punished for peeking out, but we don't fall there, and that's going to be so important, and now we can look to swing this and break this down. Aiden looking for double digits on 7.
Yeah.
This is going to be crucial as we navigate our way just on the outer edge. We're still going further west.
Everybody's doing the same thing. Look how many teams are on the edge of the zone. I told you this rotation was brutal. Aiden's team's able to get to this piece of cover first, but they still have a long way to go. And it looks like one team's already ahead of them. That orange 3, that's going to be that Uno Gaming squad partnering with West Esports. That's Nitots, Dizzy, and Vita lying in wait, waiting for this rotation. And who will get there first is the big question. Look who's on top, by the way. Community's still in it, but it might just be Donkey last life for this team. Right now playing a solo. We know what Donkey can do. He can win 1v3s. We'll see if he can maybe pick up Savvy Ultra's entire team by himself, or maybe the help of a third party from Cams.
Look, Dongy doing what he does best, throwing down the PDS. He's on 7 eliminations, 4,500 damage. He gave his information away, and a 2v1 swing there. All that you could do was pick up even more. And well, think about those rotations and how much they're worth. And Soka on double digits. Instead of going for the clean rotate towards the north, they say, we want more. We want to get all of the eliminations, as if that 44-point win wasn't enough for them.
Yeah, this is the problem when you force the Falcons to take the hardest rotation in the game by moving the farthest and running a marathon. They're finding so many kills along the way. It's 14 between 2. I'd love to take a look at Biffle and see where they're at, because they've made it to zone somehow. And look who's above them. It's Team Aiden. All 3 alive again, looking very comfortable as Team 24 comes rotating in and getting shot from about 17 different angles. We knew it was going to be chaos in this zone, but now the final, the new, is actually wide out in the open comparatively. So the fight for this building is just for the fight, so you don't have anybody shooting you in the back.
It's all Team Aiden, it's all Team Falcons. It's been them since the dawn of this match number 5. Think about how many times we've seen them run into each other, and it's going to be the difference maker. But Aiden on the ground here trying to hit that res, especially when you've got Team Echo looking to make their presence known.
Yeah, these are like some of the top teams. This is all top 5 teams right here, aside from Papa Vita. These are 3 of the top 5 right next to each other, all fighting for this side of the zone. Yet again, resource management, everything when it comes to the Falcons, and luckily, not really skillfully, they have so much cash in their pockets so they can buy whatever they need for this final fight. Somehow, some way, they took the hardest rotation and for free go to new, and they're in the new zone trying to find a semblance of a piece of cover. Right now, they've got to make sure they don't get shot in the back as they're trying to address the teams that are going to be jumping off this building with Omid EU running down the bottom side.
Meanwhile, that NA wildcard got wiped from the face of the earth. New Team Echo, and they set their sights now on the remnants, but I saw that self-res going through, and they get cleaned up from the cross. Down and out we go. Omid EU, they still have high ground, likely making that PDS play from the inside, and well, the Falcons, Soka and Biffle, the duo without Shifty here, are going to go clean up crew and try to make sure we can grab as many, but here comes Omid EU.
Top 2 teams fighting, the top 2 teams today, the top 2 teams maybe on paper. Who's going to get better at each other? Hisoka from behind wins the 1, wins the 2. Will he win it all? Yes! Shoots the bodies. The Falcons came to make a statement. They've already done it, and they're adding insult to injury.
Oh, Soka doing solo shenanigans, but Team Aiden still here as well, and they've got all 3 players upstanding. You do still have King, AJ, and Vision over towards that left, but honestly, I would not be shocked to see Soka try to run over some players if he can.
This is where the Falcons thrive, when all odds are against them. PDS is on the ground, and LTV, we've seen this before. Just watch out for those pinky toes, my man. He's doing some diving and dodging around this vehicle for some semblance of time to at least find an elimination. That's all he really needs to do, is either find eliminations or maybe get the buyback. We'll come back to it in a second, because Z-Smith, Aiden, they have an absolute banger on their hands. And in a 1v2 right now, you can only expect Team Aiden to win this, get the 2 times multiplier, jump up this leaderboard. This is a massive moment, but I gotta just say, you can never count out Hisoka. Some crazy play, a couple thermites though. Hisoka gets cut down. Team Aiden on top with a massive game. Z-Smith, DJ Moss came to make a statement of their own, and they've made it in map 5.
They do, and you can see Aiden's family right there, front and center, cheering him on. We know we got Maddie in the building and the entire DJ Moss fam. Z-Smith has had so much prowess throughout the history of competitive Warzone, whether it was a different format. I'm talking those kill races back in the day, the 2v2s, and to see him get a win here on the LAN stage, man, that just hits absolutely different.
It certainly does, and I gotta just say, I think they were listening to the broadcast. They said, well, we haven't been in the limelight yet? How about we kill half the lobby and then win the map? An absolute banger of a map with a 2x multiplier. I can only expect that to be one of the best games today. I think the best score from the Falcons right now is 44 points. I think it was 22 kills and a win. That game looked like at least that and then some. You're gonna see Team Aiden maybe not jump to the top of the leaderboard, but pretty dang close.
You know, it's crazy. We were watching that game and I was like, do you remember when I was saying all about, like, I've seen DJ Moss the absolute most out of any player here. I was like, this is a premonition. Maybe he wins the Solo YOLO. I wasn't actually saying like, oh, we're gonna go win this match, and it comes through, but I still got you for the Solo YOLO, my guy.
Yeah, and I gotta say too, you gotta remember the top 2 teams in that map had some crazy rotation to get all the way to the west side on the coast. I mean, you have one team landing Superstore, which is nearly as far northeast as you can go, aside from military. The other team lands Popov and comes all the way through the eastern side and then back across, trying to make a cursive S. A crazy moment, big rotations. Let's take a quick look at the last stand, see how it all played out, and see what we maybe missed. And Tiff, I think the big note here again was that the top 3 teams, or 3 of the top 5 teams, all were fighting each other on the same side of the zone, but it was Team Aiden that actually made the rotate out. And this massive play from Ahsoka set the Falcons up for a crazy amount of points themselves.
There was a couple seconds delay there for that kind of push by Enkyo in general. He flies down maybe 2 seconds slower than the rest of his squad, and that delay kind of gave them a fragmented fight as they were just piecing them together. And there was a push just before this from Team Echo straight towards Team V8, Envision and King AJ. When you think about that third party, that crossfire that came in that took out Team Echo really helped them stay alive because they were able to reset as a duo. And then Team Aiden takes them out. Then we look towards Ahsoka, who just, I don't know what kind of God gifts we're getting from this guy, but he finds PDS after PDS, gets the full reset. And I was like, what are we gonna do with this LTV? How are we gonna make this 1v2 happen? Because I was like, you cannot let him get away with that. Pops out the LTV, and Team Aiden honestly cleans it up quite nicely.
Yeah, if Ahsoka won that, I would have gone home. Let's be very clear. I'm leaving. I'm going home. I'm letting somebody else cast. What an amazing event. What an amazing map from Team Aiden. And I don't know if it was DJ, Z-Smith, Aiden, whoever made the call, but whoever did, to rotate out and then make the play for in-game, a perfect IGL call to win it all. We got to head down to the stage and hear from my friend Z-Smith and, of course, Miles the Ross.
Thank you, Coach. That's right, Smith. Congratulations, man. A massive win. You guys have shot up the standings. We'll get a finish count in a moment, but congrats, man.
Thank you. I feel great, dude. That was incredible. That was the craziest game I think we've ever played.
It looked crazy from the outside. I mean, you guys, the vibes are high in the camp, right? Like, everyone seems like they're having a good time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this team, dude, no matter what, even when we're not doing well, we just have fun. We go out there, we have fun. And that game just felt like the whole time we were just screaming and yelling at each other. And we were just in the blender, but we ended up making it happen. It was crazy.
Is that your secret to success? Is it just pure fun?
I mean, you got to have fun. If you don't have fun, you're just going to get slammed.
Words to live by. Well, mate, congratulations again.
Thank you.
We'll see you in the rest of the competition. One more big old drop to go before we get to that Solo YOLO. Des, it's back to you.
All right, Miles, appreciate you. Z-Smith, man, good knowledge out there, right? So you gotta have fun. If you're not having fun, you're not gonna win. I fully agree with that, by the way. You definitely have to have fun. Look, big win from Aiden and co, especially perfect because we had that listen-in, which was cool, calm, and collected. Aiden and his roster was looking great. We've been talking all day, Gio, about Aiden. We haven't seen much of them, but Game 5, we saw a lot of them. When it mattered most, they get the win.
I have to be honest, like, you bringing up that point is really poignant to me because hearing Z-Smith say, oh, it felt like we were yelling at each other the whole time. Yelling where? Like, that was such a good section of comms that we got to listen to.
Yes.
And, you know, they had a really good run throughout the entire drop. What we've seen from some teams is, of course, they, like, pop off towards the end. But they had their first pop-off in C1.
Yes.
And so, you know, they had these like amazing comms throughout the whole thing, and yeah, so yelling at each other. I don't know what that's all about, but you know, whatever works for you, I guess.
I mean, like what stuck out to me too during that listen was how vocal DJ was. Yeah. DJ's not usually this guy who's in the comms, and the second we go over, he said, yo, I think we hold here. I think we gatekeep. Look over here. Like he's getting vocal with the boys, and it's not surprising that when we see that happen, they have their biggest game of the day yet. Let me tell you what, I'm supposed to be composed up here. I am stoked right now that these three just won this match. Those are the boys. I'm super excited.
When you're put under pressure, like the competitors are on that stage, it brings out something in you didn't know you had. And I think we're starting to see that from several individuals we've covered all day long. Let's look at our highlights because there's so much to get through. And I want to start off, D'Angelo, right back at you. Falcons. They did not have an easy game. Actually, we start off looking at them in trouble a little bit, but talk to me about Falcons. Their grind to get that second place.
Yeah, it was just a grind on rotation, on rotation, on rotation. They never got one easy, but this is the type of game that you look at when you look at this team and you say, this is what's scary about them, because they're not just, making these great, fantastic plays and executing perfectly. It's like, no, they ran up against squad after squad after squad and executed a strategy that was just so beautiful to get them to that end game. They just are able to play around, and it all ends up with Soka being the last one alive. Tries to make that classic Soka gas play, throwing the PDS on the LTV, trying to find a buy. I think he thought there was a buy at that building. I don't think there was in this map. So unfortunate for him just to not make that read. But either way, second for this team, still fantastic.
Yeah, and if people don't know what we're talking about, Hisoka loves to gas plays, and he will drive as far as he needs to go so he can get a revive. This time, obviously, like you said, no shops around, but he did have the PDS. He throws that down, gets second place because of his good efforts. Also, well over double digits. He had a phenomenal game, and the first time we've seen in-game shooting of bodies. Hisoka was laying it down, and then Aiden returned it right again in those final moments. V8, though, also had an incredible game, Enigma.
Yeah, they did. They finally show up here in Vegas. They were the team that came first in the EMEA finals. They were fourth in groups, fifth in losers round 2. They're really, really strong side. This is Vision, AJ, and Showstopper, a team that put up serious kills on the map, averaging about 11 kills per map, and that is the 4th highest across the region. So but definitely a team to watch because they've got great points of view in terms of slaying out. But one of the risks has always been their high pace of play, can then see them cut down early, and I think that's what we've been seeing through this. To see them get through to the late stages, absolutely wonderful. I said as well, right at the top of the show, this is one of my teams that I predict to take the whole thing, but I do think that they've got a lot of things to fix before we get to having that be a serious conversation, and I'm a little bit worried that the slow start did affect them here in Vegas, so definitely hope to see them step it up a bit more.
Yeah, well, you mentioned earlier, too, it was like some teams are slowing down when they should be speeding up, right? V8 clearly speeding up and looking a lot better. There it is, Team Aiden, DJ Malcy Smith taking game number 5, and
Team
they should, they should be in a lot better position this time than they were last time. They were already within that top 5 conversation. What's the sweet spot, right? It's 5 through 2nd. You're getting those 30 points heading into tomorrow, and I think they're set up quite nicely for that.
They've jumped up to 3rd.
Have they?
Spoiler, they've jumped up to 3rd from 5th.
Unofficially, okay.
Yeah. I checked. I've got the people let me know. So yeah, no, they're in a really good spot now.
Sure.
Yeah, given that they were in 5th, it's not like they were in a terrible position or anything like that, but it definitely cements them more. And we only have one more drop after this.
One more drop.
Or at least today anyway. So they're in a pretty solid position when you're considering the kind of advantage that you want to go in for, into tomorrow with.
Right.
So yeah, just about like carrying that forward into the last drop, but I don't really think they have anything to worry about at this point.
I think a lot of it is about belief, though, right? Like, they are a great team, and you come out, you're having a great performance, but I think that then you come out there and get a map victory. You kind of remind everyone who you are, right? Like, we love these boys. I mean, I'm not supposed to talk nicely about them. They are a wonderful trio of human beings, and to come out and put up a performance like that, I've spoken about how great I think Z Smith is. Aiden, obviously, a wonderful competitor in our space, and then DJ Mas, well, I know why you like him so much, my friend, but it's definitely a trio that we want to see step up and be a part of the conversation, the battle, the bloodbath that we're hoping for tomorrow.
Right.
That announces themselves here this weekend, says they can definitely be a part of that.
Well, and I think the other thing, kind of Gio's point too, is like, yes, they were in 5th, they're already having a great day today, but having a game like that is like you said, the confidence builder they need for, yes, they knew that they coming into this were probably going to be one of those 2nd through 5th teams, very strongly poised to be able to be first here here today. And I think what that is, that's more like a sort of a justification in everything they have been training for, everything they've been doing the last 2 weeks. It is basically a check mark that, like, yes, we know what we're doing, and this is what's going to help us tomorrow, even though, we might only be coming in with 30 points as opposed to 40, but they're going to use that 30 to potentially win the entire thing.
It's match point. For the first time in Warzone history, it's going to be match point on the global stage. Anything goes. We've never seen this, at least at this level, on land. So the reality is we don't know how it's going to unfold, regardless how each and every team is playing. But that confidence builder, that's a great point. We'll continue that narrative going into tomorrow. Still 2 more games to go. I say 2 more. 1 more game to go here for the points leading into tomorrow, your bonus points. But we still have Solo YOLO. So you want to stick around even after game number 6. Let's look at our heat map for the landings of that game number 6, and well, it was kind of all over the place, but southern regions starting to see a little bit more activity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be honest, some of these teams still looking to contest each other around those city drops. It's interesting to see that multiple teams land around Manor. I'd be very curious to find out exactly who that was who landed around with Enkyo and Co. But then that bottom left-hand corner, that's typically really quiet in terms of landings. There's usually not too much profit found there. So to see teams starting to spread out, I think that this is a part of these teams that are not doing very well, finding new places to try and set up a foundation for the rest of the game.
Setting up a foundation is critical. And what is that foundation for those teams who've been struggling? They've clearly worked hard today, Danjo. They've worked hard to get to this point. Now they're looking to break into that sweet spot of top 5. What do? Drop number 6. Full sin. Do you switch it up? Do you change up what you've been doing, or do you just kind of let it go and let it ride?
Yeah, I mean, if you're one of these teams who hasn't been performing well here today, yeah, I think you just kind of heat check yourself. Start really test the limits of your team. Get aggressive. Maybe normally where you wouldn't take a fight, push yourself forward. Say, what's going to happen if we try and push this team right now? If we just maybe try and play third party. Try and do these things that you're going to rely on tomorrow. I know it's a little late to try and get reps in, but the fact of the matter is this is going to be your only unique opportunity for this lobby in a setting like this to be able to do that. So I think if you're one of these teams who going into the last final map, yeah, maybe you're out of some points, you kind of feel comfortable where you are. Try something a little bit different right now because this is the time to make it happen.
All right, time to make it happen. 1 more game to go for the bonus points. Who will take the final game and get that confidence booster? Right now, Falcons, they're on fire, but Aiden also showed some life. And hello, mid-EU, will they wake up from their little slumber that they've currently had over the last couple of games? Season 6 is about to be underway. Let's see what's in store for you.
Gone dark. We'll split up. There may still be survivors. Let's move.
Pump camera up.
Frosty.
Movement.
Rocket, come in.
Enemy movement. Hostile spotted.
Does anyone have eyes on him? Report. Everyone fall back! Repeat, fall back!
Every man for themself in this land, we begun it. So some is shot, locked down, and turned guns. Cavalry arms and straight up shoulders.
Does anyone read me?
And And welcome back to the World Series of Warzone 2024 Global Finals, the final game of the day, at least when it comes to the bonus points leading into match point tomorrow is here, game number 6. If you haven't won a game today, this is your final chance to do so outside of Solo YOLO, which is coming up right after this. So you make sure to stay tuned to see who's going to earn that $50,000. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Dream, Enigma, and Dandro. Game number 6. Big moment to break into top 5. Let's get some quick predictions, at least from you, Enigma. Who do you think game number 6 is going to take it?
You spoke a little bit about how Omi EU had gone through a little bit of a slump. I want to see them pick it back up.
Okay.
I want to see them go big again. They've been seeing a lot of these end zones, but I want to see them deliver on one. We spoke a little bit about the belief that a victory can give you. Yes, they've had one today, but it's about finding another here at the end of the day.
All right, well, I would love to give it to you two as well, but guess what? Game number 6 is ready to go. I know you've had enough of us yapping, so let's send it over to our casters. Game number 6. Spider Tiff Goes, take it away.
Don't worry, I'll get your predictions right after this one, okay? Because you'll definitely be right after we play this one. Now, according to math, all right, I was doing some math on the side.
Oh, good. I'm so glad you were.
44 points was the biggest game of the day, aside from that last map, which was from the Falcons. Guess how many points Team Aiden just dropped?
If you're telling me 44 was the biggest, I'm going for north of 50.
It was a trick question. It was exactly 44. Again, a 22-kill victory, 44 points from Team Aiden. A massive jump up the leaderboard. Wasn't enough to take first? Certainly not, because the Falcons just dropped a 36-point game for a second-place win. So another massive game from the Falcons means they're up right now on their competition by, well, frankly, a whole dang lot. I think it's about 40 over second and third. So maybe we know who's going to get 40 points for tomorrow. But the big question, and still up for grabs, who's getting 30, 20, and counting, folks? A lot is on the line. The last game of trios today starts right now.
And the Falcons, right, in game number 6. Look, I mean, they breached that triple-digit mark not that long ago and are still trying to points gap the lobby here. And if we're just being able to see where they've gotten to, it's almost 150. And if you think of it, it's going to be that magical number for tomorrow to show you that if they can get 40 advanced starting points, what is that going to do? And how many games do we actually get on Call of Duty Warzone match point?
It's such a great point, folks. 150 points tomorrow is our threshold. The teams are getting 40, 30, and counting. The Falcons have dropped 146 in 5. What can they do in 6? Only time will tell. It looks like maybe there's a team trying to contest them as per the usual. Things have not been going well for that squad. At least not yet. That's Zach, Hollow, and Aiden. They had a little glimpse of themselves in the limelight for a moment, getting second place on a map. But we'll see what they can do as we head back to Bazaar to see, well, what's the tally after 6? Who's going to win it this time? Is it a true 50-50? Or maybe this Robstar team will come out on top again over Panda and maybe have a good map to put them up into the tally. I think it's worth mentioning while we have it just a second here, Tiff, of those points, we've got to remind ourselves that if you get 11, you're getting 15 points for tomorrow. If you get 10, you're getting 20. This is actually a pretty sizable leap. Reminder, as this fight's going on, there was like 10 teams within 4 points. 5 points could be huge.
Exactly, one good game can change the trajectory of your World Series of Warzone for tomorrow. And honestly, when you've contested each and every map, you're kind of not in a good position overall on the leaderboard. Usually you end up chalking both, but this squad, this Reply Totem, they still have the ability to hit a regain after this. Even with the influx of mortars kind of sending their way, we're still kind of looting around it and trying to piece apart the different squads as we go.
Yeah, and I will say, I'll give this Reply Totem team some credit. They have jumped up the leaderboard. Like we said, it's very, very tight margins. They have made it to top 10, so they are out on top in this Bazaar take. They were kind of chalking each other's games, but finally this team started to get some steam, which means their opposition, this Panda squad, not so much.
I mean, we've seen them towards that end game. Even think of the one the Falcons won over by Bathhouse in the center, but Blade getting ripped apart, falls in the stairway we go, and well, Panda through the door to clean it on up. Vortex trading out. This is just one of the most chaotic things I have ever seen on the LAN stage. But for Las Vegas Inferno, they're into some trouble themselves.
Well, the home team getting cut down. It looks like Future has games. Last one alive, and just kidding, wins the fight. Omit in a mediocre performance thus far today. Unfortunately, cut down early. It's going to make it very difficult for them to jump this leaderboard dramatically in the final map when they're on their back foot already.
You have to be perfect tomorrow if that's going to be the case, but Baba Huff in the gulag looking for Bagel, and we're already investing our lethals, our smokes, but when Bagel full sends down that center lane, now we've got to locate them. Still not kind of sure of where they went. We locate, we peek, we slide. Babo, come on, let's get it.
Able to find some and more. Can we win the pistol? Woo! Wow, that was way too close. Should have been a lot cleaner. Unfortunately for both of them, they were in the gulag and they still got to come back to the team, but a nice win from Bagel. We'll see what he's able to do when he gets back onto the map. A quick buyback, by the way, from Future there. So Baba Huff will get right back into the mix. Destroy's team, we've seen them a couple times. Where are they on the leaderboard? I think they're a little ways down.
19.
This could be, they're at the middle of the pack as expected. This could be a big game for them, but they've got to get pretty aggressive here. Matter for points though, yeah. Top 20, 15 points. 21st, 10 points. Every point counts.
It really does, and especially for Team Echo, we've seen them have a really powerful day here, currently sitting in 5th on the leaderboard. 30 starting points for tomorrow if we can maintain this, and quite frankly, the only difference maker would be is if we could get that first place, but that's 60 points or so away. They do like to start around this area, of course, as well as Team Community.
I've got a little bit of a hot take right now, Tim.
Okay.
Top 5, aside from first, are all getting the same amount of points.
Exactly.
And top 5, as we see some more eliminations come through, Husker's team getting some kills. Top 5 is separated. 5th is 25 points over 6th. Those margins are massive to overcome. We likely already know our top 5 going into tomorrow. We likely know the points they get. The big question mark is the rest of these teams that are just a hair's breadth away from each other, and points could cycle like 10, 15 some odd points could cycle between these teams.
Wars?
As we head to the gulag and Zank says, I don't need a gun.
What?
What the? Okay, yeah, sure. 1, 2, buckle by shoe. That's 2 gulags in a row and double wins for that team.
Hey, look, they needed to do exactly that, but Wars' team, they're in 33rd position on that leaderboard. Not going to be that start they wanted for themselves, and quite frankly, we know how good some of these teams that are maybe not having a solid day. So Super Evan, this squad over here, nor that outpost area, just a bit north of the bunker per se. We're kind of split out, still working on our journey throughout here, but I want to note something that we didn't actually get to talk about with this circle pulling towards the northwestern side. Omit EU actually forewent landing at Manor and went to Kotobo. That adaptability is critical, and well, Otterize, invest that streak. Let's get on over. Tapulator, Strixie, and Johnny Bro, they want to fight.
And talk about a team that has been very quiet today. Team Super Evan had some troubles today, looking to find a couple eliminations here early and then move up through Outpost and beyond. Again, like Tiff said, if you haven't looked at the map yet, it is definitely a zone rather, that we haven't seen before, as a couple eliminations coming through. The Bunker Busters actually able to clean up Johnny Bro, which means Tap, Strix are out of here. See you later. Maybe Otter could pick one up. Look, Otter told me yesterday he was going to snipe. Apparently, he's changed things up after the first couple maps didn't go their way.
Sometimes you just gotta be adaptable throughout here, and Team Aiden, after that match win on the last game, they're still reaping eliminations. Team Community right now running into some trouble, but as we get this update on the circle, Omit EU, the red one on your screen, just on the outskirts of the eastern side of Kotovo, and that 5 is going to be the Falcons. They haven't left pop-off power, there's no reason to, and you have to keep an eye on Team Aiden. That's that 4 kind of coming in from that bridge. They've made the rotation from the Superstore side of things and crossed out into the south of Pop-Off.
Yeah, and you also see Team Community in the pink salmon, whatever it is, number 20, all the way up down at the bottom of the map, have moved up through a zip and into that Old Town, Low Town area. Likely going to see them popping up the kill feed quite a bit. There's a lot of teams holding them. See Almond falling in that kill feed. So if we take a look at another team we haven't seen in a little while, looks like Linen's being left behind as Jukeyz and FIFA Kill off to the races, trying to find some eliminations, and Tap in trouble. No, gets one, does finally get cleaned up, but they lose a life. Gotta be a frustrating start right there. You got to get a clean kill there. Just losing that life and sending FIFA to the gulag could be the difference maker in this game. This team is playing for a lot right now, by the way. They are currently in 12th place, looking to try to breach into that top 10 for 20 points for tomorrow.
A bit of a fall from grace. I said it. They were in 3rd place after match number 1, but I'm gonna commend them, right? They have been able to stay together as a team, but right now it's just Jukeyz on the map. FIFA Kill loses that gulag to Tap, who, well, they were just fighting, and then you see Lennon go straight to the gulag because one more member of that squad took them out. But back to Industrial we go in the fight of the time. You said it. How many times are these two trios going to run straight into each other? Soka at the top, kind of perched in the little Falcons nest of his own.
This is such a funny fight to me because Biffle is scared of no man, no person, nobody on the map. Except for maybe this team. I was talking to Repulse, you heard him on the analyst desk, and said, I don't know what it is about this team. They always seem to get me. We'll see if they get him this time around. Hisoka is taking quite literally ultimate high in the area and has great viewpoint and will have great comms to help out his teammates. Maybe we'll have an angle as well. We'll see. This fight could take a little while, but it looks like Gooey and Co are going to try to push the equation. Maybe sending one out around actually with a zip. Try to play a flanking spot.
Shifty already opened it up. He's got Clabs in, and that's a full wipe there for Jukeyz' squad. That's quite unfortunate. And now FLS takes that ultimate high ground, and you can see he's going to be looking to call the shots, but Biffle and Shifty, a dynamic duo in their own right, kind of trying to go on out, while Soka is like, don't worry, guys, I'll find FLS. We know exactly where he is. Now, how do we rip him off this high ground? And when Soka sets something in his sights, you know he's going to get it.
Bro, leave him. I mean, just leave him up there. You got Gooey in your sights, pick up the 2v1, down goes Gooey. Maybe, I think it actually might have been a thermite through the window that it picks up Gooey. That's exactly what it is. Goes down. FLS also gets cleaned up. Soka found an angle and executed on it. Looks like the thorn in their side is a thorn no longer. Snap it off, send it home, and then go on your merry way. There's nobody else on their side of Popov. A couple people trying to rotate in, and a couple folks to the south. We have to move down all the way to the south-hand side of this map. You can't go any further south, mostly southeast, than this squad. They're on an island right now because they just won a couple team fights. Team Destroy in a decent spot right now if they can find a clean path to New. But looking at New, it's across the water. It is Popov, it is Levin, and you have a long way to go.
And this is why I'm so thankful that Omit EU recognized it based off the plane, right? When you see that plane line, you can call it. Now they're sitting for free towards that end game, and the only real threat to them is going to be Falcons when they decide to rotate based on those pools. But Falcons, they in Industrial, they don't want to commit to that just yet because think of all the teams still trying to rotate on in. You turn towards Cargo on that southern side, they've got a long walk to go, and this one's been trying to make their way as they cross that water towards the eastern side of Popov. A couple of teams still in the nearby area for them.
Yeah, again, I want to draw your eyes up to the team Tiff's been talking about, Omit EU in the red one at the top north side of the map. They love this building. They've done this 100 times, it seems like. They change up their drop spot on these circles. But Team Aiden doing the opposite side of that, hunting edge of zone yet again and getting paid for it. Several kills going their way right now, but Team Panda in their sights. Again, the jockeying between second and fifth almost doesn't matter. It's about protecting your position in the top 5 unless somehow you can close a 40-point gap on the Falcons.
I mean, look, if you've already breached triple digits like Team Aiden has, this is the start that you needed going into tomorrow to say, okay, look, this is what we're able to do. We focused on the wins. We were being able to do that. Get your rotations in, find the eliminations, because it's going to be kind of that frenzy to get to 150 tomorrow, and a challenger has arrived. It's going to be Cloud9 have made their way into the kind of midst of Omit EU.
Yeah, this is a big moment for Cloud9. I mean, if they could get a nice high ground position, a power position, win condition potentially in their sights, they might actually have a good game and breach some extra points for tomorrow. Right now, Community doing Community things, picking up several eliminations along the way, making this look easy. That's one going down for this squad. A full team of 3, though, on the other side of them they know that, and they're going to continue to run and move to New. This is a massive rotation, by the way, for Community. It's worth mentioning they're way down in City, and now they're on the north side, joining the likes of Omit EU.
And they're just kind of spectating here, right? They're biding their time, trigger discipline. We're not going to extend out until we absolutely need to. The likelihood of, well, Scummin and them fighting Cloud9 would be more, but then here comes Destroy. Well-needed eliminations for them to kind of boost that score, maybe into the top 15 and even top 10 if they have an absolute banger. But Scummin on 4 is already looking for angles, but it's Dongy who finds the opening.
Today, at least right now, this is the wrong team to fight. Community is moving in final form, and sure, Destroy gets back on his feet, but immediately cut back down as Donkey, one of our kill leaders today, continuing to find eliminations. Nearly 2,000 damage as well, so likely sharing some kills. We are going to do a quick listen in with this Community team and see why this team is succeeding today.
We have a buy. I got a 4x.
Go gassies, go gassies.
I'm only gonna do a 4x2.
I have a 4x also.
I still need plates. I don't have, I'm looting. I got some.
You have 8 plates.
Yeah, I'm good. Durable here too if you need it.
Yeah, I need.
These guys are fighting hello over here. Try to shoot out off the balloon so we don't get ballooned on.
Landing.
Where's he at?
No light thing.
From his crack. He's super low.
Another one there too. Another one on the right side here. I'm
Try to take space, make sure we don't get creeped up on, but like don't try to get don't be solo though. Wait, on the wall, close,
Yeah.
right.
Close, sniping, crack one, flash, one shot.
Three, it's three.
Yeah. I bunkered that. I can't bunker.
They're in that check.
They're in the
here.
One
shot down, I'm pushing it. I'll plug up.
Wait for us. I'm thermite close. Yeah, one's close to me. He's one shot in the right corner.
Cracked.
Nice, down.
Another one on me, outer.
Right here.
Playing for it.
Silping.
In front of me, the shack on me.
I'm playing on the backside. The one's in the
He went in the
shack.
house, he might be in the 2-story.
Yeah, I'm plating.
He's in the 2-story, I just heard him.
Both balls?
Alright, I'm going.
On me, on me.
Coming.
Running left. On my bottom on me.
Just leave him, do not chase.
Okay. What do you mean? It's only one. It's bottom here.
Coming.
Crack.
Got him.
I got smokes. Here. You're good. Tap him.
Another buy here.
Bunker, close.
Heard it.
Yeah, on me.
Fucking go.
I was going to talk about a couple more C's clear communication, but at the end of the day, the Falcons come in and spoil that. We lose one. We do sneak into the gulag at the last second, but unfortunately, COD Munity getting obliterated by the Falcons. Dongi, heroic play, picks up Biffle on the run, but gets cleaned up finally. Gets a little bit of blood, but unfortunately, COD Munity, a perfect team fight.
Okay, Shifty. We see it.
They know what to say, and they know how to communicate to an audience like this.
Oh, you know, it's fine. Throw some smokes, waste the ammo. You've got resources, right? We know you walk out of pop-off with a ton of money there. But honestly, they were if that was the timing that COD Munity needed, they still had some players in the gulag. The worst that's going to come for them is that reset with 19 squads still up and a large majority of our teams still setting their sights towards the north here. Is this going to be this Vegas Inferno roster from Levin on that ultimate high ground, looking down from above, deciding where do we want to go? And it's been Echo through the south, making their play through Outpost.
Yeah, such a cool moment. Also, that COD Munity team, by the way, they wiped one of the mainstay competition that was right behind them. 8th place could have maybe breached that top 5, so a big take. And speaking of a big take, Aiden squad crushing their opponents here in Popov, rotating from the eastern side to the west, trying to catch up with the rest of these folks. And again, omit EU in the best position right now because they know they don't need kills. They just got to maintain their position in the top 5, and multipliers certainly can do that if they can pick up kills in the in-game.
And here's why this is so important for Team Aiden. We've been talking about their consistency throughout the past couple of weeks and their growth, similar to Team Echo here, but those advanced starting points of 30. We always say, you know, if maybe they could just get a little bit closer to 150 before the Falcons do, and this gives them the grounds to kind of level it all out tomorrow.
Yeah, this is a big moment, by the way, for FaZe on the right-hand side. They don't know that Prodigy is here. This is brutal. FaZe is in 10th place right now, but Swag is shooting straight. Adrian falls, and it does look like FaZe is cleaned up by Prodigy and Oki. What a take with Biffle staring down at them, waiting to take those instead. That's going to be tough. FaZe might have done enough to maintain top 10, but they very likely could drop down out of top 10 and lose points for it. These are the margins we're talking about. They're so razor thin if you're outside the top 5.
Well, now Oki's going to have to look for a regain, get the squad back on out, and well, Shifty's still looking for some more action because what he had was not enough. They want to prove on that 44-point game. They want to set records here. The cementing of Dynasty begins now, especially after you've wiped Oki's squad. Team Echo, that 5th place roster has fallen, but can someone breach that points disparity between 6th and 5th?
I don't know. It would take a pretty monster effort. I mean, it's a 25-point margin from 5th to 6th. That 6th place team, by the way.
It was FaZe.
Yeah, they are not there, not right now. So we'll see what they're able to do. I think those points are being tallied right now, too, so there's a chance maybe they'll drop outside top 10. I don't know. There's a lot of question marks. We're going to let the admin do the math as Grum hits 1 and gets the cleanup. That's Panda falling. That's a full wipe on Panda. We're top 15, and as expected, omit EU. Not a ton of kills, but in the best position, at least for now, as we head back to the Falcons, who are continuing to make statement after statement to say, well, I don't have to repeat it. Shifty said it for me. We know what he's going to say.
I mean, look, he's got a lot to say, and at least he says it with his chest, and at least he backs it on up here on the main stage, on land here in Las Vegas. But omit NA, they do have one player last standing that was just trying to kind of salvage some things. They're in 18th place, and for the Vegas Inferno, they need a good multiplier to let some of these eliminations do work. And well, they've got two squads just kind of towards the outside of them, Destroy being one of them, and another squad wipe for the Falcons.
Vegas Inferno on your screen. Looking to take down our wildcard team. Nick Cool Squad had an early start to this tourney and come swinging in all three alive. Lose one maybe in the process, we'll see, but a cleanup nonetheless. Vegas Inferno falling 14th. Decent map potentially, but the question is how many kills? Again, every team tallying their kills, every team doing the math. How many points do we have for tomorrow? What are the changes? And right now, it looks like Team Super Evan says, I'm a bush Wookie, my man. I'm just last into top 10. I need that multiplier. We've got some kills to make it count.
Well, this squad is currently sitting in 21st place on the leaderboard, 50.6, and that's why this is so vital, right? You want to get into those advanced starting points that are even more, but Waldo, what a game here. Colony 2K and Nick Cool probably fully eliminated here, but let's get that higher multiplier like you were talking about. We've entered the 1.6x multi. The best you can do now is maybe a top 5 and even then a win.
Yeah, this team is actually in a prime position to steal away a lot of points.
Ooh.
Waldo's on 8. I think Colony is on at least 5. This is like a 15-kill game with multipliers. They've made top 10. A great game for a wildcard team to snack some points away, snack on them some tortilla chips. Why not? Let's pick up Autorize in transition. This is one of the teams that's right behind you and maybe right in front of you, depending on how many kills they have. Every single point matters. Find him, Waldo. We found you, but can you find Autorize?
Oh, well, keep your eye. I think Huskers is last standing for his roster. Off screen is Brawlic falls as well. Goodbye, Autorize. I think Super Evan still in that bush, kind of dead center of zone, looking for some more multis. Look to your right-hand side of your screen. Tapulator, Johnny Bro, and Strixie. Well, look who came to play. It's Deus Amir, Z-Dark, and Castillo still trying to wipe that area, but they're on the low ground towards the Falcons here, and Shifty is keeping them in their sights, and we are just firing. Huskers from behind, though, could maybe steal one away and grab an elimination, but I think the Falcons are just going to look to clean it up for now.
Team Aiden still in it as well. Fastball special is going to help them out. DJ's able to take down one and a second with that thermite. Trying to find the body. Where is it? Nowhere to be found. They're down below. And so they're not going to get the cleanup, not yet, but they're in the zone, so you don't have to push out, not right now. Omit EU up here as well. The top 3 teams stay on top. Top 3 teams in the final 7 in this map. They're here for a reason. They defended their title. They're going to be walking away with a ton of points, but who's going to win this fight? Will we get some revenge for the side of Omit EU? It's not looking likely.
Gromalock down, and we're just trying to get angles here on the Falcons. The preemptive rotate here for that circle. It's going to cost you, but I would love to see, do we get this res on Gromalock? I think we actually do. Back up on their feet. Now we get the reset because the Falcons are still focused on picking up eliminations. They've set their sights actually on Team Aiden.
Omit EU. Always good about their rotations, always good about making plays, but just not good enough. Not when you got Shifty sliding in from behind, picking up another elimination. A quick cleanup here, and Omit EU is going to be out of it. The Falcons are poised to take another one, potentially. A couple body shots, but he knows the job's not done, so we got to keep moving on our merry way. Team Aiden all the way down in the gutters, going to have to make a massive rotation. They're pulling one out of the Falcons playbook as we see Revenge Tour back into the mix, into the top 3. Maybe can we end it like we started it? Maybe not this time. Slide, B-Mark, see you later. We're down to the final 2 teams, and the 2 teams on top. Team Aiden coming in with 2 this time. Will the Falcons win it all here, Tiff? I can only expect they will, but job not done as this zone is set up. Either team could take it. Biffle on the flank. We'll see.
Look, we've seen this before, right? Just think of last match, but Shifty opens it up. There goes DJ Moss. Aiden down, and it's looking like the Falcons are about to convert this one.
An absolute Herculean effort would be for Z-Smith to win this. A 1v2. Was able to clean up one. Z-Smith is a straight shooter.
Here comes Biffle.
Biffle's on 13 kills and makes it look easy. Tiff, we talk about it. We flipped the coin. They've won 50% of our games today in day 1. Trios is done for the day, and there is no question in our minds that at least today they are the best team here. Way out on on top by a massive margin.
The silent assassin himself, Biffle, steps forward, finds Z-Smith, but it's still consistent. And I'm honestly really digging that the majority of the floor here in the arena are Falcons fans, right? The family front and center celebrating. The 50% win rate is right. This is why they are so scary, working on kind of finishing out that dynasty. And I really wonder if they win tomorrow, which they likely will.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, look, they likely will. I hate glazing them so much. I get sick of talking about the Falcons at points and times, but I can't not talk about them.
You've got to. And again, they win 50% of their games, and they're doing it on land.
Yeah.
They are inevitable right now, and that map was a giant one. I think you called it up perfectly before. They had the best game. It was tied by Team Aiden. That's not good enough. They were up by such a margin. It didn't matter what they did in that map, and they likely are winning anyways, right? They're still getting their 40 points, but they came to make a statement. And we taking off our shoes while we're gaming Ahsoka? Why not, man?
I mean, it makes sense. We heard the interview from Aiden earlier. He's like, I'm sitting next to the Falcons, and it's kind of smelly over there. So please,
Sure.
yes, put your
There
shoes
it is.
back on. So
There it is. No, an unbelievable effort again from the Falcons. They made the perfect rotation. They were set up flawlessly. Omit EU, though, was in top 10. Aiden's team's in top 10. Again, everybody that was wagering who they thought would be top 5 were mostly correct. The big question in my mind was anybody able to breach into top 5 aside from our top teams? Was anybody able to snag some points and get into top 10 as well? I mean, where is FaZe falling, right? A great team had some hot and cold moments today, much like their performances leading up to this. A lot of question marks and a lot of math, but we had a great time in that map seeing the Falcons win it all yet again. And will it be the best map of the day? I don't know. Again, more math. Biffle was on 14 by the end of that one.
kind of in a league of their own, just constantly trying to outclass themselves. Like, oh yeah, we did 44 points, we've matched that. Let's go ahead and keep on seeing what we can do. But that just goes to show you their capabilities. I mean, I've seen them not even take a 2x multiplier and put up north of 45 points with a 1.8 multi.
Yeah, and it's what's impressive too with that zone pull was that the Falcons were able to find that many kills in their territory. They held perfectly, they pushed out when they needed to, and they made a great rotation to win the gunfight at the end. Again, tip my hat to Team Aiden. They are in final form, folks, and I think they're going to be second place at the end of this one after another great map from them. A lot of folks were saying this was the second best team. Apparently, recency bias is correct because they've been dominating today. We're going to head down to the stage and see, well, I guess we're going to hear from the last member of the Falcons here at the Soka on the stage.
Good luck hearing anything down here. It's rowdy on the floor. Ahsoka, I got the full Falcons bingo card. I got all of you guys. Your 3 big wins today, man. Congrats on that. Top spot secured.
Yes, sir. Feels good. Feels great. We started off slow. I was sure all the competitors thought they had a chance. We started winning 3 games in a row. I know they're going to go to sleep like, damn, we lost tomorrow. So let's get it.
Feeling good, feeling confident, man. Rightfully so, rightfully deserved. I mean, is there anything that's come out of today that was maybe a surprise for you guys, something you planned for that didn't work out? Was there anything in the game plan that wasn't there?
Nah, nothing in the game plan. I know, like, on land, kids will be nervous. Aiden was talking that smack to Biffle, but we just ran him, so he needs to watch his mouth. Shout out Biffle gang, baby. Come on.
What are we bringing into tomorrow? Anything different from today, or is it business as usual?
Business as usual. Job's not finished. We had a great day today, but go to sleep early. Maybe hit the club. You never know, hit casino or something. So we'll see.
Anything you want to say to the crowd here? Everyone watching back home.
Everybody watching back home. The crowd. I love you guys, my family. I appreciate you guys. Tease up all that, man. Come on, Falcons, baby.
Back to the desk.
All right, hey, appreciate you. Yeah, he's collecting the Infinity Stones out there, right? He got Shifty earlier, then he got Biffle first, Shifty, and now he's got his Soka. Well, they earned it. They absolutely earned it. 50% win rate. What does that mean? 3 out of 6 games. 2 of those games, second place. One of them, what happened, right? Top 20. I don't know. Hey, not even double digits on points. Regardless, though, beating everybody by, unofficially, probably like 80 or so points. So it's a matter of now who got second through 5th to secure 30 points going into tomorrow because, well, Falcons, they were able to secure at least 40. Let's take a look at our highlights from game number 6. It was exciting without doubt. Dandro, starting with you, half the lobby gone by Zone 4.
Yeah, this lobby got deleted, which is kind of, par for the course for what we see for a lot of Warzone tournaments. When it comes to this last map, right, people are tending to play a little bit more aggressive. By the end of Zone 4, almost half of the lobby is gone. So, but then what we see is that opens up the map so much, and then it kind of comes down, right? So it starts off really fast, and then it just goes to a slow as everybody is now still trying to play for those precious placement points like we mentioned, because everybody trying to be able to come out on top to get those advantage points coming in for tomorrow.
And Enigma, for you, Omid EU, they get zoned. They have a wonderful finish, 4th place, which they desperately needed again to hold on to that delicate lead that they had for top 5. Talk to me about their run from start to finish.
Yeah, I think that they, in this map, they get the pull that they want. This is their alternate landing spot, the preferred alternate landing spot, which is the Kotobo blocks. Typically what this zone does is it pulls quite north, sharply north, even northwest. So they've hedged their bets there to sit in the Kotobo blocks and catch teams rotating on up from 11 Resort. Doesn't end up coming on through necessarily that way, and obviously they get cut down by the Falcons in the end, but pretty much everyone in this lobby down well has today. But what I will say is lessons learned. You know, a couple of days ago, myself and Dango cast over an event, and we saw them in this exact same zone, and they were playing it from the low ground, which made things very difficult. This time, they assessed what they'd done wrong before, played from those high grounds, and found themselves a couple more kills en route, and as you said, picked up what had been a bit of a slow run through the back half of this tournament and likely have held on to that delicate top 5.
And I loved that Enigma had stated that, right? The zone, right? A lot of these teams that I was noticing, which teams are rotating towards the north? Omit EU was one of those squads that were setting up. Also, I noticed Team Echo, right? We got Prodigy, Oki, and Echo, who in the start had a couple of, the first 3 drops, I would say, right? 16, 16, 26, but they still had eliminations, and then that map number 4 and 5 getting into that top 5 spot, that might secure them in the win in that top 5.
Yeah.
Well, excuse me, the win in that top 5, quote
in
unquote.
the top 5,
and
right.
For the advantage points, right? These teams are thinking about the day 2 advantage points, and hopefully that'll be an advantage. Because you need it against these guys.
Oh, the celebration is just, come on, it's great. Oh, you know, look, and there was Aiden there too. Like, that was a great finish from them. We talked about their confidence building up right from the last game to this game, and shout out to him. A little bit more on that, but Falcons, hey, congratulations. Biffle, Ahsoka, Shifty, right now, again, it is their tournament to lose. 2nd place in game 1, top 20 in game number 2, 1st place in 3 and 4, 5th place, 2nd place, and then a return back to the 1st place podium on that 6th and final game. And all of them got to get interviewed, and they all let us know what they were thinking about the competition. They clearly don't have respect for them because they've got to respect them because Falcons is on top. But I want to go back to Aiden because for me, very happy with their performance today. Again, I was like, where are they at? We didn't see a lot of them from like the first, 3 or so, 4 games, but then all of a sudden they started showing face. We finally got the observers on them, and they just were tearing it up the last 2 games. Absolutely phenomenal. 1st and 2nd place, Dandro. I'm so happy with their placing.
Yeah, I mean, this team has come online. I think it's safe to say that. They, you know, while you said we haven't been able to check in with them as much through those first couple of games, these last 2 games, I love that we were able to really showcase what they've been doing to be, you know, I think unofficially our 2nd place team, you know, coming in with 30 points tomorrow. So it seems like everything is clicking for this squad. If you watched any of the tournaments and scrims leading up to the event, it was really felt like they were on the upward trajectory. We talked about, you know, a lot that over this World Series of Warzone season, you wanted to peak here today, right? You wanted your competition to kind of hit its maximum here today. And it seems like for this team, they're finally starting to do that. And that is what you want to be having to happen.
Yeah, I just absolutely want to tip my hat to Aiden, by the way. I love all 3 of the gents on this team. I spoke a lot about what I think about Z-Smith, but Aiden in particular, it feels like, you know, quite often we see large content creators in the spaces. They kind of, you know, you can lose your passion a little bit.
That's
Aiden
true. Very true.
Turns up big at these events, and he's leading the line in the minute with 32 kills for his squad, really putting on out there. And there just seems to be something about him where he locks in when it comes to these big events and makes sure that he's helping drive his team over the line.
Yeah, and I love that you say that. The adversity that he has to go through, because I myself have seen him have a teammate or they got disconnected in some way, shape, or form. So that I think it was a game number 3 that Z-Smith did, in fact, have 0 because of that disconnect. So going against that adversity and still being able to show up as they did. Bro, yeah, flowers, man, because I would have been losing full for times 3, right?
Right. Well, Omit EU, Community, Echo, I think holding on just barely to that 5th place. They finish off, I believe, in around 17th. I'm wondering if that was enough to hold on because they were just there by a thread. But that should be your top 5. Of course, we'll be tallying the scores here on the back end. That's 6 games down. And now we have a good understanding of what the points are going to look like going in tomorrow into the, of course, the match points, which the first time we'll see that on the global stage. Even though the first 6 games are done, we still have Solo YOLO. Game number 7, $50,000 from first place. Who's going to take it? We're going to find out. Before we do, though, we're going to take a quick break. But I want to leave you off with a little interview with FIFA and his crew. And where did Jukeyz go?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the World Series of Warzone here in Las Vegas. I'm here with Team FIFA Kill, and that is going to be, of course, FIFA Kill, Lennon, and Jukeyz. It's fair to say, lads, it's been a bit of a rocky road. Can you talk about why it's been a tough year?
I mean, we had a good start in the group stages with, I think, 4th place overall in Europe. And then an update came out, our buy station left, and we didn't know where to land anymore. So the rest of the story has just basically been trying to find a home for us.
I know that you are talking... Where's Liam gone?
Wait, what? He was literally just there. Not again.
Hey, we got an interview. Oh, come on.
Hey, we'll come back for that on Sunday.
What are the real expectations for your team this week?
We're one of those teams that it can all come together on the day, so I think we have a very high ceiling. I think on our day we could definitely get a top 3 for sure. I mean, it's LAN. LAN and online is so different. We haven't really been able to play on equal ping. On the EU ones, we played a lot better, and we've all got experience on LAN, so I think that's going to play in our favor.
You two in particular, what does this guy bring to your team?
I think the most important thing he brings to the team is kills. He's usually our top fragger.
He's very good at breaking down a team, deciding strategically how we're going to do that, where we're going to get the opening knock, coordinating where we should be to break down a team.
Liam, you're not going to get away with just having your ego lifted here. I'm going to ask as well, what do your teammates bring to this trio?
So Len brings an extra set of eyes, but I don't mean that. I mean, like, his vision is great in the team. I get my trade as well. Sometimes if I get full kill, he'll get the 2-piece, even if I don't get a knock. Len's very good at that, and FIFA's good at leading us around the map, you know. I'll pick the fights and maybe coordinate the fights, but like, wherever we fight, like what area we are, that's all on FIFA, and that obviously comes with a big part of his brain. I think he's one of the smartest players to ever grace the game, so I've got one of the best gunnies, one of the best brains with me, so that's what they bring.
So we've got one of the best slayers, one of the best supports, one of the best leaders, 3 great gentlemen of the space. I'm looking forward to watching you do something great this weekend, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that was Team FIFA Kill here at the World Series of Warzone Global Finals in Las Vegas.
Jukeyz is an absolute character. It was great watching that entire team play today. Of course, FIFA Kill, Lennon, and Jukeyz. They definitely played a lot better than they did during the qualifier. Still some more work needing to be done tomorrow, but they know what they need to do to find success. 6 games done. It was exhilarating to watch the teams fight. I mean, really to the death to try and get as many points as possible so they can earn their bonus points heading into tomorrow's competition. And speaking of which, we had 6 wonderful games, and even the start of the day from drop number 1, well, it was absolutely exciting, and we saw a team end up winning that we didn't talk about in the top of the show, and they ended up proving themselves to be absolutely wonderful. I can't wait to see how Solo YOLO is going to work out, but just to recap once again, game number 1, right? B-Mark, J-Tech, Slide, Revenge Tour, making it happen, Dandro.
Yeah, this is a team that we've kind of been talking every single time that really is just pure passion, right? This is what the World Series of Warzone is all about, is allowing an opportunity for teams like this to be able to come in to prove that they have what it takes to compete against the best of the best. I know J-Tech specifically has been on his grind, trying to prove himself as a top-tier competitor and taking game 1 as a way to do that. We got to hear from B-Mark in the interview with Miles, and it was just so cool to hear how much this win meant to them as a team. Yeah. I think it was really, really cool to see that. But this game also brought a number of other highlights as well. I got to shout it out because it was insane. The Heeds 1v2 that we saw from Omit EU was absolutely wild. This was a great way to start our day.
It was, and it was the first chance we had a chance to see Community, Unrational Scum, and Doggy like truly showcase that they can get eliminations with the placings. That started their run throughout the day to finish up into top 5. And Omit EU obviously taking that victory was just absolutely tremendous. And they've been a talking point ever since that game 2 win, that game 2 moment. Now, game number 3 brought us a lot of great moments as well. It was incredibly fast-paced. And Gio, this is where Falcons started to come into their own. We had that interview with Biffle afterwards. All the other teams just absolutely sucked. But this was the first win for Falcons and their first, at least, journey into first place.
Yeah, I mean, game 2 was a pretty crazy game, although these clips are from game 3.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, game 3 was a really crazy game, and it was a little bit slower paced than the game that came before it. But even though it had kind of a similar circle towards the end,
yes.
But just such an explosive ending, I think, was so exciting, and just, again, seeing that pattern come out from Falcons, and it really set a precedent, I think, for the rest of the day. You know, we got a lot of smack talk from them, and on the one hand, you're like, oh, that, you know, that's a rocky road, because you never know, you might not be able to uphold it, and they've been able to do that for the rest of the day.
Exactly, and I mean, of course, before all that happened, and Falcons did have an impressive win, but we can't forget Omet EU. They did take the game number 2, and of course, the duality between, of course, I love Bramalok and Heats, but it was Enkyo, right? Enkyo being that 18-year-old, the star player last year, not able to make it, but this year now comes, and he has been lights out on LAN. Enkyo, I'm just truly impressed with how he's been able to hold his resilience on LAN, because you guys know, as a new and upcoming player, that's hard to do.
Well, game number 4 did not disappoint for Falcons fans. They come back and they end up winning themselves. We had a chance to actually hear from Shifty. He went absolutely berserk on stage and let everybody know that they are terrible with some additional words.
Yeah, I hope he's making the fat check streaming, because that boy's out to him. But I think for good reason, though, right? They're feeling themselves. They are feeling confident, and we're able to kind of, you know, I think start really remembering who they are in this lobby. But I think it was game number 5 that really also really took me just to really lock in on the games, because this is where Aiden, DJ Moss, and Z-Smith played beautifully. You saw this ending moment. I got to give some props to Soka. You tried to make that classic LTV play like we've seen you do time and time again, but when he actually hopped in that LTV, you actually saw Aiden and them beaming his toes from underneath the vehicle, so kind of delayed him not being able to do it. But a huge game either way that kind of led into game number 6, which was honestly, I think, definition banger.
Absolute banger indeed. Hey, Gio, game number 6, Falcons. The question was, how much of a lead would they have going in to that final game and afterwards, right? Which we still don't know the official answer. But game 6, get to hear from Hisoka, because, well, Falcons won again.
Yeah, no, it was an absolutely insane ending. I mean, I was sat in the green room and I was like lying on the floor, and I just, you know, I was thinking this might be a relaxing, no, it wasn't relaxing at all. It was just the screaming everywhere. I could hear it all coming from in here, and just so many fans like so thrilled to see that outcome, and just such a perfect conclusion to the day of the trios as well, I think, because they were really setting a story in stone today that they managed to follow through with ever more impressive wins, I think.
All right, well, it's time to take a look at our standings, and I'm sure they're going to be celebrating just as much when it gets pulled up. And the reason why is because first place, no surprise, Team Falcons take it. Oh my God, 206.8 to 122.6. And I tell you what, they said they wanted to win EWC by 100 points. Well, they nearly did the same thing here in the global finals. Absolutely nutty. But let's go down the list, right? Because it's more than just the Falcons. Dream, Team Aiden absolutely performed so well today. Community, Omit EU, and Team Echo to round out 5 through 2nd.
Yeah, and remember, the teams 2nd through 5th do get awarded 30 points of the advantage, but for Team Aiden, amazing. I mean, for these kind of results, you guys, this is kind of, was this kind of in the predictions, you'd say?
A little bit.
A little bit? I would say, I say 3 at least of the teams that we've...
I feel like going back to that whole conversation at the beginning of the day about the NA versus EMEA versus whatever has been answered.
Yep, no, you're right, Gio, it has. We have the top 3 teams all from NA, baby. I'm feeling great.
Freedom.
Okay, Gio, she's switching sides. She came across the pump, and now she realizes NA is just great to represent. This is 11 through 20. Now, keep note, these bonus points are still being awarded going into tomorrow for all of these rosters. It's not until you get outside of top 30, 35, I believe, when it starts to drop off to 0. But a lot of great names here as well. Who are we looking at?
Well, I'm looking at Team Exiles, honestly. I know, Dream, this is kind of one of your teams that you really love, too. Of course, Huskers, Brolic, and Jackal. They had a big question mark on them after the EW, so we even heard some smack talk happening. But 13th, after sort of the performances they've had, is really, really nice.
Yeah, and for me, though, Super Evan, right? Like, you're looking at their group stages, their performances 5th, 6th, 2nd. I mean, even in the regionals, and just the fact that Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, for Super Evident, I really thought he was unlocked, but for Outer Eyes, this is his first land, right? So
Sure.
Another first land. I hope to maybe see a little bit of a comeback from them tomorrow.
And shout out to V8. I know Enigma was really big on them. They finished in 15th, destroying his roster in 16th place. They had a big moment, I believe, in game number 4, maybe game number 3, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, final zone, they come in and finish top 4, but they did so in explosive fashion. Well done to them and all the rosters. They ended up getting bonus points going into tomorrow. They're going to be valuable because you never know how many games we're going to get in the match point format. As far as eliminations go, though, I wonder what the top list is looking like. We've been following it all day. Well, Hisoka and Biffle will round out first and second place at 39 through 38, but they're not the only two who ended up being on that list.
No, I mean, you can see a lot of these teams here. I got to shout out Aiden and Z-Smith. They're in 6th and 10th. You have a number of other players. You got Dongi in 3rd and Scummin in 7th, right? It's seeming like we have a lot of our top teams all had 2 players that are here on our top eliminations, right, to join up. This really, when you look at this board, I know it sounds stupid and very straightforward, but it's the teams that have multiple people on this list are usually our top teams because they are the people taking advantage of that placement multiplier and really, you know, saying, hey, we have a large number of kills. Let's go ahead. Let's multiply that by 1.8.
I love that you said that because I'm seeing like their collective duos, right? The teams that have their duos, they're winning their engagements, their chemistry's on point, and the anchor players are staying alive. So I mean, even on this, right, we don't see Unrational up there, but he was still doing exactly what he needed to do for Scummin and Dongi to do their thing.
The thing I find really interesting about this is that Hisoka actually wasn't that high up the elimination leaderboard until very much the latter half of the day.
Right, yeah.
It was really Biffle who was kind of taking that the top spot, and then I think it was after either drop 4 or drop 5, Hisoka just shot up. And, you know, deserved, like he's been playing like a madman, but it's really interesting. We look at it and we're like, oh yeah, of course he's at the top. But, you know, that was, that came at the second half of the day.
I want to even say in the last 2 games, like 23 eliminations.
Yeah, something like that.
Like his last 2 games were absolutely nutty, and we started seeing him heat up, especially after he started shooting bodies. He is just, man, when he heats up, and that's always been Hisoka. That's just a Hisoka way, right? Well, that's it, right, when it comes to bonus points. The 6 games have concluded. Now let's start gearing up for Solo YOLO. One winner to take it all, $50,000. Who's it going to be? Well, before we get into the current Solo YOLO, let's take a step back in time and look at the reactions from the other Solo YOLO competitions.
1 versus 1. Hits the stun. Down for the win. He gets it.
Got a shield.
Oh, he wins it! He wins it! Scum gets the dub! Oh my gosh, he's going crazy!
Players 1-on-1!
Oh, he runs out of ammo! He runs out of ammo! No way!
Blade wins it!
It's FIFA and Pie. And there's the kill. FIFA! This time FIFA able to get it! He gets the win!
Come on, get the one! Get the one! You've got to go without a Brennan! He does it not! Predicting Skullface! Skullface wins 100K and the Solo YOLO!
Skullface, go get your check, my friend! $100,000 in pocket, and he does it with style. 10 eliminations in a dream. Skullface goes huge from a gift from Sage and then well-earned cash. Skullface is your Solo YOLO winner.
There's been a lot of Solo YOLO winners, without question, but Skullface winning that moment in London was incredible. The confetti coming down, his responses to what he was doing for his celebration, all of it was just absolutely magical. Skullface, man, that's my guy. Unfortunately, he's not here today, so we will have a new winner for sure coming through. Now, we do have FIFA and Blade who are going to be competing today, and they are previous Solo YOLO winners, so they have a chance to, I believe, be the first to ever win 2 Solo YOLOs and will earn a lot of money in their bag. We'll see if they'll be able to do so. But so many great competitors. I actually do want to start queuing up, if you don't mind, some predictions. And chat, you actually start getting involved. Let us know who you think is going to take the Solo YOLO. Is it going to be the pink-haired guy right there, Mr. FIFA himself? Maybe so. He's actually questioning, is it going to be him? And maybe it will be. $50,000, by the way, a lot of money, especially when you're in Vegas. Let's be very clear on that. So who's it going to be, Dandra? Who do you think? thinking?
Man, I mean, there's so many people I could pick up, but I have to go off of a little bit of like recency bias and also just who knows how to play this map really well. When we looked at last year, we saw obviously Skullface win that, but who are the two players that were still in the lobby that he had to outplay? It was, of course, Breadman and Hisoka. Now, listen, I know I said earlier it's an easy pick Hisoka, but I actually got Bread on this one, man. He is the smartest Warzone player I think I know. He has played so many hours of pubs just on this map. He knows all of the rat spots. He plays solos. He knows how to do it. I'm going with Breadman, my dude.
Going with Breadman. That is a solid pick. Actually, we're going to do things a little bit different. Last year we had a Will. This year we've got a randomizer, and I think that's the best way to do it. Let's bring up our randomizer.
Oh,
we've got everybody right here. We got the Solo YOLO wild card, and in fact, whammy, no whammy. Who's it going to be? Do we say stop? Gio, I think you just got to say stop if I'm not mistaken. Oh, we want to stop. Grommalok! Okay, Grommalok is a solid pick. I'll go ahead and put that there in the bank. We'll put a post-it in it. Can we get another one potentially? Maybe we'll get like 3 just to kind of see if any of them are going to work out. Maybe not. That's okay. All right, on cam. Hey, Grommalok is the pick. Grommalok is the winner, okay? And we'll see if he's going to take the victory. Hey, Grommalok's a solid pick. What do you think, Dream? Grommalok, they're getting it done? No, you got somebody else. Okay, that's fine. Who do you got?
Well, you know, I was like, if Shifty takes it seriously, maybe him. So, I mean, we can't keep giving him. Okay. Jukeyz.
Jukeyz!
Listen, there was a Solo YOLO year. I think this was 2022, okay? I don't remember now. My age is me. But he literally was just sitting there in a corner. Jukeyz knows how to play the map, too. You guys know that guy. Knows how to stay alive. He knows how to win his ones. I think he's going to take it.
Okay, well, Gio, I think you're up. Gio Gesser. Let's see, who do you think is going to win out of 120?
Listen, I'm going to do this more as a personal favor. I caused a bit of a stir in the EMEA finals when I said that FIFA Kill was cooked. He's told me this weekend that we have generational beef. So I'm going to predict him as an apology for saying he's cooked. But if he doesn't get it, he really is cooked. Okay?
He really is cooked.
I respect it.
This is last chance.
Okay, last chance. All right, for me, I'm feeling sentimental. I remember Aiden being a huge conversation in nearly all of our conversations when it comes to Solo YOLO, mainly because of the riot shield. So take that for what you will. This year, I'm going to go with Aiden as my prediction. I think Aiden's going to win that $50,000, and he's probably going to buy a new watch to put on. His watch is beautiful, by the way. Aiden, great guy. He's taking this victory, but can he do it without a riot shield? That's the real question that only he can answer. Now, if you don't know what's up for grabs, let's remind you. Let's pull up our pricing, because I've been saying it, $50,000, and you notice, at least for 119 other teams, well, they're going to be getting literally $0. Hey, whoever did, they wanted to be very clear. Everybody walks away with 0. First place gets $50,000, okay? So that's a lot of moolah, and actually more than some trios will even earn, right, throughout the
Great point.
tomorrow. Let's extend on that point, Denja. What do you think?
I think that if you win the Solo YOLO and your team sucks in the trios, your team probably hates you. Like, you're like, I don't know, maybe you're feeling good. Maybe you split it with the boys, go out for a nice dinner or something. But I think if you win the Solo YOLO, but you didn't perform well in the trios, it's at least like a nice consolation prize in my field. It's like, hey, you alone, you're really good. Your teammates, not so much.
Under pressure, they're going to be like, hey, you better split that.
But alternatively, if you win the Solo YOLO and you win the trios, then you've got $350,000.
That's a lot of money. $350,000. What can you even buy with that? A case of water? I mean, come on. You can buy really anything. I don't know.
Yeah, a case of water.
Look, I'm dumb. I'm 32. These dad jokes are getting worse and worse, dude. Anyways, with that being said, dude, I will, and I'm done now, Dandro. You always remind me about my gray hairs. Hey, check it. Nobody better comment on that, by the way. Anyways, with that being said, Solo YOLO, it's absolutely incredible. I'm thinking, though, what is the way to win? Because Skullface did it, right? He did it with the high grounds. I'm thinking others have tried to do it with the riot shield. It hasn't worked. No, it did work. It should be played, if I'm not mistaken, one with...
I'm thinking get the most kills.
Okay, so Gio's thinking get the most kills, which is a bit spicy, actually. Dandra, what are you thinking?
I think we have a lot of stuff in this sandbox that can really help you actually trying to go for that win. I think, well, we are playing solos, so we aren't in the World Series of Warzone playlist. So everything is on the table now, ladies and gentlemen. So we saw in that clip, Chow using that shotgun.
Yes.
I think it depending on where zone pulls, if we get like a city zone pull, you rat it up. Throw on the riot shield, grab that reclaimer, grab one of those shotguns, the full auto one, throw the dragon's breath on it, just get real toxic. Why not? You haven't been able to get here. We're going to see bouncing betties, claymores, just everything just to kind of have you hold on up. I think if people really are seriously thinking about this, there's a lot of just cheese you can pull out to really get here.
It's the ranked demon method.
Oh.
You know?
Okay.
Like, you know, it's like when it's 5 a.m., you're in your basement at home and you've got Cheetos. Like, you know, it's like that kind of vibe. Like,
My strategy, I would say, my strategy,
Yeah, sure.
all right, I think to win this is you got to feel yourself, all right?
Okay.
And you'll see some of these players talking to themselves, just like, okay, I'm going to go here, I'm just vibing here. And that's why I picked Jukeyz, right? Because he feels himself.
Okay.
So talk to yourself and just know that there are 119 people in the lobby and you have to stay alive. What do you do for all that time, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can hear things, maybe grab a vehicle. Okay, we see a lot of people in the Solo YOLOs previously have a vehicle to get around, but at the end of the day, stay alive and vibe with yourself.
Vibe with yourself. The more time that I spend with myself, I do start to hear things, and it gets quite scary. So I try not to spend too much time alone. All right. Well, there's a lot of ways to win Solo YOLO. The question is, what is the way that they will win, and what would you be doing to take your own victory out there? Because again, Skullface, he had his chance to win, and he absolutely owned it over in London. Now we watched this take place, Andrew. That high ground was beautiful.
This was just actually such like a big brain play from Skull to have these two players down below you and literally force them to basically fight each other. I don't think they realized Skull was up there. So he kind of waits and he's able to just pounce like a pit viper out of nowhere to clean up the rest of it. It was just absolutely beautiful. And honestly, there was no one more poised to take this because Skullface was the king of solos, okay? He would just be, I swear, I couldn't sleep sometimes. I'd open up my app, my Twitch app, it'd be like 3:30 in the morning and I'm seeing Skull. He's just like, oh, I'm grinding solos at 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
like, brother, we're on the same time zone. Like, go to bed, please.
Hey, for what it's worth, and I do want to shout him out once again because he's not here, like he won that and then he goes on to win like 2 other Solo YOLOs after that. So as far as I'm concerned, he's the king of Solo YOLO. But we'll have one official king at least for today in Vegas right after this final game ends. And we gave our predictions again. Let us know what you guys are thinking out there. So just to recap, the randomizers chose Gromalok. And actually, Gio, you had a hand in that. But Gio, you went with FIFA. If he doesn't win this, he is officially cooked.
He's actually
He's actually cooked. But even more important, if he does win, he would be the only competitor in Solo YOLO history to win 2 Solo YOLO events, netting himself quite a bit. I believe it was $100,000, if I'm not mistaken, for the last one he won. So $150,000 earned. Dandro, you're going Breadman. And do you always go Breadman? There's somebody.
Me.
You always go
I usually
Breadman.
Yeah. But last year I think it was Tiff that said Skullface, and then I said Bread, and I said Brother. But yeah, we're gonna switch it up this year.
Switch it up this year, and you go over towards Jukeyz.
Yeah.
Which I'm never mad at.
Yeah, you can't be mad at him.
You can't be mad
He knows
at
how to
him.
win his ones. He knows how to stay alive. But the one thing again is I feel like that could potentially forward the Solo YOLO, whoever wins.
Okay.
Those rotations with those vehicles, I really think we're going to see a lot we always, every single year, right?
So vehicles.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe just all over the map. It's going to be important.
So vehicles might be the way too. Again, we opened up Pandora's box once again. All the ways to win Solo YOLO. Let's take a look at the winning moments once again, right? Those winning reactions have been called by so many talents throughout all of the years, throughout Solo YOLO history. And as we do take a step back in the past, obviously we started Solo YOLO off with Scump taking the victory, which was absolutely incredible. The king taking this moment. I remember this very vividly, Denver.
Yeah, no, this was honestly is etched in Warzone history. For the only reason for me, you have Scump, multi-millionaire Scump at this point, just clutched up a $100,000 map, and I think he looked more excited for this than some of his COD Champs wins, okay? Absolutely
Those
insane.
were all for him at that point.
Yeah, exactly. But it was such a cool moment to watch him basically come in. His team in that event, by the way, didn't do great. Him and Formal kind of, we're kind of bottom of the leaderboard. We don't got to talk about it. But he's able to come out and win that Solo YOLO. It was a really cool moment. to be able to see. And then also in that same thing on the EU side, have Chow H be able to take that one.
Chow took it with the Riot Shield. And by the way, that is one of the biggest moments in Chow's competitive history, and it was so good to watch that take place. Obviously, Jukeyz on your screen. He's going for a win. He doesn't actually get this win, sadly. He falls a little bit short. You see the jaw drop. And that's why I like that Dream actually went over for Jukeyz, because she remembers that moment, and she wants Jukeyz to be on top. But at the end of the day, it was actually one of our other competitors taking the win.
Yeah, all those rotations was crazy, but of course, Blade being able to take that win, the Italian stallion. But over here, it was crazy, man. The Riot Shields, the live plays, and over on the other side, it was FIFA kill. And that really seems to be the trend, right? The Riot Shields.
Look at his fan. By the way, he's upgraded his setup quite a bit since his success throughout the streaming and a competitor.
Well, it was the prize pool.
It was the prize pool,
yeah.
He was actually able to get AC in his house. He didn't have to use a box.
Got out of the shed.
In the corner. Well done, FIFA. Solo YOLO really does change lives. And obviously, Skullface, as we talked about, that stadium erupted. And I hope everybody here in Vegas will erupt whenever we finally do get our winner. I don't know who it's going to be. You guys, please let me know. It's, again, 140 wonderful competitors looking to take that victory. Solo YOLO is just right around the corner. You know us, we like to yap. So we are going to continue to yap and just keep it going, because it's just having fun.
Yeah.
Watching Warzone all day. That's what it's all about. The best competitors in the world. We've waited so long since last year to get to this very stage. And, well, now that we're here, I'm loving every single bit of it. We've had some wonderful interviews, and primarily been Falcons, granted, but we've had some incredible interviews because they've just managed to talk as much trash as possible. One thing I do hope we get is interviews, quite a lot of them throughout every single elimination throughout Solo YOLO. And I don't know if any of them will be happy, but hopefully they'll take it in stride. Dantro, Solo YOLO, it means a lot to the competitors, but it's also a chance to kind of just honestly have fun compared to what they were doing the last 6 games.
Yeah, I mean, it's been stuffy for 6 games. You know, everybody's sitting there. Everybody's been like, can we please play? Can we get on into it? And now we are finally here at the Solo YOLO. It's time for them to have fun, like you said, but not have too much fun, because you're trying to win $50,000, okay? So I think it's an opportunity for, there's going to be some people who are taking this very seriously and have probably prepped to be able to get into this lobby. And I guarantee you there are probably some competitors who are just like, yeah, I'm just going to have fun, right? Do something to unwind after the day, kind of get your night started, because I know a lot of these guys, they're going to go back to their hotel rooms, they're going to hit the VOD review with the squad, and to be prepared for tomorrow. So being able just to have some fun, and a reminder, everybody, every competitor here is also streaming to their own channels as well. So it's nice, just like fun content for their stream as well, just to kind of be able to watch that, be alongside their favorite competitor as they try and take home $50,000.
Well, Z Smith gave us an interview, and he said, you just have to have fun. If you're having fun, you're playing well. And I fully agree with that philosophy from Z Smith. That was after Aiden and Co.'s Game 5 win. Congratulations to them. Second place in that game number 6. Go to your point, though. Yes, each individual perspective is being streamed. We do appreciate you being here on the main broadcast. However, if you're hanging out with us, I love that, Gio, that every individual creator gets a chance to stream. I'm not going to do the math, but 140 players up there, plus their streaming setup, that's 280 computers on that stage. It did it instantly. I didn't even know how I did that. But 280 computers. But Gio, to connect with their audience like that is pretty special while competing for so much money in front of an amazing crowd.
No, I think it's so cool. And I think that's one of the really nice things actually about like the Warzone community overall is it's a very interactive community in terms of like how it likes to just, you know, it's a very loyal followings, and people are really into these players that they follow. And I think, you know, when we had content creators like Repulse, who was up here earlier on, who's been a really good conduit between the community and between like the culture of the scene and the players and whatnot, and it all feels very close. Like it makes everybody feel like they're all a part of it. So even for those of you at home who aren't here with us in Las Vegas, you know, you can actually like feel like you're really a part of the tournament, the competition, and you really get to kind of like go along for the ride with whomever your favorite player is, because you know you choose whose stream you want to watch. And yeah, I think that's really cool, because I just think that for a lot of these players who are so used to, you know, really delving into that content side of things, and they do a lot of streaming as well, the fact that the biggest thing in their career this event also gets to be a part of that is a really important part of the culture.
All right, so from what I'm hearing, about 15 minutes until we get into, I'm joking. Come on, let's get into Solo YOLO right now. I'm ready to get it going. Who's gonna earn $50,000? Let's send it over to our casters, Spider, Tiff, and Goj.
Wow, what a great segment talking about the Solo YOLO. You know what they didn't ask is who we were going for, Tiff. So I have one word for everybody out there. I'm a bandwagon fan. I think we all know it. I never like to be wrong. So I am repping the bread today, all right? It's Breadman all day, Cloud9 till I die. I'm not biased. Or wait, yes, I am.
Hey, look, you gotta love it. And as soon as I saw Bread tweet this out, he was like, look, Lola cooked. Let me tell you about this shirt. And can we like just see how many different iterations of Bread are on this shirt? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look, I can't count very well, but there we go. Now we just need a little bit of maybe some Ringo involved in that. You know, one of the cats.
I mean, give me some cats. Give me 5 breads. Why not? I can name all different types of breads because he's going to win this, no questions asked. Artisan, whole wheat, white.
Sourdough. Sure. Yeah, just keep going there.
Gouda.
But let's be real, because we've got a Solo YOLO $50,000 on the line. Anything goes, Goj. We're going to see riot shields. We're going to see chaos. We're going to see a bloodbath. But who's going to take it all? Let's find out.
Well, good evening, Vegas, and good evening, Urzikstan. We're going to be starting with Breadman. Thank you, production. Thank you very much. Folks, we're going to be taking a look at all the streamer POVs because they've got beautiful faces. They're probably talking to their chats. And, well, it's solos. We don't care about a team because there isn't one. You alone, you are on an island, and frankly, you've got a lot to prove and a ton to earn. And already, it looks like Otterize is getting into the mix and taking down Aiden, sending him to the gulag.
Wow, man. You remember like some of the content we put out, and we were talking about the Solo YOLO in particular. It was Aiden who said, I'm kind of owed one at this point. Second to Scump back in 2021 and E700 on the other side. Do or die.
Every gulag matters. This is do or die. And Aiden, nice shots down lane. Both players' shields cracked. Where do you go from here? He's going to push the equation. Aiden gets the gunfight, and Aiden wins the gunfight. What did I say earlier? You go to the gulag against Aiden, it's not a good time.
I mean, E700 down and out. No 50K for you. We're already to 117. And, well, Otterize spectating here. King AJ still in the mix, coming back from the gulag. And I almost feel like I can see the pain in his eyes from that.
Yeah, Otter, I think, got killed off rip and then lost gulag. I'm not sure, but unfortunately out. Now, we go to the king, the player at the top. Obviously, the Falcons just won by 80-some-odd points in day one. This is the most earned Warzone player of all time, and he's done it in an unbelievable fashion. Will he retire? Maybe if he wins this 50K, he'll say, yeah, I'm done. See you later.
Look, hear me out. I was seeing some tweets on the timeline, and, well, Shifty himself said, hey, if I win this, I'm going to go drop 50K on Black.
Okay. All right, Shifty. Hold your horses, my man. That's a lot of money. All right. I mean, you do you. We'll see. Biffle's talking, saying, okay, we're in pop-up maybe, or maybe there's people in pop-up.
Oh, here we are.
All right, Shifty. Look, it would be pretty interesting to see, you know, the Falcons win day one, one of them win the Solo YOLO, and then win tomorrow as well. I mean, talk about inevitable. Jeez.
I always feel like somebody's watching me, and when you've got a precision airstrike and we're actually doubling down, using it as binoculars, just lurking, not shooting, not want to give your positions away, and well, the LTV incoming. Please tell me that's not Biffle, right? We saw him kind of lurking amongst.
True. It could be. I'm not really sure. I'm just here for a good time and a long time. Folks, I'm going to be honest. The only thing that matters right now is that, well, we've lost, it looks like 10 players out of this lobby. And gulags are going to be key. And otherwise, none of these kills matter. It's about setting yourself up for the end game. We can talk strategy all day long, but there's going to be a crazy amount of players alive in this end game. And I think my question is, what circle will we get? If it's city, it's going to be nuts. If it's wide out in the open, it might not be as chaotic, and vehicles will be key.
Well, down into the bunker we go. You can see that red outline on the mini-map. That means we're popping up on a UAV, and, well, we're spotted there, and that's kind of unfortunate, right? And constantly having that influx of pressure, but this is where you've got to ice it up. And, hey, you talked a lot of game earlier in the trios, but now you got to stand on it in the solos.
I mean, if he's been doing anything today, he's certainly been standing on business, so
100%.
I'm sure he is not afraid of this fight. He can take his time.
We'll take our time checking out all the POVs that we can. Everybody's important, but the Falcons, of course, on top, getting cut down from behind. It looks like multiple players actually shooting at him, but you're right, it's Vision cutting him down. A little bit too much gas there. Uh-oh, we got Noobs on the other side?
That's a formidable foe.
I'm scared. This is you.
I honestly am kind of nervous for him. Now we have to think about this, right? Noobs is going to want that 50K. Shifty opens it up with a nice shield crack there, and that connects as well. The molly to let it burn. Salt in the wound. Shifty back to Urzikstan we go. Now, you know, the one prediction I actually didn't get to give out, and I talked a lot about it. I thought Bredman yesterday at dinner. I was saying DJ Moss during the earlier series, but then I remembered something. Think back to last year. Skullface does win, right?
Right.
Do you remember that initial gulag? There was a man named Sage, who's currently on our stage, that gifted a gulag to him to a lot of controversy in the Copper Box Arena. Maybe Sage is owed one.
That is a great call. The amount that I got booed, it didn't quite rival Dandro, but it was close. I got booed so much, and I was like, oh, this is a good-hearted thing. Nobody wants to see that. Come on, Go, you Dumbo. But it's a great call. I think Sage could win this one. Obviously a fantastic player. And frankly, he's kind of known for being really good at playing his life as a solo. So, I mean, we'll see.
Well, a bounty currently on Enkyo, currently up on your screen. And, well, that's kind of unfortunate. And we want to see some real powerhouse moves from the French here. They had some good, strong plays in that roster. I mean, top 5, right? Magnificent for them, but at 50,000. But Shifty is out. No 50K on Black. Comes back in from the gulag. Chows for the high ground and seems to have it, but it is Zeppa who ice in the veins takes that 1v1. I mean, we know Zeppa's been around throughout a long time, thinking on just multiplayer side of things, challengers, and well, now we see why.
Thunder from down under. Australians came to play. Nice take. Wiping Shifty on the map. You gotta be feeling untouchable right now. I was about to say, let's check him out. Let's see what's going on. Looks like a couple people looking at his loadout though, and guess what? It's solo. You take your loadout, it goes away. Luckily, there's another one there to hide behind and still looking nice and good. Now, the other thing I love about looking at our streamer POVs, too, we actually get to see who has been to the Gulag, right? So we still have that Gulag token there, which means Zep can go to the Gulag. There's a lot that could happen in the solos playlist. Dandro perfectly called that out. It's chaos, right? Yeah. This is not World Series of Warzone Trios playlist. You're going to see C4s again. You know, there's all types of stuff happening potentially for these players, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of C4s. We get a quick glance at the map. Very central. Some counter UAVs out towards the northeastern side of things to give you more information on where players are, because it is all about gathering that information and resource management towards the end game. And when you kind of situate yourself out here on this coastline, on the outskirts of Zaravan City, this is where you can look for teams that are kind of, I say teams, it's just a solo. There's no teams involved. It's all betrayals all the time.
All right, Big B on our screen. Brolic. My guy. And frankly, I think it was a great shot by the desk, too. That Husker squad was pretty quiet all day today, but we're able to breach into the top 15.
True.
And Brolic's a big portion of that team, a really, really strong player. And if there's one thing I know about Brolic is he's also very good at solos. So this could be a little bit of a sleeper pick. Not looking super comfortable right now with the PA on his head, but luckily this building holds true. He was able to stay alive and then just hang out here for a little while. Again, this is what most players are going to be doing. If you think this is slow, it's because it is. Just wait. Ooh. You're going to want to catch your breath for the end of this one.
I like that we were running the static Kar 98, right? The static's so good. Dandro broke it down in that deep dive, the 50 base mag on it. Great for mid-range, but then you got the sniper to really pick people off from afar, which would have been such a boon for when Shifty was up on that hillside. And Brolic, honestly, locked. Invest the counter UAV, has a bunker buster in the back pocket, and we're just going to kind of chill and wait here. Biffle, maybe a team that wants to get hyper aggro and looking for the first elimination, and he's going to get it. See you later, Rocket.
Bye-bye, Rocket. Now, I will say that team did win the wild card game, so there's a chance they can maybe sneak one out, one of those players. But to the Gulag we go. These are the most important fights, folks. Louis CM on the other side of XMQ from the APAC region, trying to represent an entire region nearly on his lonesome. See what he's able to do. Unfortunately, Molotov does give him a bit of information, but Louis CM biding his time, waiting for his opponent to make the first move, and he makes it. Crack shields both sides. Pretty even fight right now. Louis CM gets the better of his opponent. XMQ, see you in the lobby. See you tomorrow.
Easy, you hear it, but honestly, I feel like the adrenaline that's coursing through his body right now was more let out in that side. But Soka, talk about the domination, right? One of the Falcons left alongside Biffle, because we already saw Shifty take that early exit, but this is what he knows. Already up in that industrial area. We're gonna get through power here shortly, but we've got to keep our eyes out. There's going to be a lot of rats lurking about.
A lot of rats. Talk about domination. It's frankly a whole team effort, but Hisoka's IGL calls were fantastic, so I think he knows where to go and how to get there. You just gotta win the gunfight. To the Kula we go, and Rational in trouble. Wins on the other side. That's Aiden cut down. Adding a little insult to injury, and Rational's trying to get right back into the mix. And he's got, ooh, he might have foresight. Do you see how many circles?
He does. He's got foresight.
We know the end circle.
That's where Zeppa was. So Zeppa might have already had that information, but Aiden appears to be full out. J-Tech crushes him with that. Wait, no, he's got the gulag still.
That thing was not moving anywhere.
Oh, that's right.
Solos.
The tokens, man. The gulag re-entry tokens are everything here.
Yep, that's right. And you know what they say, is it 3 times the charm, 3rd time's the charm? Is it you're fighting against Aiden and the Gulag, good luck? A great player on the other side, but Aiden gets first blood.
Reads it, patience, keeps on moving, filters it on out, doesn't locate, reads the push again, and now at this point, we're just kind of playing with him.
Yeah, playing with our food, cooks the nade, cleans it up. Yes, chef. Aiden looking masterful in the Gulag right now. I think nearly perfect, at least on main stage. Now, again, I kind of let out an exclamatory phrase there for a moment. The fact that we know the end zone is wild. And so we get a chance to look at some of these players, and you're right, Zeppa, it's a good call near this end zone in a great spot. He's going to be hanging out here for a very long time.
But he doesn't have foresight.
That's true.
He doesn't have that information. This is just the craziest guess. Like, that is a gamble if I've ever seen one. Maybe he should have been the one putting 50K on black.
Okay. We are in Vegas after all. Fair enough. Zeppa certainly will be excited about a win if he's able to get it in the best position right now. Now, I will say a lot of these players will start figuring out where they need to go. This is the player, of course, they're going to have to run into if they try to rotate over here. One thing is for certain, a couple of UAVs could maybe rat him out potentially. I think a couple people already know he's up here. He's going to have to fight off the hordes. I mean, it's going to look like zombies here in a little bit. He's got a riot shield just in case. And there's going to be everybody trying to swarm to this building once they figure out what the end zone will be.
The bunker buster going on and a 1v1 over the buy station, but Biffle on the move. Can't be too cautious, right? This has got to be one of the most nerve-wracking things, hitting that rotate. We spot one off jumping off the rooftop over by that building, and well, I like that we're hugging this bridge side. You see them on the roof, but how do we close the gap? We don't have any smokes currently equipped, and maybe none in the backpack right now, but we do have 2 thermites and a precision airstrike, and we are just going to snake our way over.
Yeah, I think, though, we forgot we're watching. Biffle doesn't have nerfs. Those don't exist for this man. Most well-earned player, most earned player in history, best player ever on paper. He's getting pushed, and so he decides to mortar and ward off this LTV. Again, based on that end zone, Tiff, I mean, we have a moment here. Efficacy of vehicles, maybe not as much as we expected. I think a lot of these folks are thinking about taking vehicles to the end circle, but with the zone that they have, there are some buildings in the area. Might help them for the final circle. We'll see.
Keeping your eyes out, and we decide maybe we don't want to push towards that side.
Cooked.
Yeah, we are looking a little cooked. Okay, so we confirm none in the backpack. We are cooked.
Fucked up that running restock.
Biffle is talking bad about restock and solo.
He's got cold-blooded, though. I mean, look, you see Bird's Eye, cold-blooded. I can't see too much behind the name, but clearly no restock. And, well, someone looking to mirror that rotation, dancing around, resolute to try and keep him alive, but that's a knock if I've ever seen one. Hopefully, you've got Gulag left on the other side.
There's the cleanup. Nice wipe.
At least he apologizes. Does he actually mean it, though?
You don't need kills, yeah. See you in the end game. Slowly but surely, we'll see if the tortoise or the hare wins this race. Who's there first, who's there last? Could go either direction at this point, but Biffle on the edge of zone, looking for a couple more pieces of prey out in the distance and not finding anybody else. Biding his time, so we're gonna check out Zeppa back on high ground. Back in a great spot, apparently spotting a couple down below.
He will need to rotate just a little bit, but honestly, where we saw that on foresight, it shores up right around this area. And with that big game bounty, you know, being disappeared from it. It's crazy because he's currently on 5 eliminations. Gio on the desk was like, no, I want to see someone that has fragged their way. Look, Aiden's back.
Wait, it's Aiden
against
versus
Youngsters.
versus Young? Oh, these guys used to be friends.
Here, okay, look, he goes, Aiden's going to play fast. I can already tell. And this is the same peak that everyone's taken on Aiden.
I'm sure they still are friends, by the way, but not right now. Aiden pushed the punished.
Oh my god.
Aiden, back to the gulag. This time, finally loses.
Oh, I forgot, chat. Don't back out, because we might get jump right.
That is, wow.
Oh.
Five head, big brain. Aiden says, we might get jailbreak. I don't know if there's anybody back there that could pull the strings. I'm in for a jailbreak. I don't know if the audience is, but I am in for a jailbreak.
I do love a little bit of a chaotic ending. Think of it, maybe Circle 7. Everyone sees an influx. We already know where it's going thanks to some of the players having foresight, but Youngsta's back feet on the ground, recoups the STG, and it's really interesting to see kind of the different iterations of what players have kind of cooked up to use here in this solo YOLO. I couldn't even imagine winning $50,000 from one game.
Yeah, well, to the action we go, because as expected, the zombie wards are here. Foreign Jace gets cut down. I believe it's a mortar from distance. Maybe Jace's, maybe somebody else's. Is able to take down Zeppa. He does have a self-revive. You called it. Resource management. Everything's okay if you're
There's
Zeppa.
another one.
And has another one based on his opponent, giving him a freebie. So thank you, Jace. We appreciate you. Zeppa has 8 eliminations, by the way. Easily will go up into double digits in this map, I can only assume, because everybody wants this building and any other building in zone going into 4th and 5th. Also, eyes on the top left-hand corner of your screen as people fly in. This gulag is closing shortly. This map's about to get a whole lot more dicey.
Okay, good. We saw Gromalok, the randomizer, picked Grom to win, and unfortunately down and out. Maybe able to just snake into the gulag if they had that token available to them. But for now, all eyes on Zeppa, just reaping the area of the lobby. Time is of the essence, though, and I'd be really curious to see if anyone else going to make a play for it. We're just going to dive right on over, not connecting any shots. That's fine. It's kind of quite windy in Urzikstan today.
I mean, at this point, if you're in the area, you know Zeppa's up here. And the problem is it's really hard to jump on him when you're the only player on your team. Now, go to Almond. I'm not sure, but also a rat in this moment. Biding his time. Again, this is the Falcons Mina squad with Almond. Fnatic might not be here, but they might be here in spirit. If Almond can get this win, and LTV rolling up on him is not a great sign, and several vehicles in the area.
Look, I want an open end game, and obviously we're not going to get it, because you imagine how many vehicles just kind of lock it on in, but to just come in as a sub for a roster and then maybe potentially snake away a win in the solo YOLO, that's a story in itself.
Yeah, we take those. We take those if we're Almond. We'll see, though. A lot of ground to make up. Now, folks, the gulag is officially closed. This is where it's going to get real weird real quick. We still have 63 players remaining. Frankly, that's a hair less than I expected at this point. But based on this zone, there's a decent amount of cover on the fringes of it. The center, though, is that stadium. It's that soccer pitch or football pitch, wherever you're from. I don't care. There's a big field there out in the open. You don't want to be there. You want to be on the edges of it.
I just love how we're back to seeing like thermals, because you know all of the smokes towards the end game.
Yeah.
You want to be able to see. No smokes in the pocket for him, though, and we just have to be a bit more casual. Heats on the screen. We already saw Gromalok have some issues earlier, but maybe Heats can clutch it up.
Playing edge of zone as well, looking for maybe a bit of high ground for some info. As per the usual, information is key. Right now, no UAVs to spare and no recon drones either. So this is going to be a tough rotate in with 55 people still in this lobby. But that number is dwindling drastically with this gulag closed.
I think they're all sitting in a Discord chat together and kind of talking about each other, because I don't see Heats' mouth moving. This is not the comms. We are locked in. We are making that rotation go forward here. And look, here, just gonna clear it on out, shut the door. I didn't realize the haunting of Urzikstan had already occurred, and goodbye, Foreign Jace. The read on that.
Wow, all right, Heats. He's already pulled some clutch moments. That's another one to add to his book. That's 4 kills, by the way. Not that it matters, but fun little stat. LTV behind. And again, we know the end zone. It's basically right where Zeppa is. Heats is have to circle around probably to the left side, the western side of this zone to swing around potentially.
He's got some audio cues. You know someone's nearby, and when we keep on over, Almond still here trying to play off. It's his enemy dropping in, and they are so close to each other that I could only imagine they will run into each other.
Yeah, kind of on opposite sides of this one at this point.
maybe Almond swings this direction. I don't think so, though. If anything, Heeds might go that direction. We'll see. He's going to try to rotate here. Again, footsteps and everything. We're already down to 36 players, folks. We just lost 20 players in the blink of an eye. There's still a ton on the map and a lot of bridge trolls. The trolls are out. And they're actually not on the bridge. It's actually the building across, picking up Heeds in transition. Heeds is out of here. No gulags to write home about, but Almond is still lying in wait.
Giuseppe finished out in 35th, and well, 34 players, and every player that falls out. The fact is we're about to be in the final 30, and well, there goes those inevitable, oh my God, we're bringing those out. It's been a minute since I've even seen people try to use them.
Bro, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the disruptor things? I don't even know what you're looking at.
Oh my God, they're not even breaking out C4s. We're getting utility
This is
killed
wild.
by
What's going on?
Jukeyz.
Jukeyz takes down Biffle. Biffle's out. The last remaining member of the Falcons is Hisoka. Moving into 7th circle here shortly, and I don't hate Hisoka's position. We play around this bridge for a little while here, but we know the zone's going to pull a hair off of it, so we'll have to push this building next to him. He knows Zeppa's on top of it, and knows there's likely about 7 people in the mix in that. A big layer cake he's going to be jumping into here shortly, as now 20 players remaining on this map. Hisoka has one in his sights, but can't give away his position, can't get shot in the corner. Here's one down below as well. There's people all over the place.
Oh, he's on Dark Knight Demon time here. I mean, look, we only see the forehead cam. He's got the shots coming in. Our information has been given, but with restock, you keep resupplying, and we've got the 2 smokes. We've got the incendiaries. It's going to be brutal, and that trophy system will do wonders for the player across the way, but when you give, you take, and now we got to get away from this position.
Again, the Falcons certainly inevitable as a team. Could one of them pull out this solo YOLO? Hisoka in a bit of trouble. He's going to PA his opponent. Doesn't connect, but it runs him out of that position. Cleans up a trophy likely. Where do you go from here? You know the building, the only building in zone, and you know that there's a player at least on every floor, if not multiple. He's going to make the move here. Where is... Oh, one on the bridge still. The player didn't leave, not fully, just barely out of the mix, and that PA is a hair shallow, but it could go over the top. Hisoka in trouble. Does have a hair of cover, though. Dang.
And Shoka is down and out. Zeppa about to be in the top 10, still on this rooftop, now into the double-digit eliminations. This is crazy. Did not have foresight originally, at least for the current timing. Maybe he grabbed foresight and had it before the gulag and was able to get that information, wins it later, comes flying back on in, and has just claimed this space. But you've got to get through the streaks, right? A lot of people, they're going to throw mortars, they're going to throw bunker busters, they're going to do exactly what they can, but a 1 in 7 chance to take home $50,000 is crazy.
Here we go. Unfortunately, 120th place and 2nd place get the same amount of money. So you've gotten this far. You've made it to top 10. You still have a tall task ahead of you. Pick out a couple in transition. Well done. Flank makes it to top 10 and probably no much further, but a PA on his head. Zeppa's able to rat out to the right-hand side of it just a little bit. What I'm curious about is, does he have PDSs in his pocket? We know the zone's gonna actually pull a hair back, I believe. Jackal getting cut down from that Huskers team.
We're not getting fools, though. We never fooled flanked.
You're right.
We never fooled Jackal. We're still 6, though, which means someone else is taking out players. Okay, there goes the full.
Top 5. Not that it matters. Just gotta win. Zeppa, you've done all the work thus far. What do you do now? A PA on your head. Of course, you've got a gas mask you can play around with. It's not a durable, though, I don't think, so you don't have a ton of time.
Look, we're just yeeting thermobaric grenades, man. They burn. It's crazy, and we are saving our streaks to bring them on and out. I hear the coughs in. We've got to hit that gas mask done. And we've got to make the play. We've got to stay healthy here, and we're taking a lot of damage. We're going to be a glass cannon, but we get into the water.
Perfect execution. PA for the cover. You smoke and run. You get to the water. You have an angle. Does he know? He's one through the water. Doesn't get a big connect on it. Here, this zone's going to close. Wide out in space. 4 players remaining. Hollow being cut down. Hollow being eliminated. 3 players left. Zeppa has done all the work. He got here first. Can he finish the job? But PDS to try to get the other 2 players to fight each other. One also wrapping. Flank cut down. It is a 1v1. Zeppa, all of the legwork. Can you finish the job? Nearly out of resources. This is looking grim for Zeppa, who's not in zone. He's got to make a play. He's got to connect on the thermobaric tip.
Oh, but what if that was a one-way? And there it is. It's North America. freaking wild card winner, and now you're Solo YOLO champ.
Are you kidding me? Nick Cool, with your back against the wall. You barely make it to this stage. You have to win just one game to get here. And then you just have to win one game to win $50,000? Nick Cool, my man, congratulations. That's unreal.
Without a doubt, comes in, sweeps it. Now that's a VOD review we want to see. The course of action that brings you there. And honestly, the moment we saw Zeppa behind that door, they start taking the pressure from Nick Cool, and then he kind of walks around, and even though Zeppa tries to smoke forward, it's Nick Cool who ends it all at the top. Celebrate there for Toronto Ultra.
Solo YOLO's the one place where the journey does not matter.
Baby, let's go!
It's only the destination. Unbelievable. Nick Cool.
Let's go!
We love the celebrations, man.
One, bro. We did it in the wild card and we did it in the fucking Solo YOLO! Let's go! Holy shit.
Just wait till that adrenaline comes down. You're just like, oh my God, we took the wild card. I took the Solo YOLO. That makes every bit of Vegas worth it, man. That has got to feel. I told you earlier, I don't even know what it looks like to have $50,000 in my bank account at this point. So to win it off one game of Warzone is kind of insane.
Absolutely unbelievable. I mean, this is the epitome of icing the veins. To do that back-to-back competitions, Solo YOLO here as a team in the wild card is just absolutely unreal. Nearly at a loss for words. Headed down to the stage. I believe Nick Cool's going to be collecting his check here shortly. My man repping Toronto Ultra. Proud of you, dog. I've had so much conversations with this kid. It's unreal that they got here. The roster mania, the team, Waldo, Colony, 2K, they put the team together at the last second to get to this stage. And then Nick Cool does it. Let's head down to the stage with Miles and Nick Cool to hear from our Solo YOLO champion.
Well, as you would imagine, he's pretty excited after that one. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause for Nick. Congratulations, our Solo YOLO champion. How you doing, man?
Bro, unreal, man. Unreal. My voice is gone, man. I'm gonna need a big weekend for tomorrow.
You got a big day, and you've not just got a big day tomorrow, you've also got a very big check. We're gonna have it brought out in just a moment, but dude, how do you even describe what just happened?
I don't even know, man. I'm gonna have to rewatch that, you know, with the fams in the background. My family's here, man. We're gonna rewatch that tonight. I don't even know what to say.
Well, you gotta find a place to put this as well. Congratulations once again, Nick. You're Solo YOLO champion, $50,000 richer for not coming in second.
Just
All right, Solo YOLO winner is in, and it is Nick Cool making it happen. And man, that has to feel so good. We got a lot of money on the desk, man, and a lot of money coming out for $50,000 for Nickel. Dantro, it's been a long day. Dantro, talk to me as we are just throwing money around, literally $100 bills. You were losing your mind when Nick Cool won that 1v1 at the end.
So not only is Nick Cool a phenomenal player, he's also like actually a very good friend of mine. And to see him clutch that up, dude, whew, I'm just a fan of Warzone, man, and I love seeing him. And you heard him even say it in that celebration. They won the wild card map of the NALCQ. That's not how they wanted to be here, but it's how they got here.
That's
and
right.
for him to be able to come in and win the Solo YOLO is insane. Might I add, a mouse and keyboard player, one of the few that we have here today. I couldn't be happier for the kid, and I am super excited to be able to catch up with him here in a little bit.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, $50,000, sixth place, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in the standings for that roster. We talked about, obviously, their route to make it as a trio, but this has to make them feel good. But Zeppa, let's talk about the heartbreaking loss from Zeppa. He lived for as long as he possibly could, Gio, on that rooftop with basically every piece of equipment you needed to be successful in. Well, he lost the final fight, the one that mattered most.
Yeah, and he actually held on for a little while. It was a very tenacious effort because when he jumped down from the rooftop, he went down into the water. He was so close to death, survived it, and we were like, wow, this guy could actually take it all the way. And once it came down to that final two, it was just, I don't know how to describe the tension that I felt. And I think you could even see it in the face cam on Nick Cool's camera, because he was like, his eyes widened and he was like, oh my god, Zephyr had held on for so long.
Yeah, and Zephyr, even to get there, like you had mentioned, Gio, like it was absolutely insane. He took down Hollow, I believe, and then he took down Flame, like coming down off the mountain through Parkway, like having to rotate, smoking forward. But yes, from Nick Cool, a mouse and keyboard player, and just rightfully so, the win that they needed to hopefully add some extra momentum tomorrow.
I hope so.
And you're seeing even the use of the thermal there, but I actually think it's Zephyr on that rotation. When he goes to shoot flanked, that was probably his downfall. They let Nick Cool know exactly where he was, because you saw he just made that read so easily.
That's right, he made the read, and I was like actually thinking to myself, watching Zephyr's perspective, I'm like, where is Nick? Like, well, where's the final guy? I didn't even know Nick was. I'm like, where's this final guy? And I'm expecting some cheese. Like, he's out there in the gas, PDSs galore, and like stims, and you know, he's just gonna try and survive it and med it out. But no, it was Nick Cole. He was there the whole time. He's your Solo YOLO winner, $50,000 mouse and keyboard winner. I mean, we're talking about a lot of great things, and going into tomorrow, that's gotta feel good. The question is, Gio, do they split the money? Because that was one of the conversations.
Well, I don't know, because I saw him there taking the check with his girlfriend, and I'm kind of like, okay, go take.
They're going on vacation.
Your teammates.
That's right. They're going on vacation. I mean, come on. Would that not be the best option? There it is. Solo YOLO is done. He's still up there. He's reveling in it. I wouldn't leave that stage either, man. I'd be enjoying myself. He's finally, there he goes. He's taking that big check away. Kind of going to be awkward to cash a check that big, but hey, he's going to make it work. $50,000.
I'm sure he'll manage.
I think he'll manage.
It'll be really difficult, but I'm sure he'll get through it.
Well, I got too excited with this earlier, but hopefully he goes and makes it red! YOLO, baby! I was so late, but
wait, is this real 100? Copy money.
It looks, hey, you know what? It could.
I thought I was getting paid early. Well, let's talk about how today ended up unfolding. Solo YOLO was incredible. Shout out to Nick Cole for the big win, but also Team Falcons, right? They take over first place. What? They take over first place for themselves, and they did so in dominating fashion. Dandra, nearly 100-point lead over that of second place after 6 games were finished.
I'd hate to say that we are surprised, but I don't think we really are. I think what I'm more kind of surprised about, though, is just how consistent I guess they were. Lately, it has been a little bit of the case where it takes them a couple maps to kind of read what's going on, and then to have just 3 back-to-back bangers. Today, while the games may not have been as high scoring, what they were able to do was just be able to have those consistent placements. And when they're playing here on LAN, I think they understand. If they know how to play the game, when they set it on up, the kills will come into them. So they're going to take advantage of that multiplier. They're going to be able to be this team, and that's how you're able to create this 100-point gap.
40 points going into tomorrow, Gio. They have a 40-point lead. The team that didn't need the lead, well, they got the lead. But it's all good, though, because 2nd through 5th, they still walked away with 30 points themselves. So even though Falcons will get 40, the other teams aren't technically too far behind.
They're not too far behind, but I think when you look at a consistent performance like what the Falcons put up today, it's unnerving if you're another team, because giving an advantage that no other team has to a team like that is kind of scary. And I mean, look, even in the Solo YOLO, we heard all the cries of shock when Soka went out, but I don't think that's going to faze them very much. You know, I think they're going to come in tomorrow, and they clearly feel extremely confident. And I know they play up the camera a little bit, but that has to come from a real place.
That's
a real place of confidence, a real place of genuine belief in their team. And they haven't failed themselves so far. So
3 out of 6 wins, 50% win rate. They finish off in first place, 206.8 points to that of second with Team Aiden at 122.6. It was close. after that point in time. But Team Falcons was just too far ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, you got to love the fact that Nick Cool, dead last year with Pick and Wag, wins the Solo YOLO in 6th place going into tomorrow. So you love to see that. Also, too, from Zeppa, amazing plays from them because this squad right here, they've just been consistent throughout the years.
And they have been. 6th place, honestly, not bad, too, for a roster that we had a lot of questions about coming into today. And they started off the day hot. Well, they finished even better. Just outside of that 30 point, I believe they walk away with 25. Don't quote me on that, but that's still very decent going into tomorrow, right? So we've got a lot of great competitors who are going to be competing on match point tomorrow for $300,000, $1 million guaranteed. Top 20 get paid out. Who's it going to be? Well, we're going to have to find out that answer tomorrow. It's been a wonderful day of grind. We appreciate you all staying with us as long as you did. Final words before we get out of here. Danger, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I really love the games that we had here today. I think what we saw was sort of the culmination of a lot of our teams and sort of expectations that we've placed on a lot of these players really come to fruition, okay? I think a lot of the top teams that we thought would be here and performing are here and performing. There's also a lot of top teams that are towards the bottom of that leaderboard. So when it comes to tomorrow, you have to come out swinging because, well, as we saw here today, when you have a Team Falcons who after 6 games has a 100-point lead and is starting tomorrow plus 40, you are basically on a ticking time bomb for tomorrow, okay? I do not believe we are going that many games. Your opportunity to find your points is slim.
Well said, Gio. It's great working with you for the first time whenever it comes to on stage anyways. At LAN, it was a pleasure. What's your final words before we get out of here?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's been great. I think it was really nice that we got to kind of start the day with, I don't want to say a fluke, but kind of an unexpected team just to like shake things up. But that after that, we really started to see consistency come out of teams that are really showcasing what it means to be extraordinarily talented at this game, but also very clearly extraordinarily hardworking. They've built that rapport with each other. They've worked really hard on VOD reviews, on coaching, on building strategy. And you see what that looks like when it's actually come out onto this stage. And so we've been able to kind of cultivate this story out of today of these players and these teams who are really, really making their mark as very much the top of Warzone.
Right on, Dream. Great to work with you as always. From London to Vegas, we return.
Yeah, I mean, and just this year has just been so different, but also, I'm just going to keep it short. What I want to see tomorrow, I want to see if the dynasty will continue. I want to see if Shifty and Biffle do get the 2-peat, but also, in fact, Soka getting that LAN win, the global LAN win here. So for you guys, I think this has just been amazing dancing with you all, and let's see what tomorrow brings.
Well, it's been a great day. 6 total maps for our regular play for the bonus points. 1 map for Solo YOLO. Nicole, once again, shout out, $50,000 earned. It's been an incredible day, and tomorrow we'll kick off once again at 12 PST for the 2024 World Series of Warzone Global Finals. Who will be the champion? Well, you're going to have to return tomorrow, 12 PST, to find out the answer.
I'm ready for war. I'm ready for war. I'm lighting up that fire, yeah, I'm burning up. Look at me, feel the heat. Climbing so much higher, but it's not enough. Best believe, good to see. Stumbling on the ground to the earth breaks.